I am Gu Jingchu, the once powerful head of the Gu family business, whom no one dared to offend. Overnight, I was betrayed by the male and female protagonists, lost everything, and moved into a dilapidated old house to wait for death. Everyone says I've lost my wife and children and my glory days are over. My gold-digging wife, Xiaxiu, who went to great lengths to marry me, has already prepared her escape route, just waiting to take away my last bit of property and throw herself into the arms of her new boyfriend. My heart was broken. I planned to leave her all the remaining property and belongings, to let her be with her new boyfriend. But when she came back, she was like a different person. She didn't ask for a divorce, didn't look down on my poverty, and even sold her bags to pay off my debts. She said she wanted to see me fall to rock bottom and suffer all kinds of torment. But no one knew that my wife, Xiaxiu, had already been replaced by a different soul. Chapter 1. Xiaxiu is Gu Jingchu's wife. At this moment, she had just opened her eyes when she was slapped. Her head was throbbing with pain, and unfamiliar memories flooded in. She pushed the person away in frustration and stumbled out. She subconsciously got into a taxi and gave them the name of the neighborhood. Only now did she belatedly realize what had happened. She clearly drowned while trying to save a student with mental health issues. So how did she suddenly end up here? Unfamiliar memories flooded back like a tidal wave, giving her a splitting headache every second, filling her with panic and confusion. When the taxi arrived at her destination, Xiaxiu casually handed over a banknote. The driver instantly went from being impatient to beaming with joy, and muttered under his breath that she was showing off despite living in a run-down neighborhood. These words made Xiaxiu's heart skip a beat. She looked down and saw that her sheepskin high heels were covered in mud. Then she looked at the dilapidated old residential building, the muddy path and the low houses around her, which seemed out of place with her designer clothes. She was filled with surprise. She opened the door based on her memory. The room was a mess, with clothes, bags and shoes from international brands scattered all over the floor, creating a stark contrast with the old and dilapidated environment, making her feel dazed for a moment. She unlocked her phone with facial recognition and saw the name Xiaxiu in her contacts. As she frowned, she swiped her finger, and the name Gu Jingchu appeared. The two names together struck her like a thunderbolt. She suddenly remembered that in the student-turned-CEO novel she'd confiscated a few days before her death, the villainous boss was named Gu Jingchu, and his materialistic, gold-digging wife shared the same name as her, appearing in less than a chapter. In the original story, the original owner married Gu Jingchu through scheming, but after enjoying the life of a rich wife for only a few days, Gu Jingchu was brought down and went bankrupt by the male protagonist. The two moved to this old and dilapidated apartment, and in the end, the original owner ran away with the money and seduced a rich second generation. In other words, she transmigrated into the book right at the end. The original owner dressed up fashionably and went out to the mall to meet a rich second generation, but was interrupted by her arrival. Looking at the luxury goods on the ground, she only felt a headache. The original owner was a graduate student in Chinese literature at a top-tier university, but she only wanted to marry a rich man and had never worked. She went bankrupt after marrying Gu Jingchu for 3 months. Fortunately, Gu Jingchu had already paid off his debts and was not in debt, which was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Xiaxiu had been single for 28 years, and the thought of being married made her feel extremely uncomfortable. However, she was too embarrassed to mention divorce to the down-on-his-luck Gu Jingchu, so she decided to stay and observe, hoping to find a job to support herself using her education. Her stomach was growling loudly. Xiaxiu opened the refrigerator only to find it empty. When she ordered takeout, she discovered that all her bank cards and credit cards were either empty or maxed out, leaving her with only a dozen yuan and a 50 yuan note. She was filled with regret, realizing she hadn't checked carefully when paying the taxi fare. Now, she could only endure her hunger and prepare to go downstairs to the convenience store to buy emergency food. However, she ran back as soon as she reached the bottom of the stairs, afraid of damaging her sheepskin high heels. She put 2 garbage bags over her feet before daring to go downstairs. With her remaining money, she bought several buckets of instant noodles, biscuits, and bread. As she carried the plastic bags upstairs, she found the door ajar, and her alarm went off instantly. Thinking it was a burglar, she gripped her umbrella, ready to ambush him. But just as she raised the umbrella handle, a slender hand grabbed hers, and she was met with a pair of dark, indifferent eyes. It was Gu Jingchu himself. Gu Jingchu was as handsome as a prince from a fairy tale, but his face was expressionless. When he saw the instant noodles and bread in her hand, and then the high heels with garbage bags on her feet, a clear look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Do you have enough money? Gu Jingchu's voice was calm and even, but Xia Xiu tensed up instantly, afraid of revealing that she was not the original owner of the body. She forced herself to say that she had enough, and even lied and said that she wanted to try the taste of instant noodles. In a moment of madness, she asked Gu Jingchu if he had any money after going bankrupt. She immediately regretted it. Feeling so embarrassed, she wanted to slap herself. A tense silence fell over the small living room. After a long while, Gu Jingchu chuckled softly and told her he had paid off all his debts and didn't need to worry about money. He then quietly began tidying up the luxury items scattered on the floor, quickly transforming the messy living room into a neat and orderly space. Seeing this, Xia Xiu felt embarrassed and helped out. After cleaning up, she was even hungrier. Ignoring Gu Jingchu's surprise, she boiled water and made instant noodles. After finishing a bowl, she looked up and met his deep gaze. Gu Jingchu shook his head and refused her invitation, saying in a low voice that she had never eaten these before. Xia Xiu panicked and quickly lied, saying that she had come to terms with reality and decided to change, wanting to go to work and earn money. Gu Jingchu naturally folded the blankets on the sofa, gestured for her to sit down, and said he had something to tell her. He stared at her for a long time, so long that Xia Xiu felt uneasy, before slowly mentioning divorce. Let's get a divorce. I have no assets to divide now. All debts have been settled. This house is in your name, and there's an old designer watch. You can sell them, and all the money is yours. Gu Jingchu spoke with utmost sincerity, and Xia Xiu couldn't help but feel moved. Even though there was no love between them, he had fulfilled his responsibilities as a husband. What he offered her was almost all of his current wealth. Such a responsible and handsome man was truly rare. Seeing her silence, Gu Jingchu mistakenly assumed she was complaining about the amount of money, and immediately added that he would send her a third of his salary each month for living expenses and would find other ways to make it even more if needed. Xia Xiu was quite surprised. Very few people are willing to provide living expenses to their ex-wives after bankruptcy. She immediately waved her hand, indicating that she didn't complain about the amount of money, nor did she want a share of the assets. She explained that she had brought up divorce before because she hadn't accepted the fact that he was bankrupt. Now she had adjusted her mindset, didn't want a divorce, and would find a job to earn money so as not to put pressure on him. Gu Jingchu was completely taken aback by her words. Xia Xiu sincerely apologized for the original owner's previous sarcasm and earnestly asked him to believe her one more time. Indeed, the original owner had wanted to divorce him to see him suffer, but she didn't think that way now. She was still planning to return to her old job and make money quickly, but she always felt that Gu Jingchu's gaze was strange, and she was afraid that he would find out that she was not the original owner of this body. Gu Jingchu finally nodded and said that the divorce was temporarily put on hold, and that she should speak up if she had any ideas in the future. The dark circles under his eyes showed his exhaustion during this period. He got up and took instant noodles into the kitchen. He not only prepared the noodles, but also boiled sweet eggs, telling her to eat more eggs to nourish her body. His voice was deep and magnetic. Xia Xiu ate her food in small bites. Having no dating experience, she had absolutely no idea how to interact with this nominal husband. Gu Jingchu finished cleaning up the dishes and went to wash up. When he came out, he was wearing a loose t-shirt and casual pants, and his figure was still upright. Xia Xiu felt her face burning when she saw him. He took out his laptop to work, but when he saw Xia Xiu standing there in a daze, he asked her why she hadn't gone to sleep yet. She then awkwardly went back to her room to find a change of clothes. The bedroom was filled with luxury goods. She found a simple dress to wear as pajamas, washed up, and lay in bed, deciding to make the best of it since she was already there. She got up and searched for order-taking websites from her original world, discovering that they existed in this world as well, and breathed a sigh of relief. However, she wanted to buy a decent computer, but was stumped by her lack of money. She had previously declared that she would earn money to support herself, and even help Gu Jingchu raise startup capital, but now she didn't even have the money to buy a computer. After mentally preparing herself, Xia Xiu dawdled to the bedroom door. Just as she was about to speak, Gu Jingchu heard her and came over, gently asking if she was having any difficulties. Xia Xiu gritted her teeth and asked to borrow 10,000 yuan from him to buy a computer for work. Gu Jingchu didn't ask any further questions and directly transferred the money to her on his phone. She glanced down at the text message notification that 50,000 yuan had been deposited into her account. Looking up, she met Gu Jingchu's slightly apologetic gaze. He had thought this amount wouldn't be enough for her expenses. Xiaoxiu knew the original owner's persona was deeply ingrained, and further words were pointless. She could only silently resolve to change his opinion through her actions. After a brief thank you, she went back to her room and wrote an IOU. She handed the IOU to Gu Jingchu, said goodnight, and hurried back to her room. Gu Jingchu stared at the IOU in his hand, his eyes filled with disbelief and astonishment. The next morning, Xiaoxiu woke up promptly at 7 o'clock. The original owner's bedding was extremely comfortable, far surpassing her previous small bed. It was quiet outside, and Gu Jingchu was still asleep. She quietly washed up and went downstairs to buy breakfast. When she returned, Gu Jingchu had just woken up, his hair disheveled but still handsome, exuding a touch of lazy elegance. Xiaoxiu smiled and told him to hurry up and wash up and have breakfast. Gu Jingchu secretly pinched the back of his hand to confirm that it wasn't a dream, and he was completely puzzled by her change. He silently canceled the breakfast he had originally booked at the star-rated hotel. Xiaoxiu gave him a bowl of 8 treasure porridge and carefully asked if the taste suited him. Her concerned gaze surprised Gu Jingchu even more. He had learned from his previous investigation that the original owner of this body had always been pampered and never did housework, much less get up early to buy breakfast. Now, her appearance was completely different from before. Gu Jingchu was full of questions, but he still politely thanked her and elegantly began to eat his breakfast. Seeing that he was willing to eat, Xiaoxiu finally felt relieved and took the opportunity to mention that the two of them should change their previous extravagant habits and try to save money. She originally wanted to say that she could cook, but was afraid of going against the original owner's character. So she changed her words and said that she would learn to cook so that Gu Jingchu could come home for dinner in the future. Gu Jingchu assumed she was forcing herself and offered to order home-cooked meals for delivery, but Xiaoxiu smiled and refused, insisting on making a change and no longer relying on him. Seeing her serious attitude, Gu Jingchu didn't try to persuade her further and silently finished the breakfast she had prepared. Xiaoxiu was still worried that the food wasn't enough for him. The two finished their breakfast quietly. Gu Jingchu took the initiative to clear the table and take it to the kitchen, which pleased Xiaoxiu greatly, as she felt that housework should be shared by both of them. When Gu Jingchu came out after washing the dishes, Xiaoxiu had already packed his things into his briefcase and stood at the door with a smile, handing it to him. The scene looked just like a wife seeing her husband off to work. Gu Jingchu was slightly taken aback upon seeing this, a faint smile appearing in his eyes. He thanked her softly, and Xiaoxiu reminded him to check his belongings and be careful, her tone natural and considerate. He nodded and said he had to go out on business today. After considering it, he told her he wouldn't be back for lunch, but would come home if he had time in the evening. Xiaoxiu smiled and told him to send her a message with whatever he wanted to eat, and she would follow the instructions to make it. Gu Jingchu agreed and went out. He suddenly stopped at the door, took off his watch and put it on the shoe cabinet. Xiaoxiu stood by the window and watched him get into the Volkswagen before closing the curtains. She picked up the old watch, noticing its frequent handling, and realized it held significant value in Gu Jingchu's heart. She carefully put it away, not intending to sell it, not wanting to touch something he cherished. The original owner's credit cards had already been suspended by the bank, and the 2 remaining low-limit cards had been maxed out, amounting to over 40,000 yuan. Looking at the room full of luxury goods, Xiaoxiu decided to sell some to pay off the debts and return the money to Gu Jingchu. She changed into a simple dress and went downstairs to the computer mall to choose a high-spec laptop. Using her professional knowledge and haggling with the shop owner, she finally got her desired computer for 13,000 yuan. On her way home, she bought some groceries. Once home, she went online, installed software, and logged onto appraisal and auction websites, preparing to revive her old side hustle of appraising treasures and stones to earn money again. Xiaoxiu was originally a university teacher. Through the influence of her neighbor's grandfather, she developed a keen eye for antique appraisal, earning high profits by taking on private appraisals. Now, she's using this skill to quickly make money. She registers a new account on a website, first leaving comments on various appraisal posts to build familiarity, not rushing to take orders, but slowly accumulating trust to pave the way for future orders. The antique and jade gambling markets are rife with counterfeit and shoddy goods. Many enthusiasts dream of getting rich, but lack the expertise to appraise them. They often post their collections online, making them easy targets for unscrupulous individuals offering low prices. Xiaoxiu looked through the posts one by one and noticed a girl's post about a porcelain bowl. The bowl was translucent with a small chip and had a late Ming Dynasty imperial seal on the bottom, suggesting it was used in the palace. The girl bought the item from a pitiful old man for 3,000 yuan. Now that her mother urgently needs surgery money, she posted online asking about its value. However, The comments below the post were all denigrating it as a fake. A high-level account feigned sympathy and offered to buy it for 1,000 yuan. Xiaoxiu saw through it immediately. All the negative comments were from the other party's alt account, whose purpose was to trick her out of the genuine item at a low price. She judged that the porcelain bowl was very likely genuine, a royal court piece worth at least 300,000 or 400,000 yuan. She immediately messaged the girl privately, warning her not to make the transaction and informing her of its true value. The girl said she had added the other party on WeChat and received the transfer, but fortunately hadn't received the payment yet. Xiaoxiu quickly added her as a friend, offering to take charge of the appraisal and auction, only taking a 10% commission after the transaction was completed. The girl didn't reply immediately, so Xiaoxiu didn't urge her. Instead, she picked up several new luxury handbags, took photos, and listed them on a second-hand platform, priced far below market value. She only listed a few bags to avoid risk control measures. After paying to have her posts featured at the top of the feed, her account received a constant stream of messages, with many people calling her a scammer. She only diligently replied to buyers who genuinely inquired. For those who are interested, she directly provides video viewings of the bags and offline authentication channels, using sincerity to dispel their concerns and quickly convert the bags into cash to solve their immediate financial problems. Offline authentication enhances credibility, and Xiaoxiu doesn't accept deposits. Many people proactively add her contact information to arrange meetings, and some even want to complete the transaction immediately. Xiaoxiu checked the time and only agreed to conduct offline transactions with 2 people. She needed to go home to cook and was worried about whether Gu Jingqiu would be back for dinner. She packed 2 bags and went to the transaction location. Her Taobao push notifications prioritized local users, which would save her a lot of time. Nearly 2 hours later, both bags were professionally authenticated as genuine. Fearing she might back out, the buyer immediately transferred the money and took the bags, promising to post photos in her thread to prove their authenticity. The 2 bags sold for 150,000 and 80,000 respectively, the money arriving in a short time. Xiaoxiu looked at her phone balance, filled with excitement. She thought that she could become a little rich woman by selling all the luxury goods in her house, but these things did not belong to her, and she planned to return the money to Gu Jingqiu. Remembering the 50,000 yuan she borrowed last night, Xiaoxiu immediately transferred it. Gu Jingqiu didn't reply, probably because he was busy. She put away her phone and took a taxi home. Before transmigrating into the book, Xiaoxiu had always lived alone. Rather than ordering takeout or eating out, she preferred to buy fresh ingredients and cook for herself. She enjoyed the sense of accomplishment from turning ingredients into delicious food. After working in the kitchen for nearly an hour, just as it was turning 12, 3 dishes and a soup were already on the table. She opened her phone and saw that Gu Jingqiu had replied with a question mark. Just as she was about to ask if he was coming home for dinner, she heard the door open. Gu Jingqiu was back. He hung up his clothes and walked to the dining table. Looking at the food on the table, he asked her which private chef she had ordered from and whether she had paid for it. Xiaoxiu was taken aback and somewhat embarrassedly said that she had cooked the dishes herself. Gu Jingqiu's eyes were full of surprise, and she quickly maintained the original owner's persona of not knowing how to cook. She took out a cooking tutorial video, saying that she had followed it and that it tasted pretty good, and asked Gu Jingqiu to try it. Gu Jingqiu nodded and sat down to eat. The quiet dining atmosphere made Xiaoxiu feel awkward. After they finished eating, one washed the dishes while the other wiped them dry. She took the initiative to bring up the topic of repaying the money. Gu Jingqiu said there was no need to repay it. She then asked if the food was good, and after receiving a positive answer, the atmosphere remained awkward. She quickly returned to her room after wiping the stove. Gu Jingqiu's aura was too strong, and Xiaoxiu couldn't quite handle it. After closing the door, Gu Jingqiu leaned against the wall and frowned as he looked at the closed door. He felt that Xiaoxiu was like a different person. Not only could she cook, but the refrigerator was also full of ingredients. The living room was clean, and the sofa and blankets were covered with new duvet covers. He secretly wondered how long her changes would last, or if she was deliberately pretending to gain more. Xiaoxiu was unaware that her actions had not earned her trust, but instead deepened Gu Jingqiu's suspicions. She was chatting with her online friend, Xiao Yudi. After some hesitation, Xiao Yudi contacted her anyway, expressing her willingness to trust her, but explaining that she didn't have enough money to pay for the appraisal. Xiaoxiu told her not to worry, that she would cover all the appraisal costs herself, and that she would only charge 10% after Xiao Yudi sold the antique bowl. She also asked Xiao Yudi to post the appraisal certificate and auction receipt on the appraisal website, a fee already much lower than her original rate. She usually charges at least 20% of the fee for these kinds of assessments, but now she desperately needs to build her reputation, and if she weren't short of money, she wouldn't even want to charge. The two agreed to meet at 2 p.m. Xiaoxiu saw that it was getting late, packed up her computer, and prepared to leave. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Gu Jingchu working on the sofa. She stopped, and Gu Jingchu looked up at her. She quickly said she had an appointment and was going out. Gu Jingchu nodded, and then her phone beeped with a refund notification. Gu Jingchu assumed she was going to have afternoon tea again and told her she could message him if she needed more money. Xiaoxiu smiled and explained that she was going to take care of something important. She asked Gu Jingchu to let her know in advance if she was coming home for dinner that evening, then hurriedly left. There was no subway in her old neighborhood, so she had to take a bus and then transfer to the subway. Arriving early was a sign of respect for the customer. She wanted to close this deal and build her reputation on the appraisal website. She arrived 25 minutes before 2 o'clock. Xiao Yudi sent a message saying she was still on the subway. After waiting for another 10 minutes, a pale-faced, thin girl with a ponytail rushed over carrying a canvas bag. The girl was stunned when she saw the young and beautiful Xiaoxiu. She didn't expect the appraiser to be so outstanding. Xiaoxiu took the initiative to reach out and greet her. The girl snapped out of her daze and quickly shook hands with her. She had assumed the appraiser was a successful woman in her 30s, but she hadn't expected her to be so young and striking. Xiaoxiu led the girl into the appraisal center. After registering at the front desk, the two followed a staff member to a small, highly confidential room. The girl felt uneasy looking at the all-around security cameras. Xiaoxiu patted her hand to comfort her, saying that the items appraised here were all of high value, hence the strict security. The girl felt much more at ease and carefully took out the antique bowl, wrapped in layers of cloth, and placed it on the appraisal table. Soon after, an antique appraiser entered the room. The appraiser noticed the bowl immediately, walked straight to the appraisal table, put on gloves, and examined it carefully, praising its excellent preservation. The patterns, glaze, and base markings indicated it was a royal item. He asked the girl if she kept it privately or intended to auction it. The girl looked at Xiaoxiu, flustered. Xiaoxiu stepped forward and introduced himself as the girl's appraiser, explaining that he needed an appraisal certificate and an extra copy to be stamped for the auction. The appraiser frowned slightly at the unfamiliar Xiaoxiu, informing him that the item's auction price was around 800,000 and inquired about the auction location. The girl mistakenly thought it was 80 yuan and looked at Xiaoxiu in alarm. Xiaoxiu, somewhat amused, explained that it was 800,000, approximately 700,000 after tax. The girl was overjoyed. This money was enough to pay for her and her sister's tuition and cure her mother's illness. Xiaoxiu immediately decided to auction it at the center. The staff brought the contract, and the girl was so excited that she wanted to sign it immediately, but Xiaoxiu held her hand and asked to get the stamped certificate of authenticity first. The antique business requires extra caution to avoid accidents. The appraiser praised her for her prudence and asked the two to wait while he prepared the necessary paperwork. The girl nervously stared at the antique bowl, fearing it might be switched. After 3 hours, Xiaoxiu finally received 2 appraisal certificates stamped with official seals. With the certificate as collateral, the two signed the contract smoothly. Xiaoxiu told the girl there would be an auction the day after tomorrow, and she would receive the money in about a week. After deducting various fees, the girl would receive approximately 500,000 to 600,000 yuan. The girl thanked him with tears in her eyes, saying she almost sold the bowl for a mere 1,000 yuan. Xiaoxiu instructed the girl to post about it on the appraisal website. Afterwards, he went home satisfied. As he walked downstairs, he saw a luxury car parked at the entrance of the building. The luxury car looked out of place in the old residential area and almost blocked the stairwell. Xiaoxiu frowned and prepared to walk around it when a man in a bespoke suit got out of the car. The man called out to her, saying he was there to deliver food to Gu Jingchu. Xiaoxiu gestured to the ingredients in her hand, indicating that she could cook and that he didn't need to trouble him. Chen Amping was filled with disbelief, never expecting that Xiaoxiu would actually cook. He asked if Xiaoxiu had cooked lunch as well. Xiaoxiu nodded in agreement, took the food box, politely greeted him, and went upstairs, leaving Chen Amping standing there in shock, unable to accept this fact. When Xiaoxiu returned home, she saw Gu Jingchu chopping vegetables in the kitchen. He said he had received her message and had come home early to prepare the ingredients. Xiaoxiu put the ingredients into the refrigerator, and looking at the full refrigerator, a sense of satisfaction welled up in her heart. The feeling of the refrigerator being full was really great. Xiaoxiu went closer and saw that all the ingredients had been neatly cut and arranged by Gu Jingchu. She genuinely praised Gu Jingchu's knife skills, saying she couldn't cut such even slices herself. She then put on a pink bear apron and took the knife from him. Xiaoxiu told Gu Jingchu to rest and took over cooking. She instinctively reached for a handful of chili peppers, but remembering the original owner's preference for milder flavors, she quickly stopped. She was from Jiang province and loved spicy food. but if she added too many chilies, Gu Jingchu would easily notice. So she had to switch to less spicy bell peppers. A plate of stir-fried green peppers with pork was served, and Xia Shiyu felt a pang of regret. On the table were also hot and sour shredded potatoes, cola chicken wings, and pork rib and lotus root soup that had been simmering since noon. She pointed to the lunchbox Chen Anping had brought and asked Gu Jingchu if it was enough. Gu Jingchu refused outright, saying he would only eat her cooking and would not let Chen Anping deliver food again. Hearing Gu Jingchu praise her cooking, Xia Shiyu felt very satisfied. She enjoyed cooking and sharing and planned to develop Gu Jingchu into her personal dining partner. The dinner table was unusually quiet, which Xia Shiyu found uncomfortable. She put down her chopsticks and asked Gu Jingchu if she could watch a variety show while eating, her hand already pressing play. Gu Jingchu said he didn't mind, and the variety show started playing. Xia Shiyu watched intently, laughing out loud from time to time. Because the show was so interesting, she even ate an extra bowl of rice. Gu Jingchu was clearly full, but he didn't get up to leave. His deep eyes were full of inquiry. In just a few days, Xia Shiyu had completely overturned his previous perception of her. The Xia Shiyu of the past only knew how to squander money and didn't care about anything. Maintaining the marriage was just a formality. She was completely different from the Xia Shiyu of now. Gu Jingchu had checked all her information, but hadn't paid much attention to her during their marriage of over half a year. Now, he couldn't help but wonder if the information he had gathered before was inaccurate. He suppressed his doubts and decided to continue observing Xia Shiyu. Xia Shiyu had just finished watching a segment of a variety show when she put down her chopsticks and met Gu Jingchu's gaze. Her smile instantly froze. Gu Jingchu had seen her outburst of laughter earlier. He asked if the show was good, and Xia Shiyu quickly nodded in response. She told Gu Jingchu that watching variety shows could relieve stress and even offered to recommend some, suggesting he ask her for recommendations when he felt stressed. Gu Jingchu agreed with great interest. Silence fell again. Xia Shiyu was internally frustrated. She was never good at starting conversations, and Gu Jingchu was a surefire conversation killer. She quickly used work as an excuse to avoid the awkwardness of washing the dishes. Gu Jingchu got up naturally and told her to go ahead with her work while he took over the dishwashing. Even when doing housework, Gu Jingchu exuded elegance. Xia Shiyu secretly admired him, thinking that he was indeed someone who had grown up in luxury. Gu Jingchu would also take the initiative to share the housework and help her take out the trash at the door. Xia Shiyu was very satisfied and only regarded him as a worry-free living partner. Xia Shiyu was browsing an antique appraisal website in her room when she heard the door close. Knowing that Gu Jingchu had already left, she opened the door and found that the dining table and lunchboxes had been taken away, and the luxury car downstairs was nowhere to be seen. She returned to her bedroom, preparing to create a buzz on the website. Xiao Yudi had already posted a picture of the appraisal certificate, exposing how the man with the landscape portrait had tricked her out of an antique bowl at a low price. In the post, Xiao Yudi thanked Xia Shiyu and tagged her. Xia Shiyu secretly bought promotion to make the post pinned to the top, attracting a large number of netizens to watch and gossip. The person exposed was a high-level appraiser on the platform, and the entire forum instantly exploded. Netizens discussed and argued endlessly, and the appraiser was furious. His profits were snatched away, and he was publicly shamed, effectively cutting off his source of income. He was filled with rage and couldn't understand Xia Shiyu's background. Xia Shiyu ignored the barrage of private messages and actively participated in the comments sections of the posts she was tagged, successfully becoming a familiar face on the platform. Almost every netizen knew of her existence. The netizens whose items had been bought at low prices by that appraiser were furious after seeing the post, realizing they had also been deceived and exploited. Comparing their chat logs with Xiao Yudi's post, they discovered they had experienced the exact same thing. Their items had been undervalued, and they had been forced to sell them at low prices in a panic. They were all heartbroken. The appraiser, whose profile picture featured a landscape painting, was relentlessly attacked online. Even hiring online trolls couldn't turn the tide, forcing her to delete her account and leave the platform altogether. Xia Shiyu, on the other hand, made a name for herself on the appraisal platform after this incident. She stretched contentedly, a satisfied smile on her face. Many netizens sent her pictures of various treasures via private message, but Xia Shiyu didn't rush to take orders, planning to wait until the proceeds from the antique bowl auction arrived before continuing. The next morning, Xia Shiyu went out but didn't see Gu Jingchu. Breakfast was on the table, probably bought in advance by him. After eating, she opened Xinyu, a second-hand marketplace app. Most of the luxury items she had listed had been sold. With positive reviews and photos from previous customers, plus the affordable prices, most transactions were done via mail. The delivery guy already knew her address. Xia Shiyu reminded him to handle the items carefully. Seeing a quarter of her luxury goods being delivered, her bedroom had a lot of space left. Her phone kept buzzing with payment notifications, and Xia Xiu was delighted to see her balance steadily increasing. Since the original owner's account had a lot of spending history, large transfers wouldn't trigger risk control measures. However, she needed to find a suitable reason to transfer the money from the sale of luxury goods to Gu Jingqiu. Roughly calculated, the total proceeds from the sale were around 670,000 yuan. Xia Xiu transferred the money directly to Gu Jingqiu, secretly pleased with herself. This time, the other party probably wouldn't be able to return it. After the transfer, she continued to organize the luxury goods in the room. She didn't rush to list some classic bags, as these types of bags often command a premium, and their value increases the longer they are collected. The ones she sold earlier were just to build trust. She then uploaded 5 bags, 6 pieces of clothing, 2 watches, and 2 necklaces. Seeing that most of the day had passed, she downloaded a 4-character game to pass the time. Xia Xiu is quite skilled at gaming and even worked as a game companion before transmigrating into the book. She plans to earn some extra money in her spare time and then transfer it to Gu Jingqiu, hoping that he can make a comeback and she can share in the profits. In the other office, Chen Amping was fiddling with Gu Jingqiu's phone when he suddenly saw Xia Xiu's transfer information, the amount of which was as high as hundreds of thousands of yuan. He immediately exclaimed in surprise. Colleagues also came over to check, and they all found it unbelievable. In the past, Xia Xiu was the one asking Gu Jingqiu for money, but now she was transferring money to him instead, which was really abnormal. Gu Jingqiu was also very surprised. He knew that Xia Xiu was not well off. Just 2 days ago, she had transferred 50,000 yuan to him. He immediately took back his phone and made a call. Xia Xiu made up an excuse on the phone, saying she found an old bank card while tidying up and transferred the money to him, adding that it was joint property and he could use it for business purposes without worry. Gu Jingqiu was speechless for a long time, holding the phone. Xia Xiu's sudden change was too much, making him feel that all his previous information was useless, and he couldn't adjust for a while. He told Xia Xiu to keep the money for herself, but she laughed heartily, saying that she had found a good job and could support him in the future, before abruptly hanging up the phone. Xia Xiu was in a hurry to play the game and advance to the next level. Gu Jingqiu stared at the disconnected screen and remained silent for a long time. Chen Amping and his colleague sighed, and felt that Xia Xiu had completely changed. Everyone thought that it was truly rare for Xia Xiu to not leave Gu Jingqiu after his bankruptcy, and even to take the initiative to transfer money to support him, which was completely different from other vain women in the circle. Gu Jingqiu recalled Xia Xiu's words when he mentioned divorce before, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up slightly. He was convinced that she was not the kind of person he had previously thought. Seeing this, Chen Amping took out a V-brand everyday bag and handed it to Gu Jingqiu, saying that it was a brand new style that his sister had bought for him to take home and give to Xia Xiu, and refused to accept the money transferred from him. The kitchen was filled with delicious aromas as Xia Xiu hummed a little tune while cooking. After 2 days of practice, she no longer needed to pretend to be a novice, and her cooking skills gradually returned to normal. Around 12:30, Xia Xiu heard the sound of a key being inserted into the lock at the door. She guessed that Gu Jingqiu had returned, so she quickly wiped her hands on her apron and ran to open the door. A bright, radiant smile graced her face. Gu Jingqiu stared at her, stunned for a full 3 seconds, before a faint smile appeared on his lips as he acknowledged her return. Gu Jingqiu placed the exquisitely packaged box on the table, explaining that she had worked hard cooking these past few days and he had specially bought it for her. Xia Xiu looked at the contents of the bag, finding them increasingly familiar. Seeing her puzzled expression, Gu Jingqiu took out a black chain bag from his purse and told her it was a V-brand design, recalling that she used to really like that brand. Xia Xiu's vision blurred upon hearing this. This was the very bag she had just sold that morning. She forced a smile and asked Gu Jingqiu how much she had spent on the bag. Gu Jingqiu was about to say that the price didn't matter when she was stopped by Xia Xiu's direct gaze. Xia Xiu's gaze carried an inexplicable sense of pressure. Gu Jingqiu instinctively felt he had to go along with her wishes, so he immediately dialed Chen Amping's number to inquire about the price of the bag, learning it was a little over 50,000 yuan. Xia Xiu expressionlessly pulled up her order on a second-hand marketplace, handed the transaction record to Gu Jingqiu, and told him through gritted teeth, word by word, that she had sold the bag for 32,000 yuan. She painstakingly sold luxury goods to raise startup capital for Gu Jingqiu, but he spent money like water, buying back a bag she sold for 32,000 for over 50,000, leaving her both angry and helpless. Gu Jingqiu quickly explained that the bag was bought by Chen Amping's sister, not by him. He had inadvertently noticed the empty bag racks in Xia Xiu's bedroom and instantly understood the source of the 670,000. Gu Jingqiu was overwhelmed with mixed feelings when Xia Xiu, who had always loved handbags, was willing to sell her beloved possession to help him. Her emotions gradually calmed down once she realized she hadn't wasted money. The bag was a gift from a friend and couldn't be resold, so she put it in her closet. When she came out, she had her usual smile back, as if the earlier gloom had never existed. Xia Xiu invited Gu Jingchu to wash his hands and eat. The table was set with a simple meal of 3 dishes and a soup. Perhaps because of the earlier incident, Gu Jingchu unusually served her food and even took the initiative to start a conversation. The meal was exceptionally pleasant, and the distance between the two had narrowed considerably. After finishing the meal, Gu Jingchu cleared the table and washed the dishes. After a moment's hesitation, he knocked on Xia Xiu's door. Xia Xiu changed into her cute bunny pajamas and was about to take a nap by browsing Tieba when she opened the door and saw Gu Jingchu. Her tone was full of doubt, and her charming appearance softened Gu Jingchu's expression. In his memory, Xia Xiu was always dressed in haute couture. Even her pajamas were designer silk pieces. This was the first time he had seen her like this, so down to earth. Gu Jingchu asked directly if she had sold her bags and clothes, and if the 670,000 yuan she transferred to him was the money from selling those items. He frowned, his face full of disapproval. Even if he declared bankruptcy, he didn't need to sell women's bags to restart his business, especially since there were other hidden reasons behind his bankruptcy. Xia Xiu instantly understood his thoughts, knowing that he had a strong sense of pride and didn't want to be seen as a gigolo. So she patted him on the shoulder and said that she had long been tired of the old models, and this money was an investment in him. She demanded that Gu Jingchu buy her 10 times the amount of bags and clothes after his comeback, specifically emphasizing that they had to be the latest and most high-end models. Gu Jingchu looked at her, his eyelashes trembling slightly. After a long silence, Gu Jingchu solemnly promised her that once he stood up again, he would definitely buy her the best bags and clothes, his sincere tone making Xia Xiu's heart flutter. Xia Xiu's biggest dream was to be a carefree, laid-back person with cats and dogs, money, and leisure. Looking at Gu Jingchu's extraordinary demeanor, she firmly believed that he would definitely make a comeback. As long as she didn't follow the original owner's plot and act recklessly, her life of wealth and honor was secure. Gu Jingchu leaned against the door frame, watching her eyes light up as she drifted off into thought, and couldn't help but smile. Her genuine concern for him made Gu Jingchu's heart race inexplicably. He suppressed his unease and reached out to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. Gu Jingchu accepted the money and even smiled, saying that she would be a shareholder from now on. Xia Xiu looked at the gentle man before her, momentarily taken aback. Gu Jingchu in the book was always a cold and aloof beauty, but now he smiled gently and handsomely, more dazzling than any male star on screen, making her heart race. Xia Xiu quickly looked away, and in her panic, she casually invited him to take a nap together. As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted them. Gu Jingchu chuckled and said that he had to go out in the afternoon and told her to get some rest. Xia Xiu quickly closed the door, leaning against it, on the verge of tears. She secretly blamed Gu Jingchu for laughing so much, causing her to lose her composure. Gu Jingchu, meanwhile, sat on the sofa working. After reviewing the data, he specifically instructed Chun Onping to keep an eye out for recent auctions and bid on some high-quality jewelry. Xia Xiu slept until 3 p.m. before finally managing to get out of bed. She opened her phone and saw the screenshot Zayudi had sent. The antique bowl had successfully entered the auction and would be auctioned that evening. The commission would arrive within 3 business days. Thinking that this was money she had earned through her own hard work, Xia Xiu instantly perked up. Looking at the sparse furnishings in her home, she decided to go to IKEA to buy some furniture and decorations. Gu Jingchu sent a message saying she wouldn't be home for dinner. She was too lazy to cook and planned to go out for a bowl of noodles. The old neighborhood was in a good location and had a lively atmosphere. She found the mall using a map. The journey wasn't far, so she scanned a shared electric scooter and went there. She then made her purchases according to a pre-prepared list. The mall offered free delivery for orders over a certain amount, which saved her a lot of trouble. After Xia Xiu finished shopping and paying, she had just reached the mall's elevator entrance when she was suddenly pulled into the adjacent stairwell. Reacting quickly, she slammed her elbow backward. The person behind her cried out in pain, half crouching on the ground, glaring at her with furious eyes, and yelling at her, asking if she was crazy. Only then did Xia Xiu get a clear look at the person. She searched through the original owner's memories and finally recognized the person as Xiang Yu, the rich second-generation heir the original owner hooked up with after Gu Jingchu went bankrupt, and also the person who ultimately abandoned the original owner in the original story. Sure, Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the two only had verbal contact and no real relationship had occurred, nor had it reached the point where the original owner had stolen trade secrets. Seeing her silence, Xiangyu grew impatient and questioned her about whether she still wanted to marry into the Xiang family, asking where what she wanted was. Xiaoxiu looked up and coldly uttered 2 words. No. Xiangyu was stunned. What do you mean by no? Xiaoxiu, are you going back on your word? Xiaoxiu couldn't help but roll her eyes. The original owner's deal with Xiangyu had nothing to do with her, and she didn't want to waste time on this kind of person, so she pushed Xiangyu away directly. She told Xiangyu that all previous agreements were null and void, and that he should get out of the way. Xiangyu didn't expect her to be so tough and immediately got angry, reaching out to grab her wrist tightly. Xiangyu angrily raised his hand to slap Xiaoxiu, but she was fearless. Before the slap could land, she bent her knee and slammed it into his vulnerable area. Xiangyu curled up on the ground in pain, writhing and cursing. Xiaoxiu ignored him and pulled 3 bills from her bag, throwing them at his face. She sternly warned Xiangyu not to try to sow discord between her and Gu Jingqiu. She said the money was for medical expenses, and if he dared to bother her again, she would beat him every time she saw him. With that, she turned to leave. Suddenly, Xiaoxiu squatted down and, to Xiangyu's astonishment, picked up the 2 bills she had just tossed out, muttering that the medicine wasn't worth 300 and 1 bill was enough. Xiangyu stared at the single bill on the ground, so angry he almost vomited blood. He couldn't understand how Xiaoxiu, who used to be so vain, had suddenly become so fierce and hard to fool. With a fierce look in his eyes, he pulled out his phone and made a call, informing the other party that Xiaoxiu had changed her mind and would find another opportunity to strike. Xiaoxiu, completely unaware of this, continued shopping in the mall. She spent over 3,000 yuan in total, and after a satisfying bowl of braised beef noodles outside, she rode a shared electric bike home. Just as she arrived at the door, she received a delivery call from the mall. Xiaoxiu opened the door to her home, only to be met with a sight that instantly made her blush. Gu Jingqiu had returned sometime earlier, wearing only a towel around his lower body, and was standing at the bathroom door. His hair was wet, and water droplets slid down his cheeks. When Gu Jingqiu saw Xiaoxiu suddenly enter, a look of surprise flashed across his face, but he quickly and calmly picked up his clothes and changed. Gu Jingqiu smiled and told her he had changed his clothes. Xiaoxiu turned around stiffly, calmed her heartbeat, and sat down, but couldn't help secretly glancing at him. The way Gu Jingqiu looked down to find the hairdryer had shed his usual coldness and gained a touch of gentleness. His perfect profile made her stare in amazement once again. A knock on the door suddenly sounded, and the deliverman arrived to deliver goods. More than a dozen cardboard boxes filled most of the living room, and the worker looked at Xiaoxiu with a strange gaze. Gu Jingqiu calmly took out his bank card and offered to pay for her, even suggesting that he could write a check if she needed more money. However, the worker said that he had already paid and all she needed to do was sign for the package. After Xiaoxiu unpacked the package and checked it to make sure everything was in order, she signed for it. Looking at the items piled up in the living room, she immediately rolled up her sleeves and started arranging things, constantly directing Gu Jingqiu to help. After working for more than half an hour, everything was in place, and the originally quiet house instantly became warm and comfortable. Xiaoxiu looked at Gu Jingqiu with a smug expression. She smiled and asked Gu Jingqiu if the house looked much nicer. The warm decorations and fresh daisies filled the house with a cozy, homey feel, which touched Gu Jingqiu's heart. He looked away and softly praised her for being great. Xiaoxiu happily took out her phone to take pictures, glanced at the time, and planned to make omelets for breakfast the next morning. Xiaoxiu opened the refrigerator and found that she didn't have enough eggs, sausages, scallions, ginger, and garlic. The supermarket didn't close until 10 p.m., so she immediately decided to go out and buy groceries. She gathered up the packaging waste and piled it by the door. Seeing that there was quite a lot, she turned around and invited Gu Jingqiu, who was sitting on the sofa, to go to the supermarket together. Gu Jingqiu readily agreed. With Gu Jingqiu helping to carry the waste, things became much easier. Xiaoxiu followed behind him, unable to help but laugh. Who would have thought that the villainous business tycoon would be carrying garbage downstairs? Gu Jingqiu was about to throw away the cardboard when Xiaoxiu stopped her. She gave the cardboard to an elderly woman strolling downstairs, smiling and trying to build rapport with her. Gu Jingqiu looked puzzled, but Xiaoxiu explained with a smile that elderly people in older neighborhoods like to collect recyclables, and giving this kind of gift is more effective in building rapport than simply offering a present, and it also earns her goodwill from her neighbors. She joked that with this friendship, if anyone needed help in the future, just call and the aunties would come to help. Hearing this, Gu Jingqiu thought of her orphan background and felt a pang of sympathy. The two chatted as they walked into the supermarket. Xiaoxiu skillfully pushed a shopping cart over and handed it to Gu Jingqiu, while she went straight to the grocery section and rushed over to the discounted pork ribs. Just as Gu Jingqiu was about to follow, his phone suddenly vibrated. It was Lin Yi calling, saying he had found some clues and asked him to come over. However, his gaze remained fixed on Xia Xiu, watching her scramble with the aunties for the fresh ribs and then laugh like a child after getting them. Gu Jingchu was certain that this was the real Xia Xiu. Lin Yi shouted on the other end of the phone, which pulled him back to reality. Gu Jingchu spoke calmly, saying that he was busy right now. Lin Yi was so shocked that he raised his voice. He couldn't believe that the former workaholic would refuse to work overtime. After hearing the noise from the supermarket, he was even more shocked and asked if he was accompanying Xia Xiu to buy groceries. Gu Jingchu looked at Xia Xiu, who was running back excitedly, and a smile appeared in his eyes. He softly admitted that Lin Yi on the other end of the phone instantly broke down, yelling that he was inhumane for showing off his love. Xia Xiu approached and asked who had called. Gu Jingchu's lips curled up slightly, and he casually lied, saying it was a telemarketing call, before hanging up the phone. Lin was so angry he almost overturned the table. His programmers asked him curiously, and he told them through gritted teeth that President Gu had abandoned his work to go grocery shopping with his wife. Everyone looked incredulous, thinking that Mr. Gu, who always worked incredibly hard, couldn't possibly do such a thing. Lin Yi waved his hand helplessly, telling them that if they didn't believe him, they could call and confirm it themselves. Lin Yi admitted that Mrs. Gu was very beautiful. Although his brothers had previously disliked her for being materialistic, they had quietly changed their opinion of her because she had stayed by Gu Jingchu's side after his bankruptcy. Thinking back to her past, reeking of money, and comparing it to her current steadfastness, everyone was filled with doubt, unable to fathom how she had suddenly changed so drastically. No one could have imagined that this woman, who once only knew how to squander money, would now be so docile, staying by the side of the bankrupt Gu Jingchu, and even harboring secret intentions. After returning home from shopping, Gu Jingchu took on all the housework, tidying up, cleaning the living room, and even trying to clean the bedroom, but Xia Xiu hurriedly stopped him. Watching Gu Jingchu's busy figure, Xia Xiu felt a strange sensation. This man, rumored to be cold and aloof, was actually so considerate and attentive in private. No one would have expected that the once aloof President Gu would now humble himself to do housework, let alone that his attitude towards Xia Xiu had already quietly changed. The next morning, Xia Xiu got up early and made a sumptuous breakfast: pork rib noodles, egg rolls with soy milk, each dish showing her care. Just then, Gu Jingchu finished washing up and came out. Gu Jingchu took a bite of the pork rib noodles, and his taste buds were instantly awakened. He hadn't expected Xia Xiu to be such a good cook, completely different from the woman who only knew how to spend money. He had thought that Xia Xiu would eventually give up and leave, but this breakfast had quietly dispelled most of his unease. After finishing breakfast, Gu Jingchu cleaned up the dishes and told Xia Xiu that he would be busy with work for the next couple of days and might not be home for meals or sleep, so she didn't need to wait for him. Xia Xiu calmly nodded in agreement, turned around, and went back to her bedroom to turn on her computer. She wasn't idle. She had been managing her small business, waiting for news of the antique bowl auction. On the surface, she was a dutiful Mrs. Gu, but behind the scenes, she had already begun paving the way for herself. No one knew that she had earned her first pot of gold with antique bowls. Xiao Yudi sent a message informing her that the antique bowl had been auctioned for 870,000 yuan. After taxes, Xia Xiu received 710,000 yuan, plus a 70,000 yuan commission. This was the first money she had earned since transmigrating. Overjoyed, Xia Xiu was about to reply to a private message from a netizen when the phone on her desk suddenly started vibrating incessantly. The caller ID showed an unknown number. She initially thought it was one of the original owner's cronies and promptly hung up, but the other party persisted, calling again and again, which annoyed her greatly. Xia Xiu patiently answered the phone, asking in a very irritable tone who it was, but a furious voice came from the other end, instantly igniting her anger. On the other end of the phone was Xiang Yu. He was pressuring Xia Xiu to divorce Gu Jingchu, promising to marry her and make her Mrs. Xiang. His tone was arrogant and conceited, as if Xia Xiu would definitely agree. Xia Xiu was so angry she wanted to curse. This scumbag who had cheated her out of her feelings was like a persistent ghost. She refused him without hesitation and warned him that she would call the police if he harassed her again. Xia Xiu thought these words would scare Xiang Yu away, but unexpectedly, he threatened her with the original owner's things and demanded a meeting to clear things up. Otherwise, he would hand them over to Gu Jingchu. Xia Xiu searched her memories and found that the original owner and Xiang Yu had known each other for less than a month, and apart from phone calls and WeChat conversations, there had been no physical contact, so she had no leverage over him. The more she thought about it, the more suspicious she became. Xiang Yu, as a rich second generation, had no shortage of beautiful women, yet he hooked up with the original owner of this body after Gu Jingchu went bankrupt. There must be someone behind this. Xia Xiu curled her lips into a sneer. She wanted to see who was so blind as to try to scheme against Gu Jingqiu and use her as a breakthrough point. She immediately agreed to meet. However, she stipulated that the meeting must be in a crowded place, and she would never be alone with him. Xiang Yu hesitated for a moment, but at the prompting of someone nearby, he readily agreed and gave her the address. The address was a high-end tea house. Xia Xiu took a taxi there, a journey that took a full 40 minutes. This was the center of Beijing, a place the original owner used to frequent. After getting out of the car, Xia Xiu walked to the entrance of the antique-style tea house. The hostess looked her up and down, her disdain undisguised, and asked if she had a reservation. Xia Xiu ignored her gaze and directly gave Xiang Yu's name. However, upon learning that Xiang Yu had booked a private room, she resolutely refused to go in and only asked the hostess to pass on her message. She sat in a corner and told the hostess that she would only wait 10 minutes and would leave if she didn't come out in 10 minutes, her tone cold, but with an unquestionable air of authority. Not long after, the sound of something being smashed came from the private room. Clearly someone had lost their temper, but Xia Xiu didn't care at all, leisurely drinking tea and admiring the scenery in the courtyard. 10 minutes were almost up when Xia Xiu got up to leave. Suddenly, the door to the private room was flung open, and a woman with glamorous makeup and fashionable attire walked towards her with a distorted expression. Xia Xiu carefully examined the person and recognized her from her memories as Qin Luoluo, Gu Jingqiu's childhood sweetheart, who was also the one who frequently insulted and caused trouble for the original owner of this body. She instantly realized that the person who instructed Xiang Yu was Qin Luoluo, who wanted to use Xiang Yu to force her to divorce Gu Jingqiu so that she could take over. Qin Luoluo looked Xia Xiu up and down with disdain, radiating superiority and mocking her for not having a good time lately. Her tone was full of contempt and provocation. Xia Xiu scoffed and directly exposed Qin Luoluo's thoughts, questioning whether she wanted to break off her engagement with the Wang family's young master and take the opportunity to be with Gu Jingqiu. After saying that, she added, "How big is your face?" Her words hit the nail on the head, instantly enraging Qin Luoluo, who immediately raised her hand to hit her. Xia Xiu, however, wasn't about to tolerate her spoiled attitude. She picked up the scalding hot tea from the table and, without hesitation, splashed it at Qin Luoluo's about-to-slap hand. Qin Luoluo screamed and staggered back, her face filled with disbelief. She had never imagined that Xia Xiu, who used to avoid her like the plague, would dare to treat her like this. Xia Xiu looked at her expressionlessly, her tone cold, warning her not to put on airs in front of her. She didn't take Qin Luoluo seriously at all. Enraged, Qin Luoluo called Xia Xiu a gold digger and threatened her to divorce Gu Jingqiu immediately, or else she wouldn't have an easy time. Xia Xiu retorted with a cold laugh, mocking Qin Luoluo's shamelessness. She said that even if she divorced, Gu Jingqiu would never be her mistress with the Wang family's son. She firmly stated that even if Gu Jingqiu went bankrupt, she wouldn't divorce him. Before, she only knew how to spend money. Now she was willing to share both joy and sorrow with Gu Jingqiu. As she spoke, Xia Xiu took out a photo of their marriage certificate from her phone and waved it in front of Qin Luoluo, deliberately provoking the woman who had always coveted Gu Jingqiu. Qin Luoluo was speechless from the shock of the marriage certificate, clutching her chest and trembling with anger. But Xia Xiu wasn't satisfied and deliberately described her intimate daily life with Gu Jingqiu. Xia Xiu pretended to be a lovesick fool, saying that Gu Jingqiu was even more handsome than male celebrities, with a great body and a soft face, and that she slept with him every day, which made Qin Luoluo grit her teeth. Suddenly, Xia Xiu smashed a teacup on the table, raised her voice a few decibels, and exposed Qin Luoluo's true colors in public, scolding her for being greedy and trying to ruin someone else's marriage while getting engaged. She deliberately brought up that the young master of the Wang family had a fiancée before, implying that Qin Luoluo had interfered, and even questioned Qin Luoluo in public whether she hadn't had enough of being a mistress and wanted to interfere in her marriage. The gossipy gazes of those around them were all fixed on them, and Qin Luoluo was so angry she almost vomited blood. At this moment, she was filled with regret, regretting that she had chosen this place as the meeting place. Originally, this was a place that Xia Xiu often came to before Gu Jingqiu went bankrupt. She chose this place entirely to annoy Xia Xiu and let this woman know her current situation. Qin Luoluo thought Xia Xiu was too proud to speak up, but in the end, her thoughts were exposed in public, and she was the one who lost face. Qin Luoluo was both ashamed and angry, afraid of being recognized, and even more afraid that the matter would reach the ears of the young master of the Wang family. She cursed and then grabbed her bag and fled the tea house in a disheveled state. Xia Xiu looked at Xiang Yu, who was huddled in the corner, and a cold smile appeared on her lips. She made a throat-slitting gesture at him, which made the other man freeze in fright. Despite his pride, Xiang Yu threatened Xia Shiyu, saying that Gu Jingchu was bankrupt and couldn't protect her, and even vowed revenge. Xia Shiyu scoffed and directly pointed out that Xiang Yu's family was nothing more than nouveau riche. Even if the Gu family was bankrupt, their resources were far superior to Xiang Yu's. Her casual remark jolted Xiang Yu awake. Even in their decline, the Gu family still had enough connections to deal with a family like his, instantly turning Xiang Yu's face pale. Only then did Xiang Yu realize that while he didn't have any leverage over Xia Shiyu, he held evidence of Qin Luo's scheming, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He cursed Qin Luoluo under his breath for ripping him off, hurriedly paid the bill, and left. Xia Shiyu, having achieved her goal, felt relieved and easily rode her electric scooter home. Back home, Xia Shiyu cooked a simple meal without disturbing the busy Gu Jingchu. After tidying up, she turned on her computer and continued browsing posts about antiques online. She had gained some online fame for helping Xia Yudi appraise an antique bowl and sell it for a high price, and many people privately messaged her seeking her help appraising antique items. Xia Shiyu added the contact information of Li Mu, the manager of Century Appraisal Center. He valued her abilities and was willing to introduce her to potential collaborations. She searched through all the posts and private messages, but couldn't find any valuable genuine items. Most of them were ordinary objects or high-quality fakes, but she patiently replied to each one. After staring at the computer for a long time, Xia Shiyu used eye drops to soothe her eyes, tidied up, and prepared to wash up and rest, no longer wanting to browse the screen. Meanwhile, Gu Jingchu's company was brightly lit. The newly launched app had unexpectedly become a hit, achieving both high download numbers and positive reviews, and the employees were all working overtime to push forward with follow-up work. Gu Jingchu treated his employees generously, providing them with late-night snacks, triple overtime pay, and taxi reimbursement, so everyone worked overtime without complaint. Employees chatted and remarked that Gu Jingchu had a keen eye for talent, saving a project that everyone had doubted, and that he was even more handsome than a celebrity. As everyone was gossiping, someone suddenly reminded them, and everyone immediately composed themselves and pretended to be busy, especially the female employees, whose faces were full of annoyance. The sound of high heels grew louder as Qin Luoluo entered the office building. Upon seeing the female employees working overtime, her expression immediately darkened, and she began to berate the manager. She was convinced that these female employees had ulterior motives and wanted to get close to Gu Jingchu, so she verbally abused them, which angered the employees present. Lin Yi carried coffee toward Gu Jingchu's office, and Qin Luoluo immediately put on a gentle smile and reached out to snatch the coffee and deliver it to him. Lin remained unmoved, stating bluntly that Gu Jingchu did not want to see her, and pointed out that the Qin family had participated in suppressing the Gu family, so she had no right to enter the confidential office. Qin Luo's face turned pale instantly, but she still refused to give up, pleadingly saying that she only wanted to see Gu Jingchu once, her posture extremely awkward. Lin Yi showed no mercy, reminding her that she was already engaged and that constantly bothering the married Gu Jingchu would only embarrass the Wang family's young master. Upon hearing this, Gu Jingchu walked out of his office, his tone cold, and directly ordered Lin Yi to increase security, prohibiting any unauthorized personnel from entering. He didn't look at Qin Luoluo once during the entire conversation. After finishing speaking, he turned and went back to his office. Qin Luoluo tried to chase after him, but Lin Yi firmly stopped her. Lin Yi bluntly stated that her shameless and persistent behavior was extremely unsightly, and that he would call security if she didn't leave. The surrounding employees couldn't help but chuckle quietly. Qin Luoluo, her face ashen from the ridicule, clenched her fists, unwilling to leave, secretly vowing to make Gu Jingchu come to her. Lin Yi entered the office and was surprised to find Gu Jingchu not working, but frequently glancing at his phone on the desk, as if waiting for some message. He deliberately sent Gu Jingchu an emoji, and the other immediately picked up his phone to check. After realizing it was a joke, he gave him a cold look. Lin Yi leaned forward with a grin, teasing Gu Jingchu about whether he was waiting for Xia Shiyu's message, and joking that his sister-in-law hadn't sent any messages of concern so late. Gu Jingchu's gaze turned cold, and Lin Yi quickly stepped back and shut her mouth, no longer daring to tease him. Gu Jingchu scrolled through his phone and stopped at Xia Shiyu's WeChat profile picture, then suddenly said that he was married and shouldn't be staying out all night, and that he was going home now. He tossed a pile of documents and data on the table to Lin Yi to handle, then turned to leave, leaving Lin Yi frozen in place, utterly bewildered. Lin Yi rushed over and hugged Gu Jingchu's leg, wailing and complaining that he had abandoned his single employee to go back to his own private life. Gu Jingchu, however, calmly stated that Xia Xiu had messaged him saying she had made a late-night snack. He easily pried Lin Ye's hand off and left, leaving only Lin Ye's indignant cries in the office. Gu Jingchu couldn't help but slightly curl his lips in the car. He sent a message to Xia Xiu, asking if she was asleep, as he was on his way home. Xia Xiu was just about to fall asleep when she heard her phone notification sound. Confused, she opened it to find a WeChat message from Gu Jingchu. She remembered him saying he was busy and wouldn't be home for the next couple of days. Despite her bewilderment, she immediately got up and went into the kitchen to prepare a late-night snack for him. Xia Xiu simply cooked a bowl of egg noodles, and just as she put it on the table, she heard the sound of keys turning at the door. Gu Jingchu then walked in. She smiled and went to greet him, taking his bag and pulling him to sit at the dining table, urging him to eat his noodles and get some rest instead of staying up late. Gu Jingchu ate his noodles in silence, the warm noodles sliding into his stomach, making his heart feel warm and cozy, and a strange flutter rose in his heart. Xia Xiu sat beside him, watching, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder Qin Luoluo went to such lengths to pursue him. This man was indeed outstanding. Gu Jingchu finished eating and prepared to wash the dishes. When he picked up the apron from the refrigerator, he realized that Xia Xiu had already washed and hung it out to dry. He casually picked up an adorable bunny apron with rabbit ears, and Xia Xiu quickly snatched it and put it on herself. Xia Xiu, citing his hard work, offered to do the dishes, and Gu Jingchu didn't refuse, sitting on the sofa watching her. Looking at Xia Xiu in her apron, he found her inexplicably adorable, even having the absurd thought that she would look even better with bunny ears. Xia Xiu, having finished washing the dishes, stood hesitantly at the bedroom door, thinking about her conflict with Qin Luo and Xiang Yu that day, unsure whether she should tell Gu Jingchu. Seeing that she hadn't gone into the bedroom, Gu Jingchu stepped forward and placed his hand on her forehead, asking if she was feeling unwell. Xia Xiu was startled by the sudden touch and froze, quickly backing away and leaning against the door, saying that she just had something she wanted to tell him. Gu Jingchu's fingers tightened slightly, a surge of irritation rising within him. He secretly wondered if she was regretting her decision and wanted to bring up divorce. Xia Xiu mentioned Xiang Yu's name first, and Gu Jingchu instantly understood. A faint, indifferent smile curved his lips, assuming she was about to confront him and leave. He bluntly stated that he had known all along that the original owner wanted a divorce because of this man, his tone so calm it seemed as if he didn't care at all. Xia Xiu felt no shame whatsoever. Those things were all done by the original owner, and had nothing to do with her, so she had no reason to feel guilty. She explained calmly that it was just a momentary impulse, and that she had long seen through Xiang Yu's ulterior motives. Her contact with him was merely a ploy to exploit his scheme. Xia Xiu spoke half-jokingly, attributing all of this to bad luck in love, and even jokingly suggested that Gu Jingchu's charm was too great, which was why he had attracted all this trouble. She told Gu Jingchu that Xiang Yu was instructed by someone to seduce her, with the aim of forcing them to divorce, and asked him to guess who was behind it all. Looking at her cunning expression, Gu Jingchu's annoyance vanished, and he almost immediately named Qin Luoluo. Xia Xiu was surprised that he guessed correctly, and then asked him with a smile if he would be angry that she had embarrassed Qin Luoluo at the tea house today. Gu Jingchu was somewhat amused and explained that the two were not childhood sweethearts, but just lived nearby, and Qin Luoluo often went to the Gu family home. Mentioning Qin Luoluo, Gu Jingchu's eyes showed no warmth whatsoever. He bluntly stated that the other party was extremely annoying and thanked Xia Xiu for helping him out of the predicament. Only then did Xia Xiu realize that Qin Luo's fearlessness was entirely due to her own strategy, and not at all based on their so-called childhood sweetheart relationship. Gu Jingchu helplessly explained that Qin Luoluo had been relentlessly harassing him since the bankruptcy, and he would have given up long ago if he could avoid a complete falling out with the Qin family. He solemnly instructed Xia Xiu that she should not be polite to Qin Luoluo in the future and should not show her any mercy. Gu Jingchu remembered that the end of the month was approaching and took out his phone to transfer living expenses to Xia Xiu, but she reached out and pressed his hand down. Xia Xiu told him that she had found a home-based job with a very good income, and she could cover the household expenses. Gu Jingchu felt a pang of doubt, worried that she might be involved in dangerous things like online scams or fake online transactions, and couldn't help but remind her. Xia Xiu paused for a few seconds before realizing what he meant, and then burst out laughing, quickly explaining that she hadn't touched those things. She showed Gu Jingchu her Baidu Tieba account on her phone, saying that she was now a well-known antique appraiser, and many people sought her help with appraisals. Xia Xiu proudly recounted how she had appraised an antique bowl for someone and received a 70,000 yuan commission after the auction, looking forward to his praise. Gu Jingchu, as if possessed, raised his hand and placed it on her head, gently stroking her hair, sincerely praising her for being so capable. Xiaoxiu instantly froze, inwardly cursing her mistake. In her moment of smugness, she had unwittingly revealed a skill that didn't fit the original owner's character. She had intended to gradually lay the groundwork for learning appraisal, but she hadn't expected to be exposed so quickly, and she wished she could wake herself up on the spot. Gu Jingchu's eyes flashed with inquiry as he asked her if she was self-taught, wondering why she had never heard her mention this skill before. Unable to reveal the truth about her time travel, Xiaoxiu could only force a dry laugh and make up an excuse, claiming that she learned it from a senior in the archaeology club at school. She puffed out her chest, feigning confidence, and said that she had a great talent for appraising antiques and could tell the authenticity of an object at a glance. Gu Jingchu noticed that she was evasive, but he didn't press her further. He simply said that it was a good job and that she could contact him anytime if she needed help. Xiaoxiu quickly nodded in agreement. Gu Jingchu, seeing that it was getting late, told her to go and rest, while he made up the bed in the living room to prepare for the night. Xiaoxiu returned to the bedroom and leaned against the door, feeling uneasy, worried that Gu Jingchu would notice something was amiss. She thought again. The matter of time travel was too bizarre. Even if the other party suspected something, they would only think that the original owner's previous appearance was all a disguise. After figuring this out, Xiaoxiu felt much more at ease. Even if Gu Jingchu had some suspicions, she had nothing to be afraid of or worried about. Chapter 21. Your credit check is fine, right? After all, no matter how much they investigate, they can only find out about the original owner's life and nothing else. After the bedroom light was turned off, Gu Jingchu sat up from the sofa. He stared blankly into the darkness, slowly and rhythmically rubbing his thumb and forefinger together. He was currently engaged in an internal struggle. One side argues that Xiaoxiu has simply experienced a change in her personality, and besides, she might actually have some talent in appraisal. The other side said that Xiaoxiu's current personality is completely different from before, which means that these two completely different appearances must be deliberately put on for him and have a purpose. Gu Jingchu fell into deep thought. After a while, he finally tapped his phone screen and sent a message. Find out all of Xiaoxiu's information, compile it into a table with every detail, and send it to me. Gu Jingchu pressed his arm against his eyes and gently exhaled. The night was so quiet that you could hear your own breathing and heartbeat. You can also hear Xiaoxiu tossing and turning in her sleep through the wall, and it seems she even kicked off the blanket. He chuckled softly. It has to be said that he really enjoys spending time with Xiaoxiu now. He felt so relaxed. It had been a very long time since anyone had given him this rare feeling of ease. Moreover, unlike the Xiaoxiu he knew before, no matter how much someone tries to act, that clear, untainted gaze cannot be faked. Gu Jingchu sighed. Xiaoxiu, I hope you're alright. Perhaps because I went to bed too late last night, I didn't wake up until 9 a.m. the next morning. Xiaoxiu quickly brushed her teeth and washed her face. When she went out, she saw a steaming hot breakfast sitting in the pot. She stretched and finished eating her breakfast in 15 minutes before turning on her phone. Sure enough, many more messages appeared on WeChat. Actually, it was an appraisal agency on Tieba that took a liking to Xiaoxiu's talent and wanted to recruit him, meaning they could offer him a formal position. However, after adding the contact information, Xiaoxiu realized that this was the Century Appraisal Center. She immediately contacted Li Mu, who was also very surprised. Unexpectedly, the talent their appraisal center recently discovered on the website and forum was Xiaoxiu. Such a young girl, yet she has such a high talent for appraisal. The HR department of Century Appraisal Center has contacted Xiaoxiu to inquire when she can start work. Xiaoxiu didn't want to work a 9-to-5 job. She just wanted to stay at home and be a stay-at-home mom. She talked with HR for a long time before finally deciding to go to work 2 days a week and spend the rest of the time developing her career at home. However, once she has genuine antiques and collectibles that have been authenticated, she will prioritize authentication centers. Because of Li Mu's guarantee, Xiaoxiu signed an employment contract with the appraisal center, which was the first of its kind in history. For this, Xiaoxiu even gave Li Mu a rather large red envelope. Century Appraisal Center truly deserves its reputation as the top appraisal center in Beijing. Even if you only work 2 days a week, the salary is still 15,000 yuan, and that's the minimum wage. If you recruit someone to have their work verified and the verification is successful, you will receive an additional commission. That means I can not only get a salary, but also commissions and such. Earning $1 million a year is not a dream. Xiaoxiu took a look at the neighborhood environment and the size of the current house. She decided that after working for 2 months, she would earn her salary and enough commission, plus the money from selling handbags and luxury goods, and then buy a 2-bedroom apartment in a second-tier city in Beijing. Write your own name and Gu Jingchu's name. Houses in Beijing are not cheap. Even in second-tier cities, The price per square meter is over 20,000 yuan. Xia Shiyu sighed silently. If she sold all the luxury items in the room, she could buy a 2-bedroom apartment outright. However, those were bought by Gu Jingchu for the original owner, so she couldn't touch them. They were sold to Gu Jingchu as startup capital for his business. Therefore, Xia Shiyu only planned to make a down payment. At that time, the monthly mortgage payment will be split equally between Gu Jingchu and me. Now that we've made up our minds, we must ensure that nothing goes wrong. The original owner's credit history was flawless, but what about Gu Jingchu? Xia Shiyu pursed her lips and finally typed a line of text and selected send. Gu Jingchu was in a meeting discussing data when his phone, which was already on silent, vibrated on the table. He looked down at the notification. It was from Xia Shiyu. Lin Yi, sitting next to Gu Jingchu, naturally saw it too. He raised an eyebrow at Gu Jingchu, his eyes clearly conveying a message. Should we act impulsively for our wives' sake, like in those TV dramas where the meeting is paused because of a message from one of our wives? Gu Jingchu glanced at it coldly, then turned his phone over and continued the meeting. An hour later, the meeting ended, and everyone gradually left the conference room. Gu Jingchu took out his phone to check the WeChat message Xia Shiyu had sent him, but he wished he hadn't looked at it. Just one glance, and he stood frozen in place. A strange expression appeared on his face. Lin also came closer and saw Gu Jingchu's phone, which hadn't been locked yet. He paused for 3 seconds, then burst out laughing. I said, my sister-in-law is really funny. Is she this interesting even at home? She actually asked you if you're on a blacklist in your credit report. What's she trying to do? Ha ha ha. Gu Jingchu stared blankly at Lin Yi, who was laughing heartily, then casually picked a nearby ornamental flower and shoved it into Lin Yi's open mouth. Laugh more if you like. Eat some flowers, and your breath will smell sweet when you laugh. You? Gu Jingchu, what are you doing? You. Lin was so stuffed with food that he almost rolled his eyes back. The flower branch nearly pierced his throat. Gu Jingchu sat back in his small office, frowning as he stared at the WeChat interface for a full 2 minutes. He, who is usually eloquent, didn't know how to reply to this WeChat message. At this moment, they were unclear about what Xia Shiyu meant by asking him this question, or what she intended to do. After considering for a moment, Gu Jingchu replied with 2 words. No. Xia Shiyu was watching the video call from the customer who wanted the appraisal done, zooming in on every detail. To avoid disturbing her concentration, she had put her phone on silent. Now that his reputation has spread, some people who invite Xia Shiyu to authenticate their work choose to pay for it. Xia Shiyu charges by the hour. Image authentication is faster, costing between 100 and 500 yuan. Video authentication is usually for buyers who have paid a high price and don't care about the authentication fee as long as it's accurate. This takes longer, and the authentication fee is also considerable, over 1,000 yuan. However, as long as the image is clear enough, image and video authentication will not affect Xia Shiyu's authentication results. There's a dim light in this area. Right here in the screenshot I circled in red. Hold it up to the sun. Yes, with your face facing the sun, and take a picture with your phone. Chapter 22, Let's have a get-together. Xia Shiyu directed the operation via video, using various lighting and angles to determine whether the antiques displayed in the video were genuine. After a long half hour, Xia Shiyu rubbed her sore eyes and then gave an affirmative answer. It's genuine, from the XX era, and its estimated value is around 1.3 million. I suggest you have it appraised at the Century Appraisal Center. That way, whether you want to auction it or keep it for your own collection, it will retain its value. The other party didn't hesitate for long and immediately said they wanted to choose auction. After all, he had gone through a lot of trouble to bring these antiques back from overseas. He was just trying to trick those foreigners who didn't know the market price into buying them at a low price so that he could make a profit. Xia Shiyu's eyes lit up. This was a great opportunity to earn a commission. However, she didn't make it too conspicuous. Instead, she sent information from several appraisal centers and auction houses for comparison and then recommended Century Appraisal Center. Regardless of whether this customer chooses the auction house that Century Appraisal Center partners with, at least she will receive a commission on the appraisal fee. I made a small profit again. She picked up her phone and found that Gu Jingchu had replied to her message 8 hours earlier. Xia Shiyu breathed a sigh of relief after receiving no reply. However, Xia Shiyu secretly opened a website, found the picture of the marriage certificate on her phone, and entered Gu Jingchu's name and ID number. After finding no blacklists or negative records, Xia Shiyu quickly shut down her computer. Looks like I can buy a house with peace of mind now. My phone vibrated. It was a call from Gu Jingchu. Xia Shiyu then realized that she hadn't replied to his message earlier. She quickly answered the phone. What's wrong? I'm fine here, but what about you? Is something wrong on your end? Gu Jingchu's voice was very gentle. Are you planning to take out a loan to buy something? After thinking it over, I guess there's only one possibility. After all, Xiaoxiu's phone contacts used to be all saleswomen from luxury stores abroad. Whenever a brand released a new product, Xiaoxiu would definitely buy it. It seems like Valve recently released a new bag, but it's practically unavailable. Has she taken a liking to that bag? No, no, I was just asking. I found a job, and the salary is quite good. I also recently sold several bags. I'm thinking of saving up to buy a small 2-bedroom apartment in a second-tier city. That way, you won't have to be crammed on that tiny sofa every day, where you can't even stretch your legs out. But housing prices are quite high now. After I get my salary and gather all the money I have, I'll probably only be able to make a down payment. Then I'll have to pay off the loan together, which is why I asked you about my credit score. Was I being presumptuous? When Xiaoxiu's voice came, Gu Jingchu was stunned. She asked herself if she was on a blacklist on her credit report, just to get a loan to buy a house. And it's for my own sake. A strange emotion welled up inside Gu Jingchu, and he lowered his eyes slightly. Okay, I understand. Gu Jingchu wanted to say something more, but his phone was snatched away from him. Gu Jingchu's cold, deep eyes darkened, and Lin Yi felt himself surrounded by a murderous aura at almost the same time. His hand trembled slightly, and he instinctively wanted to return the phone, but then he thought that he had already risked his life to snatch it back. If we return it, wouldn't that be like stealing it for nothing? Under Gu Jingchu's dangerous gaze, Lin swallowed hard and quickly spoke. Hello, sister-in-law. I'm Lin Yi. Xiaoxiu was taken aback for a moment, then quickly greeted him. Hello, I've heard about it. Why isn't Gu Jingchu answering the phone? Hee, I grabbed the phone. Our company is having a small dinner party tonight, and I'd like to invite your wife to join us. Is that all right? Why did Gu Jingchu's company invite her to their dinner party? Xiaoxiu instinctively wanted to refuse. She didn't quite like the workplace environment. Even before she transmigrated into the book, she preferred to be alone while working as a university teacher. As for employee gatherings, she would decline them whenever possible. She didn't say anything, just trying to find a reason to refuse casually. Lin spoke again on the other end of the phone. Sai, our CEO Gu hasn't been home for dinner these past 2 days. He's been so busy at the company that he's forgotten when to eat. When we went out for a get-together, he was still planning to look at data at the company. Sister-in-law, if you don't come out, I doubt CEO Gu will go to dinner either. Lin continued speaking, effectively shutting down Xiaoxiu's excuses. She sighed silently. Okay, I understand. Send me the address, and I'll take a taxi over right now. After hanging up the phone, Lin was all smiles. At that moment, he ignored the deathly gaze upon him from behind. Lin Yi, you're right. I really should take good care of my health and eat on time, so I'll leave these tasks to you. After saying that, Gu Jingchu pressed the person down onto the leather chair. Looking at the data documents on the computer that needed to be organized and analyzed, Lin Yi was completely stunned. No. I created an opportunity for you and your sister-in-law to spend time together, and you just... Seeing Gu Jingchu tug at the potted plant again, preparing to shut her up, Lin Yi closed her eyes, feeling utterly hopeless. All right, you guys go eat. I'm staying at the office to work overtime. I'm going to scare you all to death. After saying that, he gritted his teeth and began to analyze and organize the data, banging his keyboard loudly. As Gu Jingchu approached the office door, he spoke to Lin Yi, who was engrossed in organizing and analyzing data. Be gentle, or you'll have to pay for the damage to company property. Before Lin Yi could even utter a sharp shout, Gu Jingchu immediately closed the door, shutting out the sounds from inside. The sound insulation is quite good. Xiaoxiu quickly arrived at the foot of an office building by taxi. This office building isn't very tall, probably only about 15 or 16 stories. There are many other buildings like this one around, all covered with company signs. Delivery riders in yellow uniforms were going in and out of these buildings. The companies on each floor of these buildings are all small companies. Because of the cheap rent, there are often 2 or 3 small companies on one floor of an office building. The address Gu Jingchu sent was on the 6th floor, to the left. That is, his company, which now occupies half of the 6th floor. I recall that in the story, in the expensive city of Beijing, Gu Jingchu, who was once a villainous boss, owned an entire luxury office building in a prime location, which served as the office building for the Gu Group. What about now? Living here is a cramped place. Not only is it crowded with people, but the environment and lighting are also not very good. This is quite a contrast to what I used to live in. It was also thanks to Gu Jingchu's positive attitude that he was able to pull himself together and start the company again. Chapter 23 was blocked. If it were anyone else, they would probably have jumped off the building. I wanted to walk right in, but a security guard in his 60s stopped me. The old man's hair was gray, but his eyes were bright and piercing. Young lady, you look unfamiliar. You don't live in this office building, do you? Do you have an employee ID from any of the companies in this building? Xiaoxiu was taken aback. She had only asked for the address before coming over. She didn't actually have a work ID or anything like that. No, I went upstairs to find my husband. His company had a dinner party today, and Alright, I'll call someone to pick you up. You can't go up without a work ID. The old man muttered, without opening the door. Why are there so many salespeople lately? And they even picked such a pretty one. She's going to spend all the wages of all the single guys in the building trying to woo her. Xiaoxiu naturally heard the old man's mutterings, and she was both amused and exasperated. Because she was meeting Gu Jingchu's friends and his employees, Xiaoxiu couldn't come without makeup. She picked and chose a simple dress from her wardrobe, put it on, sat down at her vanity to do some light makeup, and then took a taxi over. Unexpectedly, I was stopped by a security guard at the bottom of the office building and not allowed to enter. Hello, you must be Mr. Gu's wife. A voice came from behind, and someone stepped forward and patted Xiaoxiu on the shoulder. Xiaoxiu turned around and saw a young girl with a ponytail. When the little girl saw Xiaoxiu, she couldn't hide the amazement in her eyes. Yes, I don't have a work permit, so I can't go up. Xiaoxiu pointed to the security guard at the entrance. Mr. Gu asked me to wait for you downstairs. The young woman smiled. This uncle is very serious about his work. Recently, there have been a lot of salespeople selling counterfeit or substandard products coming to harass the employees of this office building. So this uncle is quite strict about controlling the entry and exit of people, also to prevent us from being harassed. After saying that, the little girl pulled Xiaoxiu in front of the security guard. Uncle, this is Mr. Gu's wife. She's here to have dinner with us today. Upon hearing that she was Gu Jingchu's wife, the old man's expression immediately changed. Hey, why didn't you tell me this sooner, girl? Hurry up and go upstairs. Don't keep President Gu waiting. Goodbye, uncle. Don't stop us next time you see Mr. Gu's wife. The security guard smiled and said no, and the little girl took Xiaoxiu up the elevator. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Xiaoxiu saw Gu Jingchu sitting in front of a computer. He was surrounded by several employees wearing name tags on their chests, and it seemed he was explaining the work to them. After finishing his explanation here, he went to another workstation to check. The main point is to be hands-on and not act like a boss at all. A man looks especially handsome when he's working seriously. Hi, sister-in-law. Hello there. I'm Lin Yi. We've met before. Lin suddenly appeared out of nowhere, standing right in front of Xiaoxiu. Hello. Xiaoxiu smiled and responded, then turned her head. Gu Jingchu had already raised his head, and their eyes met. The employees on the floor all looked up and stared at Mrs. Gu, whom they had never met before. The young girl who had just led Xiaoxiu upstairs has already sat down next to her colleague. I was waiting downstairs just now, and I recognized the prettiest one immediately. That's Mrs. Gu, Mr. Gu. She really is beautiful. Now that I see it up close, wow, I think it's even more beautiful than those celebrities on TV. No wonder our CEO Gu has always been indifferent to women. Even when Miss Qin offered herself to him, he didn't even glance at her. If I had such a beautiful wife, I wouldn't be able to see anyone else. The employees huddled together and whispered among themselves. Gu Jingchu coughed twice, and then fell silent. Pack your things, and let's go to the meeting room next door to prepare for dinner. The company has a dedicated chef to cook, because now is a crucial time to launch the app, conduct tests, and attract customers to download it. Therefore, instead of going out for a meal, the company's purchasing department bought ingredients from outside, and then hired several chefs to cook at the company. This was the first time Xiaoxiu had ever seen such a dining arrangement. However, the company's employees seemed to have no objections. On the contrary, they all had happy expressions. They immediately gathered their belongings at their workstations and headed towards the conference room one by one. Let's go, these are a pack of wolves. If we're too late, we won't even get a scrap. Gu Jingchu's tone carried a rare hint of jest. Xiaoxiu nodded, then followed Gu Jingchu into the conference room. The meeting room had been cleaned up, and various pots and pans were laid out on the table. There are barbecue grills, hot pot jars with 2 separate compartments, and small milk pots for cooking spicy hot pot. They have all kinds of pots and pans. And what's more, a conference room actually has an exhaust pipe for cooking fumes. It seems this isn't the first time I've eaten and cooked here. No matter how tough things get, we can't let our employees suffer. So when we rented this half-floor office, we also converted this meeting room into half a restaurant. Lin, who had somehow gotten close, came over and explained to Xiaoxiu with a grin. Our chefs here are paid a high salary. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, and even a late-night snack are all included. If you get hungry at work, you can come here and cook a dish yourself, or you can ask the chef to cook one for you. Summer rain. In her mind, she pictured a group of company elites having a meeting on one side, while in the next cubicle, chefs were vigorously tossing woks with spatulas. She burst out laughing. Fine. Lin also has a very outgoing personality. He had met Xiaoxiu before, But back then Xiaoxiu seemed to have eyes in the sky, looking down on everyone except Gu Jingchu, and not even bothering to say a word. Therefore, Lin Yi did not have a good impression of Xiaoxiu. But ever since he learned that Xiaoxiu was not going to divorce him and was going to stay by Gu Jingchu's side after he went bankrupt to rebuild his life, his opinion of Xiaoxiu changed. Seeing Xiaoxiu again now, Lin Yi felt that Xiaoxiu seemed to have changed a lot. If it were the old Xiaoxiu, seeing all these pots and pans in the room would have made him turn on her and left long ago. Lin also thinks that Xiaoxiu is very good now. Just as he was about to put his arm around Xiaoxiu's shoulder and say something, he, who was naturally outgoing, was about to do so. A coke appeared out of nowhere at my feet. He was caught off guard and stepped on it, falling hard onto the floor with a thud. With a loud thud, Lin also let out a scream. His eyes were fixed on the coke that had rolled to his feet, and he gritted his teeth in anger. It's obvious who did this. Chapter 24: A scoundrel who values women over friends. No, they haven't even met him yet. Why would I need to be so possessive? That bastard who forgets his friends for the sake of women. Xiaoxiu glanced at Gu Jingchu with amusement. After this incident, her initial restraint completely dissipated. Sister-in-law, do you believe this coke bottle suddenly appeared at my feet? Lin also looked mournful. Xiaoxiu blinked, then suppressed a laugh and turned to Gu Jingchu with a serious expression. He just fell so loudly it scared me. A smile appeared in Gu Jingchu's eyes. He reached out and patted Xiaoxiu's head, pretending to be serious, and said, yeah, he scared you. He's naughty. Let's go over there. Lin was completely stunned as he watched the two leave in front of him. See, that's why they say you can't have two kinds of people sleeping in the same bed. He fell down, and not only did he not help her up, he even said he scared her? Is this something a human being should say? Lin, still furious, got up from the ground and squeezed past an employee to sit next to Xiaoxiu. Xiaoxiu sat down in front of the barbecue grill, while Gu Jingchu grilled the meat beside her. He fell in his, but was almost split in 8 pieces, but the couple was all lovey-dovey, taking turns eating each other's food, practically feeding each other. So, Gu Jingchu grilled a piece of meat and put it in Xiaoxiu's bowl, and Lin took a piece of meat with her. Then, right in front of the two of them, he ate it in one bite, looking very smug. Childish. Lin raised an eyebrow. But I got to eat meat. Is it tasty? Xiaoxiu suddenly spoke. It's quite delicious. This meat doesn't seem to be cooked. Lin Yi. Okay. He's not playing anymore. The atmosphere at the dinner was very cheerful, especially with Lin Yi, the master of creating a lively atmosphere. Although the meeting room was not big, everyone was having a great time. As the event was nearing its end, everyone stayed behind to tidy up on their own initiative. Xiaoxiu wanted to help tidy up, but was stopped by several employees. Let's hurry up and let our CEO Gu go home and rest. He's been spending all his time in the office lately. If he doesn't rest soon, his eyes will be ruined. Xiaoxiu paused for a moment, then nodded. She walked up to Gu Jingchu. Are you going home to sleep tonight? As soon as she said those words, she felt her face burning. She knew perfectly well that Gu Jingchu would only sleep on the sofa if he went back. But no matter how you say it, it seems to have a different meaning. Good. The meeting room was cleaned up in no time. Xiaoxiu arrived at Gu Jingchu's office. The office wasn't very big, but it was clean and tidy. There's a small folding bed over there. Don't you like taking naps? Gu Jingchu pointed to the side of the desk. Xiaoxiu saw a small folding bed placed there, with a striped blanket on it. Does Gu Jingchu sleep on this folding bed, which is smaller than the sofa at home, when he doesn't go home to sleep? Xiaoxiu felt quite uneasy for a moment. Moreover, they didn't spend much time together. Gu Jingchu remembered that he had a habit of taking a midday nap. Xiaoxiu pursed her lips, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up. I'll drive you home. After the meal, the employees all took a lunch break. Xiaoxiu also had something to do in the afternoon. She had to go to the identification center. On the bus. What are you going to the testing center for? Gu Jingchu asked. I forgot to tell you, I found a job there. I only need to go 2 or 3 days a week, and guess how much I earn a month? Xiaoxiu chuckled. And there's commission too. Working at the testing center? A dark glint flashed in Gu Jingchu's eyes. The information Lin Yi sent indicated that she did indeed study archaeology for a period of time during her school years. But it's really strange, but I can't quite put my finger on what's so strange about it. Gu Jingchu smiled. The salaries at the Century Appraisal Center are quite high. Of course, it's 15,000 a month. If I could teach the whole class, my salary would probably double. Besides, there's a commission every month. My monthly salary can buy 1 or 2 square meters of housing. Xiaoxiu clenched her fist. The bags in my room have already been sold. Let's sell some more later and use that money to make a down payment. Then we can pay off the loan together. How about that? Actually, he could have just bought her a house outright. Gu Jingchu wanted to say let's go buy it several times, but seeing Xia Shiyu's excited and expectant expression, he swallowed his words back. Forget it. Now is not the time. It's not the time to completely trust her. Let her be. Your phone is ringing. Xia Shiyu picked up Gu Jingchu's phone from the car and handed it to him. It was an unmarked number. Gu Jingchu glanced at it, then hung up without hesitation and tossed it aside. Xia Shiyu could sense that Gu Jingchu's aura had dropped when he saw the number. Unfortunately, less than 10 seconds after I hung up, the phone rang again. This time, she didn't hand the phone to Gu Jingchu again. Instead, she put it on silent for him, afraid that the ringing of the phone would disturb him. After putting my phone on silent, it became much quieter. But a few minutes later, Xia Shiyu's phone rang. An unfamiliar number was also appearing on her phone screen. She was also very decisive and hung up immediately. But the person making the call seemed persistent, hanging up one and then calling back another. Xia Shiyu frowned slightly. Wait a minute, the client from this morning will be coming to the appraisal center, and she needs to greet her. What if I keep making these calls, and then the customer can't get through later? Answer the call, and see what those people have to say. Gu Jingchu's voice remained calm, but it carried a chilling coldness. Good. The phone rang again, and Xia Shiyu answered it. The voice on the other end was incredibly somber. You two think you're so great now, huh? You won't even answer the phone at home anymore. Don't you respect your elders at all? The voice on the other end of the phone sounded like it belonged to someone in their 50s or 60s, and it had a distinctly fatherly tone, which made Xia Shiyu frown in disapproval. She didn't have a name saved in her phone, so she couldn't immediately tell whose voice it was. However, you can roughly tell from their voices that they are elders from the Gu family. What can I do for you? Xia Shiyu said in a nonchalant tone. If there's nothing else, we have to get busy. You guys. Fine, you've grown wings, haven't you? Tell Gu Jingchu that if he doesn't come back for dinner tonight, then his company can forget about getting the slightest support from the Gu family. Xia Shiyu had the speakerphone on, so Gu Jingchu could hear everything the people inside were saying clearly. Uncle doesn't need to worry about chapter 25. He gave a cold laugh. He held the steering wheel with one hand and took Xia Shiyu's phone with the other. We'll be going back tonight. As for other things, Uncle, you don't need to worry about them. After hanging up the phone, Gu Jingchu maintained his calm expression, but a storm was brewing in his dark eyes. A cold smile crept across his lips. I need to trouble you tonight. I might need you to face some unpleasant things with me. It's all right. Xia Shiyu smiled slightly. Before she transmigrated into the book, she had met many important figures with the old man, so what was there for her to be afraid of? The car was already parked in the parking space by the side gate of the Design Appraisal Center. What time do you get off work? I'll come pick you up. Xia Shiyu nodded, then got out of the car and entered the appraisal center. You're pretty punctual for work. Limu walked over with a smile and pointed to his watch. It was exactly 2:30 p.m. I arrived right on time. Xia Shiyu chuckled and asked, Where's my workstation? Limu smiled and led Xia Shiyu to an office. Several men and women of different ages were sitting inside. Let me introduce you all. This is Xia Shiyu, our new appraiser at the appraisal center. Please welcome him. The people inside clapped and greeted each other. Hello everyone, my name is Xia Shiyu. From now on, I'm also a member of the company. I hope we can get along well. There are 5 people in this office, plus Xia Shiyu, making a total of 6. Everyone else welcomed Xia Shiyu. After all, his good looks were undeniable. But there was a man in his 40s who seemed to harbor blatant malice towards Xia Shiyu. She's the youngest appraiser in our center, and she's beautiful too. No wonder manager Lee likes us. We'll definitely treat this new colleague well in the future. He sat in the seat on the far side, and although his words were eloquent, they had a strange, sarcastic tone about them. Li Mu's face instantly darkened. Teacher Liu, I hope you can keep your word. Xia Shiyu sat down in her seat, wondering why the appraiser named Lu Qi was speaking to her in such a sarcastic manner. But I will not offend others unless they offend me. When Lu Qi comes up and provokes her, all she can do is not react at all. Sure enough, seeing that Xia Shiyu didn't even glance at him, Lu Qi, who had been somewhat smug, instantly darkened his face. Throughout the afternoon, no matter what Xia Shiyu was doing, this middle-aged man named Lu Qi would always chime in with a few sarcastic remarks. Qianlele quite liked Xia Shiyu. She was a sucker for good looks, and Xia Shiyu sat down next to her as soon as he arrived. When Qianlele learned that Xia Shiyu was already married, she even showed a regretful expression. Don't pay any attention to that old man surnamed Lu. If he were really capable, he wouldn't be sitting in this junior appraiser's office at 40. People his age are at least intermediate appraisers. Some people with connections and talent can become senior appraisers at 30. We are also divided into levels in this industry. Qianlele explained. As junior appraisers, we only take on orders ranging from 100,000 to 1 million yuan, with prices above 300. Unless the intermediate appraisers don't want them, they won't end up in our hands. Xiaoxiu nodded. So it turns out that items here are graded. She turned on her computer and began to learn about the rules for working at this testing center and the conditions for promotion. Xiu, your client is here. He's at the front desk. Go and greet him. Limu came over and knocked on the door. Xiaoxiu quickly got up from her seat. As soon as she walked out of the junior appraiser's office, Lu Qi immediately began to mock her. Look, on the first day of work, not only does she have our managerly backing her up and personally introducing her, but she already has a client on the very first day. I heard she brought her over herself. It's true that being young and pretty is advantageous. Clients come in all at once. The other two men in the office, who were clearly in cahoots with Lu Qi, started to chuckle secretly when they heard this. Qianlele couldn't help but roll her eyes. When they can't compete with others, they spread rumors about them. This is something these middle-aged men have always been used to doing. Previously, this room for junior appraisers was also occupied by a girl, but it was taken away by these middle-aged men spreading rumors. I heard that some of them even developed depression. What a bunch of despicable people. Qianlele couldn't stand it anymore, so she slammed a glass of water onto the table. Lu Qi and the other two men glanced at Qianlele's darkening face and wisely kept quiet. The reason Qianlele was still in this office was because she had some influence behind her, and these three men didn't dare to mess with her. I'm telling you, instead of wasting your time talking about others behind their backs, you should go find more clients and get more appraisal orders. Don't end up in middle age and not even be able to keep your job. The men looked pale and ashen, but dared not argue back. They could only find excuses to leave the office one by one. Xiaoxiu is currently receiving clients she recruited from online forums. The customer was a kind old man in his 70s. He was almost stunned when he saw Xiaoxiu. I didn't expect her to be such a young girl. The old man happily took out his antiques and collectibles to be appraised. This young lady is so talented that she can become an appraiser at a well-known appraisal institution. I believe in you. I brought this antique back from overseas with great difficulty. When my grandson accompanied me on a trip, I saw it at a street stall and felt that it was valuable. It took a lot of effort to bring it back to China. I consulted several appraisers, but they all cheated me. Until I met you, young lady, it seems that I am still lucky. Xiaoxiu smiled slightly, said a few polite words, and then handed over the rest to the appraisal center. Once we're done with this busy work, we'll deal with the old man's appraisal. Xiaoxiu glanced at her phone. It was already 5:30 p.m. It's almost time to get off work, so Gu Jingqiu should have already driven over to pick me up. As soon as they arrived downstairs at the appraisal center, Gu Jingqiu's Volkswagen was parked in the parking space in front of the center. He stood outside the driver's seat, one hand still swiping his phone, seemingly about to make a call. Xiaoxiu quickly went over. Stop calling, I'm coming. Gu Jingqiu put away his phone, then turned and walked to the passenger side to open the door. Let's go. The car drove into a villa area. Summer Rain exclaimed in amazement. The truth is, Gu Jingqiu went bankrupt, but the Gu family did not. No wonder they were so calm and collected even after going bankrupt. Chapter 26. This is my wife's position. Upon entering the villa, a group of people were seated around the dining table in the living room. The original owner's memories were almost entirely blank, because there was no wedding ceremony since she married Gu Jingqiu, so she had never met Gu Jingqiu's family. Those sitting at the dining table are mostly relatives of Gu Jingqiu. The old man of the Gu family spends most of his time in the hospital and can't return to the Gu family home even once a year. Those sitting here are all Grandpa Gu's children. Grandpa Gu has 3 sons and 1 daughter. Gu Jingqiu's father was the second son in his family. His parents died in a private plane crash when he was very young, leaving Gu Jingqiu to grow up alone in the Gu family. In such a long-established and wealthy family, the power struggles and infighting never cease. It's easy to imagine how Gu Jingqiu grew up in this family, and how he became the villainous boss in this novel who almost overwhelmed the male and female protagonists. If the writing hadn't gone too far astray, and if the author had forced the male and female protagonists to win and follow the actual course of events, the story would probably have ended long ago. The power of a storyline is truly terrifying. Xiaoxiu muttered to herself as she looked up at the Gu family elders who were staring at her with disdain, wondering if she should say something to warm things up. But the next moment, something came flying through the air, and Gu Jingqiu took a step back. Suddenly, a teacup shattered at Gu Jingqiu's feet with a bang. A middle-aged man with a gloomy face looked over here angrily. Gu Jingqiu, is this how you raise yourself? Making us, a table full of elders, wait for a junior like you to come home for dinner. Judging from Gu Jingqiu's constant rejection of phone calls today, Gu's uncle is not an easy person to get along with. Xiaoxiu raised her eyebrows and silently followed Gu Jingqiu, taking 2 steps back. She lowered her eyes, looking frightened, and tugged at Gu Jingqiu's sleeve. Jingqiu, I shouldn't have come here. It seems like no one welcomes me. Gu Jingchu was stunned for a moment, seemingly not expecting Xia Shiyu to react in this way. Her eyes were bright and sparkling, and her face looked like she was about to cry. She was very beautiful. A smile crept into his deep eyes. Gu Jingchu immediately understood that Xia Shiyu was standing up for him. Uncle, if you don't welcome me back, don't call me anymore. I don't really like seeing your face, you scared my wife. Gu Jingchu took Xia Shiyu's hand and walked straight to the head of the table. A young and beautiful girl sat in the main seat. When she saw Gu Jingchu, her face turned red with shyness. There was an empty seat next to her, which was obviously reserved for Gu Jingchu. Oh wow. These people called Gu Jingchu, but when they returned to the Gu family, they didn't leave her a place? And in front of her, the legal wife, is she planning to set Gu Jingchu up on a blind date? Unexpectedly, coming back with Gu Jingchu would lead to some gossip and excitement, and Xia Shiyu immediately perked up. Her eyes darted around slyly, but she maintained the persona of a weak, manipulative girl she had portrayed when she first entered the room. Jingchu, who is she? Before Gu Jingchu could speak, a beautiful and elegant lady walked over with a gentle smile on her face and reached out to grab Xia Shiyu's wrist. Jingchu, this must be your wife. This is the first time she's brought her back to the Gu family to meet us elders since we got married. The noblewoman looked at Xia Shiyu with a smile in her eyes, but the smile was full of calculation. You're really beautiful and have a great figure. No wonder you insisted on getting a marriage certificate with me despite all our family's objections, and even making Grandpa so angry that he had to be rushed to the hospital. These sentences praise Gu Jingchu for how much he loves Xia Shiyu and for all the things he has done for her, but every word is actually belittling Gu Jingchu and implying that he is unfilial. Xia Shiyu's eyes immediately turned cold. She calmly slapped away the hand that Aunt Gu placed on her, maintaining her image as a weak and scheming woman, and even adding a touch of naivety and sweetness to it. Wow, really? He didn't tell me any of this. Xia Shiyu covered her mouth in amazement and walked to Gu Jingchu's side with a touching expression. I'm so happy that you've done so much for me. Then, she turned to Aunt Gu and said, Aunt, the reason Jingchu didn't bring me home was because he was afraid I wouldn't be able to handle the environment there. He said there were too many rules and the people in the house might be difficult to get along with. But now that I'm here, I found that you are a very easy person to get along with. Xia Shiyu was quite pleased to see that Aunt Gu's face darkened for a moment. It's just being sarcastic, as if anyone can't do that. Excuse me, could you please get up? This is my wife's seat. Gu Jingchu showed no politeness whatsoever to this woman who was shy and timid in front of him. He sat down next to the woman, leaning back lazily in his chair, unmoved by her flirtatious glances, and even kicked the chair leg impatiently. Are you hard of hearing? Even though she was shy and blushing in front of Gu Jingchu, the woman's face paled slightly at being humiliated like this by the person she liked, and she then stood up angrily. Sit here. Gu Jingchu patted the chair, then took out a wet wipe from his pocket and carefully wiped the place where the woman had sat. It's clean now. Gu Jingchu, you. The woman's face turned pale with anger, her makeup contorted, and she glared angrily at Gu's eldest uncle and aunt. Is this what you mean, that he likes me and invited me over for dinner? Miss Sun, that's not how it is. Let me explain. But this Miss Sun was also a daughter of a wealthy family, and she didn't listen to Aunt Gu's explanation at all, and stormed off angrily. Uncle Gu's face immediately darkened. He slammed his hand on the table. Gu Jingchu, what kind of attitude is this? Miss Sun is a guest I invited. How can you be so rude to her? Wang Ma, I'm hungry, serve the food. Gu Jingchu didn't even glance at his uncle. His tone was indifferent, yet it concealed a sharp edge. Uncle, if you have so much energy to spare, go farm. The dining table is for eating. Uncle Gu's face turned extremely ugly. He wanted to say something with a dark expression, but his hand was pressed down by Aunt Gu. Jingchu, what are you saying? You know your uncle is all bark and no bite. Miss Sun, I invited her here. Her family has a very good background. We invited her here so that he could go back and talk to his family and get some cooperation with the Gu family. Aunt Gu sighed, looking at Gu Jingchu as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Chapter 27, Am I Not Allowed to Call the Police? Gu Jingchu completely ignored her gaze, and even Xia Shiyu didn't glance at Gu's aunt. No one paid any attention to Gu's aunt's humiliating and burdened appearance. Since no one was willing to take over her act, she naturally couldn't continue. Helpless, she could only give her husband a look. Then Gu's eldest uncle looked at Gu Jingchu with an angry expression. Do you think we want to be the bad guys? It's all because of you. If we hadn't mismanaged the company, would the Gu family have suffered such huge losses? You should know that before, people were always begging the Gu family to cooperate with us. We never had to beg people like this now. Xia Shiyu glanced at Aunt Gu, who was still performing, and then at Uncle Gu, who looked like he might flip the table at any moment. Then he turned his gaze to Gu Jingchu. But Gu Jingchu smiled gently at Xia Shiyu. Are you hungry? Come and eat. Xia Shiyu nodded blankly. I admire the villainous boss's ability to remain unmoved and unresponsive even when faced with storms. She could practically see Gu's eldest uncle's head steaming with rage, but he was utterly helpless against Gu Jingchu. The dishes on the table were delicious and appealing, and Xia Shiyu enjoyed the meal immensely. After all, who can resist eating while watching a melon? But the meals at these wealthy and powerful families are just too boring. The food was delicious, but the portions were really small. It was better than her cooking some simple home-style dishes at home and eating rice with her hands in her bowl. Seeing that the two of them made no move, Aunt Gu's eyes darkened. She picked up a bowl of soup, but as she brought it to her lips, her hand trembled, and the soup spilled all over Xia Shiyu's skirt. Hiss! Xia Shiyu stood up, frowning as she looked at her skirt, which was soaked with soup. Although the soup wasn't hot, it still felt uncomfortable sticking to my skin through the fabric. Oh dear, I'm so sorry, my hand just slipped a little. A hint of smugness flashed in Aunt Gu's eyes. She quickly asked the maid to bring out a towel and pretended to wipe Xia Shiyu's skirt. Aunt, your hands are shaking at your age. I suggest you go to the hospital to get them checked out. It might be a sign of Alzheimer's. Xia Shiyu gave a forced smile, took the towel, and wiped her hands on her skirt. Aunt Su Tingwan of the Gu family gritted her teeth in anger, but managed a forced smile. This dress is all soaked with soup. It's unwearable. Shiyu, why don't you go upstairs with your aunt and change your clothes? It's uncomfortable to wear this wet dress clinging to your legs. Xia Shiyu clenched her fists. Just as Gu Jingchu had said, they had come here to eat in order to resolve some trouble. Her eyes met Gu Jingchu's, and Gu Jingchu nodded slightly, letting her do as she pleased. Xia Shiyu felt much more at ease. She glanced at her wet dress and gave Su Tingwan a slight smile. Then I'll trouble you to take me upstairs to change my clothes, Auntie. Su Tingwan nodded and quickly led Xia Shiyu to a room on the second floor. The maid brought in several dresses, placed them on a hanger, and then left the room. Only Su Tingwan and Xia Shiyu remained in the room. Once they had some alone time, Su Tingwan's kind and gentle expression immediately changed. Her face darkened, and her eyes, as she looked at Xia Shiyu, revealed unconcealed anger and malice. You little bitch. I treated you well in front of Gu Jingchu, and you dare to take advantage of my kindness? Have you forgotten who you are, daring to embarrass me like this at the dinner table? Xia Shiyu leaned lazily against the wall, a cold smile playing on her lips. Oh ho, Auntie, your change of expression is fast enough to be an opera singer. What about status? The Qing dynasty is long gone. This is a communist society now. Why are you still talking about class and hierarchy? Su Tingwan gritted her teeth. How come I never realized you were so sharp-tongued? Xia Shiyu was stunned for a moment. She said before? Could it be that the original owner and Su Tingwan had some interaction before? How come this scene wasn't in the memory she received? She lowered her eyes without changing her expression and said, What do you mean by before? Aunt, we've never met before. Su Tingwan glanced at Xia Shiyu with disdain, then snorted coldly. How could someone of your status possibly see me? I've only investigated you and know that you're an orphan with no background, that you won't be of any help to Gu Jingchu after you marry him, and that you're vain and greedy for money. Su Wanning walked up to Xia Shiyu. She was shorter than Xia Shiyu, and when she stood in front of Xia Shiyu, it was as if Xia Shiyu was looking down at Su Wanning. Gu Jingchu is bankrupt now. I know he's dabbling in some small internet software company. He won't last long. Xia Shiyu, you haven't been to any auctions or fashion shows in the past 6 months. You can't buy luxury goods as you please. It must be tough for you. If you still want to live the life you used to live, you can cooperate with me. I see that Gu Jingchu still likes you quite a bit. You can whisper in his ear and get him to give up the Gu Group shares that the old man left him. Also, he has some information about the Gu Group's production line. Get it out to me. As long as it works out, I guarantee that I will let you live the same life as before. Those bags from the boutiques, you can buy them whenever you want. Go to the luxury stores whenever you want. How about that? Xia Shiyu looked at Su Wanting expressionlessly. If it were the original owner of this body, she might have been tempted by the conditions offered by Su Wanting. Xia Shiyu has never liked these things. She prefers to stay at home playing games, watching TV, and enjoying delicious food rather than luxury goods. Su Wanting's plan failed. I won't agree. I'm sorry, but I won't betray my husband. Xia Shiyu spread her hands, feigning innocence. Sorry, your wishful thinking has backfired. You'd better think this through. For a woman of your status, crushing you is as easy as crushing an ant. Su Wanting stared at Xia Shiyu in disbelief. She never expected that this vain and money-grubbing woman would actually refuse her. Hello, is this 110? I've been attacked here. The moment the emergency call was dialed, Su Wanting rushed over in a fit of rage and snatched the phone from Xia Shiyu. Nothing's wrong, we just had a fight at home. After hanging up the phone, Su Wanning threw it on the ground. Xiaoxiu, you dare call the police? Xiaoxiu patted her chest, looking scared, and took a few steps back. Hey, you said you were going to strangle me. My life is threatened, and you won't even let me call the police? Auntie. Chapter 28. You're wrong. That address of Auntie almost broke Su Tingwan's composure. Her eyes widened, and she subconsciously touched her face. She's only in her early 40s. This little bitch calls herself Auntie. You. She pointed her finger at Xiaoxiu, but Xiaoxiu didn't tolerate her. Xiaoxiu slapped Su Wanning's outstretched finger down. You call yourself a wealthy family, yet you point your finger at people like that. Where is your manners? Xiaoxiu snorted coldly. You smash my phone, pay up. After saying that, she pushed Su Tingwan out of the room and casually picked out a simple dress to wear. When she walked out the door, the impatience on her face had completely disappeared, replaced by an expression that looked like she was about to cry. Wah! Xiaoxiu pinched herself hard, the sour taste making her burst into tears from the pain. Under everyone's stunned gazes, Xiaoxiu, tears streaming down her face, threw herself into Gu Jingchu's arms. Honey, she's bullying me. Xiaoxiu buried her face in Gu Jingchu's arms and shuddered when she called out, husband, feeling goosebumps creep up her arms. Gu Jingchu placed his hands at his sides, and for the first time, a look of helplessness appeared in his eyes. When Gu Jingchu saw Xiaoxiu rush into his arms with red eyes, his heart skipped a beat. The air pressure suddenly dropped. His deep, dark eyes cast a cold, sharp gaze my way. Everyone at the table lowered their heads. What happened? Xiaoxiu's lips curled into a slight smile. My aunt looks down on me because of my low social status. She looks down on me and wants me to do things for her. When I refused, she threatened to have someone kill me. She even smashed my phone. Wah! Xiaoxiu wiped away her tears, looking pitiful. Gu Jingchu's handsome face turned completely cold. All right. What kind of family is this, making such a scene during a meal? The woman who had been sitting to the side, observing the situation, spoke coldly. Jingchu, give your aunt some face. It's not easy for us to get together for dinner today, so let it go. Then, the woman smiled at Xiaoxiu again. She, right? I'm Jingchu's aunt. I'm so grateful for your care during this time. It's a bit rushed since this is our first meeting, so I don't have much to give you. Please wear this bracelet. After saying that, Gu Qinyue took off a translucent green bracelet from her own hand and put it on Xiaoxiu's wrist without saying a word. The table was a vibrant, translucent emerald green, which made Xiaoxiu's skin appear even whiter. This bracelet really suits you, Gu Qinyue said with a gentle smile. Compared to Su Tingwan, a woman who presents a different face to people in public and private, the woman in front of Xiaoxiu gave her a very comfortable feeling. She couldn't sense any malice from Gu Qinyue. On the contrary, Xiaoxiu felt that Gu Qinyue liked her. Thank you, Auntie, this bracelet is really beautiful. After receiving a signal from Gu Jingchu, Xiaoxiu finally put the bracelet on her wrist with peace of mind. My dear sister-in-law, you're so generous, Su Tingwan said with a forced smile, her eyes fixed on Xiaoxiu, the bracelet on her wrist seeming to be poisoned. Xiu, you should thank your aunt properly. This bracelet is an heirloom of the old lady, quite old, and priceless. I've asked her for it several times, but she wouldn't give it to me. I didn't expect her to give it to you on our first meeting today. He was speaking politely, but there was a hint of sourness in his tone. Su Tingwan was furious. She had her eye on this bracelet when the old lady was still alive. Unfortunately, no matter how much she hinted, that old hag wouldn't give her the bracelet. Finally, the old hag died, and then a will appeared, and the bracelet ended up in her sister-in-law's hands. This is infuriating. What right does Xiaoxiu, an orphan, have to wear such an expensive bracelet? What about Auntie? What did Auntie prepare for me? Xiaoxiu tilted her head, staring intently at Su Tingwan, when suddenly a sad expression appeared on her face. I know Auntie definitely doesn't like me, otherwise she wouldn't have treated me like that just now. Actually, it doesn't matter whether Auntie gives me a gift or not, it's just that the phone that Auntie smashed is really important to me. She squeezed out 2 tears. There are photos of my deceased relatives inside. It's so badly damaged, it can't be repaired, sob sob sob. Gu Qinyue suppressed a smile and glared at Gu Jingchu with annoyance. This kid, where did he find such a fun wife? Why didn't he bring her to him sooner? A smile flashed across Gu Jingchu's eyes. From the moment he spoke, his impression of Xiaoxiu seemed to have been refreshed once again. He watched as Xiaoxiu displayed her clumsy acting skills, a hint of doting that he himself didn't even realize flashed in his eyes. Gu Jingchu, you have to stand up for me. That's my most precious thing. Money can't buy it back. Su Tingwan's eyes widened, and she almost lost her elegant image in front of outsiders. You, how can you be so insensible, you little, Junior? It's just a phone, I'll compensate you. She stormed upstairs, grabbed 10,000 yuan in cash, and placed it on the table in front of Xia Shiyu. Is 10,000 yuan enough? Xia Shiyu looked at Su Tingwan with some surprise. 10,000? Only 10,000? Is this all the wealthy socialite has to offer in terms of generosity? That's not how it's portrayed in the TV series. Perhaps it was because Xia Shiyu's questioning and disdainful gaze was too obvious that Su Tingwan's face turned pale and then red. Is it not enough? Name your price. Xia Shiyu had been waiting for these words. Excitement flashed in her eyes, and the corners of her mouth curled up. She rubbed her hands together and walked excitedly to Su Tingwan, her previous grief-stricken expression completely gone. Aunt, this amount is fine. She reached out her hand, and 3 fingers were extended in front of Su Tingwan. Good. Su Tingwan then took out another 20,000 yuan in cash and placed it on the table. But Xia Shiyu didn't answer. She blinked. I meant 300,000. Su Tingwan was dumbfounded. 300,000. Why didn't she just rob it? What kind of phone costs 300,000? Although 300,000 yuan is just what she usually spends on bags and shopping, but she felt extremely aggrieved, as if she had been taken advantage of. She glared at Gu Jingchu through gritted teeth. Jingchu, look at your wife. She's obsessed with money. She wants me to pay 300,000 yuan for a phone that only cost a few thousand yuan. Aren't you afraid people will laugh at our Gu family if word gets out that she's so greedy? Is this how you manage her? Gu Jingchu frowned, his eyes showing displeasure. You really shouldn't have asked for 300,000. You made a mistake. Seeing Xia Shiyu being scolded, Su Tingwan immediately curled the corners of her mouth. Chapter 29, Double the Compensation. But Gu Jingchu's next words made her smile freeze on her face. Your phone contains your most precious memories, so this 300,000 yuan should at least double. Xia Shiyu chuckled and nodded in agreement. Yes, Annie, the dress you're wearing is a limited edition from X brand. It's worth at least 700,000 or 800,000. You can't possibly not even afford to compensate for a mere few 100,000, can you? She covered her mouth, looking surprised. Uncle, don't you usually give Aunt money to spend? Gu Qinhua burst out laughing. This Xia Shiyu is really an interesting person. Gu Qinyan has always been a person who cares a lot about his reputation. Now that his family is sitting here, being questioned about his lack of money is tantamount to slapping him in the face. Send me your account number, and I'll have my secretary transfer the money to you. Xia Shiyu's eyes lit up immediately. She grabbed Gu Jingchu's phone, opened the transfer records he had given her, and showed Gu Qinyan her bank card account number. I'm so sorry. Uncle is so generous. Please transfer the money now. Gu Qinyan was so angry that his teeth itched. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, he took a picture and forwarded it to his secretary. After the transfer was confirmed, she smiled broadly and thanked him several times. She sat back down next to Gu Jingchu and whispered something to him. Hey, we don't have to wait until next month. We have the down payment for our house now. That's a whopping 600,000. In addition, the money from selling several bags and luxury goods amounted to over 1 million yuan, enough to make a down payment on a 2-bedroom apartment in a second-tier city like Beijing. Looking at Xia Shiyu's cunning yet charming appearance, Gu Jingchu couldn't help but quietly curl his lips. Come on, Jingchu, this is your favorite dish, eat more. Gu Qinhua seemed oblivious to the grim faces of her elder brother and sister-in-law, and greeted Gu Jingchu and Xia Shiyu with a beaming smile as they ate. During the meal, everyone had different expressions, but fortunately nothing else happened. At the dinner table, Gu Qinyan kept subtly inquiring about Gu Jingchu's company, and also wanted to know what old Master Gu and Gu Jingchu had talked about in the hospital, and whether they had discussed the will. Gu Jingchu dealt with each of them, but did not let Gu Qinyan gain any advantage. While enjoying the food, Xia Shiyu observed the other Gu family relatives at the table, who seemed mute from the start. These people seemed to have been observing something from the very beginning. Because of Gu Jingchu's bankruptcy, the Gu family, which was tied to Gu Jingchu, also went downhill. So these relatives who have always relied on the Gu family for support are watching Gu Jingchu and Gu Qinyan to see who will ultimately take over the Gu family. Seeing that she couldn't get any information out of Gu Jingchu at the dinner table, Su Tingwan happily put a piece of food on Gu Jingchu's plate. All right, let's not talk about business at the dinner table. Jingchu, Jingyi will be returning from abroad soon with Dong Dong and Lulu. When that happens, you must come home to visit often. Su Tingwan's words were loaded with meaning. Xia Shiyu could sense that the atmosphere around Gu Jingchu suddenly turned cold. It seems that the people Su Ting mentioned might be very important to Gu Jingchu. The meal was finished with everyone harboring ulterior motives. In the car, Gu Jingchu leaned back in the driver's seat with his head held high, his eyes lowered, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. Xia Shiyu sighed silently. Judging from Gu Jia's situation, It seemed impossible for him to live a peaceful and stable life in the future. From now on, I'll have to be careful around everyone I meet. It's okay, I'll be there for you from now on. Since she has decided to live with him, Xiaoxiu will also take on the responsibilities that Gu Jingchu is facing. Gu Jingchu's life is too difficult right now. He was facing the pressure of starting a new business, and also had family members with ulterior motives. It's too difficult. Gu Jingchu was stunned for a moment before finally turning to look at Xiaoxiu seriously. He could sense that Xiaoxiu's eyes were sincere at this moment, and that she wasn't just saying perfunctory words to comfort him. Thanks. Gu Jingchu didn't say much, but sincerely thanked him. The two remained silent in the car for a while before Gu Jingchu started the car. The car drove through the brightly lit night. When it arrived at the parking lot downstairs, Xiaoxiu, who had been looking at real estate agencies in the car, finally found a suitable one. Gu Jingchu, what do you think of these houses? Gu Jingchu looked over and saw that Xiaoxiu had contacted several real estate agents, and the property listings were displayed on the page. They are all two-bedroom apartments, each around 60-70 square meters, and are second-hand properties. Xiaoxiu chuckled and quickly explained, I think it would be more convenient for us to buy a second-hand house, given our current circumstances. If we buy a ready-made house in a new development, it's not only expensive, but it also takes time to renovate. Even after the renovation is finished, we might not be able to move in immediately. We'd have to wait a long time. With a second-hand house, we just need to hire a housekeeper to thoroughly clean the house, then add what we need and discard what we need, and we can move in immediately. Gu Jingchu nodded, pursed his lips, and decided to have Lin Yi take care of this matter later. Okay, just let me know when you've chosen. Okay. It was already 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening when the two got home. After washing up, Xiaoxiu opened the website and answered a few questions from potential customers before going to bed. For the next few days, Gu Jingchu was busy with company matters every day, but no matter how busy he was, he would always go home for dinner in the evening. Xiaoxiu also adapted to her work at the identification center. In just 1 week, she went from being a person who was suspected of getting in through connections to becoming the top performer in the primary identification room. She has already made a name for herself on websites and online forums, and has a certain number of fans. People who love antiques and collectibles trust her a lot. Are you free tonight? Come with me to a charity auction. Xiaoxiu was taken aback when Gu Jingchu sent her a WeChat message. Charity auction? She didn't reply immediately, but decided to think about it first. The original owner loved these extravagant and decadent occasions the most. But she wasn't the original owner of this body. She didn't like crowded places at all, and she really didn't want to stay in social situations where everyone wore a mask like a smiling tiger. What kind of auction was it? After some hesitation, Xiaoxiu replied to the message. Gu Jingchu replied almost instantly. It's called a charity auction, but it's actually just a bidding party. People go there to bring in a few projects for the company. There are many familiar faces there. Xiaoxiu rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. Before Gu Jingchu went bankrupt, he was a business tycoon, and everyone fawned over him. But now, I used to be the one being asked for favors, but now I'm the one asking for favors to get projects. The contrast is, Chapter 30, she's gained weight. If you leave him alone in that situation? Xiaoxiu sighed, but finally replied. Okay, I will go. What preparations do I need to make? Soon, Gu Jingchu called. Just do it the same way as before, I'll come pick you up. Okay. Soon, the day of the charity auction arrived. Xiaoxiu made sure to set aside time for it. Before she transmigrated into the book, she had attended all sorts of auctions and parties with the old man. Even if she hadn't experienced it herself, she had seen it all and was familiar with the procedures of auctions and parties. But what should I wear? Xiaoxiu took all the seasonal clothes out of the wardrobe and laid them on the bed. This is too flashy. It looks good when she wears it out, but it will be too eye-catching. If Gu Jingchu hadn't gone bankrupt, it would be fine for her to wear it out. But now, I'm afraid that at the charity auction, those people who were not as good as Gu Jingchu before will take advantage of her downfall. If she wears something so eye-catching, won't she become an easy target at the event? After much deliberation, Xiaoxiu chose a light purple patchwork long dress with a slit that went straight down to her waist from her shoulder blades. It was both elegant and charming, without being too flashy, making it perfect for an auction. Xiaoxiu took a shower, and when she put on this long dress, her hand holding the zipper suddenly stopped. She was extremely embarrassed when she saw the little lump of flesh stuck in the zipper gap. She'd been in this book for almost a month now, cooking for herself every day and not doing the same exercises and workouts the original owner used to maintain her figure, so she's gained weight. Looking at the noticeable little roll of fat around her waist, Xiaoxiu felt like crying. There's no other way. I don't have the money to buy a new high-fashion dress. Inhale. Xiaoxiu took a deep breath and then zipped the zipper up. Call. When Xiaoxiu zipped up her waist zipper, She didn't even dare to breathe too loudly, for fear that if she breathed too hard, the zipper would slip down. Fortunately, she had only gained a little weight. Xiaoxiu silently comforted herself, thinking that as long as she controlled her diet and exercised more, she could still maintain the original owner's perfect figure. Looking at the woman in the mirror, whose features were exquisite and who looked like a painting, Xiaoxiu slightly curved the corners of her lips. She picked up the jade hairpin from the dressing box and casually tied her hair up. As for makeup, she was very skilled at it, and it took her an hour to finish a delicate makeup look. Oh my god, this pretty face, this full makeup, who wouldn't say it looks good? Xiaoxiu winked at herself in the mirror. Soon, Gu Jingchu's car stopped downstairs, ready to pick up Xiaoxiu. When he opened the door and Xiaoxiu appeared in front of him, Gu Jingchu admitted that he was stunned. The Xiaoxiu of the past was beautiful, but she was beautiful without a soul, like a puppet that could only talk, with wooden eyes. The woman standing before him now had eyes as clear as a mountain spring, delicate features, and a beautiful smile that made her seem otherworldly and ethereal. Very beautiful. Gu Jingchu gave a heartfelt exclamation of praise. Xiaoxiu immediately beamed with joy, and she lifted her skirt and twirled in front of Gu Jingchu. Since you say it looks good, then when we get to the auction later, I'll definitely outshine everyone else's companions, and I absolutely won't embarrass you. A smile appeared in Gu Jingchu's eyes, and then he stretched out his arm. Let's go, my lady. This title is really. Xiaoxiu couldn't help but blush. The charity auction was held in a 5-star hotel, and when they arrived, the parking lot was already packed with luxury cars. Compared to the many luxury cars, Gu Jingchu's Volkswagen looked quite inconspicuous, even somewhat shabby. It was so shabby that even after driving in, no doorman came to park the car. Why? The villainous bosses of the past certainly didn't receive this kind of treatment. Xiaoxiu turned to look at Gu Jingchu, who was driving and looking for a parking space. His expression remained unchanged, still extremely calm. Logically speaking, the entire hotel should be booked today, and all guests with invitations should be treated with the utmost respect. From the moment Gu Jingchu drove into the hotel, he did not receive any service from the hotel staff. 5-star hotel staff would never make such a mistake, so there is only one possibility. Someone deliberately intervened to suppress Gu Jingchu. Xiaoxiu clenched her back teeth. I have no idea which sycophantic, snobbish person gave this order. Humph. These people are definitely jealous of you. So now that you're down on your luck, they're deliberately trying to kick you while you're down. How despicable. Let's go, it's all right. Seemingly noticing the resentment in Xiaoxiu's eyes, Gu Jingchu felt a surge of warmth in his heart. She seemed genuinely indignant on her behalf. I took the elevator to the 16th floor of the hotel. Inside, the lights were dazzling, and the air was filled with elegant ladies and glamorous women. Various crystal chandeliers reflected the luxurious decor, making me feel like I was in a dream. It's full of business tycoons, and this charity auction is just another opportunity for them to gain fame. Compared to the bustling crowds around these people, Gu Jingchu and Xiaoxiu's circle was rather cold. Not to mention coming over to talk about cooperation, very few people even greeted them. They all have the surname Gu, but you can see that they are being treated differently. Keep your voice down. You know we all have the surname Gu. Gu Jingyi, the CEO who came back from abroad, I heard he's doing very well overseas and is a leader in new technology. He's preparing to strengthen this industry in China, and many people want to cooperate with him. I heard that Gu Jingchu and this cousin have a good relationship, but I don't see the two of them together. People were whispering nearby, but Gu Jingchu remained calm. Xiaoxiu was somewhat curious and looked into the distance. There was a tall, well-built young man in a bespoke suit standing in the middle of the crowd, surrounded by people who smiled, raised their glasses, and chatted with him. Gu Jingchu showed no expression, but instead brought over a bunch of small snacks and placed them on the table in front of Xiaoxiu. The snacks at this hotel are delicious. Would you like to try some? With the pile of delicious food in front of her, Xiaoxiu's curiosity was immediately averted. She was about to pick up a very exquisite little cake in front of her. Then she remembered how she had to hold her breath to zip up the long dress she was wearing in her room earlier that day. Summer rain. Cake equals high in calories. Chapter 31, Calling her sister-in-law. Xiaoxiu hesitated for a moment, looking at the tiny bulge that had appeared on her stomach after sitting down. She glanced at the small cake in front of her and swallowed. Oh well, one more day won't make a difference. After I finish eating today, I'll go for a run tomorrow and burn off the calories. With that thought in mind, she stopped worrying, picked up a spoon, scooped out a mouthful, and put it in her mouth. It has an ice cream texture and melts in your mouth. It's so delicious. After Xiaoxiu finished eating a small cake, she looked up and found that Gu Jingyi, who had just been the center of attention, had walked up to Gu Jingchu. The moment the two cousins met, They immediately attracted the attention of everyone present, and everyone looked over in a watchful manner. Compared to the labels of bankruptcy, disappointment, and destitution that have been attached to Gu Jingqiu, Gu Jingyi is known for his outstanding achievements at a young age and his successful return to China. Elder brother. Gu Jingyi had a gentle demeanor and looked like the type of refined gentleman. He called out to Gu Jingqiu, but when he looked at Xia Xiyu, his gaze was not as ardent. Miss Xia is here too. Gu Jingyi spoke gently, but you could tell from his way of addressing her that he actually looked down on Xia Xiyu. His expression when he looked at Xia Xiyu also showed the superiority complex that a person in a superior position would display. That's exactly like his parents. Xia Xiyu silently rolled her eyes in her mind. She didn't reply, but instead smiled elegantly and nodded to Gu Jingyi, which was her way of greeting him. This must be the renowned Miss Xia. She really is beautiful. Gu Jingyi also brought a female companion with him. On the surface, she was praising him, but the malice in her eyes was obvious. I've heard of Miss Xia's reputation. She's quite famous in our circle. Her face was full of ill intent. Xia Xiyu twitched the corner of her lips, too lazy to even lift her eyelids, and pointed to her face with her finger. My face is indeed famously beautiful. Thank you for the compliment. Let me tell you again, it's all natural. Gu Jingyi's female companion was stunned for a moment. She subconsciously touched her nose, and her expression almost twisted uncontrollably. If no one knew that she had gone to H country to get her nose done, she would have thought that Xia Xiyu was being sarcastic when she said that. Xia Xiyu's unpredictable and blunt reply left her speechless, unsure how to respond. Miss Xia is really humorous. Gu Jingyi chuckled and smoothed things over. Jingyi, call her sister-in-law. Gu Jingqiu held a wine glass in her hand and glanced coldly at Gu Jingyi. The disdain in Gu Jingyi's eyes immediately disappeared, and he solemnly called Xia Xiyu's sister-in-law. Xia Xiyu frowned. This person's father is a rival of Gu Jingqiu, so why does Gu Jingyi, his cousin, listen to Gu Jingqiu so much? However, since this person's attitude had changed, and since it said that you can't hit a smiling face, Xia Xiyu also smiled. What Xia Xiyu didn't see was that the moment she turned her head, Gu Jing stared at her with a scrutinizing gaze. Previously, this woman was someone Gu Jingqiu could disregard, and he never showed her up for formal occasions. Even when they met before, he would call this woman Miss Xia, and Gu Jingqiu would never say anything. But now, Gu Jingqiu not only brought Xia Xiyu to the auction, but also made her call him sister-in-law. His earnest demeanor didn't seem like he was faking it. Gu Jingyi pursed his lips, suppressing all his emotions, and once again adopted the demeanor of a refined gentleman. The scene of kicking someone when they're down that Xia Xiyu had imagined didn't happen. Instead, she found that even though Gu Jingqiu had gone bankrupt and was no longer the powerful leader in the business world, his aura was still undeniable in this high society auction, like a flower on a high mountain, aloof and superior. With the two of them present at this auction, some sharp-eyed and quick-witted people naturally came up with their own ideas. Gu Jingqiu is difficult to approach, but that doesn't mean Xia Xiyu is difficult to approach. After all, Xia Xiyu is the only one among these upper-class families who married into a wealthy family as an orphan. So, before the auction officially began, many socialites and wives came over and chatted with Xia Xiyu, inviting her to sit at their table. I'm going to talk to a few executives about the project later. Won't you get bored sitting here by yourself? High society is a gathering place for the wealthy and powerful, and gatherings like auctions and cocktail parties have always been places where people fawn over the powerful and belittle the weak. Before Gu Jingqiu went bankrupt, he received the highest level of treatment wherever he went, but now he can only sit at a small table in the corner. No one dared to disturb them, but no one paid any attention to them either. Gu Jingqiu remembered Xia Xiyu's past habit of liking to socialize with socialites and wealthy women, which is why he asked the question. Xia Xiyu quickly shook her head. Although she wasn't socially anxious, she didn't like social situations with too many people, let alone situations where everyone had their own agenda. Go ahead and do your thing. I'll just stay here, scroll through my phone, and grab something to eat. Gu Jingqiu nodded and got up to go to the center of the venue. Xia Xiyu wasn't idle either. While stuffing snacks into her mouth, she opened her phone to browse online forums, looking for potential customers. But she forgot that in such a place where people fawn over the powerful and look down on the weak, trouble will come to her even if she doesn't seek it out. And that's when trouble started. The clatter of high heels on the tiles echoed as summer rain drew ever closer. Huh, how dare you even show your face in a place like this? Qin Luoluo's voice rang out. Xia Xiyu looked up and saw that Qin Luoluo was dressed very beautifully today, wearing high-end custom clothes from head to toe, looking like a wealthy flower. Standing next to her was a man with an ordinary appearance, but who looked very rich. Xia Xiyu found the man's clingy gaze extremely repulsive. Xiaoxiu, long time no see. With your status, if you wanted to come to a gathering like this in our upper-class circle, you probably had to beg Gu Jingchu for a long time before he brought you here. Qin Luoluo looked smug. I knew it. Xiaoxiu couldn't help but laugh when she saw it. Luo, is this the Miss Xia you've been talking about? The man next to Qin Luo looked Xiaoxiu up and down with his eyes, as if he were examining a product displayed on a counter. She really is as beautiful as an angel. No wonder Mr. Gu was willing to fight with his family to marry her, even with such a status. What man wouldn't be tempted by such a beauty? Wang Kai smiled at Xiaoxiu, picked up a glass of wine from the waiter, and handed it to her. Miss Xia, would you do me the honor of having a drink? Chapter 32. How did he know? Xiaoxiu sat on the sofa, motionless, looking at Qin Luoluo with a mocking expression. Her male companion invited other women for drinks in public, and she actually managed to look on with amusement. I really don't know if she's just plain stupid or malicious. Seeing that Xiaoxiu remained unmoved, the man seemed to feel that he had lost face. The smile on his face disappeared, and his eyes were fixed on Xiaoxiu. Miss Xia, I am the future head of the Wang Group. You don't want to offend me, so you'd better drink this glass of wine. That's right, he's Wang Kai, my fiancé. If you don't give me face, don't you also give face to the future head of the Wang Group? A glint flashed in Qin Luo's eyes as she stared intently at the glass of wine Wang Kai handed her, her tightly pursed lips revealing her nervousness. Before transmigrating into the book, Xiaoxiu was a university teacher. Her specialty was observing the facial expressions of university students with clear eyes to determine whether they were lying. Then, they ruthlessly tore apart the umbrellas of these college students. Having been caught in the rain myself, I know exactly how students slack off in class and what excuses they use to ask for leave. When Xiaoxiu noticed that Qin Luoluo's eyes kept glancing at that glass of wine, she felt that there must be something wrong with it. She lowered her eyes, concealing the emotions within them. All right, but as Miss Qin's companion, Mr. Wang, shouldn't Miss Qin drink the first glass of wine? As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaoxiu saw Qin Luoluo's expression change drastically. Why are you grabbing me so hard? Wang Kai snapped at her, then pulled his arm away from Qin Luoluo's grasp, looking at her with displeasure. Qin Luoluo gritted her teeth, feeling both panicked and angry, but she could only show a gentle demeanor in front of Wang Kai. I'm sorry, Brother Kai, it was my fault. Seeing Qin Luoluo's submissive and apologetic expression, Wang Kai's expression softened a bit. He snorted and then handed the wine glass in his hand to Qin Luoluo. I think Miss Xia is right. Luoluo, you are my fiancé, so naturally you should drink the first glass of wine. Then, without saying a word, Wang Kai shoved the wine glass into Qin Luoluo's hand. Now, Miss Xia will have to drink the second glass of wine, won't she? Wang Kai believes that Xiaoxiu's words just now were merely an excuse. Xiaoxiu smiled slightly, grabbed a glass of wine at random, and toasted Wang Kai. Then, she poured the entire glass of wine onto the floor. Oh dear. She opened her bright eyes and pretended to be surprised. I forgot that I'm allergic to alcohol. Just the smell of alcohol makes me throw up. And now I'm feeling dizzy from drinking too much. Wang Kai's face immediately turned extremely ugly. Could this woman's excuse be any more flimsy? I think you're asking for it. Wang Kai stepped forward, clearly intending to attack Xiaoxiu directly, and Xiaoxiu was also prepared to retaliate. A tall, reassuring figure appeared before Xiaoxiu. Gu Jingchu stared blankly at Wang Kai with a half-smile, the pressure in his eyes causing Wang Kai to unconsciously take 2 steps back. Mr. Wang, what do you want to do to my wife? Wang Kai gritted his teeth. Although Gu Jingchu was now bankrupt, he still had the Gu family behind him. As long as the old man of the Gu family was still alive in the hospital, the Gu family might fall into Gu Jingchu's hands. Wang Kai still harbored some reservations about the Gu family. After holding it in for a long time, Wang Kai forced a smile at Gu Jingchu. It was just a joke with Mrs. Gu. Mr. Gu, why are you so nervous? Gu Jingyi walked over, frowned as he glanced at Qin Luoluo, and then turned his gaze to Xiaoxiu. What happened? Xiaoxiu's lips curled into a cold smile. She stared at Qin Luoluo, who was trying to sneakily move her wine glass elsewhere when no one was looking, and said, It's nothing. It's just that President Wang told me that Miss Qin has a very high alcohol tolerance and suggested that I learn from her. Qin Luoluo froze. She was torn between holding the wine glass in her hand and putting it down. She hated Xiaoxiu now. How could this woman be so good at causing trouble? What's wrong, Miss Qin? You haven't drunk this wine for so long. Do you not like it, or is there something dirty in it? Xiaoxiu deliberately emphasized the last 3 words. Gu Jingchu's eyes immediately turned cold. He stared at the glass of wine in Qin Luoluo's hand and had already understood Xiaoxiu's unspoken meaning. I remember Luo loved this type of tequila the most. Why doesn't she like it today? Gu Jingchu smiled, but her eyes were icy cold. Qin Luo's hands were trembling. She was now in a difficult situation, because there really was something poisoned in that drink. Therefore, she didn't dare to drink it in front of so many people. Why are you forcing her to drink? Wang Kai's expression was not good. Qin Luo was, after all, his fiancée, and he still had to protect her in front of outsiders. Brother Kai, I just have a bit of an upset stomach today. My family doctor told me to avoid certain foods. It's not that I don't want to drink it. Qin Luo's eyes reddened, and she squeezed out 2 tears, but from an angle where no one could see. She waited for Xia Xiu with a resentful look. But Mr. Wang just said that not drinking is disrespecting you, Xia Xiu said sarcastically. It seems Mr. Wang's influence isn't that great after all. Wang Kai was humiliated once again, and he became somewhat embarrassed and angry. President Gu, it seems you still have the same old mindset. Do you still think you're the high and mighty President Gu? I've heard that your company is now located in an office building in an urban village. You've had so many projects and deals, but you still couldn't close them even after drinking until you had a stomach hemorrhage, Wang Kai said with a smug smile, then stared at Xia Xiu with ill intent, his eyes revealing desire from head to toe. Our Wang Group has recently been moving towards the internet sector. Mr. Gu is probably in need of investment right now, and our Wang Group can help. However, that depends on what Mr. Gu can offer in exchange. Wang Kai's meaning was clear. Gu Jingchu's face darkened, and then he laughed. Wang Kai, have you lost your mind? If I'm not mistaken, that plot of land in the west of the city that your Wang Group recently bought for a huge sum of money has some hidden secrets. If this matter. Wang Kai's expression changed drastically instantly. He stared intently at Gu Jingchu. You're talking nonsense. He then looked around warily, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he found that no one was listening. He then looked at Gu Jingchu with suspicion. How did he know that there was something wrong with that piece of land? This matter was known only to a very small number of high-ranking members within the Wang Group. Chapter 33. He was convinced she would swindle Gu Jingchu's money. How did Gu Jingchu find out? Could it be that the Gu family has planted someone in the Wang Group? Various conspiracy theories surfaced in Wang Kai's mind. He stared at Gu Jingchu with suspicion and no longer had any lewd thoughts about Xia Xiu. A dark glint flashed in Gu Jingyi's eyes. The Wang family recently acquired a plot of land through a bidding process, instantly becoming the talk of the town in high society. Was what his cousin said to Wang Kai a threat, or was it genuine? Gu Jingchu stood there calmly, completely ignoring Wang Kai's unpredictable gaze. It seems that Mr. Gu really loves your wife, but it's best not to say anything without evidence. Wang Kai threw down a harsh remark, then grabbed Qin Luo and left. Brother, the Wang family is in the limelight right now. You shouldn't have such a falling out with their only son. Besides, what about that piece of land? Gu Jingyi walked up and patted Gu Jingchu on the shoulder. Is it true? Gu Jingchu chuckled lightly. It's fake. Xia Xiu looked up at the 2 cousins who were talking intimately. In the original owner's memory, the 2 brothers had a very good relationship. But her intuition just told her that Gu Jingchu said there was definitely a problem with that piece of land. So why did she say there was no problem in front of Gu Jingyi? Remembering Gu Jingyi's identity, Xia Xiu lowered her eyes and remained silent. Brother, I arrived later. I just heard from others that those snobs dared to embarrass you when you entered. I've already called people to teach them a lesson. Gu Jingyi's gentle eyes flashed with anger, and his fists clenched tightly. These people have probably forgotten how they used to grovel before you. If it were before, they would never have dared to do this. I don't care. Gu Jingchu smiled indifferently. I never really took these people seriously anyway. Brother, next time you're on a date like this, just call me. With me by your side, I doubt those powerful people would dare to cause trouble. When Gu Jingyi said this, there was a hint of pride in his tone. He looked at Xia Xiu and curled his lips. So many noble ladies and socialites. How come you married someone who is of no help to you? It seems that Gu Jingyi still looks down on Xia Xiu. Xia Xiu returned the smile with a forced, insincere eye roll. Anyway, her intuition told her that she didn't like Gu Jingyi either. The 2 cousins, Gu Jingchu and Gu Jingyi, sat chatting on the side, while Xia Xiu scrolled through her phone and occasionally ate a snack. Soon, the auctioneer, amidst a passionate speech, invited the sponsors of this charity auction. It is Wang Kai of the Wang Group. Xia Xiu pouted. The Wang family is from Guangzhou. They came to Beijing more than 10 years ago and had the opportunity to climb to their current positions. Holding charity events and auctions everywhere is just to make a name for themselves and truly squeeze into the elite circles of Beijing's wealthy and powerful families. Even if they only have 1 foot in the door, it's all worth it. After learning that the auction was sponsored by the Wang Group, Xia Xiu curled her lip. Her eyes were fixed on the kettle on the table, and then she looked at the potted plants around her. Because they came from Guangzhou, the Wang family valued the symbolism of certain items and would display them wherever they went. Xiaoxiu poured herself a cup of boiling water and then silently poured it onto the money tree and lucky bamboo next to her. Gu Jingqiu, who noticed Xiaoxiu's subtle actions. A hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. After pouring half a pot of hot water, Xiaoxiu looked up and found Gu Jingqiu looking at her with a smile. Feeling guilty, she withdrew her hand, then remembered that she hadn't watered the money tree in Gu Jingqiu's office. What was she feeling guilty about? With that in mind, she confidently poured the remaining half pot of water into another money tree. President Gu. There are always people here who want to come over and chat. However, the person they were talking to was Gu Jingyi, but they all addressed him as President Gu, and some who were watching the show would shout President Gu very loudly. Another CEO was surrounded by the crowd, while Gu Jingqiu sat in his seat. Apart from Xiaoxiu, there was almost no one else around him, as if a vacuum had been formed. Xiaoxiu couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness for Gu Jingqiu. He was raised in a prestigious family like the Gu family, a family with a history of hundreds of years, and he had never experienced the bitterness of being neglected since childhood. Since I'm just killing time anyway, why not look at some houses? Xiaoxiu moved closer and swiped the second-hand house page sent by the real estate agent on her phone in front of Gu Jingqiu. Gu Jingqiu took the phone. The two of them got together and started looking at second-hand houses. By the time Gu Jingqiu returned from his spirited conversation, Xiaoxiu had also finalized her choice of a house and was planning to visit it over the weekend. Brother Xiao, sister-in-law, what are you doing? Gu Jingqiu asked in surprise after seeing the house pictures in Xiaoxiu's hand. You want to buy a house? Yes, the house we're living in now is too small. Your sister-in-law wants to move to a 2-bedroom apartment, Gu Jingqiu said. A hint of disdain flashed in Gu Jingyi's eyes as he looked at Xiaoxiu with a cold smile. He said, why is Xiaoxiu so kind as to stay by Gu Jingqiu's side? Doesn't this just reveal her true colors? It's still all about the house, as expected. Housing prices in Beijing are so high. Even a woman like her who struggles for half her life couldn't afford one. Even though Gu Jingqiu went bankrupt, she still wants to scheme. I have a house here, right in the center of Beijing. Brother, if you want to move, you can move there anytime and stay as long as you want. Xiaoxiu naturally sensed the hostility in Gu Jingyi's words. She felt as if this person was treating her as an imaginary enemy. Rolling her eyes, she nudged Gu Jingqiu with her elbow, somewhat annoyed. No need, your sister-in-law and I plan to buy it ourselves in the second-tier area. We'll make a down payment and pay it off together later. A hint of surprise flashed in Gu Jingyi's eyes. She didn't actually demand that Gu Jingqiu buy the house outright, and that they pay the mortgage together? Has this woman really changed her ways? However, as far as he knows, after Gu Jingqiu went bankrupt, he used all the money he had to start that small company. If I'm not mistaken, he doesn't even have 300,000 yuan available right now. Keep in mind that 300,000 yuan in a city like Beijing can barely buy a toilet. Brother, even a down payment in a second-tier city like Beijing is over 1 million yuan. Where did you guys get the money? But then he realized it wasn't quite right to say it, so Gu Jingyi quickly added, what I mean is, if you're short of money for the down payment, you can borrow it from me, sister-in-law. Xiaoxiu lowered her eyes, the coldness in them almost impossible to conceal. Was Gu Jingyi switched at birth by the Gu family? He's so calculating and stingy. Does he really think she'll swindle Gu Jingqiu out of his money? Chapter 34. Thank you, Auntie, for the down payment. Sister-in-law, if you're short of money for the down payment, you must tell me. Gu Jingyi had a gentle expression on his face. Xiaoxiu smiled gently. You don't need to worry about that, little brother. We didn't have enough money before, but our aunt was so generous and sponsored us with several 100,000 yuan, which was enough for the down payment. Xiaoxiu was surprised to see Gu Jingyi standing there in a daze. Didn't your aunt tell you? She broke my things and had to pay me 600,000 yuan in compensation. Then, she smiled sweetly at Gu Jingyi. When you get back to the Gu family, remember to thank your aunt for me. Gu Jingyi's expression turned rather unpleasant. Throughout the entire auction, he even missed out on some antique paintings and calligraphy that he had his eye on. They didn't bid on anything, yet they dared to come to a charity auction. When Gu Jingqiu and Xiaoxiu left, they inevitably heard similar sounds from behind. She noticed that Gu Jingqiu's hand tightened for a moment, then loosened. Xiaoxiu didn't know what to say, so she could only silently follow Gu Jingqiu into the car. I'm sorry, I've dragged you into this mess because of me, making you suffer the same treatment inside. Xiaoxiu quickly shook her head. No, the snacks here are delicious. I also want to thank you for coming over to protect me so quickly. Gu Jingqiu. Xiaoxiu's expression suddenly became serious. You have to believe in yourself. You have already reached a height that no one else can reach. Even now, what's wrong with starting over? The experience and knowledge you have accumulated are beyond what ordinary people can compare to. You have already surpassed 80% of the people in this world. You will definitely succeed again in the end. So don't pay attention to those people's sarcasm and sarcastic remarks. On the contrary, I think their current actions of kicking you when you're down will make you see more clearly what kind of people flattered you before. Gu Jingchu stared intently at Xia Xiu. Then suddenly a smile appeared on his face. The weight that had been pressing on his heart suddenly disappeared, and all his negative emotions slowly dissipated. He noticed that Xia Xiu, who seemed to have made changes recently, always gave him a sense of relaxation. Ever since she began to suspect him, Lin Yi had thoroughly investigated all of her information and placed it on his desk. There was no possibility of being switched. The person was still the same. However, Gu Jingchu felt that Xia Xiu in front of him was like a second personality that had suddenly appeared in a TV drama. It's like he has a different soul. He's completely different from before. Xia Xiu used to be very beautiful, but her eyes hid vanity, and even when she smiled, it felt like she was wearing a mask. But this Xia Xiu is positive, optimistic, brave, has her own little temper, and doesn't even care about money. This makes Gu Jingchu, who grew up in the treacherous world of the Gu family and is used to seeing others put on an act, immediately see that the sincerity and innocence in Xia Xiu's eyes are not fake. Gu Jingchu suddenly felt that perhaps there was no need to be too wary of Xia Xiu. She's in a great position right now, making her perfect for being Mrs. Gu. To live a simple, respectful life together. Thank you, Gu Jingchu said sincerely. Seeing that Gu Jingchu had returned to his normal appearance, Xia Xiu smiled. Instead of driving straight home, they went to a supermarket near their home. Because the food and daily necessities in the refrigerator need to be restocked. With plenty of time to spare, the two leisurely strolled around the supermarket, pushing their shopping cart. Since Xia Xiu had already been here once with Gu Jingchu, she entrusted him with the task of buying groceries and daily necessities. I then pushed another small cart to another sorting area. She's about to get her period, so she came alone to buy menstrual products. Little girl, come quickly. Just as Xia Xiu pushed the shopping cart over to the women's products section, a smiling auntie pulled her over there. Young lady, are you looking to buy sanitary napkins? This brand is what my daughter usually uses. They're having a sale right now. If you spend 160 yuan, you get a free tub. If you spend 200 yuan, you get a free alpaca chair. Plus, there's a 50 yuan coupon you can use to buy them from the men's products section. The aunt rubbed her hands together and smiled. I just saw you and your husband come together. Your husband is tall and handsome. Why don't you buy him something to take home? This aunt was far too enthusiastic, her mouth chattering like a machine gun. Xia Xiu, who was quite eloquent, couldn't get a word in edgewise in front of her. When the woman went to serve the next customer, she had already paid for a cart full of sanitary napkins. The waiter was very considerate and packed all the sanitary napkins into a black bag. However, she stared blankly at the 2 pairs of men's underwear in her hand, feeling like it was a hot potato. She didn't know whether to throw it away or put it in the bag to take back. Have you paid the bill? Gu Jingchu's voice rang out from behind, and Xia Xiu immediately blushed and stuffed the men's underwear in her hand into the bag containing sanitary napkins. Oh yes, I just bought it. After saying that, Xia Xiu, seemingly emboldened by some unknown force, snatched 2 large bags from Gu Jingchu's hands and rushed forward, huffing and puffing. Gu Jingchu. How come she has such inexhaustible energy? Xia Xiu was wondering to herself if Gu Jingchu had found out that she had been persuaded by her aunt to buy over 200 yuan worth of sanitary napkins and also used a coupon to buy 2 pairs of men's underwear. Just as she reached the supermarket entrance, she ran into the very talkative aunt who had been there earlier, who was leaving work. Xia Xiu quickly stuffed the things into the trunk of the car. Oh my, isn't that the little girl from earlier? Hearing her aunt's voice getting closer, Xia Xiu's hair stood on end. She slammed the trunk door shut and then grabbed Gu Jingchu, shoving him into the driver's seat. Oh dear, why are you leaving so quickly, young lady? You just bought this for your husband. Before his aunt could finish speaking, under Xia Xiu's extremely dangerous gaze, Gu Jingchu stepped on the gas pedal. He was actually curious, but Xia Xiu's gaze was really dangerous. His intuition told him that he had to avoid this risk now. Summer. As soon as Gu Jingchu opened his mouth after the car stopped downstairs, Xia Xiu jumped up like a rabbit whose tail had been stepped on, quickly got out of the car, opened the trunk, grabbed a bag in each hand, and rushed up to the 4th floor. Gu Jingchu's hands were empty. When Xia Xiu stood at the door, she realized that she was carrying things and couldn't reach the key to open the door. Why are you running so fast? Chapter 35 This Deadly Embarrassment. Gu Jingchu looked at Xia Xiu with amusement, then took out his key and opened the door. Xia Xiu walked in with a flushed face and put everything on the table. Gu Jingchu originally wanted to reach out and help with the groceries and daily necessities he had bought, but Xia Xiu slapped him away. With a sharp slap, Xia Xiu's hand was slapped. Gu Jingchu was genuinely surprised this time. Ever since they left the supermarket, Xia Shiyu's behavior had been a bit off. What was wrong with her? Aren't you very busy with work? I'll take care of these things at home. You go back to work. Gu Jingqiu. Seeing Xia Shiyu's big, bright eyes darting around as if she were deliberately avoiding him, Gu Jingqiu had no choice but to avoid her. Xia Shiyu sighed as she looked at the table full of things. Why did she have to act impulsively and be so reckless? How long would it take for one person to clean all this up? However, seeing the men's underwear peeking out from the plastic bag, Xia Shiyu didn't regret her choice at all. She quickly packed up her things, and by the time she had finished, almost an hour had passed. Xia Shiyu let out a long sigh of relief. She rubbed her lower back, then picked up a bag of sanitary napkins that were on the floor and prepared to go back to her bedroom to put them away. She looked up and saw Gu Jingqiu mopping the floor. Despite being raised in such a pampered and privileged manner, even dressed in casual clothes, her air of nobility is undeniable. And yet, at this very moment, she is bending over, mopping the floor. Xia Shiyu felt a strange sense of unease watching this scene. I feel that such a person should be in a high-end office building, giving orders, not at home. She was startled when she realized that she had suddenly had this thought. Go, go, go. What a terrible idea. A woman's misfortunes begin when she feels sorry for a man. Besides, the two of them are now a legally married couple living under the same roof. Furthermore, as life partners, they share household chores. Even if Gu Jingqiu is a domineering CEO, he still has to share household chores. Thinking this, Xia Shiyu carried a bag of sanitary napkins and walked towards her bedroom. But as soon as she took one step, she felt her foot slip and fell forward. Gu Jingqiu quickly threw down the mop in his hand, trying to catch the person, but the ground was too slippery, and he was wearing non-slip house shoes, so he slid forward as if he were on a skateboard. With a loud bang, the two collided and fell hard. It's fortunate that this old, dilapidated house is small, otherwise it would have been smashed to pieces. Xia Shiyu's forehead slammed hard into Gu Jingqiu's chest, and she felt as if her buttocks had been split in two. No. How did the ground become so slippery? She rubbed her bottom, then looked at some remaining white foam on the floor. Xia Shiyu smelled the fresh scent of dish soap, or rather, lemon. Summer rain. No way, who in their right mind would use dish soap to mop the floor? Her eyes were practically rolling to the sky. You used dish soap to mop the floor? Gu Jingqiu was speechless. He felt awkward. He was usually calm and collected in the face of anything, but now he didn't dare to meet Xia Shiyu's eyes. He probably knows that he made a mistake unintentionally, which led to the current situation. In the past, the maids in my house would smell of lemon after mopping the floor. Gu Jingqiu quickly stood up from the ground, helped Xia Shiyu up as well, and then offered an explanation. So he thought that lemon-scented dish soap could also be used to mop the floor? Xia Shiyu couldn't even muster any anger. After all, the person standing in front of her used to live a life of luxury and privilege, so it was understandable that he didn't know any life skills. Go back to the sofa and be careful when you walk. I'll go get another dry mop to wash the water off the floor, and then mop it again with clean water. Gu Jingqiu rubbed his lower back. Instead of sitting on the sofa to watch Xia Shiyu clean up the mess, he went to the bathroom to get a rag and squatted down to absorb the water. I'll pick up what fell on the ground for you. Gu Jingqiu picked up the bag from the ground, but because Xia Shiyu had fallen, the bag he was carrying had also broken, and the contents of the bag were scattered all over the ground. Just as Gu Jingqiu was picking them up, he discovered that they were women's products. He had never come into contact with such a thing before, so he was unusually stunned on the spot. Moreover, he looked down at the two packages in his hands and was completely stunned. This is... Holy crap, I'm going to die. Xia Shiyu rushed over and quickly snatched the things from Gu Jingqiu's hands. She can now recognize her face without looking in a mirror. It's redder than the bottom of a mischievous monkey on Mount Ame. This wasn't bought for you, no? This was bought for me. No, these are for myself. And these two items were on sale, and that Annie gave me a coupon, and they were a free gift. Xia Shiyu started rambling on, but in the end, she realized she couldn't explain it clearly, so she simply slapped the two pairs of underwear onto Gu Jingqiu's hand with a loud bang. Here you go. She just feels mentally exhausted right now. Gu Jingqiu held the two pairs of men's underwear in his hand and suddenly felt that they were too hot to handle. The process of mopping the floor again was unusually silent. After mopping, neither of them spoke. After returning to her room, Xia Shiyu buried herself in the blankets. She felt that today was terrible. How could she have made such a fool of herself in front of Gu Jingqiu? In the following days, Xia Shiyu felt awkward whenever the two met. What was worse was that they were under the same roof and saw each other all the time. Even at dinner time, Xia Shiyu spoke less. Moreover, she didn't see the two pairs of underwear thrown away in the trash can, so she couldn't help but glance at Gu Jingqiu's lower body. He wondered whether the underwear he had worn or had taken it out and thrown it away. Xiaoxiu shook her head, shaking the thoughts out of her mind. This is too embarrassing. It's better not to think about it too much. Early that morning, Xiaoxiu received a call from an unknown number. Moreover, the call was to her work number, which she had just registered at the service center not long ago. Knowing that this number could attract many potential customers, she didn't think too much about it and answered the call. Unexpectedly, a familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. Xiaoxiu, look what you've done. Summer Rain. Are you crazy? What did she do? Recognizing Qin Lolua's voice on the other end of the phone, she hung up without a second thought. But they kept calling relentlessly. Chapter 36. Why aren't you drinking? It's like a persistent ghost. Xiaoxiu simply blocked the phone number. The whole world is quiet. Xiaoxiu didn't expect that Qin Luoluo would find her directly and come to her. Xiaoxiu. Qin Luoluo roared through gritted teeth. She got out of the latest sports car and rushed to Xiaoxiu's side in her high heels. Xiaoxiu raised an eyebrow, took a step back, crossed her arms, and waited for this Miss Qin to lose her temper so she could react in time. Unexpectedly, Miss Qin suddenly smiled and came over to take Xiaoxiu's arm in a friendly manner, as if the two were good friends. This startled Xiaoxiu, who immediately moved 3 meters away from Qin Luoluo, staring at her with suspicion and uncertainty, fearing that this girl would pull some kind of trick next. She remembered that Qin Luoluo had tried to drug her at the auction not long ago. To please her fiancé, she personally offered herself to another woman, solely to satisfy her fiancé's base desires. How could such a person be any good? We must be wary of her. Xiaoxiu, I think there's a big misunderstanding between us. Qin Luoluo smiled slightly. I've come to terms with it now. Brother Jingqiu is already married, and I have a fiancé now, and the wedding is approaching. It's time for me to let go. But, after all, Brother Jingqiu and I grew up together, so I think we can still be friends. Xiaoxiu looked at Qin Luoluo with an expression as if she had been struck by lightning, and even wondered if Qin Luoluo had a different soul inside her body. Otherwise, given that woman's obsessive personality, how could she say such a thing to her? However, Xiaoxiu stood still, quietly observing Qin Luoluo. So, what do you want to do now? Seeing that Xiaoxiu was no longer so resistant, Qin Luoluo felt a surge of joy. Our Qin family and the Gu family used to have a great relationship. Although Brother Jingqiu is now bankrupt, my father is still willing to help him get back on his feet. But it seems that Brother Jingqiu has a misunderstanding about me, and I can't get in touch with him. So you want to use yourself as a link between her and Gu Jingqiu? Xiaoxiu sneered inwardly, lowering her eyes to conceal the sarcasm within. A woman like Qin Luoluo, who is very goal-oriented and has a proud personality, must have something to gain from making her bow her head. Now that we're being open about it, if we take a hard line, Qin Luoluo might do something in the shadows. Gu Jingqiu is currently focused on his career and has no obligation to take care of her. Therefore, she should make her own plans. Rather than passively guarding against whether someone is plotting against her in the dark, she should openly see what the other party is up to from the beginning. So, what do you want me to do? Xiaoxiu said calmly. But as you know, Gu Jingqiu is a cold person, so there's nothing I can do to help you. Qin Luoluo's face lit up with joy. As long as Xiaoxiu agreed, that would be fine. Shall we go to a resort hotel for a while? We've always been at odds with each other, and I haven't really gotten to know you properly yet. Xiaoxiu noticed that Qin Luoluo's fingers trembled slightly as she spoke. She narrowed her eyes slightly. Although she wanted to find out what the other person wanted to do to her, she didn't want to go into their territory and put herself in a disadvantageous position. She pointed to the Starbucks next door. Let's go there. The environment is nice, and the drinks are good too. Qin Luoluo's expression froze for a moment. Xiaoxiu must be mistaken, right? Would Qin Luoluo, the eldest daughter of the prestigious Qin family, drink beverages in such a low-class setting? Every single thing she drinks costs thousands or tens of thousands of dollars. Are you going or not? Xiaoxiu rolled her eyes impatiently. You're not going to complain, are you? Gu Jingqiu didn't complain. I bring him things every day. This was a lie to Qin Luoluo. Gu Jingqiu was busy in the office every day and only came home for dinner. Qin Luoluo's face was contorted with rage, but since Xiaoxiu had brought up Gu Jingqiu, she couldn't refuse any longer. But when she followed Xiaoxiu into Starbucks, the disdain in her eyes was barely concealed. Waiter, I'd like to order. Qin Luoluo sat on the sofa, complaining that the decor was too low-end and that the sofa wasn't genuine leather and wasn't soft enough. What she didn't realize was that the moment she called out her order, many people in the store focused their attention on Qin Luoluo. Xiaoxiu did it on purpose. After all, the coffee shops and beverage shops that this young lady is going to have waiters come to serve her as soon as she enters. But here you have to order your own food. Moreover, Qin Luoluo is dressed head to toe in designer brands, and now she's calling the waiter to order, which could easily make the customers sitting here think she's a woman trying to show off. Qin Luoluo called out, but no one answered. Just as she was about to get angry, Xiaoxiu slowly stood up. You have to order here yourself? Oh dear. I was so busy putting my bag away that I forgot to tell you. Qin Luoluo then realized that everyone around her was looking at her with strange eyes, and her face immediately darkened. She wanted to get angry, but when she thought of the task the Qin family had given her, she forced herself to hold back and then smiled at Xiaoxiu, saying, Then please go and order. Xiaoxiu nodded, then got up and walked towards the cashier. Give me a caramel macchiato, with light cream and regular ice, please. Okay, would the other person like it too? The waiter asked politely. Xiaoxiu smiled slightly, her voice neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for the people around her to hear. This is a rich family's daughter. She usually goes to high-end coffee shops, so she probably wouldn't like the taste here. Just give her a glass of plain water. The waiter gave Qin Luoluo, who was standing not far away, a strange look. Xiaoxiu walked to her seat with a caramel macchiato and a glass of water, and naturally placed the glass of water in front of Qin Luoluo. Drink it. Then, Xiaoxiu inserted the straw into the caramel macchiato in front of him and took a big sip. It's so delicious. She's going to drink it until she's sick of it. Qin Luoluo looked at the bland, tasteless glass of water in front of her and almost lost her composure. Xiaoxiu, why did you only order your own food and give me plain water? Oh dear, I figured someone of your status as the eldest daughter of the Qin family probably wouldn't be used to the drinks here, and might even get diarrhea when you get back. So I ordered you a glass of plain water. Hurry up and drink it. Even this plain water costs 2 yuan. Qin Luoluo's face was contorted with rage, but Xiaoxiu was still urging her on. Why aren't you drinking? Chapter 37 Trick Her. Xiaoxiu asked with great doubt, but Gu Jingqiu quite likes this place. As his childhood sweetheart, you don't even know what flavors he likes now, do you? She had a no-way look on her face. Qin Luoluo was so angry that she almost lost her composure. She picked up the glass of water and drank it all in one gulp. Okay, I'll drink it. Remembering the purpose of her meeting with Xiaoxiu today, Qin Luoluo forced a gentle smile onto her face. Xiu, could you put in a good word for me with Brother Jingqiu? I admit that when Brother Jingqiu's company had problems, my family did some bad things, but that was just going with the flow. If my family had dared to help at that time, we might have been dragged down with them. Our Qin family still feels guilty towards Brother Jingqiu, so I would like to ask him what specific project he is currently working on, so that we can offer our assistance. Okay. With just a few words, the fox's tail could no longer be hidden and was finally revealed, right? First of all, regardless of company size, every company's projects are confidential, precisely to prevent competitors from knowing. Is Qin Luoluo brainless or saying this on purpose? Xiaoxiu picked up her caramel macchiato, took a sip, concealed the cold smile on her lips, and then said, Actually, I don't know what project he's working on. He's busy from early morning to late at night every day, and sometimes I have to bring him food to the company. Seeing Qin Luoluo's darkened eyes, Xiaoxiu immediately added, However, several times when I went to deliver food, I seemed to hear Gu Jingqiu talking about making a popular online app, the kind that involves live streaming e-commerce. Qin Luoluo's eyes lit up immediately. Really? Did Brother Jingqiu say what type he is? Her hands, which were under the table, were already clenched. If this is true, then she needs to report this situation to the Qin family as soon as possible. Xiaoxiu nodded. Hey, you know the live streaming industry can be incredibly lucrative. If Gu Jingqiu wants to make a comeback, he needs to find the right path and earn enough money first. He's invested all his money in it now, and I can't even afford a bag. She looked disappointed, but seeing Qin Luoluo made her feel relaxed and relieved, and even the anger she had been holding back from Xiaoxiu suddenly dissipated. How pitiful, Qin Luoluo said smugly. Unlike me, I buy bags and clothes at fashion shows every day. Seeing Xiaoxiu's envious expression, Qin Luoluo's sense of superiority was completely satisfied. With a wave of her hand, she directly handed over the V brand bag she was holding. This is the first gift I'm giving you. Once we become friends, tell me more about Brother Jingqiu, and you'll get all these things in the future. Xiaoxiu quickly pinched her waist to stop herself from laughing. Ever since she started selling off the original owner's luxury handbags one by one, she now had the ability to appraise handbags at a glance. The V-brand bag that Qin Luoluo is carrying costs around 500,000 yuan. If you list it on Xinyu, a second-hand marketplace, you can sell it urgently for at least 400,000 yuan. That's all money. If the timing hadn't been so inconvenient, Xiaoxiu would have practically shouted, Thank you so much, my love rival, for the V-brand bag. After giving Qin Luoluo a few perfunctory replies, Xiaoxiu made an excuse and went home. However, she turned a corner near my house and quickly hailed a taxi to the appraisal center. Xiu, you don't have to go to work today. What brings you here? Limu was quite surprised to see Xia Shiyu, knowing that she was always on time for work. I'm here today to sell a bag. I need it urgently, Xia Shiyu said with a smile, handing over the V brand bag in her hand. The categories that the Century Center identifies are quite extensive. Some people like Xia Shiyu who want to sell their bags will have them authenticated at an authentication center before selling them to the center. Then the appraisal center raised the price and sold it. Hey, this bag isn't cheap, Limu joked with a chuckle. It's a new model, and if you weren't in such a rush to sell it, you could have sold it at a premium. Are you sure you want to sell it quickly? Xia Shiyu nodded. Let's just put it in the appraisal center to sell. The original price of this should be around 520,000. How much do you think they can offer after the appraisal? Limu picked up the bag in his hand, examined it carefully, and spoke after a while. V's latest seasonal collection is in limited supply. If you're not in a rush to sell, we can offer a premium of up to 600,000. If you're in a hurry, we can offer around 460,000. That's quite a difference. Why don't you wait about a week? Xia Shiyu shook her head. I won't wait. Limu nodded. All right, come with me. Let's go through some procedures. The process involves the seller providing the receipt or proof of purchase to ensure the item's legitimacy. Xia Shiyu certainly didn't have it, but she had a way of getting it. She pulled up WeChat, scrolled to Qin Luoluo who had just added her, and then sent her a message. The bag you just gave me, it's not fake, is it? Why did the authentication center on the street say they couldn't tell the difference? Sure enough, the WeChat chat window showed typing for a while, and then several pictures were sent over. These are the purchase receipt and ticket for this bag. Xia Shiyu forwarded it to Limu. The resale went smoothly, and the 460,000 yuan arrived immediately. Xia Shiyu received the money and happily walked home. She always hums a song when she enters the house. Hee, I've already paid off more than half a year's mortgage. How could I not be happy? You found some money? Gu Jingqiu already had a clear understanding of Xia Shiyu's love of money. Seeing her come in with a bright and smug expression, he couldn't help but laugh and ask, what's making you so happy? Hey, you know what? You're absolutely right. You're right. This is practically like finding money, and a lot of money at that. Xia Shiyu winked mysteriously at Gu Jingqiu. Guess who I ran into? It was actually quite easy to guess, but seeing Xia Shiyu's excited expression, Gu Jingqiu's eyes lit up with a smile. I don't know. Please tell me, Miss Xia. Xia Shiyu chuckled, and then said Qin Luoluo's name. Seeing Gu Jingqiu's surprised expression, she briefly recounted what had just happened. You have no idea, she really can't act. Her intentions are practically written all over her face. I can tell what she's up to with just a few words. She even said she wanted to be friends with me, but actually she just wanted to get close to you and see what kind of projects your company is working on. At this point, Xia Shiyu couldn't help but roll her eyes. Chapter 38 Buying a House. I don't know what she's thinking. She's probably already reported what I just said to the Qin family. Xia Shiyu frowned, then looked at Gu Jingqiu seriously. I only said it was an app for live streaming e-commerce, you. Gu Jingqiu wouldn't actually be making one of those apps, would he? Seeing the tension in Xia Shiyu's eyes, Gu Jingqiu shook his head. No. After receiving the answer, Xia Shiyu breathed a sigh of relief. Then she told Gu Jingqiu how she tricked Qin Luoluo out of the latest V brand bag, and then sold it, which kept her afloat for at least half a year. No. Xia Shiyu directly took out her phone calculator and did the math. That's enough to cover almost 2 years' worth of mortgage payments. Let's go look at houses this weekend. I have about 1.6 million yuan on hand right now. I want a 2-bedroom apartment in a second-tier city, about 80 square meters. The price should be around 3 to 4 million yuan. I can afford to pay 15,000 to 20,000 yuan a month for the mortgage. What about you? Gu Jingqiu looked up and pondered for a while before saying a number. 4. Xia Shiyu nodded and started pressing the calculator on her phone again. Then I have 15,000 here, and you have 4,000, which adds up to a monthly mortgage of 20,000. Gu Jingqiu's eyes widened slightly. Had she misunderstood something? I mean 40,000. Now it was Xia Shiyu's turn to be surprised. Isn't Gu Jingqiu starting a business now? The company has only been open for a short time, and he doesn't have much cash flow. Where did you get so much money? Xia Shiyu's eyes widened. You've struck it rich? Gu Jingqiu was both amused and exasperated. I have that much money, so don't worry too much. Okay, then you give me 20,000 and I give you 20,000. That's 40,000 a month and 480,000 a year. We can pay off the mortgage in exactly 5 years. But my plan is to pay it off within 3 years. Can you afford it? Does this woman think that he is truly penniless now that he's bankrupt? You don't need to worry about these things. Gu Jingqiu opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed his words and said, from now on, you'll have everything you need. Is this a promise from the big boss to himself? Xia Shiyu nodded with a smile. Okay, then good luck to you. I'm looking forward to going back to the carefree life of a rich housewife. Gu Jingqiu smiled slightly. Everyone thought he was bankrupt and had nothing, but the reason why the Gu Group went bankrupt was because he manipulated it all. The purpose is to. Now, the small app development company that everyone looks down on has actually had several apps successfully listed overseas, with a market value of at least several $billions. He lowered his eyes and sent a message to Lin Yi. When the weekend came, Gu Jingchu specially set aside half a day to go house hunting with Xia Shiyu. Hello, I'm Zhou, a real estate agent. Previously, I had only viewed this second-hand apartment through videos and pictures with the real estate agent, Xiao Zhou. Now that I've actually walked into the apartment and experienced it firsthand, I'm pleasantly surprised. The renovation is at least 90% new, and there are many brand-name furniture and appliances, all of which are quite expensive. If that's the case, will the price of the house increase again? Xia Shiyu frowned and looked at Xiao Zhou. Before she could voice her doubts, Xiao Zhou spoke up. Gentlemen, you've come at just the right time. The landlord of this house lost money in the stock market and needs to cash out, so he's in a hurry to sell. Originally, it was going for a little over 4 million, but since the landlord is in trouble now, we can get it for only 2.8 million. Xia Shiyu's eyes widened. 2.8 million? No, if this house sells for 2.8 million yuan in a second-tier city in Beijing, isn't that practically charity? But, is there something wrong with these houses that are being sold so urgently and with such unusually low prices? Xia Shiyu tugged at Gu Jingchu's sleeve. Based on the surrounding property prices, this house should cost at least 3.8 million to 4 million yuan. Now it has dropped by 1 million yuan, which I find a bit unusual. She pursed her lips, looking at the house with some reluctance. She really liked this apartment. It was close to the subway, had a nice neighborhood, and all the amenities were there. Plus, it was located in a second-tier city in Beijing. Sigh. As if sensing Xia Shiyu's concerns, Xiao Zhou quickly added, Ms. Xia, you can rest assured. Nothing has ever happened to this house. The landlord is unable to show his face and has entrusted our agency to list the house for sale and handle the transfer of ownership. Moreover, this house is the only one available. If you miss it, you won't get another one. You've also looked into the surrounding property prices. This one will do. Xia Shiyu frowned. But if it's a quick sale, then it has to be paid in full. We only have about 1.8 million on hand right now, which isn't enough. Where could she possibly raise 1 million yuan for a house in such a short time? Gu Jingchu's expression froze. How could he forget this? He simply handed the matter over to Lin Yi, instructing him to buy the house and then resell it at a low price, so that Xia Shiyu wouldn't be under too much pressure when buying it. Who knew Xia Shiyu was so thoughtful? Don't worry, you can get a loan. After receiving a look from Gu Jingchu, Xiao Zhou quickly stepped forward and said. Xia Shiyu felt completely bewildered. They said that he was stuck with his money in the stock market and was in a hurry to sell the house to get cash, so that the buyer could take out a loan to buy it. Don't worry, there will be absolutely no mistakes. Our agencies all have contracts, so you can come to us if any problems arise. Xia Shiyu was still somewhat skeptical that something for nothing could fall from the sky, and she remained hesitant. Don't worry, I'll have the company's lawyer review the contract. If there are any problems, they'll be discovered in time. Hearing this, Xia Shiyu finally felt relieved. Although Gu Jingchu went bankrupt, his charisma as a villainous boss meant that his team of employees were all elites. Okay, then we'll buy this set. Xia Shiyu was overjoyed and quickly pulled the real estate agent, Xiao Zhou, to sign the contract, afraid that if she was a step too late, someone else would snatch the house away. Gu Jingchu followed slowly behind, a smile appearing on his lips. Xia Shiyu probably doesn't know that this apartment has been available exclusively for her since yesterday. Even the furniture and appliances inside were the best that Lin Yi picked out and put in overnight. He didn't intend to tell Xia Shiyu any of this. Gu Jingchu knew that Xia Shiyu, who was standing in front of him, had his own bottom line, even though he looked like a money grubber. It took another hour or so to sign the contract and transfer the purchase price. Then it took a lot of time to process the loan. After almost an entire afternoon of this, all the procedures were finally completed. Finally, I don't have to squeeze into the old house anymore. Xia Shiyu happily spun around a few times. Back in their old, run-down apartment with Gu Jingchu, Xia Shiyu didn't have the energy to cook anymore, so she opted to boil noodles instead. Chapter 39 has been leaked. Xia Shiyu was cooking noodles, while Gu Jingchu was chopping scallions on the side. The two figures filled the small kitchen, yet there was an indescribable sense of warmth. After finishing their noodles, the two of them started packing their clothes in unison, preparing to move into their new home in the next couple of days. They called a local delivery service, which brought over some cardboard boxes to pack things. Gu Jingchu had already found a moving company. We can start moving at 10 a.m. tomorrow. There's not much to pack in this old, run-down apartment, since the new house is everything. You just need to pack your personal belongings and usable items from the kitchen. Gu Jingchu had to go to work, so the moving was left to Xia Shiyu. In fact, Xiaoxiu didn't have to put in much effort because the moving team that Gu Jingqiu hired was very reliable. They not only helped pack up anything that wasn't packed properly, but also categorized everything and put it in its proper place when they moved it to the new house. Xiaoxiu moved in almost immediately. Sitting on the sofa in the spacious living room, Xiaoxiu let out a long, satisfied sigh. Indeed, a larger house makes people feel much better. The phone rang suddenly. Xiaoxiu thought it was Gu Jingqiu calling, but when she saw that the number on the screen was Li Mu's, she frowned. It wasn't her workday today, so why would Li Mu call? Xiaoxiu answered the phone, and Li Mu's voice on the other end sounded very anxious. Xiu, you should go check the forum right away. Someone has exposed you on the forum. Xiaoxiu froze, completely taken aback. No? She racked her brains for a long time, but couldn't think of anything she had done recently that was worth being exposed, especially since the customer satisfaction ratings she had recently gotten from the forum were all 100%. It wasn't until Li Mu forwarded the link to the post on WeChat that Xiaoxiu clicked on it with some skepticism. After reading the full post, Xiaoxiu realized that she had been maliciously exposed. The post is titled, "Expose the story of an unqualified gold digger who, in order to make money, betrayed her conscience and transformed herself into an appraiser." The post was written in the first person, from the perspective of the victim, describing the whole incident word by word. The post was obviously well written and wrote out all the hardships the poster went through, directly portraying Xiaoxiu as a gold digger who would do anything for money. In particular, it was highlighted that after Xiaoxiu gained some popularity on Tieba, a Chinese online forum, he stopped offering free appraisal services. Although most appraisers charge fees nowadays, Xiaoxiu's appraisal fees are higher than others, which is a different story. The poster described paying 1,000 yuan for an appraisal at Xiaoxiu's shop, only to have it identified as fake. Disheartened, he took the identified item to the antique market to sell. 3 days later, the poster discovered that the item he had sold at a low price had been auctioned off for over 4 million yuan. The authentication certificate for this item came from Century Authentication Center, the largest authentication center in Beijing. Unwilling to give up, the poster went to the Century Appraisal Center to get to the bottom of things, but unexpectedly saw Xiaoxiu himself and the manager of the Century Appraisal Center walking out with smiles. Therefore, the original poster believed there must be something fishy going on. Then the original poster went to investigate Xiaoxiu and found that she was just a junior appraiser who had just joined the company. It just so happened that the item she identified as fake was sent to the auction house after being appraised by the appraisal center based on her employment record. The original poster believes that Xiaoxiu must have received a huge kickback, which is why this post was made. The post also included chat logs, transfer records, and photos taken secretly by the poster outside the Century Appraisal Center. This is practically considered solid evidence online. Summer rain. This is a huge misunderstanding. The original poster did indeed pay 1,000 yuan for authentication, but the Warring States bronze cup in the poster's hand is not from the Warring States period at all. It was actually washed with modern chemicals. Even with a video authentication, it would be obvious that it is fake. However, Xiaoxiu didn't want to discourage the poster at that time, so she asked the poster to show her from multiple angles. Xiaoxiu tried to drag it out a bit before the appraisal ended. The reason she could spot it as fake at first glance is that the day before she was appraised this item, she was taken to see a genuine artifact at work, which was the exact same Warring States period bronze wine cup that the poster had. The product was authenticated by the Century Appraisal Center. This is the genuine article. The one in your hand is just a 1:1 replica made by someone with ulterior motives. Unexpectedly, it was posted online. Xiaoxiu was having a headache because not only was her workplace exposed, but even her work ID was posted online, which meant that she was practically registered under her real name on the forum. The netizens on Tieba immediately went wild. Everyone is guessing what Xiaoxiu's background is, that she can work at the Century Appraisal Center at such a young age. You should know that this testing center is ranked #1 in the country. How did Xiaoxiu, who is so young, get in? And seeing him chatting and laughing with the manager of the Century Appraisal Center, netizens couldn't help but start speculating. After all, what's more interesting these days than romantic relationships between men and women? Xiaoxiu opened the forum and found that she had received many friend requests in the background. Basically, 80% of them were all kinds of vile insults, and 10% were advice to quickly admit her mistake, compensate the poster who posted the thread for part of the losses, and then quit the appraisal circle. The remaining group consists of Xiaoxiu's loyal fans accumulated on Tieba, who inquire about her current situation and firmly choose to believe in her, hoping that she can quickly find strong evidence to clarify the situation. Xiaoxiu sighed helplessly. She had no way to clarify things for the time being, so she could only seek Li Mu's help. She turned off the private messaging function in the background and then cleared the 99 plus messages with one click, finally making the private messaging page in the background clean. Although I don't really care what others think of me, who likes to read those abusive private messages? Xiaoxiu was still somewhat angry. Li Mu kept sending her WeChat messages, telling her to stay calm. He would investigate the information on the two fake and genuine items and send the results to Xiaoxiu. After replying with a thank you emoji, Xiaoxiu's eyes turned slightly cold. Things on the internet often take unexpected turns, so most netizens won't be too easily led astray until solid evidence appears. What she was really curious about was, even if the person who posted the message on the forum saw her at the authentication center, how did they recognize her? Chapter 40. The evidence has been uploaded. You should know that she has always been very cautious. Especially online, people don't usually post their own photos. How did that poster recognize them and even take a picture of their work ID? Xiaoxiu saved the picture of her work ID from the post and zoomed in to look at it bit by bit. She originally worked as an appraiser, so she is particularly sensitive to details. Sure enough, a short while later, she saw a person's index finger and half a fingernail next to the work ID bag, which was in the upper right corner of the picture. She uploaded the image to her computer and used software to retouch it to high definition. She carefully examined half of the fingernail and discovered that there was a white crescent shape on the fingernail. Although it was only half, she could tell from the skin next to the fingernail that it was a man's hand. There were some whitish-gray marks inside the nail crevices, which should be a special kind of powder. There were some wrinkles around this small section of finger, as if it had been tightly bound by something for quite some time. The fingers were tightly bound, and there was a grayish-white powder. As an appraiser, Xiaoxiu is extremely familiar with these things. She turned and went into her room. After familiarizing herself with the layout, she went to her toolbox, took out a pair of white, skin-friendly gloves, and put them on. She then poured out a grayish-white powder from a bottle. Then, she smashed a glass on the table to the ground with a bang, sprinkled it with grayish-white powder, and used her gloved hand to pick up the glass shards. Sure enough, the glove was torn, and the grayish-white powder on the ground got into the crevices of the fingernails. She glanced at her own fingernails, then at the fingernails in the picture. Now there's nothing you don't understand. She had only been working there a short time and only worked 3 days a week, yet she had already attracted so much hatred. A WeChat notification sounded. It was Li Mu posting the authentication time for the genuine Warring States period bronze wine cup. The day after Xiaoxiu helped the poster authenticate the fake Warring States period bronze wine cup. When Xiaoxiu saw the time chart, she finally felt relieved. According to the original poster, when Xiaoxiu identified it as a fake, he sold it at a low price at the antique market the next day. In other words, the fake item in the original poster's possession was only sold after the genuine item was authenticated at the appraisal center. The timeline doesn't match up, which basically refutes the story that Xiaoxiu deliberately claimed the Warring States period bronze wine cup in the poster's possession was a fake, then colluded with the manager of the appraisal center to buy it back from the antique market, and then, together with the appraisal center, sent it to the auction house to receive huge kickbacks. Xiaoxiu just needs to find out who is secretly framing her. After much thought, Xiaoxiu only had one person in mind. A person's image came to mind. If it's this person, then everything makes sense. The employee ID cards of the appraisal center staff are kept in drawers in their own office areas, and unless they work together in the same office, no one else can access them. Xiaoxiu frowned. From the very first day she started working at the testing center, this person seemed to have disliked her, and was always being sarcastic. He would interrupt at work whenever he had a spare moment, as if he wouldn't feel comfortable if he didn't say something back, but Xiaoxiu wouldn't indulge him. A cold glint flashed in her eyes, and her fingers clenched into fists. It seemed she was too easy to talk to. She added Qianlele on WeChat, then transferred a red envelope to Qianlele, asking her to do something for her. A while later, Qianlele sent over a video. It's a video from the junior appraiser's office, showing everyone's hands and faces clearly. Xiaoxiu downloaded the video to her computer and watched it almost frame by frame. At 1 minute and 2 seconds, she paused the video and watched the 3-second clip repeatedly, taking a screenshot of the person's hand and comparing it closely with the small half fingerprint that appeared in her work ID photo. The result was exactly the same. Xiaoxiu stared coldly at the middle-aged man in the video who was smiling, a slight curve appearing at the corner of her lips. Lu Qi, right? Xiaoxiu knew that her workplace, real name, and even her face had been exposed on Tieba. These things were already a fact, and she couldn't hide them anymore. So, she posted a picture of the genuine Warring States period bronze wine cup from the auction, along with a screenshot of the authentication date of the genuine piece, and even tagged the original poster who wrote the 818 post in the comments. Believe it or not, take it or leave it at true love in the world. I had your appraisal done on the 10th, and the genuine item was appraised at our appraisal center on the 11th. The fake item you have was sold on the 12th. Actually, you could change the name of your post. 818 question. What are those time-space distortions and time-traveling antiques that I encountered? Her post, consisting of just 2 or 3 pictures, was not lengthy, yet it caused a huge uproar on the forum. Netizens flocked to the scene to watch the drama unfold, with many maintaining a neutral stance, but some already siding with Xiaoxiu. Unfortunately, the only way for the original poster to express their true feelings to Xiaoxiu was to post comments online. Human kindness. Who can tell if your picture is photoshopped? You're an appraiser at the Century Appraisal Center, so naturally you have the authority to create any appraisal image you want. Believe it or not, it's up to you. If you don't want your eyes, just donate them. Every single one of our appraisals has a correct code underneath, which you can find on the Appraisal Center's official website by entering the code. The appraisal details are all very clear. Human kindness. But I just sold my bronze wine cup at a low price, and then I saw it at the auction. How do you explain that? Believe it or not, take it or leave it. I already said yours is a fake. What does it have to do with you if the real thing is sent to auction? I'm curious. I've never posted my real name or photo on the forum. Even in the video when I was authenticating your item, I never showed my face. How did you recognize me at the entrance of the authentication center? And how did you get a work ID that only internal staff can see? Xiaoxiu typed a long message, posted it, and then couldn't be bothered to argue with the original poster. The clear evidence is already on the forum, and I believe netizens aren't stupid. Such a clear and obvious frame-up will probably cause this person, who calls themselves human kindness, to immediately delete the original post and won't be appearing on the forum for a while. In severe cases, they might even be forced to delete their account due to the backlash. The internet is a double-edged sword. Before you try to accuse someone of cyberbullying, you should consider whether this sword might turn around and pierce you instead. Chapter 41. He panicked. Xiaoxiu has not been online since releasing the evidence. Lu Qi was somewhat restless in his office. He never expected that Xiaoxiu would be able to retaliate in that way. Online opinion is now almost entirely divided, with very few people supporting him. It's alright. Even if Xiaoxiu gets through this, so what? There are so many appraisers in the appraisal center. How could she possibly trace it back to herself? However, when Lu Qi saw the message in the company group chat, his face immediately turned green. In the company's WeChat group, Xiaoxiu posted a very high-resolution picture of half a finger, and also posted a long screenshot of the post from the forum and her reply in the company's casual WeChat group chat. Century Appraisal Company has both work groups and casual chat groups. The chat group is a place where you can talk about anything and colleagues can share gossip to relax. It also has an anonymous group function, which means you can complain or share gossip without fear of being exposed. So the group is very active, and if anything happens, the whole company will know about it. The 2 pictures posted by Xiaoxiu were not anonymous at all. They were a blatant challenge. In other words, she knew that the client named Human Kindness was instigated by her colleagues at the appraisal center to expose her on the online forum. Lu Qi shuddered involuntarily and instinctively hid his hands in his sleeves, quickly glancing around to see if anyone was watching his fingers. They all work at the appraisal center. The most basic skill for an appraiser is what? It's having a keen eye? Lu Qi was feeling incredibly guilty, and even when he went to the toilet, he couldn't help but hide his fingers behind his back, afraid that others would see them. He originally thought that Xiaoxiu would come to him angrily to question him, and then he could pretend to be innocent and let Xiaoxiu bear the bad reputation of slandering her colleague. Who knew this woman would do something so unpredictable? She actually posted the picture in the company's group chat. Xiaoxiu wasn't that naive. Her way of responding to people was always simple and direct. She didn't like to rack her brains or have conflicts with others, as it was too troublesome. Xiaoxiu didn't want to waste her energy explaining this slanderous act. Everyone was smart enough. Just 2 pictures, and the fact that she was a newcomer to the company, were enough for her colleagues to have wild ideas. Moreover, the appraiser has an excellent eye. The person who resorted to underhanded tactics probably hasn't dared to show their hands much these past few days. In my WeChat contact list, Li Mu sent several 666 and well done emojis. Feeling refreshed after the summer rain, she went straight to the supermarket and bought a lot of meat and seafood, and even a king crab to take home. Today is my first day in my new home. She wanted to cook a big dinner to warm the house. It's a pity that the original owner didn't have any friends. Even if she did, they were just fair-weather friends who were already being kind by not taking advantage of her misfortune to mock her. Gu Jingchu's friends. After thinking for a moment, Xiaoxiu sent a message to Gu Jingchu. Today is our first day in our new house. I've prepared a lot of food. Would you like to invite your friends over to warm up the house? Gu Jingchu quickly replied to the WeChat message. Okay, I'll invite a few people over. Then, Xia Shiyu received 20,000 yuan transferred from Gu Jingqiu. She replied with a few question marks. Gu Jingqiu only replied with a few words. Living expenses. Xia Shiyu laughed and accepted the money without refusing. That evening, there was a knock on the door. Xia Shiyu responded and was busy in the kitchen, so she didn't open the door. It wasn't until the door was knocked on again that she belatedly realized that this was their new house, and Gu Jingqiu didn't have a key yet. She quickly wiped her hands on her apron and hurried to the door to open it. Sorry, I forgot you didn't have your keys. Xia Shiyu looked up at the door and found several people standing behind Gu Jingqiu. Lin Yi, Chen Anping, and Gu Jingqiu's aunt Gu Qinyue. Gu Qinyue held a small child's hand in each of their hands. The two children looked at Xia Shiyu with their eyes crinkled. Before Xia Shiyu could react, the two children threw themselves into her arms. Cousin-in-law. These were twins, a boy and a girl, so beautiful they looked like New Year's picture dolls. Xia Shiyu's heart melted at the sight, and she hugged one in each arm. Oh dear, you should have let me know in advance if you were coming, so I could prepare gifts for you too. The twins looked at each other, and then gave Xia Shiyu a sweet smile. Mom said we're here to celebrate my cousin and his wife's housewarming. We should be the ones bringing them gifts. After saying that, the twins conjured up 2 dragon fruits from nowhere, one in each of their hands. Hee, we're inside. May everything be prosperous and thriving. Gu Qinyue smiled as she looked at the 2 mischievous children, then rushed through the door with the dragon fruit in her arms. Come in and have a seat. Dinner is almost ready. Gu Jingqiu quickly took the 2 children and carried them to the dining table, one in each arm. Xia Shiyu also took out the fruits and snacks she had just bought from the cupboard. Dinner will be served soon. Have some of this to tide you over. Xia Shiyu quickly arranged the seats, then turned around and went back to the kitchen to continue working on the last 2 dishes and a pot of soup. After washing his hands with hand sanitizer, Gu Jingqiu came over to help. Lin sat at the dining table, watching the 2 people in the kitchen with great interest, and couldn't help but say, I've known Chu Gu for so long, and this is the first time I've seen him go into the kitchen, and he's doing it quite well. Gu Qinyue also witnessed that heartwarming scene and felt extremely gratified. Although the 2 are only 10 years apart in age, Gu Jingqiu is someone she has practically watched grow up. Having witnessed so much intrigue and backstabbing at the Gu family's old residence, she rarely saw Gu Jingqiu with this gentle demeanor. It seems that Xia Shiyu is not as rumored. Or perhaps, someone deliberately portrayed Xia Shiyu in a negative light in front of her. Mom, this cousin-in-law is really nice. The younger sister of the twins stared at Xia Shiyu's retreating figure with a bright, sparkling expression. My cousin's wife is really beautiful and gentle. She really likes her. However, the way this cousin's wife and cousin get along seems a bit strange. It's not like what's portrayed in TV dramas, where the 2 are always sticking together. Gu Baobao is the type of person who does whatever comes to mind. She immediately jumped off the chair and ran to the kitchen in a flash. Chapter 42. Why don't you kiss your cousin? She opened her big, round eyes and grabbed someone's clothes with one hand. Her tone was innocent and adorable. Cousin-in-law, why are you so far apart? I saw on TV that when the woman was cooking in the kitchen, the man would hug her from behind and kiss her cheek to show his affection. Cousin, why don't you kiss your wife? Summer rain. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. She felt like a million grass mud horses were galloping through her mind, and her whole body began to stiffen. What is this child saying? The temperature on her face was probably hot enough to scald an egg. Gu Jingqiu wasn't much better off. When Gu Baobao said those words, he was chopping scallions and almost cut his hand. Gu Baobao. Gu Jingqiu practically spat out each word through gritted teeth. Your cousin-in-law gave you snacks, and that still can't shut you up? Gu Baobao wasn't afraid of her cousin at all. She chuckled, and just as Gu Jingqiu reached out to grab her, she ducked down and slipped away like an eel. He clapped his hands as he ran, and playfully made faces and stuck out his tongue at Gu Jingqiu. Ha! Mom, my cousin is shy. Gu Jingqiu rubbed his forehead, looking at Xia Shiyu with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. I'm sorry, this child is. Xia Shiyu blushed and waved her hands repeatedly. It's nothing, it's nothing. Children say the darndest things. Children say the darndest things, haha. Despite saying that, Xia Shiyu couldn't help but follow Gu Baobao's words and start imagining a series of scenes. In the scene, she is chopping vegetables when Gu Jingqiu hugs her from behind and gently kisses her on the cheek. She smiled shyly. No. Xia Shiyu's eyes widened, and she quickly shook her head to shake the image out of her mind. She rubbed the goosebumps on her arms, and she didn't even dare to meet Gu Jingqiu's eyes. She hurriedly took the dishes out and awkwardly began to change the subject. Haha, I've been studying recipes at home these days when I have nothing to do. I think I have a real talent for cooking. Everyone should try it. She winked mischievously. If it tastes good, please give me a compliment. If it doesn't taste good, please give me a compliment, even if it's not the best. The atmosphere immediately became lively, with the group chatting amongst themselves, and the initial awkwardness vanished instantly. Wow, this is so delicious, Gu Baobao exclaimed. It tastes even better than what our family chef makes. My cousin-in-law is so skillful. After tasting the food, Gu Qinyue looked at Xia Xiyu with admiration. She then glanced at Gu Jingqiu, whose face had clearly gained weight recently, and realized that Xia Xiyu must have taken good care of Gu Jingqiu during this time. She was completely relieved. This is mine. This is mine. What are you doing, trying to take it? I perform several surgeries every day. I'm exhausted like a dog. Eating meat can replenish my energy, so get out of my way. I'm working overtime with my junior colleague every day. I'm as busy as a dog. I need energy too, so get out of my way. At this moment, Lin Yi and Chen Anping were fighting over the last piece of meat at the dinner table. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman profits. Xia Xiyu, the fisherman, quickly picked up the last piece of braised pork and put it into Gu Jingqiu's bowl. You eat it. Lin Yi and Chen Anping both looked mournful. Are you two just being lovey-dovey? Xia Xiyu burst out laughing. If you like, I'll make a little more tomorrow and have a local delivery person deliver it to each of you. Sometimes Gu Jingqiu is too busy at the company to go home for dinner, so she calls a local delivery service to have it delivered to her. Why didn't she deliver it herself? Because she was lazy. Xia Xiyu stayed at home and didn't want to move at all. The housewarming meal was a lively affair, but Chen Anping had to leave in a hurry because of an unexpected surgery. Lin Yi wasn't idle either, because there was a problem with the app that the company could release, so Gu Jingqiu directly called everyone to work overtime. At this moment, only Gu Chenyue and her twins remained in the house. Xia Xiyu quite liked the twins, except for the younger sister, Gu Baobao's mouth. The twins are named Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei. Baby and Beibei are the nicknames of the twins, and everyone is used to calling them that. So Xia Xiyu also calls them that. Xiyu, Jingqiu has been doing very well for the past month or so. I can feel it. Gu Chenyue gently held Xia Xiyu's hand. I know it's all thanks to you. I was wrong before. I trusted what others said about you. Now that I've gotten to know you, I can feel that you are a good girl. But I can also see that you and Jingqiu are just living together for convenience right now. You two get along very well, but there is no love in your eyes. I don't know how you two get along, but I believe that you two will get better and better in the future. Jingqiu went through too much when he was young. He is not someone who can easily trust others. If he does something wrong in the future and makes you feel uncomfortable, I will not ask you to forgive him. Xiyu, I hope you will take care of your own feelings first. Xia Xiyu smiled slightly. She liked the gentlewoman in front of her very much. She was not yet 40 years old, but she had a clear-headed understanding of the world. Okay, thank you, Auntie. Xia Xiyu called out Auntie willingly. Before she transmigrated into the book, she had no relatives except for that old man. Gu Qinyue was the first person who made her feel close to her, wanted to get to know her, and felt like family. Sister-in-law, can we come visit you more often? I like you so much. Gu Baobao rushed over, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Xia Xiyu. Gu Beibei is somewhat reserved, but her eyes convey the same meaning as Gu Baobao's. Of course. Xia Xiyu lovingly rubbed Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei's cheeks. Such a polite, well-mannered, and beautiful doll would be loved by anyone. Come on, with your mischievous personalities, you two would turn your cousin and his wife's house upside down, wouldn't you? Gu Qinyue smiled and pulled the two children back to her side. Don't forget, you're going to kindergarten soon. The moment kindergarten was mentioned, Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei's mouths twitched. Neither of us likes that kindergarten at all. All the kids there are doing is comparing themselves to others. Can we transfer to another school next semester? Gu Qinyue sighed and agreed. Good. Xia Xiyu and Gu Qinyue chatted for a long time. The two seemed to have hit it off immediately and had almost endless topics to talk about. Chapter 43, Tell me what you're missing. As darkness fell, Gu Qinyue bid farewell to Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei. Xiyu, keep in touch. I'll keep an eye on the Gu family for Jingqiu. I'll have to trouble you during this time. Gu Qinyue patted Xia Xiyu's hand and instructed, just give me a call if you need anything. Xia Xiyu nodded, we don't lack anything. Our lives are fine now. I have a job now, and Gu Jingqiu's career is starting to take off. He can also bring money home. If there is any real need, I definitely won't be polite to you, Aunt. Gu Chenyue smiled with satisfaction, then left with the two children. After cleaning up the leftover food and dishes on the table, Xia Xiyu returned to her room and laid down on the soft bed. She jumped up and down. A new bed is so comfortable to sleep in. Moreover, the environment of this community is very good, unlike that old and dilapidated neighborhood where you could often hear elderly people arguing, mothers disciplining their children, and the constant noise from cars downstairs. The next day, Xia Xiyu went to work wearing a business suit. When she entered the office, she could clearly feel Lu Qi's eyes darting away, avoiding her gaze. With a sarcastic smile playing on her lips, Xiaoxiu didn't go looking for trouble with him directly, but instead went to find Qian Lele. Lele, is our center going to hold its annual appraisal competition? Qian Lele smiled and nodded. Yes, are you going to sign up? Yes, Xiaoxiu said. I want to sign up and give it a try. I heard that if you do well in the competition, you might be able to move up in the rankings. The appraisers at this appraisal center are actually quite competitive. Performance evaluations, departmental competitions, assessments. Everyone is working hard in secret, all in an effort to get promoted to the next level. After all, rank is linked to the company. Okay, I'll print out the form for you. Just fill it out as required and report it to Manager Lee to reserve a spot. But you'd better hurry, as registration closes tonight. Their voices weren't too loud or too soft, but Lu Qi's ears perked up. When he heard that Xiaoxiu was also going to participate in this appraisal competition, his face turned green. You know, ever since Xiaoxiu posted those photos on Tieba the day before yesterday, some people have been secretly sending him private messages asking if he was the one who caused this. Lu Qi, who usually enjoys being active in group chats, hasn't dared to speak in the company's casual chat group at all these past few days. That brat, she only registered on the last day. Was that on purpose? Lu Qi's palms were sweating with anxiety, because he was the only one who had signed up in the entire office of junior appraisers. He is 40 years old this year, and has been working at the appraisal center for some years. His age and seniority can give him some extra points in the competition, and he is hoping to use these extra points to advance to the intermediate appraisal office. Unexpectedly, Xiaoxiu has suddenly appeared as an opponent. You've only been at the testing center for a few days. How dare you sign up so presumptuously? Lu Qi finally spoke up. Young people need to learn to settle down and not just focus on immediate benefits. They should first establish themselves in the company and then do other things once they are stable. His speech had a fatherly tone. Someone unfamiliar with the situation might have thought it was a leader coming down to hold a meeting. Xiaoxiu scoffed. Well, you've been firmly rooted here for 10 years, and you still haven't moved on. You're still stuck at the beginner level. In one sentence, he successfully made Lu Qi's face darken. Qian Lele was overjoyed. This younger sister really knows how to speak venomously. She knows how to hit people where it hurts. You. Lu Qi was furious, but he couldn't find any words to refute it, so he could only snort coldly and leave the office. Qian Lele quickly printed out the registration form, which Xiaoxiu filled out and handed to Li Mu. Before lunch break, all the contestant forms for the appraisal center had been sent out. There was a list in the work group, and when I saw the names Lu Qi and Xiaoxiu in the #1 primary appraisal room, I was surprised. During lunch break, the company's casual chat group was buzzing with activity. The scandal on Baidu Tieba, where it was alleged that an insider from the company was instigating a client to frame a newcomer, is still going strong. Now, the two main figures in this scandal are participating in the same authentication competition. This makes one wonder if the two have started to clash, since newcomers don't participate in such appraisal competitions. Xiaoxiu is a new employee who has been with the company for less than a month. The reason for participating in this competition is most likely to face off against Lu Qi. Everyone was fired up with their gossip spirit and paid special attention to this appraisal competition. After Xiaoxiu got home from get-off work, she told Gu Jingchu about it, and Gu Jingchu said he understood. I investigated the appraisal orders Lu Qi had taken before, and the error rate was over 40%. I really don't understand why the company would keep someone like that. Xiaoxiu complained while eating. Moreover, when I created an account on Tieba, I found that the person with the landscape avatar spoke in a similar way to Lu Qi. If I hadn't checked the ID, I would have suspected that it was the same person. If there's little difference between their speaking style and their way of doing things, then we should indeed consider whether they are the same person or whether they are friends or family, Gu Jingchu said calmly. Birds of a feather flock together. Xiaoxiu's eyes lit up. How come she hadn't thought of that? She said that Lu Qi had inexplicably started targeting her when she joined the company. Perhaps because of the man with the landscape avatar on Tieba, who had his account deleted from Tieba by her. They were in cahoots. It's likely that the man with the landscape portrait was also a tout, recruiting Lu Qi to do authentication. The two of them then swindled the client, taking the client's genuine items and reselling them for profit. While Xiaoxiu's actions were righteous, they cut off Lu Qi's source of income. However, Xiaoxiu felt that she did the right thing. What Lu Qi and the man with the landscape portrait did was immoral, and she had to stop them. The evaluation competition began soon afterward. The time was chosen to be a weekend, which is also the day off for many employees of the testing center. So many employees came to watch at the scene. Xiaoxiu took out one photo after another of antiques and rare items that were almost identical, placed them on the table, and compared them one by one. This is what Lu Qijin saw when he was preparing. Xia Xiu brought a lot of junior appraisers, who were almost all piled up in the same photos. Lu Qi was dumbfounded. What are you doing? Xia Xiu didn't even look up, staring intently at the photo in her hand. Practice. Lu Qi was completely stunned. I never imagined that Xia Xiu could be rolled up like this. These photos are all records of rare items that can be found on the Authentication Center's website. Images of genuine and counterfeit Xia Xiu artifacts are all mixed together. Chapter 44. The competition begins. She was preparing for the competition because she had learned from Li Mu that the first challenge was to find clues to the authenticity of the artifact from identical pictures. There are many photos of the samples, but only one photo of the genuine product. The appraisers have to find the picture of the fake product, identify the fake parts, mark the fake parts with red circles, and find the genuine product. As for why photos are used, it's because the genuine articles are all very expensive, and many have already been auctioned off. They're not suitable for practice in a competition. Xia Xiu had already found 3 or 4 photos in a pile. The others were in 1 or 2, and Lu Qi was the oldest among them, looking somewhat out of place among a group of junior appraisers in their 20s and 30s. Besides, Lu Qi was unwilling to join the ranks of the involution because he felt that he was a senior in the industry and it would be embarrassing to be squeezed among a group of juniors. However, Lu Qi couldn't help but look at the photo, but the more he looked, the more alarmed he became. He couldn't recognize any of them because the photos were all exactly the same. At this moment, Lu Qi was truly panicked. If he can't even get past the first round, then he'll have lost all face and dignity. A group of junior appraisers are preparing to go on stage, while the company's chat group is already buzzing with excitement. The topics everyone was discussing were just a few. It doesn't matter who comes in first place. I just want to see the showdown between the newcomer Xia Xiu and the veteran Lu Qi. Xia Xiu, as a newcomer, was too rash and overpowered Lu Qieying. I heard Lu Qi has powerful connections, so Xia Xiu is definitely going to lose. Some say that Xia Xiu is incredibly audacious. He's not in the field and is a newcomer, yet he dared to challenge a senior colleague out of spite. They say he's crazy. It was supposed to be a day off, but because of the drama that happened on Tieba, many employees were chatting and watching the drama unfold in their group chats. Some were even waiting in the live stream room of the match, sending comments. Century Appraisal Center Company, Limited is a relatively humane company that does not put too much pressure on its employees. As long as they do not spread rumors or violate company rules, they are basically free to speak. Furthermore, topics such as male-female relationships, who is having an office romance, and who is a mistress to a certain leader can all be discussed in the group chat. We used to be bombarded with relationship gossip, and everyone got a bit tired of it. Now that we have a power struggle story, everyone finds it fresh and is squatting there with great interest. Xia Xiu didn't care about any of that. After joining the chat group, she basically kept the chat muted, except for the last time when she posted the photos from the forum. Despite being at the center of the drama, she showed no awareness of being the leader of the drama, instead leisurely leading a group of people in a vicious cycle. Meanwhile, Lu Qi, the gossipmonger on the other side, was extremely anxious. Xia Xiu, do you think this will put pressure on me? Lu Qi gritted his teeth. Let me tell you, I will definitely beat you. Xia Xiu acted as if she hadn't heard anything and casually grabbed a bag of snacks from the preparation room. It was a bag of sunflower seeds, and she started cracking them open with a crunching sound. Lu Qi. Does this damn woman even care about herself? It's like before a battle, you issue a challenge to the other side with great momentum, but the other side ignores you and doesn't give you any response, as if you're punching cotton. Lu Qi was furious, so he tagged everyone in the chat group. If I lose to Xia Xiu, this newcomer, then I will call her senior from now on whenever I see her. However, even with such blatantly provocative language, Xia Xiu still ignored it. 10 minutes later, the host reminded the appraisers in the preparation room to come on stage and prepare. Because the match is about to begin. Lu Qi pushed aside the crowd and walked onto the stage first, head held high. Before going on stage, he glanced at Xia Xiu with disdain. He thought that Xia Xiu's silence in the group was like a cowardly act, a sign that he had already given in. Wow. The scene I've been waiting for is finally about to begin. If gift giving wasn't prohibited in the live stream, I would definitely have sent a few to liven things up. Everyone, guess who will be eliminated first? I think it should be Xia Xiu, the newcomer. Although Lu Qi is a junior appraiser, he is very experienced and has seen more than Xia Xiu. The person upstairs shouldn't speak with such a fatherly tone. In no way are today's young people any worse than you old folks. As the comments continued, they quickly became polarized, and a heated argument broke out. Everyone has 20 minutes to prepare after they go on stage. This competition is for junior and intermediate appraisers, and the competition areas are separated for junior and intermediate appraisers. This competition also provides an opportunity for registered junior appraisers to rank themselves. Those who rank higher will receive bonus points when taking the intermediate level appraiser exam. The first test was the same as what Xia Xiu practiced, finding the only genuine photograph among a pile of fake photographs. The photos of genuine products are processed with special materials and can only be scanned by a machine. Therefore, to the naked eye, each photo appears to have the same material in the hands of an appraiser, with virtually no difference. This preliminary competition has a time limit. Participants must eliminate as many fake photos as possible and find genuine photos from tens of thousands of photos within 1 hour. Eliminating a fake photo earns 1 point, finding a genuine photo earns 10 points, and eliminating a genuine photo will deduct 20 points. The winner is determined by the score after 1 hour of competition. This is a live broadcast. Each participating appraiser has 2 glass boxes behind them, containing photos of fake and genuine items. Under the live camera, there is no possibility of faking it. On the field, Lu Qi was very confident, and he also had many supporters in the live chat. Because of the years that have passed, everyone believes that Lu Qi had been an appraiser for over 10 years and was very knowledgeable. Xia Xiu was just a newcomer to the industry. No matter how talented someone is, they can't compare to Lu Qi, who has been in the industry for 10 years. Some people mocked Xia Xiu below, saying he was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers, and that he had to run into a brick wall and learn to rein in his arrogance after suffering a loss. Some people admire Xia Xiu's courage. On the competition stage, Xia Xiu ignored all the outside disturbances. She focused intently on piling up a stack of photos in front of her and looking through them one by one as quickly as possible. Her pen never stopped, marking the photos with red circles. She was very fast. In almost 10 minutes, the glass boxes containing the fakes behind her had already piled up quite a bit. Unlike Xia Xiu, Lu Qi slowly looked through each document, appearing experienced and confident. Chapter 45, Check Me First. Xia Xiu looked up at Lu Qi and noticed that he kept rubbing the photo with his thumb and forefinger. She frowned slightly, but didn't say anything, and continued to observe the photo. Time ticked by, minute by minute. Staring at the timer, he slammed the hammer down as the last second elapsed. A crisp sound indicates that the time has ended. All the appraisers stopped what they were doing. Lu Qi's palms were sweaty. Xia Xiu noticed again that Lu Qi's index finger and thumb started rubbing together, especially the nail of his index finger, which he would unconsciously touch. Then, she turned her gaze to the 2 glass cabinets that Lu Qi had identified, only to find that they contained many backup photos. If all the identifications are correct, then his success rate in identification is over 85%. However, how could someone who has been a junior appraiser for over 10 years with a success rate of only over 60% possibly achieve a success rate of over 85% in just one competition? All the appraisers stood in front of their glass cases, waiting for the host and staff to score them. At first glance, the glass cabinets in front of Xia Xiu and Lu Qi were the most numerous. Almost all the audience members, both at the venue and watching the live stream, focused their attention on Xia Xiu and Lu Qi. The first place this time will undoubtedly be one of these 2 people, but who will it be? Lu Qi's palms were already sweating. He glared fiercely at Xia Xiu. If it weren't for the live broadcast camera, he would definitely have uttered some harsh words. But now, under the camera's gaze, he can only glare from where he can't see, and then put on a nonchalant senior's attitude. Xia Xiu, 160 points, 161 points. Lu Qi, 159 points, 160 points. There were only a few photos left in the glass case. Almost everyone held their breath, staring intently at the scene and the screen, eager to know who would be number 1 this time. The live stream was flooded with comments one after another. My God, that's so exciting. This live stream is only available to our company's internal staff. Once the competition ends, the recording of this live stream will be released, and it might get even more popular. Hurry up and announce it. Who won? I'm so anxious waiting for the result. In another office, 2 men sat at a desk, the live stream prominently displayed on their computer screens. Lin, while inhaling waha, excitedly pounded the table. Damn, I bet my sister-in-law wins. That old man is nothing, just a show-off. Gu Jingchu silently stared at the screen. This live stream had been hacked. After all, it was a live stream that was open to the company internally. Just when the vote count reached its most crucial moment, Gu Jingchu still silently sent a comment. Come on. Hey Chu Gu, aren't you worried at all? Lin Yi was getting anxious just watching the live stream. What was that host doing? He was reading the votes slower and slower. What kind of suspense was this internal company live stream? Gu Jingchu showed no sign of anxiety. He even snatched the bag of bread from Lin Yi when she opened it, and ate it slowly, bite by bite. No. Lin Yi was about to speak when the host's countdown in the video started. so he quickly turned his attention to the screen. Alright, all the scores have been tallied. Now we'll announce the scores. Our top 3 will be among these 5 junior appraisers. Please give us a round of applause. Then another round of applause erupted from the audience. Then, the names of the top 5 were displayed directly on the big screen. Lucci confidently did not turn around. He gave what he considered a generous and appropriate smile and was about to wave to the audience and leaders below the stage. But the voices from below completely shattered the smile on Lucci's face. Wow, what a dark horse. This is a newbie who's been with the company for less than a month, and she actually managed to beat a veteran who's been working at our appraisal center for over 10 years by just 2 points. She actually won. If I had known, I would have bet on her to win in private. I've lost big time now. I lost the most. I'll have to order all the milk tea for the next 2 weeks. Lucci turned his head in disbelief, only to find his name prominently displayed below Xiaoshiyu's. His score was 2 points lower than Xiaoshiyu's, so he ranked second. In other words, if he doesn't get many bonus points during the year-end appraiser assessment, he may not be able to pass the final appraiser level. Although the top 3 will receive bonus points during the assessment, the bonus points for the second and third place will be far less than those for the first place. Lucci was trembling with anger. He didn't care that the camera was broadcasting live. He glared at Xiaoshiyu and kept muttering to himself. You cheated. You definitely cheated. How could a newbie like you possibly beat me? Lucci lost his composure on the live broadcast. He glared at Xiaoshiyu with bloodshot eyes, and his roar grew louder and louder. I demand an inspection. How could she possibly win against me? If it weren't for the staff stopping him, Lucci would probably have already pounced on Xiaoshiyu by now. Xiaoshiyu took a step back, a cold smile playing on her lips, and then pointed at Lucci's finger. Whoever has a guilty conscience knows it. She crossed her arms, looking as steady as a mountain. Then, in front of many leaders in the audience, she pointed her finger at Lucci. Teacher Lucci said I cheated. In order to prove my innocence, I am willing to accept an investigation. However, Teacher Lucci also needs to investigate. Time seemed to freeze, and silence spread. Everyone was convinced that Lucci, the veteran, would win, but unexpectedly, Xiaoshiyu, the dark horse, took the championship. Moreover, Lucci's current state, with his sore loser attitude, is really damaging to his public image. Moreover, when Xiaoshiyu requested an inspection, Lucci's bewildered expression was clearly visible to both the audience at the scene and the viewers in the live broadcast room. No, it broke through already? My God, this sore loser attitude is terrifying. If I'm not mistaken, wasn't he just about to go up and hit someone? I saw it too. Luckily, there was a host on stage who stopped it. Just as all the audience members were surprised, Xiaoshiyu pulled Lucci off the stage with lightning speed. The action was so fast that even Lucci himself didn't have time to react. He only panicked completely when he was already standing on the testing platform. Let's start the test now. I promise I don't have any cheating devices on me. Check me first. Chapter 46, Cheating Discovered. Lucci was now truly panicked. Now all the cameras were on the two of them as they stepped off the stage, and there were several staff members watching them. Now he can't even make any small moves. I should have controlled my emotions a little better. I originally wanted to throw mud at Xiaoshiyu, but I didn't expect that I would end up getting myself wet too. No, there's no need to take it so seriously, Xiaoshiyu. Even if you get first place, you don't need to be so smug. I'll acknowledge your ranking now, so stop making this farcical joke. Lucci glared at Xiaoshiyu through gritted teeth. Facing the live broadcast camera, he tried his best to force a friendly smile, but little did he know that such a distorted smile made the people in the live broadcast room feel very uncomfortable. How can this be allowed? Xiaoshiyu exclaimed with her innocent-looking eyes. You're a senior colleague who has worked at the testing center for over a decade, so naturally you're not afraid of those rumors. But I'm a newbie, just starting out in my career. If I'm accused of cheating, how can I ever work at the testing center again? After saying that, she smiled brightly at Lucci and said, You are a senior, so you certainly have nothing to be ashamed of. As they were talking, the tests on Xiaoshiyu were basically finished. There were no metal objects on my body, and I even took off my earrings and scanned them in the scanner, and there were no problems. Professor Lucci, please stand still. When the staff got to Lucci's side, they noticed that Lucci's left hand was shaking badly, and his other hand was constantly covering his left hand as if he was trying to cover something. Please stand with your hands to the side and cooperate with our work. Lucci was sweating profusely, and he kept trying to mentally prepare himself. No, it will never be discovered. Do you mean they can even check fingers? Just as Lucci had thought, the staff were originally just checking his hair, ears, and body for anything that could be used to cheat, but Lucci's guilty behavior directly attracted the staff's attention. So they prepared to check Lucci's fingernails as well. Just as they were about to scan Lucci's left thumb with the scanner, Lu Qi was on the verge of a mental breakdown. This is a live broadcast to the entire company. If anything goes wrong, he won't be able to work for the company anymore. The more flustered you are, the more your hands shake, and the more suspicious the staff become. When the staff used the scanner to scan the area, they found nothing amiss. Seeing this, Lu Qi breathed a sigh of relief, a smug look appearing on his face, his eyes constantly glancing towards Xia Shiyu. Oops! A staff member exclaimed in surprise as he clutched his finger, which had a small cut and was oozing blood. He just checked Lu Qi's hand, and when he put it down, he only accidentally bumped his fingertip against Lu Qi's left thumbnail. How could it have been scratched? Humph, I already said there are no problems. A newbie is a newbie. He just likes to joke around to get attention. Isn't he just wasting everyone's time? Lu Qi was about to leave with a smug look on his face, but he was stopped by the serious-looking tester. Please wait a moment, Mr. Lu Qi. We need to examine your hand again. Before Lu Qi could react, the staff member grabbed his left hand and brandished scissors. Lu Qi struggled violently. The secret hidden under his left thumbnail must not be revealed to anyone. What are you doing? You have no respect for people at all. Watch out, or I'll complain to your boss and get you fired. The tests have already been completed. Why do we need to test a second time? But Lu Qi, who doesn't exercise and only spends his time scrolling through short videos on his phone and leaving disgusting comments, is no match for these young people. The staff member with scissors quickly cut off the nail on his left thumb. It's really hard to cut. Some people's nails are this thick. The staff member muttered to himself, but the live streamers were all very close, seemingly trying to capture a close-up, so they recorded the staff member's words as well. This immediately caused an uproar among the bullet screen users. No way, what did I just see? A senior colleague who has worked at the company for over 10 years is suspected of cheating? How insecure is he? Look at his flustered appearance. It's like he's trying to hide something obvious. With nails this thick, it's amazing that they could still scratch a staff member's finger. There must be something hidden in here. It has to be said that one of the people posting the comments has already figured out the truth. The staff cut the clippings in half again with scissors, which was quite a difficult task. When I took my nails, which had been cut in half, to the testing machine for testing again, the machine started beeping alarms. Clearly, there's something wrong with this nail. The faces of all the leaders present darkened. It's important to know that this competition, held every 2 years, has been a tradition the company has maintained since its inception, and no one has ever dared to cheat on stage. Unexpectedly, they caught one today. It turns out that glue was used inside, and nail glue was also used to fill in the color, covering up the signal jammer inside. No wonder it looks no different from a normal nail, just a bit thick. The staff had never seen such a cheating method before. A group of people gathered around the nail that had been cut in half, watching it as if it were something rare and unusual. The live stream camera was also very good, giving several close-ups. Lu Qi was ashen-faced and slumped to the ground, powerless. The company's security personnel were already standing beside him. The leaders in the audience also seemed to be deep in thought. It's important to know that the photos used in this competition were obtained using special techniques. If no one had leaked information or provided the techniques to Lu Qi, he wouldn't have been able to use such cheating methods. The leaders looked at each other, their eyes conveying the same meaning. Whether or not to deal with Lu Qi now depends on who is behind him. However, this cheating incident was broadcast live, and almost everyone in the company knew about it. Even if Lu Qi's backers wanted to cover it up, they couldn't. You little bitch. You're the one who ruined my life. Lu Qi's face was contorted with rage. He knew that from this moment on, his career as an appraiser was essentially ruined. Chapter 47. Please, have mercy on me. He had worked so hard for so many years, and was about to be promoted to intermediate appraiser in the end-of-year assessment thanks to this competition, but all of this was ruined by a woman. She not only cut off her and her cousin's source of income, but now she wants to ruin her own career too. Lu Qi ultimately did not rush over, because so many staff members were blocking him. If another contestant can get into trouble under the live broadcast camera, then all the staff members don't need to come to work tomorrow. He was taken away. This farce left both the audience at the scene and those watching the live stream speechless. Everyone was undoubtedly stunned, as if struck by lightning. After a long while, the comments started scrolling wildly. I'm speechless. I trusted him all along, thinking that the newbie cheated, and that's why he got such a high score. I never expected that I trusted the wrong person. He's disgusting. At your age, can't you be a little more discreet? If cheating methods are found even in competitions, you can imagine how many people were eliminated by such methods in the past. Luckily, this new girl is smart. This girl is not only talented, but also beautiful. You know, our live broadcast camera doesn't use any filters, and her looks are still so stunning. She's really gorgeous. As the chat went on, the topic veered towards Xia Shiyu's appearance. In the office, Gu Jingchu turned off his laptop, his eyes cold. Come with me tonight to do something. Lin was stunned for a moment, then understood and gave Gu Jingchu the okay sign. Lu Qi was expelled from the Century Appraisal Center that same day, and the center also issued an internal statement today. Someone took a picture of him slinking away with his things and posted it in a chat group, where everyone laughed at him. Xia Xiyu was the only one who couldn't smile. She frowned, and when Lu Qi left his workstation, his eyes were like those of a venomous snake. She feared Lu Qi would retaliate. After all, it's easier to defend against a visible attack than a hidden one. It seems I'll have to be more careful on my commute from now on. Night. In a private room on the 12th floor of the Supreme Club. A group of people sat in a private room, some singing, some playing cards. There were 3 men sitting in the very center. It was as if there was a vacuum around them. Those people who were playing around in the private rooms didn't dare to approach without instructions. Hey, I rolled the highest number on this die, Chenamping said with a grin. So, in a bit, I'll decide what to do next. Lin also pursed her lips, then opened her own as well. Who said you won? I rolled a leopard, so this round should be my decision. Neither of them was willing to give in, and they started arguing back and forth. In the end, they both looked at Gu Jingchu with their eyes. Gu Jingchu was just playing with the dice in his hand. His eyes were fixed on a middle-aged man in front of him who had been beaten black and blue, whose hands and feet were tied up, and who was guarded by several bodyguards in suits and sunglasses. I'm an adult. Why would I need to make a choice? He slowly spun the dice in his hand with his fingertips, then flicked it hard. The dice rolled on the coffee table and quickly came to rest on the number 6. The highest possible score seems to be fate. You can do as you please. The middle-aged man, whose hands and feet were bound and whose face was bruised and swollen, trembled uncontrollably upon hearing these words, his cloudy eyes filled with fear. Please stop hitting me. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I promise I will never appear by Miss Xia's side again. Tomorrow. No, I don't want anything anymore. As long as you are magnanimous and let me go, I will immediately buy a ticket and leave Beijing forever and never come back. The middle-aged man's trembling voice revealed his fear of the man before him. This man, outwardly indifferent, like a lofty Buddha statue, is actually a complete devil. He had only gathered a group of people downstairs at the company, wanting to vent his anger, but unexpectedly, he was dragged here and subjected to inhuman torture. Gu Jingchu slowly stood up, a cold smile spreading across his lips, his cold, black leather shoes stepping onto the middle-aged man's face. You'd better remember what you said today. She is not someone you can touch. The man nodded vigorously, afraid that if he was even a step too slow in expressing his attitude, his men would grab him and throw him into the well. The man was quickly taken away. Rather than being taken away, he was dragged out by the feet. The others acted as if they hadn't seen what was happening, continuing what they were doing just now, and no one dared to say a word. This was just a minor incident. Lin Yi held the dice in his hand, looked at the people in the private room with different expressions, and suddenly grinned broadly. That's great. Solving one problem can teach a whole bunch of others a lesson. It's like a gift to us, so why not take advantage of it? The phone rang, and Gu Jingchu glanced at it. Before the phone could ring a second time, it was answered. Yes, I'll be back soon. Sorry for the lateness. Thank you for your help. The lotus flower, which had been sitting upright on the Buddha altar, lost all its coldness, as if ice and snow were melting and spring was reviving. Chen Amping and Lin Yi exchanged a glance and chuckled. Hurry up and leave. You don't need to stay here with us 2 single dogs. People with families are just different. It's only a few o'clock, and my sister-in-law is already calling to urge Chu Ji to come home for dinner. Gu Jingchu laughed, grabbed the dice from the table, and threw them at the 2 of them. Watching them dodge and act silly, he stood up. You guys keep playing, I'm leaving now. As the car sped along, Gu Jingchu suddenly pictured Xia Xiyu, wearing an apron and having prepared a meal, sitting at the table waiting for him to come home. A warm feeling welled up in his heart. It's a really strange feeling. He had no concept of home, but now he understands those 4 words. I'm rushing home. When Gu Jingchu got home, it was already past 8 o'clock, and it would probably be 9 o'clock in another 20 minutes. Xia Xiyu was in the kitchen taking out the last dish and placing it on the dining table. When she saw Gu Jingchu return, she wiped her hands on her apron, then took it off and hung it on a hook on the wall. You're back? You're back so late, and you haven't had dinner yet. You must be starving. She took Gu Jingchu's briefcase and placed it in the entryway. Hurry up and go eat. I only started preparing the ingredients and cooking at 8 o'clock. The food will be hot and fresh. A gentle smile flashed in Gu Jingchu's eyes. He went into the bathroom, washed his hands, and then sat down. Chapter 48. It's good to keep things as they are. When I called you just now, I heard Lin Yi and the others around you. Why didn't you call them back to have dinner with you? Xiaoxiu asked casually. Gu Jingqiu paused for a moment, holding his chopsticks. For some reason, he felt a sense of displeasure. They've all eaten. In fact, in order to prank Lu Qi, the two of them didn't eat a single grain of rice. They only ate some fruit platter in the private room to fill their stomachs. However, for some reason, Gu Jingqiu didn't want these two to take up Xiaoxiu's time. After all, he's the one who washes the dishes after meals. I see. Xiaoxiu ate a couple of bites of rice, then sullenly told Gu Jingqiu what had happened that day. Luckily we moved quickly. The security in this neighborhood is pretty good. Otherwise, given Lu Qi's petty nature, who knows what he might have done in secret? She pouted, looking unconvinced. I don't think I did anything wrong today. If it happened again, I would still choose to expose his ugly face in public and give everyone a fair platform. However, Qian Lele said that he has some gangsters working for him, which are just a bunch of thugs who do his bidding. Can you pick me up and drop me off at get off work these next few days? She was still a little scared. She should admit defeat when necessary. She's just a girl, and if Lu Qi really retaliates against her, she might not be able to escape. It's better to have Gu Jingqiu by her side. After all, his aura and his towering height of over 1.8 meters were enough to intimidate a bunch of monsters and demons. Don't worry, he won't come looking for you. Gu Jingqiu swallowed a mouthful of rice and said slowly, I'll pick you up and drop you off these next few days. Who knows? That jerk's got a strong sense of revenge. Xiaoxiu muttered, pouting. Hearing Gu Jingqiu agree to pick her up, she beamed and made a fist and palm gesture towards him. Thank you, big boss, for protecting me. Gu Jingqiu. I was charmed by how cute she was. What Xiaoxiu didn't know was that Lu Qi had already been dealt with and was currently boarding a train leaving Beijing in a panic. He probably wouldn't be returning to Beijing for the rest of his life. Not to mention, the group of thugs Lu Qi employed to extort money had already been taught a lesson, and they would have to avoid Xiaoxiu from now on. Xiaoxiu was simply innocent and kind, so Gu Jingqiu didn't need to tell her what had happened, lest he frighten her. After the meal, Xiaoxiu cleaned up the dishes as usual, while Gu Jingqiu washed the dishes and cleaned the stove in the kitchen. After they finished, the two sat on the sofa. Xiaoxiu turned on the latest variety show and laughed heartily, occasionally striking up a conversation with Gu Jingqiu. Gu Jingqiu was holding his phone, seemingly doing nothing, but he always responded whenever Xiaoxiu spoke. The variety show was showing a group of celebrities acting as adventurers, searching for a long-lost antique jade pendant in a huge venue. Even seasoned guests from several previous episodes hadn't found it. Just as the countdown was about to end, one of the celebrities participating in this episode found the jade pendant in a corner. Then, the comments and voiceover began to explain the origin of the jade pendant. Xiaoxiu pursed her lips halfway through the conversation. The jade pendant was obviously a fake, and the voiceover was describing it so enthusiastically that it was making her occupational hazard kick in. What? You don't like this part? Gu Jingqiu looked up from his phone screen and keenly noticed Xiaoxiu's unhappiness. With Gu Jingqiu bringing up the topic, Xiaoxiu immediately offered her own perspective. The production team didn't use a real jade pendant at all, it was just a fake. Honestly, they're treating the audience like idiots. If they were worried that the real jade pendant would be damaged while the guests were searching for it, they should have told the audience from the beginning that they were using a 100% genuine jade pendant, instead of holding up such an obvious fake and enthusiastically introducing it. She pouted in dissatisfaction, then paused the recording with the remote control, pointing her finger at the jade pendant. Look, this jade pendant has such big flaws. You can even see the yellowing at the edges on the screen, and the translucent green areas are also abnormal, like here. She started talking non-stop, recounting her professional knowledge to Gu Jingqiu. Gu Jingqiu did not interrupt Xiaoxiu, but instead played the role of her straight man, responding appropriately to each of her lines. It seems so. I can tell. That's true. It wasn't until Xiaoxiu's mouth got dry and she picked up a cup from the coffee table and drank most of it that she realized what was happening. Did she just talk too much? For some reason, Xiaoxiu felt a little guilty. Gu Jingqiu had been acting too casually in front of her lately, so much so that her guard against him had been decreasing, and now it was even zero. Even now, she unconsciously says and does things without any defenses, completely exposing herself to Gu Jingqiu. Xiaoxiu fidgeted with her fingers somewhat uneasily, belatedly realizing that she was trying to cover up for herself and the original owner's original persona. Well, after I started working, I needed to learn about this kind of information. I've been cramming on a lot of related knowledge lately. I also relied on my intuition to make this judgment. It's just my personal opinion. A dark glint flashed in Gu Jingqiu's eyes. Lin has already consulted a psychologist about this situation. The answer given by the psychologist was that under extreme conditions, a person may develop a second personality after a mental breakdown, resulting in a personality completely different from the previous one. Some people may even have completely unlearned knowledge appearing in their minds. Perhaps this is what summer rain is like. Is bankruptcy really such a big blow to the Xiaoxiu of the past? However, Gu Jingchu quite enjoys spending time with Xiaoxiu now. Perhaps one day I should personally make an appointment with that psychologist and ask if there's any way to keep Xiaoxiu in this personality forever. I recalled something Chen Anping had jokingly said. Hee, my sister-in-law seems like a completely different person now. Could it be like in the novels, that she's been possessed by a wandering ghost, or that she's time-traveled? Gu Jingchu couldn't help but chuckle. This Chen Anping, who is a doctor, doesn't believe in science himself and talks nonsense. What Gu Jingchu didn't know was that Chen Anping's joke was very close to the truth. Xiu, just stay the way you are. Before going to bed, Gu Jingchu inexplicably said this to Xiaoxiu. This made Xiaoxiu sit up in the middle of the night, muttering to herself, "Is this guy crazy?" Chapter 49 saved a person. She couldn't sleep for a long time and was in a daze. No, what exactly did Gu Jingchu mean by what he said before going to sleep? Did he notice something amiss? Xiaoxiu believed that since transmigrating into this book, she hadn't given herself away. Everything had progressed gradually. Or perhaps he didn't mean anything by it at all. He just didn't like the original owner's personality and preferred hers, so he just said it casually? Did he have any doubts at all? Xiaoxiu scratched her hair until it was a mess, and after thinking for a long time, she still couldn't figure it out. Finally, her eyelids started to droop, and she finally slept soundly until dawn. She woke up early in the morning and waited for Greenbubble to send her a message. A female client invited her to a 5-star hotel to have something appraised in person. The fee was not low, so Xiaoxiu naturally wouldn't refuse. She smiled, took a screenshot of the Greenbubble chat box, and sent it to Li Mu as a backup before slowly starting to tidy herself up. The client had scheduled a lunchtime appointment, so she wasn't in a rush. Gu Jingchu was very busy during this period, and Lin Yu would always secretly send messages to complain that Gu Jingchu never ate properly. So Xiaoxiu would cook at home, then have it delivered by flash delivery, and after Gu Jingchu finished eating, she would take a picture of the lunchbox and send it to her. She was humming a little tune as she strolled slowly toward the supermarket. Just as she was heading home from grocery shopping, she heard unusual noises coming from the alleyway she would pass on her way home. It sounded like someone was groaning. Are some thugs bullying someone? Xiaoxiu frowned. Her sense of justice wouldn't allow her to stand idly by, so she quickly put down the vegetables in her hand and walked over in a few quick steps. Sure enough, her guess was right. A group of shady-looking men were hitting a man curled up on the ground with wooden sticks and various tools. Xiaoxiu's eyes widened as a wrench was about to fall on the man's kneecap. This is terrible. If they keep hitting him, his knees will be ruined. Stop right there. She then turned on the screen and quickly pressed the shortcut keys on her iPhone, instantly igniting the alarm in the alley. The thugs panicked at the sound of the police siren. They glared at Xiaoxiu fiercely, dropped their tools, and fled as if their lives depended on it. It actually came in handy. Xiaoxiu didn't know if these people would come back, so she quickly went forward to check on the person's injuries. Originally, this shortcut key was set to sound an alarm to deter Lu Qi, but it turned out to be used by a group of thugs instead of Lu Qi. Are you alright? Xiaoxiu quickly helped the man up from the ground and carefully checked his injuries, making sure that her movements would not aggravate the wounds caused by the thugs. These thugs are really ruthless. This man's clothes were torn to shreds, and his body was covered in bruises. He looked terrifying. I'm fine. The man coughed violently twice, covering his mouth. Xiaoxiu could see the blood seeping from between his fingers as he coughed. This means his internal organs have been hit. I'll call 120 for you, and also report it to the police. Just as Xiaoxiu took out her phone, the man's somewhat dirty hand pressed down on her wrist. No need to call the police. Calling the police will only make things worse. His voice was hoarse, like a withered tree branch. Xiaoxiu then realized that this was a young boy, who looked like he had just come of age. He was beaten up like this, his whole body was bruised and battered, but his face was still well protected, without a single trace of external injury. But why does that face look so familiar? Xiaoxiu couldn't remember who this person was for a moment, so she quickly rummaged through her bag and took out a few band-aids, which she then applied to the bleeding area. Alright, I also bought some baijiu, Chinese liquor. You need to disinfect your wound, so I'll get some baijiu. Before Xiaoxiu could finish speaking, the boy, clutching his wound, took 2 steps back with a wary look in his eyes, as if he had seen some kind of demon. She gave a dry laugh, wishing she could slap herself twice. Serves you right for being so quick-tongued. You didn't even think things through before you blurted it out. Xiaoxiu also realized that pouring liquor on someone's wound was tantamount to torture. She forced a smile, feeling inexplicably embarrassed. I didn't mean any harm. She quickly waved her hand, looking at the boy in front of her with suspicion. It's just that you're injured like this. Is it really okay not to call 120 or see a doctor? It's nothing. The boy's voice was hoarse, and his dark eyes looked at Xia Xiu, still wary, as if he was trying to figure out what her purpose was in approaching him. How much hardship must this child have endured to develop such a strong sense of defensiveness? Xia Xiu took a step back. She was right to be righteous, but she wasn't entirely a saint either. Since no one appreciates her efforts, there's no need for her to try and win them over. You are the victim, and you request not to call the police or get an ambulance, then I respect your choice. After saying that, Xia Xiu turned around and walked out of the alley. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the vegetables hanging on the railing behind the bus stop were still there. Thank goodness, it wasn't taken away. After bringing the groceries home, Xia Xiu started busying herself in the kitchen again. I managed to prepare 3 dishes and a soup before 11 o'clock. Chicken stew with mushrooms, stir-fried pork with chili peppers, hot and sour cabbage, pork rib and lotus seed soup. Looking at the dishes and rice arranged in the pretty food box, Xia Xiu felt a strange sense of accomplishment. After placing an order on her phone via flash delivery, guaranteeing delivery to Gu Jingchu's company between 11:30 and 12 o'clock, Xia Xiu began to focus on replying to messages on Green Bubble and Tieba. The female customer didn't reply to the message. She was probably too busy. They've already transferred a deposit of 2,000 yuan, so they probably won't back out. Thinking about going to a high-end restaurant in a 5-star hotel, Xia Xiu glanced down at her t-shirt, jeans, and bare slippers. She pursed her lips, resignedly returned to her room, opened her wardrobe, and found a designer black fitted dress to put on. By the time I finished my makeup, put on my accessories and bag and headed out, it was almost midnight. This time coincides with the time when students get out of school and workers get off work. Xia Xiu's outfit made it inconvenient to take the subway, so she could only hail a taxi through a ride-hailing app. But after waiting for a full 5 minutes, no driver accepted the order. After all, there was a lot of traffic at this time, and there were also many orders for discounted vehicles, so the drivers couldn't handle all the orders. Xia Xiu glanced at her watch again, thinking that if she didn't leave soon, she would definitely be late. Leaving a customer with the impression of being late on the first meeting was very bad for her career, so Xia Xiu gritted her teeth and reluctantly hailed a luxury car. Sure enough, the order was accepted in less than 30 seconds. Chapter 50. We met again. Xia Xiu, who had paid 4 times the usual taxi fare, sat down in the comfortable leather seat and sighed silently. You really do get what you pay for. The service was also very attentive. Xia Xiu arrived at the upscale restaurant on the 16th floor of the 5-star hotel before 12 o'clock and told the waiter the table reserved by the customer. However, when the hands of the watch pointed to 12:30, the female customer still hadn't arrived. I opened the Green Bubble app and politely inquired about the message, but there was still no reply. She sighed silently, and just as she was about to get up and leave, the waiter had already brought the dishes to the table. I didn't order anything. Xia Xiu looked completely bewildered. She had just seen the hand-stitched menu and glanced at the prices of the dishes. To her, they were outrageously expensive. Eating a meal here would probably cost her more than a month's guaranteed salary. This is a pre-ordered meal, and we'll be paying with your membership card. The waiter smiled slightly, then placed the food down and left. Looking at the delicious food on the table, Xia Xiu didn't touch it. After all, the people who ordered this meal haven't arrived yet. How could she eat it all by herself first? However, the presentation is quite beautiful, and the food exudes an enticing aroma. Fortunately, she ate a small bowl of rice before leaving. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't have been able to resist seeing this meal. The seats are near the floor-to-ceiling windows, and from the 16th floor, you can enjoy a great view of the scenery below. She held the cutlery in her hand, tapping it absent-mindedly. The clock had already struck 1 p.m. There was still no reply. All the dishes had been served, but the person hadn't arrived, and there was still no word from them. If the other party hadn't sent a 2,000 yuan deposit without hesitation, Xia Xiu would have thought that the other party was playing her for a fool. She frowned, just about to send a message saying she was leaving, when the other end showed typing in progress. Xia Xiu stood up, but then sat back down. I'm sorry, I had a little argument with my family when I took the things out. I'll make an appointment with you after I've finished dealing with things here. Please enjoy the meal I ordered, and you don't need to get your deposit back. Consider it compensation for standing me up. Since the other party had already said that, what else could Xia Xiu say? The small bowl of rice she ate before leaving home around 11 a.m. had already been digested while she was waiting. Looking at the table full of delicious food, she actually felt a little hungry. As she picked up a small cake, her elbow was bumped. Then a figure fell towards her. If I'm not mistaken, the person fell straight down, towards the glass cabinet in front of him. If we hadn't stopped them, that person probably would have smashed their face into it, and been disfigured. Without thinking, Xiaoxiu immediately stood up and grabbed the man's arm to stop him from falling. But due to inertia, she and the man fell together. However, it was because of Xiaoxiu's pull that the angle at which the other person fell was off, so he only fell to the ground. Hiss! Xiaoxiu cried out in pain. Although there was a human cushion underneath her when she fell, her elbow inevitably hit the ground hard. She touched the painful spot and estimated that the area was bruised. I'm sorry I dragged you into this. The man got up from the ground and helped Xiaoxiu, who had fallen to the ground, to her feet. Why does that voice sound so familiar? Xiaoxiu stood up, then looked up at the person in front of her. She covered her mouth and exclaimed in surprise, "It's you. Isn't this the boy I rescued in the alley this morning when I came back from grocery shopping?" When Huo Wenzhou saw Xiaoxiu, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, followed by a more subtle and discerning look. Why is this woman appearing in front of me again? His fists clenched involuntarily. What happened? How did you serve the food? The lobby manager then came over and bowed and apologized to the two of them, while also scolding the waiter who had bumped into Huo Wenzhou while carrying dishes. You don't need to come to work tomorrow, the lobby manager said with a forced smile. Are you two feeling unwell? Don't worry. To compensate you for your losses, I'll grant you permission to eat this meal for free, and I'll also reimburse your medical expenses separately. Since the manager had spoken so earnestly and sincerely, Xiaoxiu didn't know what to say. She looked at Huo Wenzhou, wanting to see what the young man's attitude was. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I really didn't mean to bump into you. I can't lose this job. The waiter was clearly terrified, frantically apologizing to Huo Wenzhou and even trying to kneel down. A dark glint flashed in Huo Wenzhou's eyes. Forget it, nothing serious happened. The waiters and the lobby manager nodded and thanked them profusely, as if they had been granted a pardon. Huo Wenzhou sat down opposite Xiaoxiu without any hesitation. Soon, a series of exquisite dishes were laid out in front of the two of them. This was the lobby manager's apology and compensation for the mistake made by the waiter who bumped into them. Xiaoxiu didn't mind too much. With delicious food, her tolerance was quite high. Hi, what are you doing here? Xiaoxiu asked, looking at Huo Wenzhou with curiosity as she ate. The boy in front of me seemed like a completely different person from the boy I had rescued in the alley just a few hours earlier. The boy being bullied in the alley looked pitiful yet stubborn, while the boy in front of them had an air of nobility, like a young master from a wealthy family. Xiaoxiu frowned, momentarily unable to figure it out. This kid is dressed like a rich young master, so how could he be bullied so badly by a group of thugs in the alley? If she hadn't appeared in time, the young master's leg might have been broken by that thug. What's strange about this person is that, after being beaten up so badly by thugs, he didn't even think to call the police or 120 emergency services. Instead, he showed up here a few hours later and acted like nothing had happened. Xiaoxiu was puzzled, but she didn't want to get involved in such trivial matters. This is compensation for the two of us. If you don't mind, you can sit down and eat with us. If you do mind, there are empty seats at the next table. You can go there and order. After saying that, Xiaoxiu didn't look at the boy again and continued to enjoy her food. Huo Wenzhou seemed somewhat surprised that the excessively beautiful woman opposite him had such an indifferent attitude towards him, and a smile immediately appeared on his lips. No, how could I mind being the one who saved my legs? It's an honor to dine with such a beautiful lady as you. Xiaoxiu responded, without offering any further reply. Chapter 51. I apologize to you. She quite enjoyed the atmosphere. The restaurant had a nice ambience, with a pianist performing on the central stage, perfect lighting, and exquisite decorations. Moreover, there were no unruly children making noise in the restaurant, nor any exaggerated phone calls or laughter. Xiaoxiu looked out the window and saw the neon-lit night view outside, with a river flowing below, dazzling and magnificent. The night view of Beijing is really beautiful. You seem to be in a good mood. Come to think of it, I haven't thanked you yet. What's your name? Huo Wenzhou saw that Xiaoxiu really didn't want to talk to him. His eyes flickered, and his attitude became gentler and more serious. Xiaoxiu, you're welcome. She nodded slightly. No need to thank me. It was nothing. Xiaoxiu's attitude was somewhat cold. But Huo Wenzhou didn't mind at all. Instead, he looked at Xiaoxiu with a grin. He looked at Xiaoxiu, who was still ignoring him, and sighed. Sister, it was my fault for treating you badly back then. Actually, I am a member of the Huo family and the next heir of the Huo family. The situation in my family is a bit complicated. The fact that you saw me in your alley was because I was ambushed. We don't have any real evidence in our family, and making a big fuss will only make people think badly. I thought you were sent from over there to play the hero and save the damsel in distress, so I treated you a little badly. The boy in front of her was sincere, and his eyes were full of seriousness, so Xiaoxiu didn't know what else to say. She nodded, responding to every single sentence Huo Wenzhou uttered. It has to be said that the boy in front of her was really handsome. Xia Xiu searched her memory and finally understood why the boy looked familiar when she first saw him. Huo Wenzhou, an underground singer. He never appears on any variety shows or television, but he has a huge online following. He only sings in underground venues or bars. Wherever he goes to sing, the venue is always packed, and scalp tickets can fetch tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of yuan each. Without the hoarseness of yesterday, Huo Wenzhou's voice today was like that of a siren. Having only heard Gu Jingchu's voice and seen his face, Xia Xiu felt nothing for Huo Wenzhou. She simply appreciated his good looks. On the other side, downstairs at the hotel, Qin Luo stood behind Gu Jingchu, her face full of ingratiating smiles. Chen Onping and Lin Yi stood on either side of Gu Jingchu, afraid that Gu Jingchu would get involved with Qin Luo. Brother Jingchu, the food at this restaurant will definitely not disappoint you. By the way, I also invited President Li over. He is very interested in your company's software technology. You must seize this opportunity today. Qin Luo looked charming, but her eyes betrayed a hint of smugness. She stood not far from Gu Jingchu and followed him into the hotel. Although she wasn't standing next to Gu Jingchu, it was as if she were walking into the hotel hand in hand with him, and she looked very arrogant. Lin rolled his eyes. He couldn't stand Qin Luo's gaze and behavior, and retorted without any politeness. Miss Qin means well, but don't let your good intentions backfire. As far as he knew, the general manager Li, that Qin Luo mentioned had gotten into the real estate circle through some shady means. He was just a nouveau riche. What software could he possibly know? For some reason, the novice actually agreed without thinking. Look at Qin Luo's smug look now, as if she's the wife of the Virgin. I wonder if Wang Kai would drag her back and beat her up if he saw her acting like a sycophant. Qin Luo, as if she hadn't heard Lin Ye's implied meaning, smiled gently with her lips pursed. No, you just need to show us your skills. President Li has plenty of money. She gazed at Gu Jingchu with tender eyes, appearing to be very considerate of him. Now that brother Jingchu has fallen to such a state, what the company needs most is money. Even the usually composed Chen Pingyan couldn't help but clench his fists after hearing this tactless remark. I really don't understand whether Qin Luo genuinely likes Gu Jingchu or is deliberately trying to hurt him. Gu Jingchu didn't say a word. Qin Luo chattered on the side the whole time. Chen Onping and Lin Yi looked utterly speechless, wishing they could plug their ears. Finally, they took the elevator to the 16th floor and, led by a waiter, sat down in the center. The so-called Mr. Li, who was both rich and knowledgeable about software, whom Qin Luo mentioned, had not yet arrived. To prevent Qin Luo from continuing to harass Gu Jingchu, Lin also sat down next to Gu Jingchu with a grin, and then deliberately used some professional terminology to start a casual discussion with Gu Jingchu. This was common information known to everyone in the industry, but it was enough to put Qin Luo in a difficult position. Sure enough, every time Qin Luo tried to speak, she couldn't understand the technical terms the two were using, so she couldn't get a word in edgewise. She could only sit quietly to the side, looking sullen. Chen Onping breathed a sigh of relief. Holy crap. This woman kept chattering away the whole way. It was almost driving everyone crazy. Qin Luo looked at Gu Jingchu, who was discussing work with Lin Yi, and the corners of her lips curled up. The sense of crisis that Xia Xiu had previously given him had completely vanished, and Qin Luo's eyes were full of smugness. A woman like her, who can help Jingchu's business and help him make a comeback, is the one most qualified to stand by his side. Xia Xiu is nothing but a pretty face and a gold digger. Why should she compete with me? Mr. Li, you've finally arrived. Qin Luo walked over, swaying her hips. When the burly Mr. Li saw Qin Luo, he forced a smile, lecherously looking her up and down. He even reached out and put his arm around her waist, and went too far by touching it. If it were any other woman, she would definitely be furious and push him away. But Qin Luo was no ordinary person. Not only was she not ashamed, but her smile became even more smug. She believes this is a manifestation of her charm, and that she is the one who brought in many of Wang Kai's orders. Since it was Miss Qin who summoned me here, I should naturally give Miss Qin face. I've heard so much about you, Mr. Gu. President Li had an arrogant demeanor, and when he saw Gu Jingchu's face, he felt both jealous and disdainful. Snort. He's just a gigolo who relies on women to drum up business. Even after going bankrupt, they still put on such an arrogant act. They must have been all show and no substance before. Chapter 52, An Awkward Eye Contact. Gu Jingchu didn't even bother to lift his eyes. If it weren't for putting on an act for certain people, he wouldn't normally have any contact with someone like Li Tan. Brother Jingchu, President Li is here, please say something. Qin Luo became anxious when she saw Gu Jingchu's indifferent appearance. She was the middleman who made the connection, and she couldn't afford to offend him. President Brother Jingshu may not be feeling well these past few days. Li Tan snorted coldly. It's not that you're uncomfortable. It's obvious you look down on me, Li. He slammed the cup down on the table with force, making a loud noise. Gu Jingchu merely glanced at Li Tan, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Whatever Mr. Li thinks it is, then it is. Lin Yi also chimed in. Some people, because they have low self-esteem, always think that others look down on them, and they always have to throw tantrums to prove that they are important. His grinning face infuriated Li Tan even more. Gu Jingchu rubbed the watch on his wrist, his eyes half lowered as he casually surveyed the restaurant. There was a table of people in the direction where the performer was playing the piano. He smirked. The people at that table could see everything that was happening at his table. I looked away, but then I caught a glimpse of someone familiar. Gu Jingchu paused, raised an eyebrow, and looked at the woman by the floor-to-ceiling window. The woman's face was exquisite and beautiful, with a pair of captivating peach blossom eyes. Her nonchalant demeanor revealed a touch of languor and allure, and her figure was accentuated by the little black dress, highlighting her shapely figure. She was eating her food in small bites, completely unaware that she had become a stunning sight in the eyes of the men around her. The young man sitting opposite her, in particular, stared at her intently. Gu Jingqiu. Is this what she told herself? That she was going out to work, to entertain a particularly generous female client? Qin Luoluo beside him continued to try to make amends, talking incessantly, but Gu Jingqiu seemed not to hear her, his eyes constantly fixed on Xia Xiyu. Xia Xiyu was enjoying her meal, listening to music, and gazing at the beautiful scenery below, completely unaware of Gu Jingqiu's dangerous gaze. Lin also noticed that Gu Jingqiu was rubbing his thumb and forefinger together intentionally or unintentionally, which was a subconscious reaction when Gu Jingqiu felt irritable. Is it really that serious? Surely someone as insignificant as Li Tan shouldn't be enough to bother Gu Jingqiu? Lin Yi followed Gu Jingqiu's gaze to the French windows and saw a familiar and beautiful acquaintance. Holy crap. Holy shit. Isn't that my sister-in-law? What's she doing here? And there's such a young and handsome little boy sitting opposite me. Lin Yi glanced at Gu Jingqiu's somewhat impatient expression, then at Xia Xiyu, who was laughing with the boy opposite her, and her heart skipped a beat. Countless possibilities flashed through his mind in an instant. Should. No way. Brother Jingqiu, please say something. President Li has come with sincerity. Gu Jingqiu was already feeling annoyed, and Qin Luo's constant chatter only added to his frustration, so he just mumbled and anyone with a normal mind could see that Gu Jingqiu's attitude was extremely perfunctory, while Qin Luoluo was still smug and even had a shy look on her face. Jingqiu responded to her. Lin also leaned over and whispered to Gu Jingqiu. Perhaps it's just a coincidence? That boy looks so familiar, like he's from the Hua family. Hua Wenzhou. Gu Jingqiu only needed to look up once to recognize the boy sitting opposite Xia Xi. He is the only son of the Hua family, but his rebellious personality still gives old Master Hua a headache. How did Hua Wenzhou and Xia Xi meet? And how did they end up eating together? Gu Jingqiu's expression was indifferent, his slender hands resting on his knees, his fingertips lightly tapping. In the end, he picked up his phone and sent Xia Xiyu his location. Xia Xiyu was swallowing a bite of cake when she received the message. When she saw the location sent by Gu Jingqiu, her eyes widened in surprise. Holy crap! Isn't this location the restaurant in this 5-star hotel where she's dining right now? Looking at Hua Wenzhou, who was sitting opposite her and had a handsome appearance, Xia Xiyu felt inexplicably guilty. She suddenly stood up, forgetting that she had just swallowed a bite of cake, which choked her and caused her to cough violently. Even the waiter standing to the side walked over to Xia Xiyu with a worried look on his face and asked her if she needed help. Xia Xiyu looked embarrassed, patted her chest to calm herself down, and then looked up guiltily. Coincidentally, her eyes met those of Gu Jingqiu, who seemed lost in thought. No. She really came to discuss work. It's just that the client stood me up. That woman is really beautiful. Li Tan also looked at the woman who made the sound, and his eyes immediately lit up with amazement. Even Qin Luoluo, who was sitting next to him and whom he used to think was extremely beautiful, now seemed to pale in comparison to the woman standing by the French window. Gu Jingqiu's eyes narrowed, and his previously indifferent gaze instantly turned sharp. Is she pretty? Li Tan, already blinded by lust, was oblivious to the dangerous glint in Gu Jingqiu's eyes, and even agreed with her point. She's so beautiful. If she could be my lover, I'd give her anything. Gu Jingqiu's eyes darkened completely. After making eye contact with Gu Jingqiu, Xia Xiyu felt inexplicably guilty, and the unfinished food on the table in front of her suddenly seemed tasteless. At this moment, she was like a little turtle, moving slowly, step by step. Hey, you're here too. She forced an awkward smile. Li Tan thought he had finally found love, and that this stunning beauty was coming for him. So he strode forward and stood in front of Xia Shiyu. Yes, yes, I'm here. No, who is this fat pig? Xia Shiyu looked at Li Tan with disdain, then looked at Gu Jingchu with a puzzled expression. Gu Jingchu stood up, pulled the person to his side, and then gave Lin Yi a look. Lin understood and immediately gave up his seat. Xia Shiyu sat down next to Gu Jingchu. Qin Luo's face turned pale instantly, and she almost ground her back teeth to powder. That bitch, she actually followed me here like a ghost. Ever since Xia Shiyu appeared, Li Tan's eyes have been glued to Xia Shiyu, never leaving her. He had originally planned to humiliate the person before placing an order, but now he had a different idea. Chapter 53, I didn't mean to ignore you. Mr. Gu, your wife is so beautiful, why don't you bring her out to social events and business meetings? With her pretty face, you'd definitely achieve twice the results with half the effort when negotiating business. Li Tan's eyes kept lingering on Xia Shiyu's face, and that greasy and lewd gaze made Xia Shiyu feel particularly uncomfortable. She chuckled coldly and retorted without any politeness. I don't know about achieving twice the result with half the effort, but seeing you would definitely make me drunk without even drinking. The beauty's upturned eyes and haughty demeanor almost made Li Tan lose his bearings, completely oblivious to the sarcasm in Xia Shiyu's words. He nodded in agreement, thinking that his wealth and power had attracted Xia Shiyu, and was overjoyed. Haha, looks like I'm quite charming. Before he could finish speaking, Xia Shiyu interrupted him with a look of disgust. Come on, you're ugly and stupid, you can't even understand good or bad words. She crossed her arms, her beautiful peach blossom eyes filled with mockery. What I mean is, I feel like throwing up whenever I see you. Li Tan was instantly enraged. He slammed his fist on the table and stood up, his face full of anger. Mr. Gu, is this the kind of upbringing your family has? If my wife, my most important client, said such unreasonable things, I would have slapped her across the face long ago. Li Tan gritted his teeth. Women need to be disciplined. If you don't teach this woman a lesson in front of me, our cooperation is off. His voice was so loud that everyone in the restaurant looked over. Li Tan thought she had found an explanation, but in reality, everyone in the restaurant was looking at her with disdain. The people who come here to eat are of high status, and their manners and upbringing are top-notch. Upon hearing Li Tan's feudalistic and patriarchal remarks, everyone looked on with disdain. Even the restaurant manager and waiters were looking this way, ready at any moment. If Li Tan were to become enraged and attempt violence, the manager and waiters would immediately step in and restrain him. Such a high-class place would never tolerate such low-class guests. An important guest? Gu Jingchu sat there, his eyes indifferent, a half-smile playing on his lips. A nouveau riche who made his fortune through dirty money, dares to speak ill of me in front of my wife. These words were like rubbing Li Tan's face in the ground. In particular, Gu Jingchu's air of nobility contrasted sharply with Li Tan's appearance, which seemed like that of a nouveau riche. Seeing everyone laughing at him, Li Tan finally became enraged and grabbed the table, intending to overturn it. But no matter how hard he strained, the table didn't budge. That's even more embarrassing. Even soft laughter could be heard from the side. Mr. Li, don't be angry, huh? Qin Luoluo tried to go up and persuade him, but was knocked over by the furious Li Tan. Qin Luoluo lay sprawled on the ground, but thankfully the carpet prevented her from hurting too much. However, Qin Luoluo was dressed lightly, and with this fall, some of her private parts were exposed. Realizing that some people's eyes were fixed on a certain part of her body, Qin Luoluo screamed, quickly got up from the ground, and straightened her clothes. At this moment, Qin Luoluo felt that she was about to lose all face. She glared at Xia Shiyu hatefully. If this woman hadn't been so ungrateful, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Let me tell you, Gu Jingchu, you're nothing but a bankrupt, fallen dog, who in Beijing can't kick you while you're down. What are you so arrogant about in front of me? Li Tan was furious. Let me tell you, if you dare treat me like this today, I'll kill you tomorrow. Gu Jingchu didn't even bother to give him another glance. Taking another look would be a waste of his time. He merely glanced up at the manager, standing not far away. The lobby manager's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly gave a wink to the two waiters beside him. Go and get them out of the restaurant right now. Heavenly Lord. Others may not know, but he knows it perfectly well. Everyone says this guy went bankrupt, but this hotel is his. It's just that nobody knows it. Hello, Mr. Li. Please do not make noise in our restaurant. Your behavior is no longer suitable for dining here. Please leave with our staff. We will also refund the card you purchased here. This 5-star restaurant is very famous in Beijing, and almost everyone who comes here to eat has to become a member. Memberships that have been canceled cannot be renewed, which means Li Tan will never be able to set foot here again in his life. You bunch of servants, you better know who I am. I'm the CEO of XX Real Estate. I've got plenty of money. How dare you kick me out? Li Tan immediately became furious. He raised his fist high, but was dragged away by the security personnel who arrived at the scene. The surrounding diners all wore expressions of amusement and amusement. Some business associates even looked at him with disgust. The people dining here are mostly from high society. Now that this has happened, anyone with a shred of self-respect will never do business with Li Tan again. After all, who wants to become a laughingstock in the industry? Because of this farce, the lobby manager had to put on a smile and apologize to every customer who came to dine there, promising a discount for their meal before the incident finally passed. Mr. Gu, we have already processed the card refund for Mr. Li, and he will never appear in our hotel or restaurant again. The lobby manager walked up to Gu Jingchu with a respectful expression, but his heart was pounding. I was terrified that if I didn't do something right, I would be fired. Xia Xiu, however, did not notice anything amiss. I just think the service here is really good. There was absolutely no intention to look down on anyone. Xia Xiu was very satisfied. She said that when she had money in the future, she would also get a membership card at this restaurant. Gu Jingchu was naturally not afraid that Xia Xiu would guess that he was the owner of this hotel. After all, he now has the facade of bankruptcy. Xia Xiu looked at Gu Jingchu and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Just as he was about to explain what had happened today, Gu Jingchu spoke calmly. Let's go home first. The play is all finished. He didn't need to continue performing in front of so many people. Good. Xia Xiu sat in the car. The two walked home in silence. After arriving home, before Xia Xiu could even speak about what happened today, Gu Jingchu spoke first. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ignore you or interrupt your explanation at the restaurant. There was a reason for it, and I hope you can understand. Xia Xiu was stunned for a moment. She didn't feel neglected at all. Just now, when Gu Jingchu defended her in front of that guy surnamed Li, she was actually quite happy. Chapter 54. It's nothing. She laughed and said, it's nothing. Then she briefly recounted what had happened that day. So that's how it is. The frustration in my heart vanished instantly. Gu Jingchu smiled and looked at Xia Xiu in front of him, momentarily lost in thought. It seemed as if he had never seen her laughing and joking with Huo Wenzhou in the restaurant before. Although she often smiles at herself, the smile is different. That guy surnamed Hua had such a good eye for her, which inexplicably made Gu Jingchu feel very uncomfortable. Xiu, that guy's surnamed Hua, he's unpredictable, it's best to avoid contact with him. Xia Xiu nodded in agreement. She noticed it too. Although the boy named Huo Wenzhou smiled brightly and sunnily, appearing completely innocent. However, she also felt that this person was very cunning. Don't worry, I only saved him once in the alley, and we just happened to run into each other today. At first, he thought I was the kind of woman who was deliberately trying to get close to him. At this point, Xia Xiu pursed her lips, indicating that she was speechless. Meanwhile, in the restaurant on the other side, Qin Luoluo was thus ignored by everyone. She stood alone in the restaurant, and some people cast mocking glances at her, making Qin Luoluo lose face completely. In front of outsiders, Qin Luoluo, who has the reputation of a socialite, was completely lacking in poise at this moment. Her gaze was fixed on the departing figures of the two, filled with malice. Miss Qin, if you have any sense at all, don't keep bothering someone who is already married. Lin slowly walked over, his gaze mocking. It's been so many years, you should let go of this one-sided wishful thinking. Chen Anping didn't say anything, but when he looked at Qin Luoluo, a hint of pity flashed in his eyes. A woman whose mind is filled with love and possessiveness, this kind of twisted, love-obsessed brain, is so bad that even zombies would be afraid to eat her brain if the apocalypse came around. Oh ho ho, isn't this Sister Qin from the Qin family? Why are you being ignored like this? As soon as Qin Luoluo stepped out of the restaurant, she saw a stunningly handsome young man leaning against the door frame, looking nonchalant. It's that one from the Hua family. Qin Luoluo frowned, but forced a smile onto her face. Maybe I'm just not that likable. This person from the Hua family is not to be offended. He is old master Hua's only son, whom he cherishes dearly. Apart from the Gu family, the Hua family was the most powerful and influential in Beijing. You're certainly not that likable. Huo Wenzhou's words were quite sharp. I didn't say anything wrong. Judging from your unpleasant expression, it's as if I said something terrible. Isn't this going too far? Qin Luoluo gritted her teeth in anger, but had no choice but to force a smile. Compared to her, who had to scheme and fight within the family to gain her father's attention. Clearly, Huo Wenzhou, the only son of the Hua family, is someone Qin Luoluo has offended today, and tomorrow her father will force her to kneel and beg for forgiveness at the Hua family's residence. Seeing that Qin Luoluo didn't say anything, Huo Wenzhou didn't find it boring. He looked Qin Luoluo up and down on his own, making comments as he did so. Indeed, you're not as pretty as Miss Xia, nor as good at interpersonal relationships, and you don't have her temperament. No wonder you've been chasing after Gu Jingchu for so many years, claiming to be his childhood sweetheart, but she doesn't even give you a second glance. Look at you. Each word was like a knife, stabbing into Qin Luoluo's heart. Qin Luoluo was almost furious, but she couldn't afford to lose her temper. She could only force a smile. If you don't want to laugh, then don't laugh. It's awful. Huo Wenzhou curled his lip in disgust. Qin Luoluo. She's so angry. Huo Wenzhou suddenly gave Qin Luoluo a bright smile. However, we can be friends. What if we can help each other out in the future? Qin Luoluo was caught off guard by Huo Wenzhou's scheme, but they still took out their phones and exchanged contact information. After getting what he wanted, Huo Wenzhou left without looking back. Without even a greeting, Qin Luoluo was completely bewildered. Dividing line. After resting for a day, Xia Shiyu stretched and crawled out of bed. The first thing I did was open my phone and check for messages. Her group chat in the green bubble has become 999 plus unread messages. There are also many friend requests. Many of them were colleagues from other departments. Xia Shiyu didn't add any. She didn't want to deal with so much social interaction. When I entered the testing center, Xia Shiyu felt that even the receptionist's smile was brighter towards her. He even gave her a peace sign. Moreover, no matter where Xia Shiyu went, his colleagues at the appraisal center paid close attention to him. Almost everyone would come up and say hello, and then the conversation would turn to the live broadcast of that match. They were so incredibly enthusiastic. Xia Shiyu, who wasn't originally socially anxious, has become somewhat socially anxious. Holy crap! Xia Shiyu, I hereby declare that you are the goddess of our junior appraiser C district office. As soon as she entered the office, Qian Lele rushed over excitedly. Xia Shiyu was hugged so tightly that she almost threw up her breakfast. She finally managed to break free from Qian Lele's embrace and sat down in her seat. Okay, stop now. Don't ask or say anything. If you really have any questions, please watch the recording of the company's competition. If watching it once isn't enough, watch it twice. Everything you want to know is in there. From the main entrance to the office, she has given essentially the same answer countless times. They were talking themselves hoarse, but it didn't dampen the enthusiasm of the onlookers. You achieved such great results in this competition. I have some inside information that I'd like to share. Qian Lele approached with a mysterious look on her face. Our appraisal center took on a world-class auction appraisal, and the auction was held in a prime location in Beijing, at the Borna Hotel. Xia Shiyu has been in this world of the book for quite some time now. I've heard of this hotel before. Compared to the already very luxurious 5-star hotel we visited yesterday, the Borna Hotel can be considered one of the best 5-star hotels out there. Basically, all the gatherings and parties of celebrities and elite families are held there. There are high barriers to entry for this hotel, and its services and facilities are top-notch. However, information about the hotel owner cannot be found on the official website. Perhaps it's too mysterious. Which auction house is so rich that it can choose to auction off this hotel? Xia Shiyu's curiosity was also piqued. The collectibles that can be auctioned here must be top-notch. Chapter 55 selected. As an appraiser, Xia Shiyu must really enjoy touching and admiring those unique collectibles. Moreover, this is a huge opportunity for her that she cannot afford to miss. Sister Lele, are you implying that a novice appraiser like me can participate in the appraisal of this collection auction? Xia Shiyu looked on with anticipation. Qian Lele nodded. Normally it shouldn't be allowed, but you won the championship in the competition, and the leaders have high hopes for you. Although there are senior appraisers to oversee the authentication, you can observe from the side, get in touch with those unique collections, and learn from the techniques and experience of those senior appraisers. Now, quickly tell Limu about this and submit your name. Thank you so much. It's true that being on good terms with Qian Lele has its advantages. This young lady has a very extensive network of connections and information. The application has been submitted. Limu even joked with Xia Shiyu, saying that she was really well informed. Limu has already submitted Xia Shiyu's name for this collection auction. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Xia Shiyu will be in the team of appraisers this time. Xia Shiyu was very excited. After getting home from get-off work, she couldn't wait to share the news with Gu Jingchu. The collection auction at the Borna Hotel? Gu Jingchu paused for a moment as he picked up some food. Yes, I heard that many of the foreign collections are making their first appearance in China, and I can't wait to see them. Xia Shiyu wondered if it was just her imagination, but Gu Jingchu's eyes seemed a little unnatural when she said those words. However, she didn't think much of it, and continued to talk to Gu Jingchu about how much she was looking forward to it. Over the next few days, Xia Shiyu prepared for the auction of the collectibles, even though the number of participants had not been officially announced. She also needs to be fully prepared. Gu Jingchu has been spending a lot of time at home these past few days. After moving to the new house, Gu Jingchu had his own room and no longer had to live on the sofa. He spends a lot of time in his room fiddling with the computer. Occasionally, when Xia Shiyu went in to deliver fruit, she would always see Gu Jingchu sitting in front of the computer screen, his fingers tapping on the keyboard, the computer screen filled with code that she couldn't understand. She didn't glance at the computer screen much. She usually left after delivering the fruit. However, when Gu Jingchu occasionally got up to use the bathroom in the middle of the night, the light in his room was still on. Although the sound was very soft, Xia Shiyu could still hear Gu Jingchu's fingers tapping on the keyboard. Xia Shiyu glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. It was already 2 or 3 in the morning. Moreover, every morning when Xia Shiyu woke up, she would see Gu Jingchu, who had been busy until midnight, getting up to eat breakfast. Then he went back into the room and started typing on the keyboard. Xia Shiyu only offered a few words of advice to Gu Jingchu regarding his behavior of working late into the night and harming his health, but then didn't take it to heart. But why is she staying up all night watching TV dramas? I always wake up with huge dark circles under my eyes. Gu Jingchu had been staying up all night for several days in a row, but nothing happened to him. His skin was in such good condition that Xia Shiyu was jealous. That skin was so smooth and delicate it could be described as flawless. Xia Shiyu held a bottle of milk in her hand, staring at Gu Jingchu's face with envy. Until the person feels uncomfortable being stared at. Gu Jingchu subconsciously touched his face. Is there something on my face? Xia Shiyu shook her head, her face full of resentment. But still somewhat unwilling to give up, she asked Gu Jingchu. You work so late every day, why is your skin still so good? Do you use some skincare products? That's why she stared at her face first thing in the morning. Gu Jingchu was both amused and exasperated. No, it's probably innate. Those few words were enough to completely devastate Xia Shiyu. It's probably innate. It's just like Versailles. Xia Shiyu's phone rang, and she opened the green bubble app on her phone. It was a message from Limu. Those few words immediately put Xia Shiyu's mind at ease, which had been hanging in suspense for the past 2 days. She was successfully selected as one of the appraisers for the Borna Hotel's collection auction. The list has been published in the company's Green Bubble group. It's a done deal. A hint of joy flashed in her eyes, and she immediately replied, received. She was determined to seize this opportunity. Gu Jingchu, I've been selected as one of the appraisers this time. Xia Shiyu jumped up excitedly and immediately shared her joy with Gu Jingchu. Gu Jingchu looked as if he had expected this. He had already spoken to Lin Yi before he heard Xia Shiyu say that he wanted to go to the collection auction. The organizers immediately agreed and added more spots. Seeing Xia Shiyu's happy, radiant smile, Gu Jingchu was also infected by the smile, a hint of a smile appearing on his lips. I'm going to the company. You stay home and prepare. Lin Yi has a lot of information about the collection. I'll have him send it to your email in a bit so you can take a look. Thank you. Xia Shiyu clasped her hands together and sincerely expressed her gratitude. After saying that, she skipped back to her room, turned on her computer, and started looking at materials to prepare. In the office of the office building, Gu Jingchu glanced sideways at Lin Yi, who was buried in a pile of documents. When will it be finished? Lin Yi kept his head buried in the documents and replied, without even looking up. I'll finish this before I leave work today, try not to work overtime, and then I can go home and get a good night's sleep. 2 minutes passed. Lin Yi suddenly lifted his head from the document, then exaggeratedly clutched his heart. What do you mean by asking this question? Do you want me to work overtime for you again? Seeing Gu Jingchu raise an eyebrow without objecting, Lin Yi's eyes widened, and she almost impulsively overturned the table in front of her. No way. Don't you have any brotherhood at all? I've been working overtime here for almost half a month straight. Even if you're exploiting your brothers, this isn't how you should exploit them, is it? Lin also roared, in a fit of impotent rage. I might as well just live and eat at the company. Sure, I'll reimburse you. Gu Jingchu said seriously, clearly taking Lin Yi's words to heart. Lin also looked terrified. He forced a smile. No. Bro, where are you going? Gu Jingchu glanced at him silently. There are some things to take care of at the Borna Hotel, so I'll need to ask you to help with company matters for the next few days. Hotel Borna? Lin was completely baffled. There are professional staff managing everything there. What important matter could possibly require Gu Jingchu, this big shot, to handle personally? He had not heard of any problems at the Borna Hotel recently. Chapter 56. Did you two have a fight? Lin racked his brains, but still couldn't figure it out. What's been going on at the Borna Hotel lately? It was just a collection auction. This isn't the first auction held at the Hotel Borna. The hotel's department managers have all handled it with ease. What is Gu Jingchu worried about? No, the appraisal team for this product auction is Century Appraisal Center Company, Ltd. Isn't that where my sister-in-law works? Lin suddenly remembered that a few days ago, Gu Jingchu asked him to inquire about the list of appraisers from the organizers, and he also mentioned Xia Shiyu's name. He finally understood why Gu Jingchu had asked him to work overtime. It turned out he was going to spend time with his sister-in-law. Suddenly, I felt like I'd been shown up in a compromising situation. Lin Yi looked completely listless. Isn't it just bullying him? He's still single and doesn't have a girlfriend. If it weren't for the fact that I'm stuck in the office working overtime every day, I wouldn't have to worry about those awful relatives from the Gu family who come to pry into my life. It's alright. He still has to put on a show in front of them, pretending to be poor because of bankruptcy. Does that mean he can't find a girlfriend? Lin Yi looked like he was about to cry but had no tears, so he could only turn his grief and anger into strength and pretend that the documents under his hands were Gu Jingqiu. Look, you think you're just looking at documents? I'll make you regret it. When Gu Jingqiu got home from get off work, he opened the door and immediately saw Xia Xiyu looking at the books in his collection. The warm yellow light in the living room shone on Xia Xiyu, adding to her hazy beauty. They say that when you look at a beautiful woman under the lamplight, the more you look, the more intoxicated you become. Gu Jingqiu now understands this sentence. You're back. Xia Xiyu put down the book in her hand. The food is ready. I'll go and bring it out now. She brought the dishes from the kitchen with a smile. The crabs are so cheap today. They're 20% off at the supermarket, and they're still lively and jumping around. I picked out all the female crabs, their bellies full of roe. I bought several, along with some shrimp and shellfish. We're having a seafood feast tonight. The kitchen lights were warm, and a table was laden with food. Xia Xiyu sat at the table with a warm smile. At this moment, Gu Jingqiu truly felt the warmth and comfort of family life. The fatigue of the past few days vanished instantly, as if blown away by the wind, leaving me feeling as light as if I were walking on clouds. He stood there stunned for a moment, then a smile appeared on his lips. Eat quickly. Xia Xiyu kept putting food on Gu Jingqiu's plate. While picking up food, she also had to maintain the original persona that she had long since forgotten to uphold in their daily interactions, thanks to her carefree and easygoing personality. Hee, this is my first time making a seafood feast. I followed a tutorial. Try it and see if it's good. Gu Jingqiu sensed the deliberate intent. A smile appeared in his eyes. At the beginning, he would definitely have been very skeptical. However, over the past 2 months, Gu Jingqiu has gradually observed her behavior. Any unusual behavior that is inconsistent with their usual behavior will be reported to the psychologist. The conclusion drawn is also the change brought about by the emergence of a second personality. For example, skills that you didn't have before. Gu Jingqiu accepted it very naturally. Only, the message the psychologist sent that day still bothered Gu Jingqiu. He said, the second personality that appears after a person reaches adulthood may disappear one day, and the first personality will not be aware of the existence of the second personality. Gu Jingqiu did not want the current Xia Xiyu to disappear. I ate the meal somewhat absent-mindedly. Gu Jingqiu only made the decision after he had put all the dishes in the kitchen and washed them. Timely rang. Xia Xiyu, engrossed in her collection of books, didn't even look up, only humming in response. Do you want to see a doctor? Xia Xiyu looked up at Gu Jingqiu with a surprised expression, as if she doubted whether she had misheard. For the first time, Gu Jingqiu felt nervous. He clenched his fists, then clenched them again and again. Finally, he spoke up. Chen Opping offers free, comprehensive medical checkups, but there aren't many spots available. He texted me to ask if I wanted to go. A physical exam? Xia Xiyu pondered for a moment, then shook her head. She felt that her body was in good condition. In the days after she transmigrated, she had secretly gone to the hospital. It's for checking my own body. Aside from some menstrual irregularities, everything else was fine. Please pass on a message for me, saying that I appreciate his kindness and thank him for me. After saying that, Xia Xiyu lowered her head to read her book again. Gu Jingqiu. He pursed his lips, but ultimately said nothing and returned to his room. Lin also felt that the atmosphere in the office was particularly tense today. Gu Jingqiu seems to have reverted to his workaholic self. Tasks were being relentlessly assigned, casting a dark shadow over the entire office. Lin was also very puzzled. Didn't he seem like he was going to drop everything and spend time with his wife yesterday? Why am I in such a bad mood today? Faced with the sudden increase in workload, Lin was internally crying. Rather than doing that, it would be better to let his brother and boss go and accompany his wife. Did your sister-in-law find out that we secretly helped her get a private door, and she's unhappy about it? Gu Jingqiu's fingers continued typing on the keyboard, without giving any reply. If it's not this, then did you and your sister-in-law have a fight? Lin asked, puzzled. Your sister-in-law has a very good temper now. She's gentle and virtuous, and she can work and earn money while taking care of the family. What did you do to offend her, Chuji? Gu Jingqiu remained silent, his fingertips impatiently tapping on the keyboard. But the code on the screen was completely irregular and a jumbled mess. Just like Gu Jingqiu's current mood. If Xia Xiyu doesn't go to the hospital, how can he get a method from the psychologist to stabilize her second personality? He could see that his boss and brother's mood was getting worse and worse. Lin Yi dared not step forward. Instead, he secretly sent a message to Xia Shiyu on the green bubble. Sister-in-law, did you and Chuga have a fight? He seems to be in a bad mood. Xia Shiyu was completely bewildered upon receiving the message. Quarrel? She and Gu Jingqiu? Xia Shiyu was both amused and exasperated. She considered herself and Gu Jingqiu to have become respectful and courteous partners. The two had nothing to argue about, so how could they possibly have a fight? Besides, she was too busy trying to curry favor with powerful figures to dare offend Gu Jingqiu, a hidden big shot. We didn't argue. Is he in a bad mood? I'll ask him when he gets home. After replying to the message, Xia Shiyu put down her phone and didn't pay any more attention to it. She thought to herself that Gu Jingqiu hadn't shown any signs of being in a bad mood at home. Chapter 57 also includes a psychological examination. Is it something to do at work? It doesn't seem like it. Xia Shiyu suddenly remembered that Gu Jingqiu had asked her if she wanted to go to the hospital for a physical examination, and she had refused. Could it be because of this? Xia Shiyu finally realized the problem belatedly. However, she found it somewhat unbelievable. Even Gu Jingqiu has his awkward moments. With a silent sigh, Xia Shiyu carefully took her identification documents. He went downstairs, scanned a shared electric scooter, and slowly rode it towards the office building where Gu Jingqiu worked. When we arrived at the company gate, the receptionist recognized Xia Shiyu at a glance, and she looked excited. Oh dear, it's Mrs. Gu, our CEO. Please come in quickly, Mr. Lin is so worried. Before the receptionist could finish speaking, Lin hurriedly turned around and came out. Sister-in-law, you've finally arrived. Hurry up and go into the office to give that workaholic some advice. Lin saw Xia Shiyu as if he had seen a savior. He quickly pulled Xia Shiyu to stand at the office door, and then Lin also quickly knocked on the door. Enter. A clear, cool, and magnetic voice came from inside. Lin also made a gesture, then pushed open the door and shoved Xia Shiyu inside. Gu Jingqiu looked up and was stunned for a moment when he saw Xia Shiyu, but his expression quickly returned to normal. Why are you here? Gu Jingqiu's tone was indifferent, yet it carried a hint of stiffness. Nothing different from usual. Xia Shiyu silently observed the exceptionally handsome man before her. However, after having that thought, she did indeed sense a slight awkwardness in him. A hint of a smile flashed in her eyes. It seems that even the most aloof and powerful men can get a little upset and have a bit of a tiff when their good intentions are rejected. The smile in Xia Shiyu's eyes grew wider and wider. She grinned and leaned closer, then covered her chest in front of Gu Jingqiu. I feel a little short of breath here, so I was thinking of having you take me to the hospital for a checkup. Could it be that I've been too busy with the auction of the collection at the Borna Hotel these past few days, and I'm a bit overworked? After saying that, Xia Shiyu coughed twice, blinking her big, bright eyes at Gu Jingqiu. Gu Jingqiu paused, his hand holding the pen still. He pursed his lips. I still have a lot of new documents to process. All right. If you hold a grudge for too long, it's hard to back down even if there's a way out. Xia Shiyu raised an eyebrow, her tone direct and to the point. So, are you coming with me or not? Good. Lin Yi, who was hiding outside the door and secretly listening to the sounds inside, was overjoyed. Finally, they managed to kick Gu Jingqiu, that workaholic, out of the office. We arrived at the hospital. Xia Shiyu then realized that the hospital Gu Jingqiu brought her to was different from ordinary hospitals. The place is luxuriously decorated, and the medical staff are all smiles. There's none of the hurried atmosphere you'd find in a top-tier public hospital. Their attitude is exceptionally good. This is a private hospital. Gu Jingqiu spoke up to clear up Xia Shiyu's doubts. It turns out that Chun Amping works at a private hospital. Xia Shiyu was a little excited. To be honest, she had never been to a private hospital before. She was a tough kid from a young age, always going down to the river and climbing trees, and she hardly ever got sick. Even when she was sick, the old man would just get her some medicine from the clinic. If the condition is serious, they'll send her to the People's Hospital, where she'll basically be on an 4-drip for a day, and that'll be it. As for private hospitals, she had only ever seen them on TV and in comics. My sister-in-law is here. Chun Amping, wearing a white coat, walked over with a smile. Don't let his usual roguish demeanor and arm-in-arm with Lin Yi fool you. When he puts on this white coat, he exudes a mature and composed aura. Besides, he's not ugly, and his height speaks for itself. The white shirt underneath the white lab coat was buttoned up to the last button, giving him a somewhat ascetic and handsome look. Chun Amping and Gu Jingqiu exchanged a glance. Then, Chun Amping smiled and led Xia Shiyu into a consultation room. Unlike the small cubicle clinics in public hospitals, the clinics here are almost the same size as the 2-bedroom apartment where Xia Shiyu is currently living. The consultation room is like a living room. One room is for doctors to rest, and the other is for them to relax. That's really good treatment. I'm a little jealous of rich people. Are you the one who will examine me? Xia Shiyu asked. Shun Amping shook his head. No. It means that many professional doctors will come to examine you and conduct a comprehensive physical and psychological examination. Xiaoxiu nodded and didn't ask any further questions. There was no waiting in line at the private hospital, so all the physical examinations were completed in less than an hour. The test report will be available in half an hour. Just then, there was a knock on the door. An elderly man with gray hair, but a kind face and a very approachable demeanor walked in. This young lady must be Miss Xia, right? The old man sat down directly opposite Xiaoxiu. The old man seemed very friendly, but he didn't give off any sense of dislike. Xiaoxiu was also quite curious about the profession of psychologist. I'm puzzled as to why a full-body checkup includes a psychological one. However, Xiaoxiu simply thought that the services offered by private hospitals were better and more comprehensive. Gu Jingchu stood to the side, a hint of nervousness showing in his indifferent eyes. Talking with this very approachable and kind psychologist felt like having a casual chat with a family member. This old man always managed to make Xiaoxiu feel a strong urge to confide in him with just a few words. She felt very comfortable and unconsciously wanted to get closer to the psychologist. This is completely different from the scenes shown on TV and described in novels about facing a psychologist. I didn't feel nervous at all. Instead, it felt like chatting with old friends. Time passed by unnoticed. When Xiaoxiu opened her phone to check the time, 2 whole hours had passed. She looked on incredulously. She had been chatting with this psychologist for 2 hours. Xiaoxiu looked up and saw Gu Jingchu sitting on the sofa drinking coffee, a hint of guilt flashing in her eyes. I was so relaxed chatting with this psychologist that I said a lot of things without thinking, and I didn't even think about maintaining the little bit of the original owner's persona that she had long since forgotten about. Seeing Gu Jingchu's indifferent expression, Xiaoxiu breathed a sigh of relief. How could Gu Jingchu possibly care about her? Naturally, he didn't care about the way she acted. You're a very interesting girl. Chatting with you was the most pleasant experience of my day. The psychologist had a big smile on his face. Chapter 58 gave her an obsession. Xiaoxiu laughed too, feeling a little embarrassed. She talked too much. The psychological counseling session on the medical examination form was supposed to last within 40 minutes. She got so into chatting that she ended up talking to the other person for a full 2 hours. The old man in front of me is clearly of a high level, and I guess he charges by the minute. The thought that he had been chatting for 2 hours, and that he would be charged for every hour and 20 minutes over was made Xiaoxiu nervous. If it's really like in TV dramas, where they charge hundreds or thousands per minute, then where is she going to find so much money? It's a free physical examination, including this psychological counseling session. The psychologist immediately saw through Xiaoxiu's little thoughts. He thought the girl in front of him had a very genuine and pure personality. These days, it's rare to see such clear eyes. This Mr. Gu really struck gold. You must be tired. Go to the lounge to rest and relax in the massage room. Gu Jingchu stood up from the sofa and took Xiaoxiu to the massage room in the hospital. Several women wearing work clothes and with their hair tied up walked in. A massage requires removing one's clothes. May this gentleman be present? Upon hearing this question, Xiaoxiu's face immediately turned bright red. She quickly glanced at Gu Jing, who was standing still, wishing she could push him away immediately. Gu Jingchu chuckled softly and left. Xiaoxiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although they were husband and wife, she would always dress appropriately and appear in front of Gu Jingchu whenever he was home. She only saw him as a life partner, not as a husband. Xiaoxiu was enjoying a massage in her room. But as soon as Gu Jingchu stepped out the door, his face darkened, and his deep eyes held an unpredictable mix of joy and anger, making it impossible to guess his emotions. As they entered another room, the psychologist who had just given Xiaoxiu her counseling sat on the sofa. The kind smile he had shown when he was with Xiaoxiu was gone, replaced by a solemn expression. A bad feeling immediately arose in Gu Jingchu's heart. Is it serious? The psychologist nodded. Miss Xiao's condition has reached a very serious stage. Judging from our conversation just now, she is very clear about her own situation. When I guided her to recall her past, she was able to recall everything. However, when I pressed her for more details, she became evasive or gave irrelevant answers. I believe that Mr. Gu has also made some discoveries in their daily interactions. For example, Ms. Xia is hiding her true self. Sometimes she will deliberately imitate the speaking habits of the first personality, which is the so-called persona. However, Ms. Xia is simple-minded, straightforward, and lively. She is very sincere, which is completely opposite to the first personality. Gu Jingchu listened to a lot of talk, but he still frowned and remained silent. As a psychologist, even if the man in front of him was very calm and his mind was hard to fathom, he could still guess Gu Jingchu's purpose in coming here. Going to such great lengths, maintaining strict secrecy, and using a medical checkup as a pretext to bring people in for psychological counseling. They must want to live permanently with their second personality. However, in reality, some people may suddenly become a different person due to mental health issues, but this transformation does not last long. Most of these people also met with only a few fates. Some people with schizophrenia become increasingly severe, develop distorted self-perceptions, and do not know who they are, thus spending their entire lives in mental hospitals. There are also cases where a sudden change occurs, but soon it reverts to the original state, as if the previous change had never happened. Very few people can truly maintain their second personality until the moment of death. When Gu Jingchu was told about these possible outcomes, his expression turned frighteningly grim. He couldn't quite describe his feelings, but the thought that Xia Xiyu would suddenly disappear one day and revert to her old self filled him with an indescribable emotion, as if gripping his heart, and a sense of unease welled up inside him. Is there any way to keep the second personality inside the body, or to make the first personality disappear completely? His tone was low and flat, but it was just like the calm before a storm. The psychologist was taken aback. The human brain and mind are the most complex systems in modern medicine. To date, our understanding and knowledge of the brain is only a drop in the ocean. This is something that can't be controlled. Whether it's hypnosis or drug control, you have to become her friend. I don't want the first personality to emerge. Gu Jingchu's voice was as cold as ice, devoid of any warmth. The darkness in those eyes made the elderly psychologist instinctively look away, unable to bear the sight. Good. After a long pause, the psychologist finally replied dryly, hypnosis and drug control are the most basic methods. His somewhat cloudy eyes stared intently at Gu Jingchu, his lips moving slightly. Phew, this is truly the service of a private hospital. It's simply amazing. Xia Xiyu walked out of the massage room after getting dressed, feeling incredibly relaxed, as if she were walking on clouds, and her whole body felt refreshed. She made up her mind. She would silently stand behind Gu Jingchu and support him. She helped him regain his former glory, and then she transformed herself into a wealthy woman, living the life of a rich person every day. Hey. Still lost in his fantasy of getting rich, he didn't notice what was in front of him when he turned the corner and bumped into Gu Jingchu's arms. Ugh, my nose. Xia Xiyu covered her nose, squeezing out 2 physiological tears, and looked up at Gu Jingchu. Little did she know that her appearance, with a slightly flushed face and teary eyes after a massage, made Gu Jingchu's heart tremble. Resisting the urge to pinch her cheek, Gu Jingchu calmed himself down. Did you receive the test results? Is there anything wrong with my physical health? And what about my mental health? What did they say? Faced with that incessantly chattering rosy little mouth, Gu Jingchu could only recall the words his psychologist had spoken to him. If you want to keep her, you have to offer something that will attract her. Only when she has enough obsession will she break through all obstacles and stay in this world. What attracts her? Is it an obsession? Gu Jingchu's eyes were dark and unsettling. Xia Xiyu felt uneasy under his gaze and had no idea why he was staring at her without saying a word. What are you thinking about? Snap out of it. Chapter 59, maybe she'll get the same treatment as the female lead? Seeing that he hadn't said anything for a long time, Xia Xiyu simply walked up to Gu Jingchu and waved her hand in front of him. A hint of worry flashed in her eyes. Could it be that there's something wrong with her medical report, which is why Gu Jingchu has been silent for so long? Is there something wrong with my medical report? There was a hint of urgency in her voice. There's no problem. I was just thinking about company matters. Gu Jingchu smiled. Sorry to have worried you. Hearing that there were no problems, Xia Xiyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there are no problems, that's fine. With mixed feelings, Gu Jingchu took Xia Xiyu home. Only 3 people knew the results of Xia Xiyu's psychological examination report. Both were people who kept their mouths shut. Gu Jingchu glanced down at the psychological test report in his hand and threw it into the shredder without hesitation. The auction of collectibles held at the Berna Hotel is finally about to begin. Xia Xiyu made preparations the night before the event. I put on a face mask before bed to keep my skin in top condition when I wake up tomorrow morning. After waking up in the morning, I do my skincare and makeup routine, then put on the professional suit from the appraisal center, looking both beautiful and cool. Following the company's appraisal team, Xia Xiyu, being a junior appraiser, was at the very back of the team. Even so, she was satisfied. First, under the watchful eyes of hotel and auction venue staff and security personnel, the team photographed and documented the items to be auctioned, and then authenticated them one by one. This is a very important step. Once authenticated, the collectibles are under continuous monitoring to ensure that there is no possibility of them being switched. Because the collection room contains many antiques, the light shining on them will accelerate their oxidation and damage. Therefore, the lighting in some areas is pale yellow, much dimmer than in other areas. But it is under the dim lighting that these collections appear even more captivating. Xiaoxiu genuinely liked them and naturally looked at them very carefully. Her mind is now filled with these collections, and her pen has never stopped recording their characteristics. Enter the collection room at 10 a.m. It took almost half an hour before 8 p.m. for all the collections to be appraised and recorded. Everyone was starving, but no one dared to let their guard down. Because among the dozens of items in the collection, flawed and fake pieces were indeed found. When these flawed and fake items were identified, the staff were extremely busy. On the one hand, they had to contact the alternative collections and have them sent over as soon as possible, and on the other hand, they had to contact the owners of these flawed and fake items and communicate with them. Everything was ready before the auction began. Each item was covered with a blackout cloth and slowly pushed into the backstage area of the auction venue, all within the view of the cameras. At the front desk, an auctioneer dressed in an elegant cheongsam, with a polite smile on her face, spoke with elegance and passion, constantly stirring the emotions of the buyers below. Xiaoxiu stood on one side of the backstage, watching the stage with great interest. Before transmigrating into the book, although she learned a lot of skills from that old man, she rarely used them in practice. Moreover, as a university teacher, she often had to carefully protect some very fragile college students with the counselors, and she was often busy and overwhelmed. The expected scene of CEOs and socialites at the auction did not materialize. The people present at this auction of collectibles were mostly assistants to CEOs. They are all on video calls with their bosses right now, deciding whether to raise their placards or give up. This is completely different from what's shown in TV dramas. Xiaoxiu pouted. The scene before her eyes shattered her expectations of the kind of auction scenes in TV dramas, where two CEOs compete to win over the female lead and bid against each other for an auction item. After the auction of the collectibles concluded, all the appraisers in the team signed their names in the final collaboration document. It was already midnight, and the company car was taking the team home one by one. Xiaoxiu was so sleepy that she half closed her eyes, preparing to take a short nap. "How are you feeling today?" A woman's voice sounded from the side, and Xiaoxiu quickly looked up. Then, to my surprise, I discovered that this was not Lu Wan, the company's renowned senior appraiser. Faced with this genuine senior, Xiaoxiu quickly sat up straight. "It's great. It broadened my horizons, and I learned a lot." Xiaoxiu was naturally happy to be spoken to by her senior. Lu Wan gave a lukewarm then glanced sideways at Xiaoxiu. Xiaoxiu thought that she was tired and had leaned back in the chair, and that her somewhat unseemly sleeping posture was something that her senior disapproved of. She quickly sat up straight, put her coat in front of her, and covered her straight legs. "You weren't originally on the list, but the auction organizers specifically requested that you come." Lu Wan's words almost implied that Xiaoxiu had gotten into the team through connections, without explicitly naming her. Her purpose in saying this was actually to make Xiaoxiu feel ashamed, so that he would recognize his mistake and never do anything like using connections again. After all, she had witnessed the talent and strength this girl had shown in the competition, and she really didn't want this girl to go astray. Unexpectedly, Xiaoxiu's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she immediately grabbed Lu Wan's arm. "Really? Senior?" Xiaoxiu's eyes sparkled, and she smiled radiantly. "Wow, I'm already this famous. Looks like I'll have to sign up for more team projects in the future." Lu Wan. Seriously, how can this girl be so shameless? Did she completely misunderstand what she was saying? Looking completely bewildered, Lu Wan pushed Xiaoxiu's hand off her arm. "You actually think that way?" Xiaoxiu chuckled. She hadn't expected to have such an opportunity. Is this the treatment one gets after transmigrating into a book? Xiaoxiu was quite happy, thinking about the protagonists in the novels she had read who had exceptionally good luck after transmigrating. Although she's a bottom-tier cannon fodder character in this book, she's a transmigrator, so maybe she can enjoy the treatment of the female lead. Even Lu Wan, a senior colleague in the industry who is usually aloof, took the initiative to talk to me in the car. Xiaoxiu clenched her fists silently in her heart. She absolutely must seize this opportunity. What's even more coincidental is that the two of them were going in the same direction home. When Lu Wan got out of the car, Xiaoxiu also called for the driver to stop, and she quickly grabbed her bag and chased after her. Chapter 60. I couldn't resist pinching his cheek. "Hey, wait for me, senior." Upon seeing what was ahead, Xiaoxiu ran forward without hesitation, determined to catch up with Lu Wan. However, Lu Wan thought that Xiaoxiu had followed her at this time to bother her, and her goodwill towards Xiaoxiu was gradually disappearing. She stopped in her tracks, her face dark with anger, and snapped. "What's wrong with you, little girl? Why are you still bothering me?" Xiaoxiu blinked. She didn't mean to pester Lu Wan, but she was about to say something. But looking at Lu Wan's angry eyes, it seemed as if Xiaoxiu would be scolded back if she spoke at any moment. Xiaoxiu swallowed back the words she was about to say. He simply followed Lu Wan at a distance, trying his best to shield her from view. Lu Wan was seething with anger, and seeing Xia Xiu following her so closely from behind, she became even angrier. What exactly do you want, little girl? If you're thinking of asking me to take you as my apprentice, I'm sorry, that's impossible. After much thought, Lu Wan felt that there was only one possibility that would make Xia Xiu continue to follow her. No. Xia Xiu opened her mouth to explain, but Lu Wan's next sentence retorted. I see that you are a very talented young lady in the competition. Why don't you put your mind on the right path? You have talent and are young. You should be steady and build a solid foundation now, instead of thinking only about success and fame. Summer rain. After Lu Wan finished speaking, Xia Xiu pointed to Lu Wan's skirt. No, Senior Lu, I just wanted to remind you, your skirt, Lu Wan subconsciously looked behind her, and then discovered that the hem of her skirt was tucked into her underwear, exposing her plain-colored underwear. Her face turned pale, and she hurriedly pulled out her skirt and straightened it, almost making a sharp popping sound. Xia Xiu saw Lu Wan standing in front of her with a look of surprise, followed by disbelief, and then a mixture of shame and anger on her face. Then, she cried. She really cried while covering her face. The thought of walking around in that state for half a day made Lu Wan shudder. Xia Xiu gave a dry laugh. Senior Lu, there aren't many people on the streets of Linqing now, and I was standing behind you just now, so no one saw me. Lu Wan looked up at Xia Xiu, and finally felt a little better. So that's why the little girl had been following me. Then why was I yelling at her so fiercely? I must have misunderstood and wronged her. That. Lu Wan blushed slightly. She was a proud person who usually preferred to be alone and didn't interact with many people. Now that this has happened, all she can do is apologize to the young girl in front of her. It's okay, it's okay. We're all women. It's embarrassing when something like this happens. We should help if we can. Xia Xiu revealed a bright smile, making Lu Wan feel even more guilty. Then how will you get home? This young girl got off the bus early to help me, so won't I have to walk a long way? My home is in that neighborhood not far ahead. In fact, our home is only one street away from the one my predecessor lived in. Xia Xiu was quite happy. If he could build a good relationship with the woman in front of him, he could visit her from time to ask for her advice. That's good. Lu Wan breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on her face. I misunderstood you earlier. I'm so sorry. I live here, Building 2, 9th floor, 901. You can come find me if you need anything. Xia Xiu's eyes lit up, and she quickly nodded. Okay. After saying goodbye to this senior, Xia Xiu quickened her pace to get home. I carefully opened the door and found a warm yellow light still on in the living room. Gu Jingqiu is still awake. Xia Xiu put her bag in the entryway, changed her shoes, and went inside, only to find Gu Jingqiu leaning against the sofa in the living room, seemingly already asleep. The computer in front of him was still dimly lit. Xia Xiu stepped forward lightly, hesitating whether to wake him up and tell him to go back to his room to sleep, or just grab a thin blanket to cover him. Oh well, he must have been tired to fall asleep on the sofa. She carefully carried a thin blanket out of the room and gently covered him with it. When Xia Xiu covered him with a blanket, she looked up and saw his sleeping face so close to hers. He truly deserves to be called a villainous boss who only hastily exits the story at the very end, and he is also worthy of the author's effort to portray him as a handsome man. She's so beautiful, there's not a single flaw in her facial features. Gu Jingqiu's skin, in particular, is so good. As if possessed, Xia Xiu reached out and pinched Gu Jingqiu's cheek, startled by the soft touch beneath her fingers. Warm and soft. Gu Jingqiu opened his eyes and saw this scene before him. He was stunned. Her unique fragrance wafted into his nostrils, and at that moment, Gu Jingqiu's senses became clear. Her warm fingertips lingered on his skin, bringing a tingling sensation. It was as if at that very moment, his heart was also electrified by this tingling sensation. Gu Jingqiu's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, his voice hoarse. You're back? Startled awake by the sound, Xia Xiu hurriedly got up, but unexpectedly stepped on the blanket that had fallen to the ground, causing her to fall forward uncontrollably. Gu Jingqiu grunted and reached out to wrap his arms around Xia Xiu to prevent him from falling and hitting the coffee table. Xia Xiu felt her heart pounding so hard it was about to jump out of her throat. She stared blankly into Gu Jingqiu's dark eyes and saw her own reflection in those deep eyes. It wasn't until she heard that muffled groan that Xia Xiu came back to her senses. She was now completely entangled on Gu Jingqiu, and the two of them were in an extremely ambiguous position. I'm so sorry. I really didn't mean to. I saw you were asleep on the sofa. I just wanted to cover you with a blanket. I was afraid you'd catch a cold. Xia Xiu was so nervous that she was at a loss for what to do, and she stammered as she spoke. She quickly got off Gu Jingqiu. Soft strands of hair slipped through his palms. Gu Jingqiu instinctively tried to pull his hand back, but he couldn't stop the hair from slipping away. It's okay, as long as you didn't fall. Gu Jingqiu got up and went into the kitchen, poured a glass of milk, and put it in the microwave to heat it. 20 seconds later, with a ding, a cup of hot milk appeared in front of Xiaoxiu. You must be exhausted today. Go drink this and get some rest. Chapter 61 Helping Cousin, Not Father. Xiaoxiu quickly took the hot milk and drank it down in a few gulps. The warm milk entered my stomach, easing a small part of the embarrassment. It's getting late. You should go to bed early too. Don't always lie on the sofa. Autumn will be here soon. Be careful not to catch a cold. Xiaoxiu hesitated for a moment before finally offering her advice. Yes, thank you for your concern, I will. Gu Jingqiu's phone vibrated on the coffee table, and he went over to answer it. Okay, I understand. First, stabilize the situation. Call people to work overtime. Make sure to keep the internal servers secure. I'm coming now. Gu Jingqiu's voice was cold. Xiaoxiu frowned. Something must have gone wrong in the middle of the night. However, this was Gu Jingqiu's business, and she couldn't get involved, so she could only quickly take a light jacket from the clothes rack and hand it to Gu Jingqiu. Thanks. Perhaps the situation there was too urgent. Gu Jingqiu stuffed his notebook into his briefcase, slung his coat over his arm, and went out the door. Judging from the way he walked, he was in a hurry, so this must be something serious. Xiaoxiu shrugged and then went into her room to wash up. I need to organize the materials from today's auction tomorrow, so I have to get up early. She needs to get enough rest. Meanwhile, Gu Jingqiu had already arrived at the office. Lin, who was standing at the office door, gave Gu Jingqiu a look. As soon as I entered, I saw Gu Jingyi sitting on the sofa, looking anxious. Brother, you're finally here. Didn't you receive my message? Why didn't you reply? He spoke anxiously. Do you know that your company's bid has been discovered by your competitors? I've heard that my dad bribed someone close to you, but I don't know who that person is. If this isn't dealt with promptly, your company will suffer significant losses. Lin stood silently to the side, his face also showing worry. Gu Jingqiu's eyes darkened for a moment before he sat down at the computer. His long, slender fingers tapped on the computer keyboard, quickly modifying line after line of code. So what if you know? He smirked blatantly, saying, trash is trash. Even if it looks exactly the same, it's still a pile of trash inside. Gu Jingyi was taken aback for a moment, then forced a smile. Yes, brother, the team you lead is among the best in the country. Lin Yi smiled and put his arm around Gu Jingyi's shoulder, teasing. I know you're anxious because you're a brother-obsessed guy, but don't worry. My brother Chu has a lot of technical skills, and my team has a lot of experts. Even if the other side finds out about the bidding, do you think they can come up with an exact copy? They don't have that ability. Before agreeing to go to that hotel with Qin Luoluo to discuss cooperation with that manager, I had done my research beforehand. I knew that he had a bad temper and was prone to turning on me. That scene was deliberately meant to provoke that person, and then put on a show for the Gu family members who had been following Gu Jingqiu. The purpose was to lower their guard, making them think that even the nouveau riche had turned against Gu Jingqiu and were unwilling to cooperate with him. This is the only way to minimize overt pressure. After all, apart from old Master Gu lying in the hospital and Gu Jingqiu's aunt, how many people in the Gu family could hope for his recovery? Thinking of this, Lin Yi looked at Gu Jingyi with a strange gaze. This person is quite eccentric. He doesn't share the same interests as his own father, but instead is extremely loyal to the person his father sees as a thorn in his side, wishing he could send all the family's intelligence to his father's enemy. That's good. I was worried for so long, bro. My dad's been keeping a close eye on me lately. I even had to sneak out tonight. Gu Jingyi chuckled and scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. I know what you mean. Gu Jingqiu smiled. Jingyi, it's best if you don't interfere in the matter between me and your father. Upon hearing this, Gu Jingyi immediately became anxious. How can that be? We're all family. How can we fight to the death? Don't worry, brother. I'll definitely persuade my dad when I get back. Lin stood to the side, somewhat gloating. He slowly took a bottle of soda from the refrigerator and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Haha, don't go and try to persuade him. I remember the last time you went back to try to persuade him, you got whipped a few times by your dad, and were almost kicked out of the Gu family. Don't laugh at me like that. Gu Jingyi looked annoyed. Anyway, I'm relieved to know it's nothing serious. I'm going home now. My dad's been keeping a close eye on me lately, and won't let me have any contact with you. When he said the last sentence, Gu Jingyi still felt a little aggrieved. You go back first, don't worry about me. Gu Jingqiu lowered his eyes, his long eyelashes obscuring the emotions in them. Also, you don't need to contact me about the funding issue. As for Qin Luoluo, you should avoid contact with her. I have no feelings for her. When Qin Luoluo was mentioned, Gu Jingyi felt a sense of disappointment and frustration. Although the Qin family is also a den of wolves, Qin Luoluo, apart from being a bit love-struck, has quite a few tricks up her sleeve. Moreover, the Qin family is currently on a winning streak. Why don't you go along with that young lady's wishes? Even if you just do a superficial job, you won't have to start a small company, lower your pride to seek investment everywhere, and be ridiculed by others. Besides, what's so great about Xiaoxiu? She's just a little pretty. She's no help to you at all. Maybe she's just trying to seduce you now. She's the one who leaked the bidding information this time. Gu Jingyi became increasingly angry as he spoke, but he completely failed to notice that Gu Jingchu's face had turned completely dark. Jingyi. His voice was as cold as ice. Shut up. Gu Jingyi was frightened, but he still gritted his teeth and remained stubborn. All right, your brother and sister-in-law are getting along well now, so stop making sarcastic remarks. Seeing that things were not going well, Lin quickly pushed the person out of the office. What kind of person is our Chugo? Could he be seduced by beautiful women? You'd better go back now, lest your good father finds out and gives you another beating. Gu Jingyi was still unconvinced, but Lin Yi dragged him into the elevator. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lin returned to his office and couldn't help but roll his eyes. The mother is a snob, and the father is always thinking about power struggles. How could they have given birth to such a stupid son? Gu Jingchu chuckled enigmatically. Foolish? Jingyi is quite clever. Lin also curled his lip. What's so smart about him? This is the first time I've seen someone help their cousin instead of their own father. Chapter 62. That person is very strange. Gu Jingchu leaned back in his chair, the smile on his lips vanishing instantly. He glanced at Lin Yi with an ambiguous look. We kept our bids so secret, not a word of it leaked out, yet the news still got out. Where did things go wrong? Lin was stunned. He murmured, there are absolutely no problems within our organization. The team under him consists of more than a dozen people, and he knows each of them well, as they all came from past bankruptcies. Betrayal is absolutely impossible. We didn't tell anyone about the leak of our bidding information, but Jing Yi found out. Gu Jingchu tapped his fingers absent-mindedly on the table, his dark eyes revealing no emotion. Lin was immediately startled, and an expression of disbelief appeared in his eyes. That can't be right. This guy grew up with us. Even though his dad is like that, Swallowing hard, Lin continued. No matter how well someone can pretend, they can't pretend for 10 or 20 years. Besides, that bastard Gu Cheng is always thinking about monitoring you and suppressing you, so it's not surprising that he knew about the leak. Gu Jingchu remained expressionless. He kept saying that Gu Cheng, his biological father, was wary of Gu Jingyi, his biological son, and wouldn't let him interfere in anything anymore. But when he got information, he was the first one to rush over and tell him. The first person to suspect was Xiaoxiu. Perhaps. A dark glint flashed in Gu Jingchu's eyes. Let's put aside Gu Jingyi's matter for now. The Gu family is nothing to fear. What were the results of the experiment I asked you to conduct? When Lin Yi was asked to do the things Gu Jingchu had instructed her to do, she was so angry, she almost jumped up and down. You know what? This is really weird. It's like this guy is blessed by the heavens. He always manages to escape danger. Sometimes he doesn't even have to do anything. Some brainless idiots just step in for him. How can someone be so lucky? Lin became increasingly angry as he spoke. Moreover, our company has so many technical staff, 2 of whom are world-class top hackers. Hey, strangely enough, our team's 2 hackers couldn't even hack into that company's firewall technology. I almost hacked in once, but guess what? The power went out here. Lin rolled her eyes and even slammed her fist on the table in anger. Gu Jingchu shook his head, his tone flat. Stop for now. We need to improve our technology here. The assets we extracted from the Gu family can now be put to use. But we must be very careful. Many of them cannot be done openly. They have to go overseas. Going abroad involves an unusually large number of procedures, which means an increased workload and makes his vacation seem increasingly distant. Lin Ye's face immediately darkened. The cutting-edge technologies we've developed abroad shouldn't have been discovered by that kid yet. Lin also gritted his teeth. Before, no matter what we released or what ideas we had, that kid would always poach our staff or release a competing product first. I just don't understand. There are so many ways to make money in this world. Why does he keep targeting us? Is he some kind of shrewd copycat? It's as if God favors that kid. That bastard surnamed Chu always gets to do things one step ahead of everyone else. It was all originally Gu's idea, but in the end, it all became Chu's. They did investigate whether there was a mole within the company, but they investigated countless people, and even went to see a psychologist themselves, fearing that they might have been hypnotized by someone with ulterior motives. But the result was that nothing was found. Just like that guy surnamed Chu who seems to have some kind of precognitive ability. He's always one step ahead of the newbies. This is so annoying. It's like a leech. Our new product was developed in secrecy, and it's not under Chu Ji's name. I don't believe that guy surnamed Chu can steal it. Gu Jingqiu looked down at the numbers flashing on the computer screen and chuckled softly. Some things can be taken away with foresight, but he can't take away the most advanced technology and cutting-edge computer technology. Moreover, he found that once he went abroad, fewer of the unexpected events occurred. That's true, the main force isn't in the country right now. Lin also pouted. The Gu family's bankruptcy this time can be described as a golden cicada shedding its skin, severing the connection with those bloodsuckers in the Gu family with a single stroke. Gu Jingqiu is now completely relaxed, free from any burdens. All right. Gu Jingqiu patted Lin Yi on the shoulder. Keep your distance from him lately. That guy is pretty weird. Don't go up against him. Lin nodded, but still looked unconvinced. Xia Xiu got up early in the morning, organized all the documents, and went straight to the company. As soon as she arrived at the company, she was busy handing over documents and organizing all the information from this auction for archiving. She also had to write a work report to submit to the marketing department of the appraisal center. Xia Xiu was so busy all morning that she didn't even have time to drink a sip of water. You definitely won't be able to rest at noon today, so don't bother with your work. Come and get some takeout. I've already ordered it for you. Qian Lele grinned and pulled Xia Xiu over, forcibly pressing her down into her seat. Don't worry, I'll finish writing the rest for you. I do this all the time. I'm a pro at it. Xia Xiu smiled gratefully at Qian Lele, who clasped her hands together in an exaggerated gesture. Wah, you care about me. You even ordered takeout for me, and you even helped me write my summary. From this moment on, I declare, Qian Lele, you are my god. The two women laughed heartily, and in an instant, all the fatigue from their busy work, including backaches and sore waists, disappeared. Even while having lunch, Xia Xiu didn't forget to browse the private messages on the forum. Suddenly, a picture sent via private message caught her attention. It was a black cufflink. It's made of obsidian, polished to a flawless finish, and upon closer inspection, it even has a slight cat's eye shimmer. For some reason, upon seeing these cufflinks, she suddenly felt that they were particularly suitable for Gu Jingqiu. Seeing the cufflinks reminds me of Gu Jingqiu's sharp, deep, and unfathomable black eyes. Xia Xiu immediately made up her mind. She wanted to buy the cufflinks. After contacting the other party, I was surprised to find that they were actually a local from Beijing and lived not far from my company. Xia Xiu finished her takeout in no time, and before going downstairs, she made a point of checking the balance on her phone. With 18,000 yuan, after paying off the mortgage, there was still more than 20,000 yuan left. Xia Xiu didn't hesitate for long. She gritted her teeth, scanned a shared electric bike, and rode off to her destination. Upon arrival, Xia Xiu discovered that the seller was a woman in her early 30s. She had a gentle appearance and recognized Xia Xiu immediately. Chapter 63 The Gift I Gave Him. Xia Xiu smiled slightly and immediately explained his purpose to the woman. After the two exchanged information, Xia Xiu bought this cufflink that looks exactly like Gu Jingqiu's eyes. After getting home from get-off work, Xia Xiu cooked a table full of dishes. After calling Gu Jingqiu, she continued to make soup. Once the soup is cooked, a rich aroma will emanate from the clay pot. Gu Jingqiu has also returned. You're home now. Go wash your hands and eat. Hearing the word home, Gu Jingqiu felt a warmth in his heart. A smile crept across his lips. Good. After finishing the meal, Xia Xiu finally took out a small box, albeit reluctantly. This is a small cufflink I found online. It's not very valuable, but I thought it would suit you quite well, so I bought it. I don't know if you'll like it. She placed the small box on the table and pushed it in front of Gu Jingqiu. Gu Jingqiu stared blankly at the black velvet box in front of him. Is this a gift she prepared for herself? This is the first time. Seeing that Gu Jingqiu didn't reply for a long time and didn't open the box to accept the gift, Xia Xiu suddenly felt a little awkward. He's a villainous boss. Before he went bankrupt, every item he carried and used was a high-end designer piece worth millions. Even though he's now bankrupt and down on his luck, the watch he's wearing, though Xia Xiu can't tell what brand it is, still looks like a very valuable item. Why would she even bother with the 10,000 to 20,000 yuan worth of stuff she bought on Baidu Tieba? It's just a regular cufflink. If you don't like it, I'll sell it. As she spoke, Xia Xiu reached out to take the box. But a pair of slender fingers landed on the black velvet box faster than she could. I love so much. Gu Jingqiu received the box, opened it, took out the obsidian cufflinks inside, replaced the cufflinks on his shirt with the obsidian cufflinks, and put them on. It suits me well, thank you. Xia Xiu immediately broke into a smile. The villainous boss actually gave her a lot of face. You bought me a gift. Do you have enough money for living expenses? Gu Jingqiu's words struck a chord with Xia Xiu. She didn't have the heart to tell Gu Jingqiu that after buying these obsidian cufflinks, she only had 2,000 or 3,000 yuan left for living expenses. However, we have all the daily necessities at home, so we don't need to buy anything or eat out. We have enough for groceries, rice, oil, and salt. The company's business has been doing quite well lately, so I'll cover your living expenses. Gu Jingchu smiled gently and transferred the money to Xia Xiyu without saying a word. Perhaps having figured out Xia Xiyu's personality, he only transferred 5,000 yuan. Because Gu Jingchu knew that her bottom line for accepting money was right there. If there are too many, Xia Xiyu will try to return them or refuse to accept them. Xia Xiyu blinked, and faced with such a sum of money, she accepted it directly. After all, the two of them are now living together, so it's only right that he contributes to their living expenses. Moreover, she does more housework now, so this can be seen as a way of compensating her for cooking and housework. The summer rain stopped, and I felt at ease. You seem to be in a good mood today? Gu Jingchu leaned back on the sofa, while Xia Xiyu sat next to him watching a variety show. The two of them rarely have such free time. Yes, of course. There's a really great senior colleague in our company who added me in the contacts. And you know what? Her house is just one street away from ours, only a 10-minute walk. Xia Xiyu's expression brightened with excitement at the mention of this senior colleague. That night, I only helped her with a small favor, but she remembered me. She even came to our junior appraiser office to find me at work. You wouldn't believe how envious my colleagues were. Xia Xiyu talked non-stop to Gu Jingchu about what had happened to her recently. She's a potential chatterbox. As long as she has someone to confide in, and that person is patient and doesn't mind her talking, she can keep talking forever. Gu Jingchu's eyes held a doting affection he himself was unaware of as he silently watched the woman before him. Her small mouth opened and closed, and she kept talking about the interesting things that had happened. When she got excited, she would even gesture wildly, just like a little panda in the zoo who had received an apple and was happily showing it off to the tourists, jumping around. They are absolutely adorable. As Xia Xiyu moved, strands of her loose hair brushed against the back of Gu Jingchu's hand. He subconsciously flipped his palm over, hiding the strand of hair in his palm, and gently kneaded it with his index finger and thumb. Even from several feet away, he could still smell the fragrance emanating from her hair. This suddenly fascinated Gu Jingchu. What exactly is this feeling of being out of control? He was strategizing and had everything under his control. But this emotion was the one thing Gu Jingchu subconsciously felt was not so easy to control. Okay, I still need to maintain my potential clients on Tieba later and earn some pocket money on the side. Thanks for chatting with me. After saying that, Xia Xiyu went into her bedroom. Looking at the empty hall, Gu Jingchu felt inexplicably lost. The next morning, Xia Xiyu got up very early because she had made an appointment with Lu Wan. Her face was adorned with exquisite and appropriate makeup. Her long hair was neatly combed and then pinned up at the back of her head, with a jade hairpin as an embellishment. Xia Xiyu wore a simple and neat dress, high heels, and carried a small crossbody bag today. She looks every bit the part of a sophisticated urban woman. Today I don't need to scan a shared electric bike to go to work. Senior Rin Jeluwan said that if it's convenient in the future, she can take Xia Xiyu to work with her, since it's on the way anyway. The sound of the door closing indicated that Xia Xiyu had already left. At this moment, Gu Jingchu, who had finished dressing, came out of the room. Seeing the breakfast already prepared on the table, a smile appeared on his lips. My phone beeped. Gu Jingchu picked up his phone to check the messages. Brother Chu, we've already made arrangements with Elder Ning. He said that if you have time, you can bring your sister-in-law to meet him. It was a message sent by Lin Yi. Gu Jingchu stared at the message quietly for a while before replying. Don't be too deliberate. She has already become friends with Lu Wan, one of Ning Lao's students. After thinking for a moment, Gu Jingchu sent another message. You should make arrangements for her too, but don't let her know. Lin Yi replied with an okay emoji almost instantly. Gu Jingchu put down his phone. A hint of a smile flashed in her eyes, as if her luck had really been good ever since her second personality emerged. Chapter 64. The way he looked at his apprentice. After arriving at the company in Lu Wan's car, almost all the colleagues in the appraisal department were dumbfounded. You should know that although Lu Wan is young, she is a senior colleague in the company. She is a top-notch senior appraiser, and Lu Wan is also a big shot in the appraisal circle, a disciple of Master Ning, and a personally taught disciple at that. She is exceptionally capable and is the top appraiser in the company. However, Lu Wan was an eccentric person who was very difficult to approach. Aside from work-related matters, she almost never becomes friends with any of her colleagues. No matter what I do, I always work alone, but today I brought a new employee from the company to work with me. For the people at the company, this was even more unusual than the sun rising in the west. Moreover, this newcomer was the one who performed the best in the appraiser competition. It wasn't until Lu Wan brought Xia Xiyu to the senior appraiser's office that things changed. Xia Xiyu was completely dumbfounded. She was at the elevator entrance, intending to greet this senior colleague, Mr. Lu, before heading back to her office. Unexpectedly, Xia Xiu followed obediently after Lu Wan gave him a single glance. This is the office of your senior appraisers. Someone like me, a junior appraiser, cannot enter without swiping my card. Senior appraisers' offices often contain many genuine collections, so security is particularly tight. In addition to their personal identification card, fingerprint unlocking is also required to open the door and enter. I said you can come in, so you can come in. With a blank expression, Luan opened the door without any politeness and pulled Xia Xiu inside. The moment Xia Xiu stepped into the senior appraiser's office, she was instantly stunned. Holy crap! Are all these calligraphy and paintings genuine? And then there was the cabinet full of collectibles next door. She silently swallowed, her eyes never leaving it for a second. Seeing Xia Xiu's eyes, filled with genuine love for these things, Luan finally felt a sense of satisfaction. It seems this young girl truly loves this profession. You can look at them, but you can't touch them. Many of them are genuine and you can't look at them with the lights on. Watching without the lights on would hurt her eyes, but Xia Xiu didn't care about that. Even in the dim environment, she still watched intently. The others in the office gave Luan a thumbs up. Young lady, can you spot anything about this painting? There isn't even a seal on it. Do you know what era it's from? And which painter it's by? Xia Xiu was stunned for a moment, then looked up at the old man who had walked up to her at some point. She stood up and greeted him respectfully. He then turned to greet the other senior colleagues in the office. Finally, he turned around and answered the old man who had spoken to him and asked him questions. Xia Xiu told him everything. What dynasty did this painting belong to? And who was the artist? What are the distinctive features of this painting? For a moment, all the senior colleagues in the office looked at Xia Xiu with admiration. You have to understand, the times are changing so fast these days. In this era of technological advancement, many young people are unwilling to learn skills passed down from the older generation. This explains why their senior appraisers' offices are filled with elderly men, averaging over 60 years old. Because you can't become an appraiser without talent and vision, and it requires a long period of accumulation. You can't become famous without at least 10 years. They eagerly awaited the selection of a promising talent to inherit their lifelong skills. Unexpectedly, Luan brought one with her today. In an instant, several elderly seniors with gray hair gathered around, looking at Xia Xiu with the eyes of hungry wolves eyeing meat. Xia Xiu suddenly got goosebumps all over her body. She felt like she was being watched. Luan didn't tolerate these old men and pushed them aside one by one. She got the entire video of that day's live stream at the company last night. I watched it almost all night long, watching it very carefully, and I don't know how many times I watched the replay. Moreover, she spent some time investigating this girl. It was discovered that Xia Xiu had never been involved in this industry before. I've only been in this line of work for 2 or 3 months. Even so, her composure under pressure and her keen insight and talent during that live competition caught Luan's attention. She realized she was already 40 years old. Because I'm not good at socializing, I don't have any close friends around me. Moreover, because she never smiles, the young people in the company would run away as soon as they saw her and greeted her, as if she were some kind of man-eating monster. I've seen too many old men in the office sighing and lamenting every day that they're almost in their coffins and haven't even taken on a disciple yet, fearing that their life skills will have no successor. Luan immediately had an idea. She stared at Xia Xiu, who was chatting with a group of old men, and pursed her lips slightly. Perhaps she can train people around her first and test them properly. Xia Xiu had no idea that he had already been designated as Luan's apprentice. She is now happily absorbing the experience passed down to her by these senior colleagues. All right, don't you guys have anything to do? Seeing that it was getting late, Luan rolled her eyes and pushed away the old men surrounding Xia Xiu. This is the person I've already chosen. If you want him, go to the primary assessment room and try to get him yourself. Luan pulled Xia Xiu behind her, looking as if she were protecting Xia Xiu and no one could take her away from her. Xia Xiu was completely stunned. At this moment, she suddenly felt that the senior Lu in front of her was exuding a domineering aura that only a domineering CEO could have. Her relationship with this senior Lu isn't that good, is it? Xia Xiu was completely confused. But I only reminded her about the skirt that night, and did I get such a big reward for it? That's an incredibly high return. Xia Xiu was truly flattered. Senior Lu, I need to go back to my office now. I still have a lot of documents to organize, and the manager gave me a few orders to process. I'll head back now. Before she could even lift her foot, she heard Luan say nonchalantly, "There's no place for you in that office anymore. I've already spoken to Li Mu, and you're now my personal assistant. Just follow me and learn from me." Chapter 65 No Work Tomorrow. These words struck like a thunderbolt. The shock completely stunned Xia Xiu. She blinked, seemingly still not fully processing what Luan had just said. Is she now this senior's assistant? Xiaoxiu stood there in disbelief, too stunned to utter a word. Are you out of your mind? Lu Wan slapped Xiaoxiu on the back of the head without any hesitation. If you don't want to, you can go back to the junior appraiser's office now. I'll talk to Manager Lee. Being around such senior figures and experts, you'll learn and see even more. Only a fool wouldn't want to. A hint of surprise flashed in Xiaoxiu's eyes. She nodded. I'm willing. I was just too happy and hadn't realized it yet. She pursed her lips, looking somewhat shy. I just didn't expect it. Seeing that she didn't seem unwilling, Lu Wan finally breathed a sigh of relief. If you're willing, that's fine. But being my assistant means running around every day and you have to be very hardworking. If you can't stick with it, I'll still send you back. Xiaoxiu nodded, clenching her fists, looking full of enthusiasm. I promise I won't let you down, senior. Sure enough, after the change in her job position, before Xiaoxiu could even adjust, Lu Wan's tasks came one after another. She kept following up on small tasks and studying hard to gain new experience from them. An elderly man with gray hair walked over and looked at Xiaoxiu, who was busy in the office. He nudged Lu Wan's arm. Can this girl handle being treated like this? Lu Wan simply snorted. Don't let her young age fool you. She's incredibly talented. She might even reach my level at a younger age. Xiaoxiu can be lazy when she needs to be, but she can also work very hard when she needs to. At this moment, she was spinning around like a top, busy in the office. As Lu Wan's assistant, Xiaoxiu was responsible for all of Lu Wan's schedules and activities, as well as information on the cultural relics and antiques that needed to be appraised. If she didn't understand something, she would eagerly run over to Lu Wan, who was having tea with a group of seniors, and ask her. Even though it was past the end of the workday, Xiaoxiu was still sitting at her desk writing and drawing. Lu Wan, however, was starting to get restless. As a senior, she wanted to test Xiaoxiu to see if he had the qualifications and temperament to be her apprentice. But she doesn't want her future apprentice to work so hard. She wants to go home from get off work. Lu Wan pursed her lips tightly as she walked over and took the pen from Xiaoxiu's hand. All right, it's time to leave work. Her tone was stiff. She was clearly concerned about Xiaoxiu's health, but her words took a different turn. If others see this, they'll think I've been abusing you since your first day here. Xiaoxiu waved her hand dismissively. It's all right, the work still needs to be done. Besides, these materials can't be found in the old office. I'll study them carefully, and I'm sure I can understand them thoroughly. Lu Wan. She just wanted to persuade people to leave work, but this girl seems to be getting more and more energetic. Helpless, Lu Wan could only sit back down and drink tea, feeling frustrated. Some of the appraisers who hadn't left yet were suppressing their laughter, their eyes full of schadenfreude. Who would have thought that Lu Wan would have a day when she would suffer a setback? It's well known that Lu Wan has excellent appraisal skills and has a powerful mentor behind her, so she always leaves work on time. Today was a good day. I had to work overtime with the assistant she personally selected, feeling frustrated, and I couldn't say anything because I had to set a good example. It wasn't until 9 p.m. that Xiaoxiu finished reading the last bit of information she had. She felt she had benefited immensely. Just as she finished packing up, she noticed a resentful gaze staring at her from behind. When she turned around, she only saw Lu Wan drinking tea with an expressionless face, showing no signs of anything amiss. She blinked, only then realizing that Lu Wan was also there. Senior, why haven't you left yet? Lu Wan's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. She was full of resentment, but she couldn't express it. To set a good example by accompanying her, she drank countless cups of tea and went to the toilet countless times. Don't work overtime so late in the future. The company can do without you. Come on, I'll drive you home. Xiaoxiu smiled sheepishly. Then I'll trouble you, senior. As soon as she arrived downstairs at her apartment, she saw Gu Jingqiu holding car keys, preparing to leave. The two met face to face. You're going out so late? Xiaoxiu asked in surprise. There's no food left in the fridge, so I'm going to go to the supermarket to buy some to take home, Gu Jingqiu said with a smile. She seems to have been busy with work lately, and many things at home are almost used up. Especially her favorite snack. Let's go to the supermarket. I'll go with you. Xiaoxiu subconsciously felt that a big shot like Gu Jingqiu probably wouldn't buy anything at the supermarket. So she ignored Gu Jingqiu's polite refusal, which was made out of consideration for her, and got into the car and followed him. But once she got to the supermarket, Xiaoxiu realized that her earlier idea was completely wrong. Gu Jingqiu not only shopped in an organized manner, but also compared prices with similar products. When the shopping cart was full, Xiaoxiu realized that it was full of household necessities, with nothing superfluous. Watching Gu Jingqiu push his shopping cart ahead of her and queue to pay, she recalled the image of him going into the kitchen to work. Suddenly I realized that Gu Jingqiu actually has quite the potential to be a virtuous wife. As soon as the idea popped into his head, Xiaoxiu quickly shook his head. After Gu Jingqiu paid, Xiaoxiu quickly stepped forward and carried 2 small bags in her hands, since she couldn't let him carry all those things by himself. Starting tomorrow, I will stop going to work. After they got home and put everything away, Gu Jingchu sat on the sofa and suddenly said this. Xiaoxiu was stunned. She turned her head, looking incredulous. Is this villainous boss about to make a grand entrance? Or has another newly opened small company gone bankrupt? No way. The company is not bankrupt. Gu Jingchu tapped her forehead with his finger. Don't overthink it. Why not go to the company? To paraphrase Lin Yi, the person in front of him is a true workaholic. Xiaoxiu was still nervous. Has something happened? Gu Jingchu leaned lazily on the sofa, not intending to hide it from Xiaoxiu. Yes, the company's new technology project has been leaked, and the client is unwilling to pay back the money, saying they want to wait and see for a while longer. Chapter 66. I'll support you if you don't go to work. As he said this, a blatant hint of sarcasm flashed in Gu Jingchu's eyes. Xiaoxiu didn't know how to comfort her, so she could only force a smile and pretend to be relaxed. Fine, you don't have to work then, I'll support you. She skipped over and sat down next to him. Did you know that I was taken in as an assistant by a very prestigious senior colleague in the company? Now I work in the office of a senior appraiser, and the manager said that my basic salary is 20,000. She chattered on about what had happened at the company that day, and Gu Jingchu couldn't help but be infected by her optimism and cheerfulness, and the gloom in his eyes gradually dissipated. Early in the morning, Xiaoxiu finished washing up in the bathroom and prepared to leave for work. After becoming Lu Wan's assistant, I could no longer come to work on the same schedule as before, which was 3 or 4 days a week. Work from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., with a 2-hour break in between, and weekends off. For Xiaoxiu, this amount of time was quite satisfactory. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Gu Jingchu wearing an apron, carrying breakfast out of the kitchen. Xiaoxiu sat at the dining table, staring blankly as Gu Jingchu brought out a bowl of noodles from the kitchen, cleaned up the pot from which the noodles had just been cooked, and then wiped the stove clean before coming out. She felt a little embarrassed because she usually did these things, and sometimes when she got up late, the breakfast on the table was bought from outside by Gu Jingchu. Moreover, Xiaoxiu usually does the cooking, while Gu Jingchu just helps out in the kitchen. Xiaoxiu was surprised to see Gu Jingchu enter the kitchen for the first time, even if it was just to make breakfast. I'm off to work. After finishing breakfast, Xiaoxiu went out with her bag and saw Gu Jingchu still wearing an apron, clearing the dishes at the table. She had a strange feeling about it. It seems like the roles of the two people have been reversed. She is a hard-working husband who works long hours to earn money, while Gu Jingchu is a virtuous wife who takes care of the family. Why are these weird thoughts popping into my head again? Xiaoxiu was afraid that Gu Jingchu would see through her, so she quickly went out and left. The moment the door closed, Gu Jingchu had already taken off his scarf. There was a knock at the door. When the door was opened, several well-trained men in black came in and quickly tidied up the kitchen and living room. After they finished, they disappeared without a trace. I have to say, Xiaoxiu really made a good purchase of this house. The sound insulation is excellent. Gu Jingchu sat on the sofa. The whole house was quiet, and only his own breathing could be heard. Xiaoxiu's work hours have changed. She now has a 2-hour lunch break, so she must be resting at the company. That lunch. Gu Jingchu took a sip of water, lowered his eyes, and suddenly felt extremely bad. Having grown accustomed to the meals delivered by Xiaoxiu, even the dishes from Yufeng's Hai now seemed like chewing wax. Xiaoxiu still hitched a ride with Lu Wan to the company. Since he had become Lu Wan's assistant, he had to follow Lu Wan around at all times. She posted a statement on Tieba last night, saying that she will not be taking orders on Tieba for the foreseeable future. I'll make time for it on weekends. Because she was following Lu Wan, she had to run around and occasionally receive some very important clients. However, we also learned a lot from it. Lu Wan was going to meet a very important collector who had returned from abroad with national treasures that had been lost overseas for a long time. It was transported abroad when the country was invaded 100 years ago. This collector was a patriot, so he tried every means to bring this national treasure back and then donated it to a museum in Beijing. The Century Appraisal Center received a request from the Beijing Museum for assistance with the appraisal, so the center sent Lu Wan, along with several senior experts, to observe and appraise the items. That's a national treasure. The thought of being Lu Wan's assistant and being able to see this national treasure alongside Lu Wan made Xiaoxiu's hands tremble with excitement. Before transmigrating into the book, I had seen many treasures from the old man, who was very knowledgeable. But she had never actually seen one that was a national treasure. Hiss! Lu Wan finalized the time with the museum director and was about to get up when her stockings got ripped. Although they were flesh-colored, the hole was quite large. Her face immediately darkened. In such an important occasion, Being unkempt would not only embarrass the appraisal center, but also give people the impression of being impolite. It's alright, there's still time. Xia Xiu quickly stood up and said, most convenience stores sell stockings, but the material is just average. I wonder if you have any allergies to this kind of fabric. A hint of anxiety flashed in Lu Wan's eyes. My skin is allergic to fabrics. Time is short, so you should hurry up and go. Xia Xiu nodded, quickly grabbed her bag, and ran outside. She opened her phone's map app, searched for the nearest convenience store, and only breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the distance and time shown for the store. If you buy a pair of stockings, you can change Lu Wan into them in about 20 minutes. This was a 5-star hotel, and there were only luxury cars parked nearby. There were no shared bicycles or electric bikes. She gritted her teeth, took a deep breath, and ran forward as fast as she could. Beep, beep, beep. The car suddenly stopped next to Xia Xiu, startling her so much that she almost twisted her ankle. She stopped, about to yell at him, when she noticed the driver had rolled down the window, revealing a familiar face. Hi, sister. What a coincidence to run into you here. Huo Wenzhou smiled sweetly at Xia Xiu with his handsome face. Where are you rushing off to? Isn't President Gu with you? The moment this person opened his mouth, it had a distinct tea-like quality to it. Xia Xiu rolled her eyes. She didn't want to pay attention to it at first, but as if she had thought of something, she simply opened Huo Wenzhou's car door, sat in the back seat, and gave him the address. Hurry up and get to this convenience store. A hint of surprise flashed in Huo Wenzhou's eyes, but he still stepped on the gas and drove off. He drove quite fast, arriving at the convenience store in 3 minutes. When Xia Xiu got out of the car, she didn't forget to turn back and give Huo Wenzhou some instructions. Don't go yet. Take me there later, to the entrance of the XX hotel. After saying that, she rushed into the convenience store without looking back. Huo Wenzhou blinked, a look of confusion in his eyes. It seemed like this was the first time he had ever been ordered around like this. After buying the flesh-colored stockings, Xia Xiu hurriedly got into the car. She felt no guilt whatsoever about ordering Huo Wenzhou around. She saved him in the alley, preventing his leg from being broken. Chapter 67 can be considered as paying off a debt. This time, she'll just consider it as her helping him out of a debt she incurred in the alley. With Huo Wenzhou driving, Xia Xiu bought the stockings and returned to the hotel in about 10 minutes. Just as she was about to press the elevator button to go upstairs, a strong tug came from behind, pulling her directly out of the elevator. When Xia Xiu stepped out of the elevator, she was pulled back several steps. Who is it? Her face was full of anger, but after seeing who was in front of her, she was speechless. It's Qin Luoluo again. Qin Luoluo grabbed Xia Xiu's arm in disbelief, and couldn't help but scream, Xia Xiu, what are you doing here? She just saw Xia Xiu pressing the floor button in the elevator, the 16th floor, which is a place where celebrities and big shots gather. What makes this woman think she can go there? Xia Xiu was beyond speechless. Her face darkened, and she unceremoniously shoved Qin Luoluo aside, then pushed her against the wall. With a thud, Xia Xiu saw Qin Luoluo, clutching her shoulder in pain before rolling her eyes and rubbing her wrist, which had been pulled so hard. What illness are you having? Is there anything here that I can't come here for? After saying that, she turned around and pressed the elevator button again. Qin Luoluo, furious, stomped her high heels and put her arm around Xia Xiu. You? Do you even know who lives on the 16th floor? It's full of celebrities, big shots, and even government officials. You think you can sneak in? Let me tell you, no way. Xia Xiu had no intention of paying attention to Qin Luoluo, who was being unreasonable and didn't want to waste any more words. She pushed her away and stood at the elevator entrance waiting for the elevator to land. Qin Luoluo took Xia Xiu's silence as a sign of guilt, and she immediately flew into a rage. Just as she was about to go up and pull Xia Xiu away, she saw a man in a suit walking over. Isn't this the museum director's special assistant? Qin Luoluo immediately changed to a fawning expression. Hello, I am Qin Luoluo from the Qin family. I wonder if the curator is available to see me today. Unfortunately, the assistant didn't even glance at Qin Luoluo, but walked straight up to Xia Xiu. Assistant Xia, has everything been purchased? Xia Xiu immediately realized that the curator's special assistant had come to get Lu Wan's stockings, probably because time was really tight. She quickly handed him the stockings she had bought, and after taking them, the assistant turned and walked away through the private elevator. Qin Luoluo stared wide-eyed, her gaze shifting back and forth between Xia Xiu and the departing assistant. Then, remembering seeing Xia Xiu give stockings to the assistant, she immediately started thinking in a skewed direction. She snorted coldly, then looked at Xia Xiu and began to speak sarcastically. No wonder you were able to get to the 16th floor. It turns out you've hooked up with the curator's special assistant. Xia Xiu, don't think that just because you're beautiful you can do whatever you want to climb the social ladder. You should know that people like you are just playthings in the eyes of those in high positions. Xia Xiu didn't want to talk to Qin Luoluo at all, but she heard Qin Luoluo say that she was beautiful. She automatically ignored Qin Luoluo's sarcastic remarks and emphasized the phrase beautiful. Suddenly, even Qin Luoluo seemed somewhat pleasing to the eye. What? Miss Qin, you're too lazy to put on an act in front of me. You weren't like this before when you said you wanted to build a good relationship with me and apologize to someone of my status in a humble manner. Xia Xiu is a master at hitting people where it hurts. Sure enough, Qin Luoluo's expression changed. You. Before speaking, Xia Xiu took a step back, afraid that the crazy woman would get angry and try to pull her again. She looked at Qin Luoluo with a half smile, but her words were utterly merciless. Oh dear, I'm getting thirsty after talking to you for so long. If I don't hydrate in time, my skin will get worse and I won't look pretty. I'm going up to the 16th floor for tea, Miss Qin. Would you like to come? She covered her mouth, as if she had just realized something, and looked guilty. Oh dear, I forgot that the 16th floor is full of big shots, and their identities are strictly checked when they enter. Miss Qin is definitely not on the invitation list. Let's go up next time. After she finished speaking, the elevator arrived at the first floor. Xia Xiu deliberately swayed her waist in front of Qin Luoluo and walked into the elevator triumphantly. When the elevator doors closed, she deliberately reminded her. I'm going to the 16th floor now. Natsu Shigyur. Sure enough, at the moment they reached the elevator door, Xia Xiu heard Qin Luoluo's sharp, explosive sound. Qin Luoluo clenched her fists as she stood at the elevator door. This wasn't the first time she had felt the jealousy and frustration that Xia Xiu had brought her. This woman used any means necessary to seduce Brother Jingqiu. Now that Brother Jingqiu's small company is going out of business, she's trying to climb the social ladder and find another way out by relying on her seductive face. In what way does Qin Luoluo fall short of that vixen Xia Xiu? At this moment, Qin Luoluo did not reflect on her own actions at all. She failed to get close to Xia Xiu and was rejected by Gu Jingqiu again. Enraged, she joined forces with the Wang family and Gu Qinyan to secretly suppress Gu Jingqiu's small company, which caused the company's cash flow to break down. She is the culprit. After Xia Xiu got on the elevator, she found that Lu Wan had changed into new stockings and was talking to the curator of the Beijing Museum. One of them, protected by precision glass, is a national treasure. Xia Xiu was not given permission and could only watch from afar. But even from a distance, the historical depth and exquisite carvings on the national treasure were enough to amaze Xia Xiu. Before transmigrating into the book, Xia Xiu, as a child, had actually seen the national treasures that the old man and others had dug up. However, the old man was superstitious and believed that she was too young and her fortune had not yet matured. He thought that anything dug out from underground, no matter how precious, would bring her bad luck. He wouldn't even allow her to look at it from afar, let alone touch it. Now, Xia Xiu saw the real thing, and although she only saw it from afar, she was already satisfied. I believe that by following Lu Wan, she can learn more, and one day she will stand in Lu Wan's current position. Xia Xiu felt as if the lazy, good-natured spirit within her was burning. Time flies, and a week has passed since she started following Lu Wan around. She has gradually gotten used to the busy life of running around with Lu Wan, and even enjoys it. All the old men who tried to strike up a conversation and recruit her as their apprentice were turned away by Lu Wan's fierce gaze. Being by Lu Wan's side wasn't all about being busy. Xia Xiu only needed to accompany Lu Wan when she was out working. Chapter 68, Don't Eat Your Cousin's Terrible Cooking. As for a senior figure like Lu Wan, it's not something that ordinary people can persuade to come. So after Xia Xiu got used to being Lu Wan's assistant, she was mostly idle, and Lu Wan would give Xia Xiu a lot of information to look up and take notes on. It has to be said that Xia Xiu has made remarkable progress recently. Lu Wan's gaze towards Xia Xiu grew increasingly satisfied. Xia Xiu rarely works overtime now because she has figured out that beneath Lu Wan's seemingly aloof exterior, she actually has no life skills at all. She needs to leave work on time and then have someone do all the housework for her. So, Xia Xiu also left work on time, just like Lu Wan. I took Lu Wan's car home, and then went to the supermarket to buy ingredients for dinner. After returning home with the ingredients, Gu Jingqiu cooked a meal. Tonight, Gu Jingqiu prepared 3 dishes and a soup and served them on the table. As usual, Xia Xiu chatted with Gu Jingqiu across the dining table about the little things that happened that day, in order to maintain the daily emotional needs of their life partners. As if she had just thought of something, she said happily, "It's almost the first. After I get paid and pay off the mortgage, I'll have over 10,000 yuan left. Let's go out for a big meal. It's on me." Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Gu Jingqiu paused for a moment while holding the chopsticks, then replied with an okay. Xia Xiu went to work, and Gu Jingchu stayed at home doing housework while waiting for Xia Xiu to return. This had been going on for about half a month. Today, when Xia Xiu came home from get-off work, she found the house filled with laughter and joy. She stood at the door and looked up at the house number. It was indeed her own home. Somewhat puzzled, Xia Xiu took out her key to open the door, only to be nearly knocked to the ground by two tiny figures rushing towards her. Two adorable little girls were looking at Xia Xiu with bright, sparkling eyes. Their cuteness was simply irresistible. "Oh, it's Bao Bao and Bei Bei. What brings you here today?" When Xia Xiu saw the two little darlings, all her fatigue from the day vanished. She quickly put down what she was carrying in the entryway, hugged one in each arm, and kissed them once on the left and once on the right. "Sister-in-law, we haven't seen you in so long. We've all missed you." Gu Beibei blinked her big eyes and hugged Xia Xiu's arm tightly. Gu Baobao blushed, but he didn't deny what Gu Beibei said. He nodded shyly. "You two little gluttons, you don't miss me. You miss the food I cook for you, do you?" Xia Xiu couldn't resist pinching Bao Bao and Bei Bei's cheeks again. "But my cousin said he was the one who cooked today." Gu Beibei looked puzzled. "I've never eaten my cousin's cooking before. My cousin's wife is home every day. You're just secretly telling me." She playfully hooked her arm around Xia Xiu's neck and whispered, "Does my cousin make you terrible food every day?" After saying that, Gu Beibei shuddered and patted her chest, making an exaggerated gesture to show her fear. Xia Xiu burst out laughing. Gu Jingchu's cooking skills are quite good, although they are still a little inferior to hers. Gu Baobao looked incredulous. In his memory, his cousin had always been the kind of domineering CEO character portrayed on TV. Since he's a domineering CEO, how could he possibly cook? He pursed his red lips, looking completely unwilling. "Sister-in-law, why don't you cook?" "I." Before Gu Baobao could finish speaking, Gu Jingchu grabbed her and lifted her up. His short legs thrashed about in the air, and when he couldn't break free, he gave Gu Jingchu a fawning smile. "Cousin, I think you're a pretty good cook too." Gu Jingchu smiled faintly, then tapped Gu Baobao's forehead with his slender fingers. "You have to eat, even if you don't want to. After all, it's your cousin's thoughtfulness. Besides, your mom said she's already transferred you both to a kindergarten near my house, so?" With Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei looking terrified, Gu Jingchu slowly began to speak. "You'll be staying here for the time being and eating my cooking." Gu Baobao's eyes widened and her mouth gaped open. He struggled even more fiercely in Gu Jingchu's arms. Wah! He wouldn't want that. The domineering CEOs on TV who cook for their wives are all culinary disasters. It was clearly awful, but the female lead in the TV drama insisted on praising the CEO's cooking as delicious. He wants his baby to become a scientist, not some female lead in a TV drama who cooks poison for the domineering CEO. "No, no, no," Gu Baobao cried, kicking her little legs. "I don't want to eat this weird food." Xia Xiu clearly saw that a pounding sign was about to appear on Gu Jingchu's forehead. She quickly took Gu Baobao from Gu Jingchu's arms and gently patted Gu Baobao's back. "Your cousin is just kidding you. Lately, I've been going to work while he cooks at home. I've been eating his cooking for almost half a month now, and I can personally attest to it. It's delicious." Seeing Xia Xiu's confident expression, Gu Baobao became less resistant. However, when the twins sat down at the table, they still pouted. When the food was served, the twins couldn't help but let their stomachs rumble as they smelled the delicious aroma. The two of them completely lost their earlier fear and disgust while eating, and ate with great relish. But after the meal, Gu Baobao, who likes to act like a little adult, spoke up again. "I admit that my cousin is a good cook. I have already verified his cooking skills, and I am willing to stay at his house." Then, he looked very serious. "Cousin, you're bankrupt now. Even your small company is almost ruined. You're unemployed at home now. I know you're broke, but I'll definitely ask my mom to send you lots and lots of living expenses." After saying that, he patted his small chest. "From now on, leave the responsibility of supporting the family to me." To avoid laughing out loud, Xia Xiu hurriedly shoveled rice into her mouth, her chest heaving, and her head bowed low. She no longer dared to look at Gu Jingchu's face, which was as black as the bottom of a pot, sitting opposite her. "Heh," Gu Jingchu sneered. "Is that so? As far as I know, your allowance is fixed every month. You spend money extravagantly. How much can you save each month?" Gu Baobao's face stiffened, but Gu Jingchu continued to pour cold water on her. "Since you want to support your family, I will grant your request. From now on, all your allowance will be transferred to me by your mother." With a snap, Xia Xiu could hear something inside Gu Baobao's heart shatter. Chapter 69, Why do you sleep in separate rooms? Looking over, Gu Baobao was already in tears. He has no money. How can he buy gifts for Xiaomei and pursue her? But the words had already been spoken, and no matter what, Gu Baobao couldn't bring herself to beg for forgiveness. She could only look pitifully at Gu Jingchu while tightly pursing her lips. I'm about to cry if it's any later. Seeing Gu Baobao's pitiful appearance, Xia Xiyu walked over with a smile. This child is still young, why are you teasing him? Don't worry. I'm here, you won't go hungry. Gu Baobao's eyes lit up, as if she had found a powerful backer. She grabbed Xia Xiyu's arm, and, like a victorious rooster, puffed out her chest, and gave Gu Jingchu a smug look. Seeing that something was wrong, Gu Beibei quickly covered her brother's mouth and dragged him under the table. Give me a break, shut up. Didn't you see my cousin's murderous glare? How dare you let someone else's wife support you? Don't you know you look like a mistress when you're arm in arm with someone else's wife? Let me tell you, my cousin and his wife have a great relationship right now, just like in the movies. They're always hugging and kissing. Don't even think about getting involved. Gu Beibei spoke with righteous indignation, while dragging Gu Baobao away as she spoke. Let's not be third wheels here. Let's get out of here. These words not only made Xia Xiyu facepalm, but also made her blush. Okay. This is also someone who has been heavily influenced by TV dramas, with all those hugs and kisses. They are just friends in life, and they don't interfere with each other at all. Not wanting her two well-behaved children to be brainwashed by TV dramas, Xia Xiyu immediately turned on the TV, adjusted the settings, and quickly activated the child lock mode. Aside from children's channels and some age-appropriate cartoons, these two kids can forget about watching anything else. Go to sleep now that you've finished eating. Gu Jingchu was very impolite, grabbing one person in each hand and kicking them into the room, only coming out a while later. He was still holding a thin blanket in his hands, looking like he was planning to sleep on the sofa again tonight. But from what Gu Jingchu just said, these two little ones will be staying at home for a while. Xia Xiyu wasn't too opposed to it, but since there were only 2 rooms in the house, if the 2 little ones shared one room, then Gu Jingchu would have to sleep on the sofa for a while longer. She sighed helplessly, wishing she had prepared more for the loan and bought a small 3-bedroom apartment. These 2 little ones arrived unexpectedly, and we hadn't prepared anything for them to sleep at home. Just as Xia Xiyu was about to open her phone to buy some children's supplies online and have them delivered by flash delivery, Gu Jingchu came over and pressed her hand down. Someone will bring it over in a bit. Good. Before long, Gu Qinyue's driver delivered all the items upstairs. Xia Xiyu quickly carried the child's personal belongings into Gu Jingchu's room. She was even a little nervous when she went in. This was the first time she had entered Gu Jingchu's room since they moved to their new home. The room wasn't cluttered, but everything was neatly arranged, giving it a very cold and impersonal feel. Gu Jingchu also came in and helped with the setup. At this moment, Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei had already taken off their clothes and shoes, put on their pajamas, and were sitting cutely on the bed, blinking their big eyes as they watched the 2 people who were busy for them. Sister-in-law, can I ask you a question? Gu Beibei opened her big, bright eyes, and Xia Xiyu's heart melted instantly. She ran over and picked her up. Who knew that Gu Beibei's next words would make Xia Xiyu want to throw her out immediately? Go ahead and ask. Aren't you two a couple? Why are you sleeping in separate rooms? Gu Baobao just said he opened your door and peeked in, and said your cousin and you don't even share a room. Did you two have a fight? Summer rain. Why did she even respond? Aren't kids these days asking questions way too precocious? Xia Xiyu was so embarrassed that she almost gripped the ground with her toes. She could only look at Gu Jingchu with a flushed face, feeling helpless. Unexpectedly, Gu Jingchu also looked astonished. A vein throbbed on his forehead, and he then gave each of them a flick on the forehead without any hesitation. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask, go to sleep. Seeing that Gu Jingchu's face had really darkened, the 2 children obediently laid down to sleep. Xia Xiyu, after leaving the room, didn't dare to look Gu Jingchu in the eye. She made up an excuse and hurriedly returned to her bedroom. She let out a long breath and then wiped the sweat from her forehead. For some reason, when she met Gu Jingchu's deep, dark eyes, it felt like she was being X-rayed, and all her little emotions were laid bare. Besides, aside from some family matters and her usual rants and rambles to others, she didn't have much to talk about with Gu Jingchu. Why not just hide in your room? After glancing at the time, Xia Xiyu felt it was still early, so she simply logged into her Tieba account. Because she was busy working alongside Lu Wan for a period of time, she had almost no time to be active on Tieba, a Chinese online forum. So recently, there have been fewer private messages in the Tieba backend, but some messages from not long ago are still being sent to her private messages one after another. There are limitations to sending private messages on Baidu Tieba. If you are a stranger with whom you do not follow each other, you can only send 3 messages to each other per day. You can only send messages without restriction once the other party replies and confirms the chat. There was someone who messaged Xia Xiyu almost every day, always sending pictures along with a sincere message. Xia Xiyu immediately perked up, looked at the picture that person had sent, quickly downloaded and saved it, repaired it with software, and then examined it carefully after zooming in. An hour and a half later, she took off her glasses, rubbed her eyes wearily, and then took out eye drops from the drawer to put them in. Unfortunately, none of the antiques and artifacts in the pictures this person sent over the course of a week were genuine. They were all difficult to identify imitations. Xiaoxiu felt helpless, but she was too embarrassed to discourage the other person, so she could only edit and edit again, deleting and cutting a long paragraph before replying. Perhaps unable to bear seeing this person constantly being scammed in the antique and collectible market, Xiaoxiu even taught him some basic identification methods and sent them over. She glanced at her phone again. It was already very late. She quickly turned off her computer, went to the bathroom to wash up, and then went to sleep. Early the next morning, Xiaoxiu's alarm clock rang half an hour earlier than usual. Chapter 70. Xiaomei is a boy. Because there are two more adorable children in the family, Xiaoxiu has to get up early to make breakfast for them. After all, children's food shouldn't be as oily and salty as adults. She juiced some vegetables and fried them into 2 different colors. Then she took out some flour, added warm water, and kneaded it, then poured in the vegetable juice. This made the 2 doughs into different colors. Xiaoxiu took out a round wooden stick and started rolling out dumpling wrappers on the cutting board. As a true southerner, she learned her dumpling-making skills from her northern students before she transmigrated into the book. At that time, due to the pandemic, students and teachers were basically all stuck at school, and everyone treated each other as friends. She also learned how to roll out dough around that time, though her dough wasn't as round as that of the northern students. But it looks quite decent. After rolling out the dumpling wrappers, she took out fresh pork and shrimp. Wash the pork and mince it. Peel and mince the shrimp. Then chop the scallions and other side dishes. 2 lumps of dough, each about the size of a palm, 1 green and 1 red. The green ones are filled with shrimp, and the red ones are filled with pork. Not knowing how much the 2 children would eat, I peeled a little extra when it rained and put it all into the pot at once. She hummed a song, then rolled out dumpling wrappers, kneaded the remaining dough together, and promptly started frying scallion pancakes. I put breakfast on the table, and the microwave beeped, indicating that the milk was ready. Xiaoxiu took off her Hello Kitty apron and was about to knock on the door to wake the 2 children up for breakfast when Gu Jingqiu had already opened the door. The 2 children were still sleepy-eyed. Gu Baobao was rubbing her eyes, looking completely bewildered, and even the buttons on her clothes were fastened incorrectly. Gu Beibei's hair had become a mess after she woke up from her nap, and she pouted, feeling incredibly wrong because of her vanity. Oh dear, baby, come here quickly. I've prepared breakfast for you. Eat your breakfast now, and then I'll ask your cousin to take you to school. Xiaoxiu glanced at the wall clock. It was 7:30 in the morning. I need to be at the kindergarten by 8:30, so I have an hour to spare. That should be enough. Xiaoxiu turned and went into the bathroom. She then used a warm, damp towel to wash the baby and Beibei's faces again, and wiped away the remaining toothpaste foam from Gu Beibei's mouth. I cooked dumplings and sweet egg soup, and I also put milk on the table. It certainly can't compare to what your chef makes, but it's definitely nutritious enough. Just make do with it for now. Xiaoxiu smiled and walked behind Gu Beibei, picked up a comb and gently smoothed Gu Beibei's hair. What hairstyle do you want? Xiaoxiu immediately opened her phone and showed Gu Beibei the video to choose from. She doesn't consider herself clumsy with her hands. Although she's never had children, styling a child's hair is just like styling a doll's hair. Hey cousin-in-law, I want to get this kitten hairstyle. It's so cute. Okay. Xiaoxiu took a comb and started combing Gu Beibei's hair while watching the tutorial in the video. As Gu Jingqiu ate his breakfast, he looked at Xiaoxiu, who had a small rubber band in her mouth, a comb in her hand, and her eyes on her phone. His gaze softened. He felt an inexplicable warmth in the scene before him, a powerful impact that resonated in his chest, causing his heart to pound rapidly. Wow, this is so delicious. Gu Baobao exclaimed in surprise. My cousin's cooking is still the best. I'll cook for her from now on. Gu Beibei had already tied her hair up, and she quickly ate her breakfast, praising it as she ate. Xiaoxiu sat to the side, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Gu Baobao was quite vengeful. While eating, she made sarcastic remarks, saying that Gu Jingqiu's cooking was not as good as a simple breakfast made by Xiaoxiu. It seems this kindergarten kid is still holding a grudge about Gu Jingqiu, saying he would confiscate his allowance yesterday. Why aren't we wearing our school uniforms today? Gu Baobao glanced at her clothes and frowned. Didn't I tell you already? You've transferred to a public kindergarten. Gu Jingqiu's face was expressionless, but his expression was gentle. But to everyone's surprise, Gu Baobao looked like she'd been struck by lightning upon hearing this, and then burst into tears. No, I don't want to transfer schools. I promised Xiaomei that she would accept my confession today and become my girlfriend. Wah! How am I supposed to confess to Xiaomei if I transfer schools? Cousin, you have to give me my girlfriend. Gu Jingchu's originally good mood turned cloudy after hearing Gu Baobao's wailing. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Gu Beibei once again covered Gu Baobao's crying mouth with one hand and slapped her without any politeness. Cry, cry, cry. All you do is cry all day long. You're going to cry the house apart. Gu Beibei stood with her hands on her hips, exuding the air and tone of a wicked mother-in-law scolding her daughter-in-law in a TV drama. Pointing at Gu Baobao's forehead, she scolded. You good for nothing. Don't ever say you're my brother when you go out. You damn love-struck fool, you're hopeless. What do you mean by Xiaomei? He's a boy. What are you doing with a boy? With a loud crash, Gu Baobao felt as if the sky was about to collapse. What? The girl he'd liked for so long, the one he'd followed around with gifts and flowers every day, turned out to be a boy. Gu Baobao was completely devastated, her lips trembling, her face filled with disbelief. You're lying. Xiaomei is so pretty. How could she be a boy? Gu Beibei was furious, and she slapped him again. Are you blind? Kindergarten requires students to wear uniforms. Have you ever seen Xiaomei wear a skirt? Besides, Xiaomei ignores you because she thinks you can't even tell the difference between boys and girls, and you're making her angry. Xiaoxiu ate dumplings while taking a bite of a poached egg from the table, watching with great interest as the two children argued. No, as Gu Beibei unilaterally suppressed them. This looks even better than electronic pickled vegetables. Having learned the truth, Gu Beibei stopped refusing to transfer schools. He was now completely heartbroken. Knowing the truth, he would transfer schools even if he didn't want to. He could no longer face Xiaomei. Wah! Xiaomei is a boy. Why didn't you say so earlier? He was worried about the pocket money he had spent before. Xiaoxiu starts work at 9 o'clock, while Gu Jingchu takes the two children to kindergarten at 8 o'clock. It takes 2 subway stops to get to the kindergarten from where we are now. It's unclear whether Gu Jingchu drove them there or took the subway. Xiaoxiu hummed a song as she washed dishes in the kitchen. I'll probably drive to take the 2 kids to school. Chapter 71. Should we not sleep in separate rooms for now? Thinking of Gu Jingchu holding one child in each hand and squeezing onto the subway, Xiaoxiu shook her head. She slapped her forehead, wondering how she could have such an absurd idea. On the subway, all eyes were fixed on the tall, handsome man standing to the side. Most importantly, this man was flanked by 2 very pretty and cute little children. It was the morning rush hour on the subway, a little past 8 a.m., and the subway was packed with people. But Gu Jingchu's aura was too strong, especially his expressionless face, which was full of aloofness and indifference. Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei stood on either side of Gu Jingchu, their adorable appearance melting the hearts of everyone on the subway. Many people were taking pictures with their phones. Gu Jingchu frowned slightly, then took out masks and put them on Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei. He glanced sideways, and the person who picked up the phone immediately put it back in their pocket. It wasn't until Gu Jingchu led Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei out of the station that the group realized what was happening. No. Who is this guy? His eyes are even scarier than their bosses. Upon arriving at the new kindergarten, the teacher stood in front of the kindergarten's turnstile. Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei didn't know each other, but they held hands and went up to greet the teacher with their backpacks on. Who wouldn't love such a beautiful, well-behaved, and sensible child? The teachers immediately came over with beaming smiles to watch. Thank you for your help. Gu Jingchu nodded, greeted Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei, gave them a few instructions, and then turned to leave. When Gu Jingchu returned, Xiaoxiu was just getting ready to leave for work. Upon seeing Gu Jingchu, she quickly asked, Are Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei coming back for lunch today? Public kindergartens provide lunch, so you can prepare some for dinner. Xiaoxiu nodded. She looked at Gu Jingchu, seemingly wanting to say something, but couldn't bring herself to speak. What do you want to say? Gu Jingchu noticed her hesitation at a glance. Don't hold back, just say it. I felt too embarrassed to say it while standing at the door. Xiaoxiu glanced at the time on her phone. If she ran over there, she would still make it in time to get into Lu Wan's car. So she grabbed Gu Jingchu's arm and pulled him inside, then slammed the door shut. Baby and Beibei will be staying here for a short time, right? Well, if you find it inconvenient. Xiaoxiu quickly shook her head. It's quite convenient, and I really like Bao Bao and Beibei. However, I thought about what Bao Bao and Beibei said last night, and we should probably stop sleeping in separate rooms. She could clearly feel that Gu Jingchu's body stiffened for a moment when he said the last sentence. His dark eyes were filled with astonishment. This mustn't be misinterpreted as her having ulterior motives. What I mean is, we only have 2 rooms in our house. When Bao Bao and Beibei come, they will stay in your room. The sofa is not big enough, and you won't be comfortable sleeping there. Also, Bao Bao and Beibei are very smart. If they see us sleeping separately, they will think we are always arguing, which is not good for the children. Xiaoxiu stammered a lot. Her ears were red, and she almost dared not look up and look directly into Gu Jingchu's eyes. She only felt embarrassed. What I mean is, do you want to sleep in the same room with me for a while? What I mean is, I won't do anything. I'll just put out 2 blankets. My bed is big enough, 2 meters wide, enough for me to sleep in. When buying the house, Xiaoxiu didn't buy a large sofa because there were 2 rooms. When she woke up this morning, although she didn't see Gu Jingchu sleeping on the sofa, she could tell from the angle of the sofa's indentation that he must have slept with his body curled up yesterday. Gu Jingchu remained silent for a long time, and Xiaoxiu stood there feeling increasingly awkward. A message popped up. It was from Lu Wan, asking why Xiaoxiu hadn't arrived yet. Ignoring her embarrassment, she quickly looked up at Gu Jingchu. Of course, this is just my suggestion. If you feel it's inappropriate, just pretend I didn't say anything today. Goodbye. After saying that, Xiaoxiu ran downstairs as if fleeing in panic. By the time she reached Lu Wan's carriage, she was already panting heavily. Lu Wan gave her a strange look. Why are we in such a rush today? Xiaoxiu gave a dry laugh and could only make up some excuse to get by. She's already considering whether to buy a small electric scooter to commute to and from get off work. It's not good for Lu Wan to pick me up and drop me off every day. After making up her mind, Xiaoxiu placed an order today and immediately went to the electric vehicle store to buy an electric vehicle. She even stood in front of the electric scooter and asked the owner to take a picture of her. Xiaoxiu edited the text and then posted it on her WeChat Moments. Dear Ms. Xiaoxiu, congratulations on your remarkable achievement at the age of 22, securing a car of brand XX for the full price. After paying, she rode her electric scooter home. But less than 5 minutes after Xiaoxiu posted this on her WeChat Moments, Lin Yi, who was taking a break from his busy schedule, saw it. He immediately took a screenshot and sent it to Gu Jingchu's phone. Gu Jingchu. When Xiaoxiu returned home, she saw Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei sitting on small stools, doing their homework on the coffee table. Then there was the hesitant look in Gu Jingchu's eyes when he looked at her. After a long silence, he finally spoke. You bought a car. Xiaoxiu was stunned for a moment, thinking that he had seen her post on WeChat Moments, and nodded happily. Yes, after I bought a car, I'm no longer a carless person. I can ride my beloved car to and from get off work every day. Gu Jingchu looked at Xiaoxiu with a complicated expression. She's so easily satisfied. An electric scooter worth less than 5,000 yuan can make her this happy. The car keys were in his pocket, but Gu Jingchu ultimately didn't take them out. After dinner, Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei insisted on going out to play. Fortunately, this community has a good environment. There's a children's play area in the green space of the building in front. Seeing Gu Jingchu staring at the computer, Xiaoxiu took one child in each hand and led the 2 children downstairs to play. These 2 children were born into a wealthy family, but they were very down to earth and got along very well with the other children, quickly becoming inseparable. In addition, the 2 were both good-looking and had sweet tongues, so they quickly became the darlings of the group. When Xiaoxiu left with the 2 children, the other children were still reluctant to part with them. Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei were clearly still not done playing, and their eyes still shone with longing when they got home. It's already 8:30 p.m., and in another hour it will be your bedtime. Xiaoxiu raised an eyebrow. Do you guys still want to watch TV? Chapter 72, he was actually afraid. In just one sentence, he hit the nail on the head with both Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei. They don't have many hobbies. Their biggest hobby is watching TV dramas, especially those melodramatic idol dramas. However, Gu Jingchu strictly controlled the viewing and wouldn't let them see it at all. Let me make this clear first, you're still young. Those melodramatic and idol dramas aren't suitable for you, and I won't let you watch them. As soon as Xiaoxiu said this, she saw the 2 children's eyes, which were as wet as puppies and filled with disappointment. This is what your cousin asked for, and I dare not disobey him. Unable to bear the pitiful looks in the 2 children's eyes, Xiaoxiu simply shifted the blame onto Gu Jingchu. Gu Beibei pouted, her eyes darting around as if she had thought of something, and she patted Gu Baobao's back. Sure, can we watch a movie then? The kind we can choose ourselves. Before Xiaoxiu could speak, Gu Beibei immediately added. It's definitely not the melodramatic type. Hearing Gu Beibei's confident words, Xiaoxiu readily agreed. But when it was time to show the movie, Gu Baobao quietly turned off all the lights in the living room. Only the light from the television remained, illuminating the faces of the 4 people. Xiaoxiu suddenly had a bad feeling, and when the opening credits started, she knew where that bad feeling came from. These 2 precocious kids were actually showing a horror movie. She immediately became restless, and just as she was about to get up, Gu Beibei grabbed her hand. Sister-in-law, you promised to watch it with us, and so did my cousin. Gu Beibei looked incredibly smug when she said this. Others might not know, but she knew exactly where her cousin's weakness lay. Xiaoxiu swallowed hard, then glanced at Gu Jingchu's expression. They remained completely calm and collected, as if the video playing wasn't a scary horror movie, but a routine news broadcast. That makes sense. How could a big shot like Gu Jingchu be scared by a horror movie? What Xia Xiu didn't notice was that in the dim environment, a bead of cold sweat appeared on Gu Jingchu's forehead, especially when the terrifying scene suddenly popped up. He clenched his fists even more. In the dimly lit environment, and with the two children turning the remote control volume up to the maximum, Xia Xiu was sweating profusely. She kept brainwashing herself. It's all fake, it's all fake, it's all fake. Domestic horror films are all just illusions and conspiracies in the end. The sudden drop in temperature still gave Xia Xiu goosebumps. How come the temperature drops when I'm watching a horror movie? The TV was showing a school. Everything in the classroom was normal, even arranged in a conventional way, but there were no students at all. The walls were covered with mottled bloody handprints, and there was no one sitting in the seats, but there were shadows of people sitting on the floor. The eerie music began to play softly, footsteps sounded on the television, and then chairs began to move out of thin air one by one. The shadows changed from sitting to standing, leaving only shadows and no one. Xia Xiu's heart was in her throat. She wanted to close her eyes, but Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei were staring intently at the TV. If these two children can be so brave, she, as an adult, can't possibly act less brave than a child. Xia Xiu watched with trepidation. As the plot unfolded became increasingly thrilling and tense, she unconsciously moved closer to Gu Jingchu. Because Xia Xiu subconsciously felt that Gu Jingchu was a safe and reliable person. Suddenly, a loud thud startled Xia Xiu. She barely managed to control herself and scream out in embarrassment. She clenched her fists tightly, when suddenly, her palms were grasped by another, even larger hand. She froze, then realized that the hand she had been gripping tightly out of fear was Gu Jingchu's. Fear was immediately replaced by embarrassment. She tried to pull her hand away, but Gu Jingchu gripped it even tighter. Huh. Xia Xiu blinked and felt the texture of her palm again. Gu Jingchu's palms were sweating, and something seemed to flash through Xia Xiu's mind. She glanced at Gu Jingchu, who remained expressionless, and then, at the most tense moment of the plot, she sensed that Gu Jingchu's hands were trembling slightly, and his palms seemed to be sweating even more. Xia Xiu curled her lips, suppressing her laughter. It turns out that Gu Jingchu is afraid of watching horror movies. The clicking sound started again, and the palm of her hand seemed to tighten slightly. Xia Xiu suddenly stood up, blocking Gu Jingchu's way, then covered her face, looking frightened. Wah, I don't want to watch anymore. I'm so scared. She was trembling all over, but her eyes were observing Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei's expressions. Sure enough, after seeing Xia Xiu's frightened expression, Gu Baobao quickly got up and turned on the light, while Gu Beibei immediately grabbed the remote and turned off the TV. Two children approached with concerned expressions. Sister-in-law, are you alright? Are you really scared? Maybe we shouldn't watch anymore. I don't want to watch anymore. I don't want to watch anymore. Look how scared my cousin-in-law is. We're sorry, we didn't know you were so afraid. Gu Jingchu frowned and walked up to Xia Xiu. He was about to speak when he noticed Xia Xiu winking at him from an angle that Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei couldn't see. He looked surprised, but quickly came to his senses. Your cousin's wife is scared, so don't watch this at home anymore. Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei nodded obediently, carried their small stools to the bathroom, and washed themselves with toothbrushes and towels. Although they were born into a wealthy family, they were not spoiled at all and did everything they could on their own. Looking at the two children's well-behaved and adorable appearance, Xia Xiu couldn't help but fantasize. If I can meet someone to spend my life with in the future, I want to have such a lovely baby with him. Just before the door closed, Gu Baobao glanced furtively at the sofa. Hee hee, little sister, I told you your cousin and his wife made up. Look, the blanket on the sofa is gone. Xia Xiu was stunned for a moment before realizing that the blanket Gu Jingchu had placed on the sofa was missing. As her bedroom door opened slightly, her heart suddenly leaped into her throat. I've moved in, Gu Jingchu said calmly. I think what you said this morning was right. We can't let the two kids have any other ideas. Chapter 73 Sleeping Together. Xia Xiu's fingers twisted together nervously. She lowered her head, simply murmured an and then hurriedly opened the door and went into the room. Two quilts were laid on the large bed, with a few centimeters between them. If they both sleep peacefully, they won't bump into each other. Thinking of this, Xia Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. That's fine. Anyway, Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei won't be staying at home for too long. We can restore it to its original state later. She took a long-sleeved, long-legged nightgown from the closet and went to the bathroom to change. Lying in bed, her heart was pounding with tension. Feeling the bed beside her sink in, Xia Xiu was momentarily disoriented as the faint scent of cedar mixed with sandalwood wafted into her nose. She suddenly remembered that she was now Gu Jingchu's legal wife, but she treated Gu Jingchu as a life partner. But she didn't know what Gu Jingchu thought of her. She silently swallowed, forcing herself to close her eyes and not look at anything. Even her sleeping posture was stiff. A soft laugh came from beside her, and Xia Shiyu's face tensed up. Even her breathing became soft. There were faint noises around me. Gu Jingchu had turned over and gone to sleep. Xia Shiyu breathed a sigh of relief and quietly opened her eyes to look at the back of his head. She secretly despised herself. Even though Gu Jingchu and the original owner have been married for more than half a year, Gu Jingchu has not touched the original owner with a single hair. Now they are just sleeping in the same bed. What is she thinking about? Before she knew it, drowsiness crept in, and Xia Shiyu's eyelids grew heavier and heavier until she finally fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Xia Shiyu got up early as usual. She tiptoed out of bed and glanced at Gu Jingchu, who was still lying in bed with his eyes closed. She stared blankly at Gu Jingchu's aloof, sleeping face. As he slept, there was no aggressive aura on his face. Instead, his entire demeanor softened. That face, those exquisite features, were like a child favored by God. There was not a single flaw to be found in it. If this person were to try their luck in the entertainment industry, they could become famous just based on their face. As she watched, she unconsciously reached out her hand, but just as she was about to touch Gu Jingchu's cheek, she suddenly came to her senses. Holy crap! How could you be so easily captivated by beauty so early in the morning? Xia Shiyu wanted to slap herself twice. Her face was red, and she fled in panic, grabbing her clothes and running out. What she didn't see was that the moment she stepped out the door, Gu Jingchu, who was lying on the bed, opened his eyes and then slowly got up. He chuckled softly, his eyes conveying an unreadable meaning. After going to the bathroom and changing her clothes, Xia Shiyu looked at her blushing face in the mirror and cursed herself for being so spineless. This man is not someone she can even dream of. During this phase of a big shot's comeback, just treat people as life partners and don't have any other thoughts. Xia Shiyu repeatedly reminded herself of this, then changed her clothes and washed up in the bathroom before coming out. I cooked 8 treasure porridge for the 2 kids today. I rinsed the rice for the 8 treasure porridge last night before bed and put it in the smart rice cooker to set a timer. When I woke up in the morning, the 8 treasure porridge had been simmering for most of the night. When I opened the rice cooker, a delicious aroma wafted out. Xia Shiyu scooped out the porridge, then took a small bowl and poured in white sugar. She skillfully cracked a few eggs, chopped some scallions and added them in, then added flour and seasonings, and fried a few egg rolls in a frying pan. Then I took out some fruit from the refrigerator, cut it into pieces, and drizzled it with yogurt. Breakfast is ready. Next, I woke up the 2 children. She wanted to go up and help Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei get dressed, but Gu Beibei refused her firmly. Sister-in-law, we've grown up now. We're in the senior class now. Our teacher said we should do what we can at home. We can dress ourselves, brush our teeth, and wash our faces by ourselves. Although they still looked sleepy, the 2 children were very efficient in their work. She quickly changed into her school uniform and went to the bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face. Just then, Gu Jingchu also came out of the room. The scene in the bathroom suddenly changed to 1 adult and 2 children brushing their teeth in unison. The key point is that the 3 of them look quite alike and their movements are also in sync. Seeing this heartwarming scene from afar, a smile flashed in Xia Shiyu's eyes. Hurry up and come out to eat. It's already 7:30. You'll be late for school if you wait. Upon hearing this, Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei quickly spat out the water in their mouths, hurriedly washed their faces, and then sat down in their seats. So delicious. It's a pity my little donkey can't slaughter 2 children, otherwise I could send you to kindergarten. After finishing her breakfast, Xia Shiyu swallowed the last mouthful of milk, rested her chin on her hand, and looked at Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei, who were eating breakfast with some regret. Gu Jingchu blinked slightly. Then I remembered the car keys that were still in my briefcase. She can drive there anytime she wants. Moreover, you could hire a fleet of vehicles. Because it would be too conspicuous to take 2 children on the subway, Gu Jingchu had to urge Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei to finish their breakfast quickly before driving them to kindergarten. There must be primary, middle, and high school facilities next to a public kindergarten. Yesterday, I took the 2 kids on the subway because I was worried about traffic jams. Gu Jingchu, stuck in traffic, sighed silently. Sitting in the back seat, Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei were still looking at their children's watches with anxious expressions. Cousin, hurry up. It's already 8:10, and the park closes at 8:30. Gu Jingchu and the 2 children were stuck in traffic, while Xia Shiyu rode his little donkey with absolutely no obstruction. After get off work today, I still need to go to the traffic police brigade to register my little donkey. In big cities, you also need to take a driving test for electric vehicles. Looks like I'll have to ask Lu Wan for 2 hours off today. Otherwise, when others are on administrative shifts, they'll be off work by the time she leaves. When Luan heard that the reason she didn't want to be picked up and dropped off was because she had bought a small electric scooter, she almost rolled her eyes. This girl is really something, I don't know what she's thinking. Although she felt somewhat speechless, Luan still gave Xiaoxiu a day off. Not 2 hours, but an entire afternoon. After filling out the forms at the traffic police brigade, Xiaoxiu excitedly went to the testing site to take the electric vehicle driving test. She originally thought it would be simple. It's just a matter of turning the accelerator and pressing the brake. But when she looked at the exam site, with its small horizontal bars going up and down the slope, and short iron stakes standing in a straight line along the road, she was completely stunned. Chapter 74 Electric Vehicle Test. The obstacles on the training ground left Xiaoxiu completely dumbfounded. Xiaoxiu was completely dumbfounded when she saw the people taking the exam ahead of her riding the electric bikes provided for the exam, crashing into pillars or sliding down slopes. Originally full of confidence, she couldn't help but start to feel apprehensive. Especially when her name was called, Xiaoxiu nervously stepped forward. Before she transmigrated into the book, she was just a university teacher in a third-tier city, and in a relatively unimportant subject. In third-tier cities, you don't need a driver's license for electric vehicles, you can just use your ID card. So this electric vehicle test was Xiaoxiu's first time in 2 lifetimes. She took a deep breath and kept encouraging herself in her mind. Xiaoxiu, you can definitely do it. Even a villain like Gu Jingqiu, has she managed to make him her life partner and live peacefully together? It's just a simple electric vehicle test. But ideals are often grand, while reality is often harsh. This happened after Xiaoxiu failed the exam twice. She looked like a wilted cabbage after being battered by wind and rain, listlessly preparing for the last time. Having learned from her previous 2 mistakes, Xiaoxiu carefully avoided the same pitfalls during her 3rd attempt. With just 1 minute left in the exam, she rode her wobbly little donkey across the finish line. Congratulations on passing the exam. Xiaoxiu let out a long breath, wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, and couldn't be happier. You should know that she has never been this nervous when appraising highly complex cultural relics and antiques. A mere electric vehicle test. Take it down. After obtaining her electric vehicle driver's license, she quickly took her ID card to the traffic police brigade to apply for a license plate. Then they were all assigned to attend classes. The content concerned safety precautions for electric vehicles on the road. After attending the class, I signed a road trip agreement, and only then were all the formalities officially completed. I glanced at the time. It was only a little past 4 in the afternoon. The 2 children's get out of class ends at 4:30 p.m., so they have about 20 minutes left. Xiaoxiu thought about it, and figured that Gu Jingqiu didn't have anything to do at home right now anyway. Why not take the 2 kids out to play? She immediately spotted a nearby amusement park and sent the link to Gu Jingqiu. Gu Jingqiu immediately replied with a question mark. Xiaoxiu sent a voice message, expressing her thoughts. There was no reply for a while, until finally a single OK came back. TSK, TSK. He's sparing with words, like a villainous CEO from a novel. Xiaoxiu quickly rode the electric bike home, and charged it in the storage room downstairs. When I got home, I saw Gu Jingqiu sweeping the floor with a broom, and there was a puddle of liquid on the floor. It was obvious that something had been spilled on the ground. Xiaoxiu quickly took the broom from Gu Jingqiu's hand. If there is water on the ground, you can't sweep it with a broom first. You have to use a mop to absorb the water, and then use an absorbent mop to wipe it little by little. Xiaoxiu quickly went to the bathroom to get a mop, and soon cleaned up all the dirt on the floor. Feel sorry. Upon hearing Gu Jingqiu's apology, Xiaoxiu merely glanced up at him. It's nothing. Xiaoxiu waved her hand. It's almost time. Let's hurry up and pick up Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei from school. Gu Jingqiu nodded, her beautiful eyebrows furrowing slightly as she thought about how she almost missed school this morning after taking the 2 of them there due to traffic. Summer rain. Xiaoxiu was stunned for a moment, still a little dazed, because Gu Jingqiu rarely called her by her name. What's up? Let's take the subway. She blinked, as if she hadn't heard what Gu Jingqiu said. Taking the subway. This is a villainous boss in a novel who always appears in a Rolls-Royce, surrounded by a convoy of cars and Mercedes-Benzes, exuding an aura of dominance. I never expected him to have such an approachable side. Looking into Xiaoxiu's eyes, Gu Jingqiu couldn't help but chuckle. What are you thinking? I am a human being. I was sent abroad by my grandfather to survive. I had nothing and had to earn my own living expenses. So I take the subway, cook, and so on. He can do all of them. Gu Jingqiu simply offered a few words of explanation. She playfully stuck out her tongue, then chuckled. How can you blame her? She was always shocked by Gu Jingqiu's appearances every time she read this novel. Or perhaps the original author wanted to depict just how powerful the opponent the protagonist was going to defeat, which is why every appearance of the villain was so shocking, imposing, and oppressive. Even now that he's bankrupt, he still has so many followers willing to start a small company with him and begin afresh. This villainous CEO actually wants to ride the subway with her. Xiaoxiu suddenly felt a sense of anticipation. When I stepped into the subway station again, the two striking good looks once again attracted the attention of passersby and staff. Some people even secretly picked up their phones to search for the latest celebrities. Xiaoxiu pouted, put on a mask, and even slipped another mask into Gu Jingchu's hand. It's better not to attract too much attention. Kindergarten dismissal time is much earlier than commuting time, so the subway wasn't very crowded at that time. When the two entered the subway, there were still empty seats. Xiaoxiu sat down, but Gu Jingchu had long legs, so standing was more comfortable than sitting. He simply stood next to Xiaoxiu. The two stops were short, so neither of them took out their phones to play. Just one stop passed. When the subway doors opened, people poured in. Perhaps because many people boarded at this stop, there were no empty seats on the train in no time. Just as the car door was about to close, a middle-aged woman in a floral dress ran in breathlessly, carrying several plastic bags in her hands. She looked left and right, but there were no seats left in the carriage. It's unclear whether Xiaoxiu was just unlucky, but this middle-aged woman immediately set her sights on Xiaoxiu, who was short and looked rather frail. The middle-aged woman placed the plastic bag she was holding into the gap between Xiaoxiu and another passenger. A fishy smell wafted over, and even through the fabric, you could feel the icy plastic bag pressed against your skin. Xiaoxiu jumped up immediately. The middle-aged woman seized the opportunity, plopped down in her seat, and looked at Xiaoxiu smugly. Oomph! Young people these days have no respect for the elderly or children at all. They have to use this method to get people to give up their seats. Chapter 75. She's angry. The middle-aged woman could hardly hide the smug look on her face when she said this. Judging from how skilled she was, it probably wasn't the first time she'd done this. I wonder how many young girls have suffered such losses in front of this old woman. Xiaoxiu was so angry she could have teeth itched. She really wanted to go up and argue with them, but the next stop was just around the corner. She felt suffocated if she couldn't vent her anger within 2 minutes. But arguing with this middle-aged woman, who looks like a scoundrel, isn't worth it. A pair of warm hands pressed down on the back of Xiaoxiu's hand. She looked up at Gu Jingchu, only to see him shake his head. Xiaoxiu turned her head away angrily, seemingly very dissatisfied with Gu Jingchu's behavior of asking her to be tolerant. She didn't want to talk to him for the next few hours. Gu Jingchu merely glanced coldly at the middle-aged woman before the subway announced that it had arrived at the station. He was about to reach out to Xiaoxiu when he discovered she was a step ahead of him, striding angrily straight out. It seems he's really angry. Gu Jingchu felt inexplicably flustered, so he quickly walked up to keep pace with Xiaoxiu. But at this moment, Xiaoxiu still didn't want to look at Gu Jingchu. Snort. We arrived at the entrance of Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei's kindergarten. At this time, a large number of parents had already gathered at the kindergarten gate. Led by their main teacher, the children lined up in an orderly fashion, waiting for their parents to call their names. After the teacher verified the parents' identities, they were allowed to pass through the turnstile and be picked up by their parents to go home. After queuing for a few minutes, it was soon Xiaoxiu's turn. Hello, whose parent is this? Xiaoxiu mentioned Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei's names. The teacher glanced at the parent information registration and noticed that Xiaoxiu's name was not on it. She frowned slightly. I'm sorry, our kindergarten hasn't registered your information as a parent. Has anyone who registered the parents' information for Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei come here yet? Kindergarten teachers are very cautious about the issue of picking up and dropping off children. They generally won't allow children to enter if the parents haven't registered. Xiaoxiu was about to call Gu Jingchu over when she was pushed from behind. She took a few steps forward, barely managing to regain her footing. I turned around and saw it, the face of a middle-aged woman on the subway. The middle-aged woman was also stunned when she saw Xiaoxiu, and then her expression became arrogant. I thought it was someone else. It's just that brat on the subway who doesn't know how to respect the elderly and care for the young. You're so young to be picking up your child, and you haven't even registered your parent information. Could it be that some third sister from a wealthy family has run away and wants to put on a show in front of the child? The middle-aged woman's voice was like a loudspeaker. Everyone around her could hear her clearly. Even though Xiaoxiu was a newcomer and dressed simply with a mask on, her slender figure and captivating beauty were still undeniable. After hearing this, everyone looked at Xiaoxiu with their eyes. The middle-aged woman became even more smug and shoved the person away. Teacher, you absolutely must not let this person take the child away. Who knows what kind of suffering the child will suffer if he goes home with her? The middle-aged woman spoke at length. Soon, the teacher brought out a short, chubby little boy for the woman. Xiaoxiu gritted her teeth in anger. Meanwhile, Gu Jingqiu had already picked up Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei from another turnstile. Clearly, Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei had already witnessed this scene while they were queuing. The two children were furious. Even more coincidentally, the chubby boy the middle-aged woman was holding hands with was their classmate. Go ahead. Gu Jingqiu's eyes were cold as he patted Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei on the shoulders, one on each side. Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei's eyes lit up. The two little children took quick, short strides and arrived at Xia Shiyu's side in no time. Gu Baobao opened her innocent eyes and then pointed with Xia Shiyu's finger at the chubby boy next to the middle-aged woman. Sister-in-law, do you know the mother of the guy in our class who wets his pants the most? Gu Baobao spoke loudly, and with just one word, cousin-in-law. She had already deflected the blame that the middle-aged woman had placed on Xia Shiyu. Upon hearing the phrase, king of wetting his pants, the little boy next to the middle-aged woman immediately opened his mouth and burst into tears. Wah, I'm not a man who wets his pants. You're all talking nonsense. The chubby boy's explosive power instantly stunned Xia Shiyu. This child, who was only 5 years old and in kindergarten, looked to weigh 60 or 70 pounds. He was lying on the ground throwing a tantrum, looking just like a meatball being fried in a pot. She couldn't help but burst out laughing, and her earlier anger gradually dissipated. Xia Shiyu looked up at Gu Jingqiu, who was walking towards her. She knew that Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei were brought over by him, but Xia Shiyu just didn't want to talk to him so soon. She turned her head away and snorted. Gu Jingqiu. She seems genuinely angry. What to do? You ill-mannered brat. How dare you talk about my Yaozu like that? I'll teach you a lesson. Seeing that she couldn't appease her own son, the middle-aged woman angrily rushed up to Gu Baobao and raised her hand high. Xia Shiyu's eyes turned cold. She pulled Gu Baobao behind her, and, just before the middle-aged woman's slap was about to land, quickly grabbed her wrist and twisted it sharply in the opposite direction. Immediately, the middle-aged woman let out a scream. Hearing his mother's screams, the chubby boy stopped rolling on the ground. He scrambled to his feet and glared fiercely at Xia Shiyu, Gu Baobao, and Gu Beibei. Oh my God, you hit me. How dare you hit me in front of so many people at the kindergarten gate? The middle-aged woman clutched her wrist, glaring fiercely at Xia Shiyu, her eyes seeming to want to devour him whole. At this moment, the kindergarten teacher also came out of the door. She glanced at the middle-aged woman and immediately felt a headache coming on. Of all people to provoke, this new transfer student's parent had to pick on this troublesome one. You should know that Yaozu's mother is notoriously difficult to talk to. If Yaozu gets bitten by a mosquito at kindergarten, his mother will send 10 or more 60-second voice messages in the group chat to scold the teacher. If this weren't a public kindergarten with permanent staff, and where teachers wouldn't be easily dragged out to apologize or be dismissed, this teacher would have resigned long ago. But there was nothing the teacher could do. With so many parents in front of her, she could only try to mediate with a smile. Chapter 76, Playing Bumper Cars. Even with the head teacher trying to persuade her, the middle-aged woman continued to yell and shout relentlessly. Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei both showed expressions of disgust. The children in the class are all easy to get along with, except for Lu Yaozu, who is spoiled. Gu Jingqiu stood in front of the three people, and his cold gaze immediately silenced the middle-aged woman who was still about to wail. Her heart skipped a beat, a sense of fear rose within her, and she involuntarily took 2 steps back. You're in cahoots with the teacher. I think the teacher only spoke up for you because she accepted the gifts you gave her. I'm going to file a complaint and report you later. The middle-aged woman, grumbling and cursing, led the chubby boy away. Judging from the teacher's helpless expression, it was clear that this wasn't the first time the middle-aged woman had caused trouble at the school gate. Excuse me, parents of Bao Bao and Bei Bei, could we just let this matter go? The teacher was also helpless. If the 2 parents made a scene and it became too ugly, and she, as the head teacher, couldn't handle it in time, even if she had a permanent position, it would likely affect her year-end evaluation. Xia Shiyu pursed her lips, feeling that her good mood for the day had been mostly ruined. It's all right. As long as she doesn't keep provoking us, we won't retaliate. Hearing Xia Shiyu say this, the head teacher finally breathed a sigh of relief. She hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Lu Yaozu's father is a minor leader in our district. Now that you've offended Lu Yaozu and his mother, you should avoid them when you come to pick up your child in the future. Xia Shiyu nodded with an unpleasant expression. Without saying a word, she led Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei toward the subway station. The amusement park is just the next stop after this one, only a few minutes away. But my mood for having fun has been ruined. Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei exchanged a glance, clearly sensing Xia Shiyu's low spirits, and then kept subtly giving Gu Jingqiu meaningful looks. Gu Jingqiu sighed helplessly and quickly stepped forward to Xia Shiyu's side. I'm not letting you fight back, because I don't want you to waste your time on people like that. Moreover, There are more effective methods. Xiaoxiu lowered her eyes, but in her heart, she felt that Gu Jingchu was right. Arguing with such a person in public is a waste of time and very degrading. But Xiaoxiu is the kind of person who seeks revenge and retaliates against wrongs. She is never the kind of person who would swallow her grievances. She gave Gu Jingchu a cold, sidelong glance. What can you do? Seeing that she was talking to him, Gu Jingchu finally smiled. As the teacher just mentioned, that woman's husband is a minor leader in this district. He subtly flipped his obsidian cufflinks, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. This area will soon have a new plan, and it's the perfect time to attract investment. The government is already in talks, and that woman's husband has a medium-sized project in his hands. Gu Jingchu's eyes were deep, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. If this project fails, their family will have nothing to brag about, and they might have to live a life of humility from now on. Xiaoxiu suddenly realized. Is the big boss going to make a move on that middle-aged woman's husband? But that person is just a minor leader in a district, and Gu Jingchu is currently bankrupt. The Gu family won't offer any help either. What method can he use to bring that person down? We won't do anything illegal or criminal. Xiaoxiu tugged at Gu Jingchu's sleeve, and when she said this, she was incredibly serious. Gu Jingchu almost burst out laughing. No, we live in a society governed by the rule of law. Besides, you don't necessarily have to bleed to get rid of someone. There are now too many ways to torture people without shedding blood. Alright then, but be careful not to overdo it. Anyway, this big shot always keeps his promises. Xiaoxiu didn't want these upsetting things to affect her mood for too long, so she quickly put the matter out of her mind. After exiting the subway, she held Gu Baobao's hand on each side. The three of them skipped and hopped into the amusement park. This amusement park has many miniature versions of amusement rides. Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei were both raised by the Gu family. Before Gu Jingchu went bankrupt and the Gu family fell into its current predicament, these two little darlings were always accompanied by bodyguards. They had never been to an amusement park with such a large flow of people. Arriving at this amusement park filled with the joyful laughter of children, Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei were both filled with excitement. Xiaoxiu bought a package ticket for the two children without hesitation. She wanted to take them to play everything that the two children could play. Even in playgrounds specifically for children, there are height restrictions, even when accompanied by adults. Gu Jingchu, standing at 1.89 meters tall, simply couldn't keep up with two children playing together. Even when he was sitting in a bumper car, his long legs were bent, which actually looked a bit comical. Xiaoxiu burst out laughing. She and Gu Beibei were in one car, while Gu Baobao and Gu Jingchu were in another bumper car. Xiaoxiu was petite, so she was just the right size to sit next to Gu Beibei. Gu Baobao, who was sitting in a bumper car with Gu Jingchu, wasn't so lucky. He pouted and was pushed aside. Xiaoxiu and Gu Beibei both laughed heartily. Gu Baobao couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed and angry. Cousin, this isn't the time for you to be henpecked. You need to reclaim your manly prowess. Charge him. Gu Jingchu rolled his eyes and, without hesitation, flicked Gu Baobao on the head. Gu Baobao covered her head, feeling extremely wronged. He wasn't wrong. Xiaoxiu drove the bumper cars and practically took Gu Beibei on a rampage through the venue. Having gained experience from taking the electric vehicle driving test, she drove around like a squid, weaving through the crowd of cars. They even occasionally rammed into the back of other cars. Gu Beibei had never experienced such excitement before, and she kept screaming and yelling next to Xiaoxiu. Sister-in-law, quick, quick, run them over. The two were clearly having a blast, and they crashed into the purple bumper car in front of them. Ouch! Gu Beibei, can't you give proper commands? I'm your teammate. Xiaoxiu then realized that Gu Jingchu and Gu Baobao were sitting in the bumper car. She just made a drift and crashed into Gu Jingchu's purple bumper car, sending it crashing to the edge. At this moment, Gu Jingchu also looked at Xiaoxiu with a blank expression. Because of the impact, his knees, which were already inside the car, hit the steering wheel due to inertia. Chapter 77 Hot Pot. She thought she just heard a thud. Xiaoxiu immediately pulled over and pulled Gu Jingchu out of the bumper car before the game was over. Sorry, I was having too much fun and got carried away. I didn't mean to bump into you. Does your knee hurt? Xiaoxiu frowned, looking nervous, with guilt flashing in her eyes. She pursed her lips tightly, looking like a child who had done something wrong. It's all right. Gu Jingchu's expression was gentle, but Xiaoxiu looked worried. She held Gu Jingchu's hand and watched him walk several steps. Only after finding that he could walk without any problems did she breathe a sigh of relief. How did I get so hooked while playing? She looked full of regret. The activities we played next were all relatively gentle. The two children were having a great time when it suddenly got dark. Xiaoxiu glanced at the time. The four of them had been at the amusement park for almost 2 hours. It's time for dinner. There's no time to cook dinner at home. Let's go out for hot pot today. Remembering that it had been a long time since she had eaten hot pot, Xiaoxiu enthusiastically made the suggestion. I know a hot pot restaurant nearby that's pretty good. The key is that they have tomato soup and spicy soup, so kids and adults can eat separately. Gu Jingchu nodded in agreement. Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei were tired from playing, so Gu Jingchu and Xiaoxiu carried one of them out of the amusement park. It's no longer peak traffic time, so taking a taxi would be more convenient. The ride-hailing car arrived quickly, and after getting in, Xiaoxiu gave the address of the hot pot restaurant. The driver quickly drove the car to its destination. When they got off the bus, Xiaoxiu placed Gu Beibei next to Gu Jingchu. She glanced up at the hot pot restaurant and then at a pharmacy not far away. I've already made a reservation on my phone. My queue number is 05. You can just go in. I'm going out to buy something, and I'll be right back. After saying that, Xiaoxiu ran over. She went to the pharmacy and bought some ointment for bruises and sprains. After entering the store, she saw Gu Jingchu sitting by the window with Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei. Sister-in-law, we're here. Xiaoxiu walked over with a smile on her face. She put the medicine she had bought aside, then picked up the menu on an A4 size sheet of paper and began to check off items on it with a pencil. Beef tripe, fatty beef, tender bamboo shoots, fish slices, fish tofu, a little bit of bok choy, tofu skin, potatoes, yam. She ticked and selected her choices, then handed the menu over. I've already ordered. Is there anything else you'd like to eat? You can choose again. What do your two little ones like to eat? Gu Beibei looked excited. We're fine with anything, but we don't eat spicy food. We've already told the waiter that we want a hot pot with both spicy and tomato broths. Gu Baobao smiled happily. The two of them have never eaten hot pot outside before. There are chefs and nutritionists in the family, and they specially prepare 3 meals a day. Hot pot and the like are rarely seen. The tomato soup was sweet and sour, and once the ingredients were added, the two children's eyes were glued to the pot, unable to look away. Xiaoxiu pressed the 5th setting on the fire button next to the table. A few minutes later, the broth boiled in the pot, and the ingredients, which had been sinking to the bottom, began to float to the surface. The meatballs in this shop are all handmade, so you can eat them without worry. Just be careful to take small bites, otherwise you might get burned by the juice inside. Xiaoxiu carefully gave the two instructions. Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei said, okay, in unison, then picked up their chopsticks and started eating. The waiter brought the ingredients over. Xiaoxiu's long-awaited tripe was placed on the table, and she smiled with her eyes crinkling. She picked up a piece of food with her chopsticks and put it into the spicy hot pot, muttering that it should be cooked for about 10 seconds. After the countdown of about 10 seconds ended, just as she picked up her chopsticks from the spicy hot pot, her stool was bumped. Xiaoxiu's hand trembled, and the tripe that had just been cooking for a dozen seconds fell into the spicy hot pot. There was a lot of food in the pot, so it took her a while to scoop out the tripe, but it had been cooked for too long and wasn't tender anymore. She frowned and turned around, only to find that the person who had bumped into her chair while moving it was the same annoying middle-aged woman from the subway and kindergarten gate that afternoon. The middle-aged woman was having hot pot with a middle-aged man, completely ignoring the fact that Lu Yaozu had already caused a huge scene at the dinner table. They would move the stools around, bumping into each other, or they would scoop soup with a ladle and scatter it from top to bottom like a fairy scattering flowers. Some of the soup he spilled from the ladle had already spilled onto other customers' tables. The other customers all glared angrily at the brat. But Lu Yaozu wasn't afraid of any of that. Facing those angry stares, he not only wasn't afraid, but he also spat at them. Can't you control your child? This soup has been spilled all over us. When the middle-aged woman saw someone speaking, she rolled her eyes and acted extremely arrogantly. What does a child know? He's only in kindergarten. How old are you and him? How can you, an adult, argue with a child like that? You. The group that got their soup spilled was also a table of very young students. Faced with the moral blackmail from the middle-aged woman, they could only swallow their anger and resentment. Xiaoxiu turned around and naturally saw this scene. Seeing the middle-aged woman's smug and proud expression as if she had won a battle, she felt even more furious. A brat, huh? She raised an eyebrow and then gave Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei a look. Both of them were smart kids, and they immediately understood the meaning in Xiaoxiu's eyes. They put down their chopsticks and each ladled out a bowl of soup, adding half-eaten meatballs to make the performance more realistic. Go have fun. Xiaoxiu smiled and said to Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei, please be careful not to bump into anyone. Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei smiled at each other, then started playing tag around them, each holding a bowl. Not long after, a scream came from the next table from a middle-aged woman. Whose child is this? Why don't you keep a close eye on them? They're running around with a bowl, spilling soup all over me. This dress is very expensive. Seeing that the mission was accomplished, Gu Bao Bao and Gu Bei Bei exchanged a smile, and, before the middle-aged woman could lash out, quickly hid behind Xia Xiu. Xia Xiu then slowly got up and turned around to see that the middle-aged woman's skirt was covered in tomato soup. She exclaimed in surprise, making a look of astonishment. Hey, what's wrong with you two? Chapter 78 has been posted online. Xia Xiu quickly squatted down, suppressing her smile and putting on a serious expression. I told you not to run around. It's dangerous to carry a bowl. You're still young, just kindergarten kids. Go apologize to the other person. I'm sure they won't make things difficult for you. After all, who would hold a grudge against a child? Isn't this just moral blackmail? It's like everyone can do that. Xia Xiu was ostensibly scolding the two children, but every word she said implied that the children were still young and that whatever they did was unintentional. Anyone who argues with these two children at this time is intolerant and can't even tolerate a child. Sure enough, the middle-aged woman's face turned green upon hearing this. She was furious, but she kept it all inside, unable to vent it. The young female students at the table where Lu Yaozu had just spilled soup also covered their mouths and chuckled. These days, you can only use magic to defeat magic. I think you did this on purpose. The middle-aged woman pointed her finger at Xia Xiu angrily. You're trying to use two children against me? What kind of skill is that? Xia Xiu looked startled and took 2 steps back. She was already beautiful, and the way she bit her lip, looking frightened, made her even more pitiful. This contrasted sharply with the disheveled, angry, and shrewish middle-aged woman. Humans are visual creatures by nature, and the other guests at the other tables immediately tipped their scales in favor of Xia Xiu. Why would I want to get back at you? Xia Xiu blinked her innocent big eyes. Was it on the subway when you deliberately threw a frozen fish at me to scare me, and then stole my seat? Or was it when you were jealous of me being prettier than you at the kindergarten gate this afternoon, and spread rumors in front of the parents that I was a mistress trying to pick up the kids? As soon as she said those words, the other customers eating hot pot around her started giving the middle-aged woman strange looks. It seems this shrew has been targeting that pretty young girl all along. The middle-aged woman was furious, but Gu Bao Bao and Gu Bei Bei just had to step in and stab her in the heart again. Little Lu Yaozu, look closely. This is my cousin, and this is my cousin's wife. They have a very good relationship. In the future, you should tell your mother to go to the beauty salon and get her makeup done. Don't see any pretty girls and call them vixens or mistresses. Yes, if your own mother isn't pretty, then don't be jealous of other people's. Lu Yaozu is clearly a kid who can't resist being goaded. Having been used to being bossy at home and in kindergarten, he can't stand anyone saying even the slightest bad thing about him. Lu Yaozu glanced at Xia Xiu, who was as beautiful as a celebrity, and then at his disheveled mother, before bursting into tears. They punched and kicked the middle-aged woman. Why don't you go to a beauty salon for a makeover? You're so ugly. Don't take me out with you anymore, wah? The middle-aged woman panicked immediately. She couldn't appease her little tyrant. If she went back and complained, her in-laws would definitely punish her. I think you're asking for a beating. The middle-aged woman rushed over in a fit of rage, ready to attack. Xia Xiu was also prepared to fight back. Before anyone could rush over, the middle-aged woman's shoulder was firmly pressed down. She twisted her body, but couldn't break free at all. So when she turned around, Gu Jingchu's cold, handsome face and his gaze, as if looking at a dead person, appeared in the middle-aged woman's eyes. Her heart skipped a beat, and she couldn't help but take 2 steps back, but her shoulders were held down firmly, and she couldn't move at all. You want to assault my wife in public? Gu Jingchu's tone was icy, carrying an invisible pressure that chilled the surrounding atmosphere. Your reckless behavior matches your ugly face perfectly. Please apologize to my wife. On what grounds? The middle-aged woman instinctively wanted to retort, but when she met Gu Jingchu's frighteningly cold eyes again, she swallowed all her words. Her face was flushed, and she was clenching her teeth tightly, but she was still persisting. How dare you lay a hand on me? Do you know who I am? My husband is the secretary of the deputy district head of XX district. Even the police chief listens to him. Is this a self-destruction? And it's so loud. Xia Xiu blinked, clearly noticing that some people around her were secretly recording with their phones. There are quite a few people. Oh. Gu Jingchu merely sneered, not loosening his grip on the middle-aged woman's shoulder at all. You can give it a try. Seeing the man and woman in front of her, who showed no sign of backing down, the middle-aged woman finally felt a sense of fear. Who exactly are these two people? She has already introduced herself, and these two people aren't afraid at all. She recalled her husband's words to her, telling her not to provoke those elegant-looking people she saw outside. The middle-aged woman couldn't help but tremble. Okay, I apologize, all right. Now let go of me. After saying that, her face flushed red, and she quickly apologized to Xiaoxiu. Gu Jingchu then released his grip and slowly removed the disposable gloves from his hands, throwing them into the nearby trash can with obvious disgust in front of the middle-aged woman. Xiaoxiu burst out laughing. This was originally meant for making meatballs, but it unexpectedly made things convenient for Gu Jingchu. Once the pressure on her shoulders eased, the middle-aged woman was free, and she quickly changed her expression. She quickly moved far away, making sure Gu Jingchu couldn't catch her, then put her hands on her hips and started cursing. You two just wait. I'm calling my husband right now, and he'll send someone to deal with you. Let me tell you, with just one phone call from me, you two will be in jail for a few days right now. If you know what's good for you, kneel down and apologize to me right now, or this isn't over. As she spoke, the middle-aged woman took out her phone and started dialing. In the past, as long as she could get through to her husband on the phone and tell him about her grievances, he would quickly send someone over, and then it would be her moment to triumph. But this time it didn't work. After she dialed the number, instead of receiving comfort, she was met with a barrage of angry words from her husband. It turns out that many people in the hot pot restaurant had already filmed the arrogant scene of the middle-aged woman and posted it on Douyin. Moreover, within just 10 minutes, the video of the middle-aged woman arrogantly showing off her husband quickly gained a surge in traffic, likes, and shares. Chapter 79, he didn't have the ability to investigate. There are even marketing accounts that repeatedly turn the arrogant and proud statement of a middle-aged woman, "My husband is the secretary of the deputy district head of XX district," into a meme. These videos went viral so quickly that there was almost no time to react or conduct public relations. Many netizens went to the official Douyin account to tag them. After taking the phone from Gu Jingchu, Xiaoxiu quickly browsed the viral videos. She was utterly shocked when she looked at the traffic data at the bottom. How did Gu Jingchu manage to do that in less than 10 minutes? Public opinion online is now almost entirely one-sided. Gu Jingchu simply smiled and remained silent. Lin also has several people working under him who specialize in this area, and he also has a programming expert. With just a subtle modification to the program, videos that wouldn't normally be pushed out will suddenly be pushed out, making them impossible to find later. Ultimately, it will just be assumed that the trending topic was bought by a competitor of a certain deputy district head. The middle-aged woman's face was also deathly pale at this moment. She never expected that her usual domineering methods would have no effect on these two people, and instead, she ended up getting her husband involved. Her husband just gave her a really nasty scolding on the phone. The deputy district head, who was originally a strong contender for promotion to district head this year, was ruined because of her arrogant and domineering behavior at a hot pot restaurant, which was filmed and posted on social media. Because the time frame is too fast and the volume of traffic is too large, it's impossible to reduce the volume. The phone of the higher-ups is now ringing off the hook with calls to the deputy district head. In order to quell this incident, he, as the deputy district head secretary and the main figure who was flaunted in this incident, will probably become a pawn to quell this storm. Moreover, this incident has had a significant impact, and may even provoke retaliation from the deputy district head. She stood there dumbfounded, filled with regret. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. This has nothing to do with my husband. I was just talking big. Girl, I was just jealous of your good looks and your handsome husband. I apologize to you. Please be magnanimous and post a video online to help me explain. I have elderly parents and young children to support, and my husband can't lose his job." She is now afraid and understands that after her husband lost his job, all the pressure and blame from his family and her own family will fall on her shoulders. The middle-aged woman knelt down in front of Xiaoxiu with a thud, and this time she cried out of genuine emotion. "Girl, I've kowtowed to you. Please forgive me for what I just did." When Lu Yaozu saw the middle-aged woman like this, he was so frightened that he burst into tears. Gu Jingchu pulled Xiaoxiu to his side with a look of disgust. Being forced to kneel and kowtow to someone like that is considered bad luck. Soon, the middle-aged woman's husband arrived at the scene. Without saying a word, he grabbed the woman, pulled her up, and slapped her hard across the face. "Look what you've done. I told you. It's nothing. Don't use my name to bully others and act like a big shot, but you just won't listen." The man's voice was very loud, as if he was deliberately saying it for others to hear, even though he saw someone recording with their phone. He performed with even more enthusiasm. Several more slaps landed on the woman, causing her nose to bleed. "My spotless reputation is ruined because of you. I've never made a mistake. The only mistake I made was marrying you and indulging you. I've let others down." As he spoke, the man's eyes reddened and he covered his face, bursting into tears. "It's one thing for you to be arrogant and domineering at home, but to act the same way outside is unacceptable. We're getting a divorce." "A divorce?" Upon hearing the word divorce, the middle-aged woman swayed as if she were about to collapse. She burst into tears. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I promise I'll never do it again. I'll never go out again. Please don't divorce me. Xiaoxiu watched the two perform silently, and looking at the customers around her, she could already see some pity in their eyes as she looked at the man. She knew that the man's performance had been a success. Now everyone thinks that the wife is the one who uses her husband's position to act arrogantly and domineeringly, while the husband has to take the blame for his wife. Don't worry, none of them will escape. Gu Jingchu coldly curled the corners of his lips, and then sent a message to Lin Yi. The man's phone rang. He answered the phone, and upon hearing the voice on the other end, he didn't even pretend. His eyes widened in surprise. What did you say? Those projects fell through? And the bosses who were in charge of attracting investment aren't investing anymore. Like a bolt from the blue, the man's expression would instantly change. If he loses even these few projects he has on hand, then he's really doomed. That was a project that the government had to hire several business owners to secure in order to attract investment to this district. The man's vision went black, and he immediately fainted. Husband! The middle-aged woman cried out and rushed over. Liu Yaozu stood to the side, wailing loudly. It was only after people around saw the man lying on the ground for a long time that he took out his phone and dialed 120. After the ambulance took the man away, this farce finally came to an end. Will we face retaliation? The group sat down at the table again to eat hot pot, and Xia Xiu asked with some concern. Gu Jingchu shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of disdain. They don't have the ability to find this place. If even the villainous boss has said that, then what does Xia Xiu have to worry about? There's still a whole table of delicious food in front of us that we haven't put in the hot pot yet. After the group finished eating hot pot, Xia Xiu patted her round belly, feeling refreshed and invigorated. Now I'm satisfied, both emotionally and physically. The two children, patting their round little bellies, followed Xia Xiu on either side. They kept saying they wanted to come back to eat there again. Xia Xiu had just booked a ride-hailing service when she asked the driver to wait a little longer. Xia Xiu ran all the way to the pharmacy and bought some stomach-strengthening and digestive pills, as well as some acute stomach medicine, before getting into the car. After returning home, Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei were already asleep from exhaustion. Xia Xiu quickly fetched a basin of warm water, wet a towel, and wiped all the sweat off the two children. After changing them into their pajamas, she carried them to the room and covered them with blankets. She took out the stomach medicine she had just bought. I don't know what kind of food Bao Bao and Bei Bei eat at Gujia, but they just said that they can't get hot pot like this at Gujia, so I'm a little worried that they might have stomach problems after eating so much. This is for improving digestion. If your stomach is upset, just take this. She gave him careful instructions, as if she had thought of something, and her eyes were fixed on Gu Jingchu. Chapter 80, Applying Medicine to Him. To be precise, her gaze was fixed on Gu Jingchu's knees. Xia Xiu hadn't forgotten the time at the amusement park when she bumped into Gu Jingchu's knee on the bumper car steering wheel because she was so engrossed in the ride. Didn't it hurt him when it made such a loud noise? Take your pants off. She wanted to slap herself for her thoughtless words, but thankfully she stopped herself in time. I meant you should roll up your pant legs. I bought some ointment for you to apply. Gu Jingchu initially wanted to say no, but seeing Xia Xiu's worried expression and eager eyes, he nodded. Sitting in the chair, he slowly rolled up the cuffs of his trousers with his long, slender fingers. Xia Xiu gasped when she saw Gu Jingchu's knees. She quickly grabbed the ointment and rushed over. Both her knees were bruised and swollen, and her eyes were filled with remorse. Carefully apply the ointment with a cotton swab, blowing on it as you go. Gu Jingchu, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. Gu Jingchu was no longer so sensitive to pain. This minor bump was insignificant to him, but Xia Xiu kept blowing air on the injured area, causing his leg muscles to tense up. Before Xia Xiu could finish applying the ointment, Gu Jingchu reached out and took the ointment and cotton swabs from Xia Xiu's hand. It doesn't hurt anymore, you can stop now. He smiled slightly at Xia Xiu. Thanks. Xia Xiu gave a dry, forced smile. Why are you thanking me? I'm the one who hurt you. Gu Jingchu went to the bathroom to change into his pajamas and pajama bottoms before coming out. Then Xia Xiu went to wash up. We bought this small 2-bedroom apartment back then, without considering that relatives might come to visit. Moreover, having only one bathroom is indeed inconvenient. Fortunately, she and Gu Jingchu woke up at different times, otherwise, Xia Xiu couldn't even imagine the scene of the two of them fighting for the toilet in the morning. But at the time, I couldn't afford a small 3-bedroom apartment with my own money. Xia Xiu thought about it for a moment and decided to save up some more money to sell this apartment. She estimated that she could upgrade to a small 3-bedroom apartment next year. She completely forgot that Gu Jingchu, as the heir designated by the Gu family patriarch, was actually allowed to live in the Gu family mansion. The next day was the weekend. Xiaoxiu had a 2-day weekend. After Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei got up and had breakfast, they were picked up by the driver and taken back to the Gu family home. Xiaoxiu was surprised to find that Gu Jingqiu had left for work early in the morning. Wasn't it said that his company was being targeted and was almost bankrupt? The boss truly lives up to his reputation. Despite being attacked from multiple sides, the company was able to continue operating. On the other side, as soon as Gu Jingqiu stepped into the office, Lin Yi greeted him excitedly. My God, Chu Gu, you've finally come to the company. You have no idea how busy I've been these past few days. By the way, that guy surnamed Lu you asked me to deal with the other day, he's already been removed from his position. Several projects failed, and on top of that, his wife and son caused such a huge uproar online. When the higher-ups investigated, his superiors directly used him as a scapegoat. It's really tragic. Whether he did it or not, it's all pinned on him. Besides being publicly dismissed, he'll also be sued in court. I guess he won't be out for several years. Lin continued talking incessantly. After giving a curt reply, Gu Jingqiu sat down at his desk. Looking at the data on the computer, he smiled slightly. It's time to close the net. Lin was stunned for a moment, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. We can finally close the net. We've endured so much, waiting for this moment. Okay. Lin rushed out of the office and shouted at the office area. The boss said, let's get started. Immediately, a chorus of cheers erupted in the office area. Immediately afterwards, the sound of fingers tapping on the keyboard rose and fell. A strange thing happened in Beijing today. The Wang family, the Qin family, and several other families have all suffered severe damage to numerous projects and industries. Even their own stock price has plummeted, but no matter how hard they investigate, they can't find out who did it. The head of the Qin family dragged Qin Luoluo in front of him and berated her for several hours. The Wang family wasn't in much better shape either. Things were in complete chaos there. It took a huge sum of money to smooth things over and manage the public relations efforts to quell the losses caused by these projects. Xiaoxiu, who was at home, had no idea what was happening outside. She took advantage of the weekend to give herself a good break. First, she went to check out the popular tourist spots around the area, then bought herself a small cake, and went shopping for some nice clothes before going home. I was humming a song while cooking in the kitchen when Gu Jingqiu called to say he was busy at work and wouldn't be home for dinner tonight. Dinner for one was quickly cooked. She cooked herself a bowl of spicy hot pot, turned on her tablet, and put on the most popular TV series, eating and watching at the same time. After finishing her meal, she moved the dishes and chopsticks to the kitchen and then continued to curl up on the sofa to watch her TV show. She had intended to put a cushion behind her back, but instead pulled out a pillowcase. Xiaoxiu paused for a moment, then, as if possessed, put the pillowcase under her nose and sniffed it. A faint scent of cedar mixed with a hint of sandalwood. It was the scent left behind by Gu Jingqiu when he slept on the sofa. It smells quite nice. Xiaoxiu leaned closer and took another sniff. Etc. What is she doing? What kind of infatuated behavior is she engaging in? The pillowcase in her hand suddenly felt like a hot potato. Xiaoxiu stuffed it into the crack of the sofa, patted her slightly hot cheeks, and then turned her attention back to the TV series. It's rare to find such a good TV series these days. Xiaoxiu watched episode after episode, completely unaware that the clock on the wall had already pointed to 12 o'clock. Gu Jingqiu was taken aback when he opened the door and saw the living room light was still on. Why aren't you asleep yet? Hearing the sound, Xiaoxiu was startled and jumped up from the sofa. Only after seeing that it was Gu Jingqiu did she pat her chest with lingering fear. You walk without making a sound? You startled me. Her tone carried a hint of complaint, but to Gu Jingqiu, it sounded like she was being coquettish. Sorry, I thought you were asleep. I wanted to be quiet so as not to disturb your sleep. Xiaoxiu glanced at the clock on the wall and was startled herself. It's 12 o'clock already. I was so engrossed in watching this TV series that I didn't notice the time. I'm sorry, I thought it was only 7 or 8 o'clock. She stuck out her tongue sheepishly and quickly turned off the TV. I need to go wash up now. I have to go to work tomorrow. After saying that, she quickly went into the bathroom to wash up, put on her pajamas, and then put on a face mask. Chapter 81. A look back at the old family house. After a while, Gu Jingqiu finished washing up and lay down next to Xiaoxiu. After sleeping in the same bed with Gu Jingqiu for a few days, Xiaoxiu got used to having someone else beside her. The initial feeling of unease was gone. Could you come with me back to the Gu family's old house tomorrow? Gu Jingqiu suddenly spoke, and Xiaoxiu was stunned for a moment. The memory of visiting the Gu family's old house was too vivid. Faced with that large family of Gu relatives who harbored ulterior motives but appeared harmonious on the surface, Xiaoxiu really didn't want to visit them again. But since Gu Jingqiu had spoken, she couldn't refuse. After hesitating for a moment, Xiaoxiu nodded. Then he picked up his phone from the bedside table and texted Lu Wan to ask for leave. What time tomorrow? Do you need to change clothes and get your hair and makeup done? No need, just arrive before lunch. I'll go back and make arrangements first, and then I'll call the driver to pick you up. Go to sleep, don't worry about so much. Xia Shiyu hugged the blanket tightly, closed her eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up early the next morning, Gu Jingchu was no longer by her side. She rubbed her eyes, went into the bathroom, and after washing up, she saw that breakfast was already prepared on the dining table. It is an antique-style lunchbox. It was obvious that Gu Jingchu had ordered the meal in advance from his private kitchen. Opening the lunchbox lid revealed a very exquisite breakfast inside. Even the small plates containing breakfast looked quite expensive. Xia Shiyu raised an eyebrow. It seems Gu Jingchu has made some money. He's even splurging on buying her breakfast. Delicious. After Xia Shiyu finished eating all the breakfast in the food box, she couldn't help but let out a burp. She sat lazily in the chair and patted her round little belly. Then, she froze. Wait a minute, we're going to the Gu family's old house. What if I eat too much and can't fit into the dress? She swallowed hard, then slowly moved into the bedroom, carefully selecting a loose-fitting sleeveless dress. She had already sold off most of the original owner's designer bags and clothes. Only a few clothes and bags that she usually wears to present a presentable appearance are left at home. The rest of her clothes are bought by Xia Shiyu herself. The price was right, and the style was exactly what she wanted. She had already put most of the money from selling clothes and bags into the bank card to pay off her loan, and had paid off a portion of it in advance. The remaining loan will be paid off in about a year. She combed her hair back, secured it with a jade hairpin, and applied an elegant and sophisticated makeup look in front of the dressing table. Then, she took out her phone and glanced at the time. 5 minutes before 9:30, I walked to the window, and sure enough, I saw a familiar car parked in the parking area downstairs. It's Gu Jia's license plate. Gu Jingchu had already sent her a message beforehand. After tidying herself up once more, Xia Shiyu smoothed her hair, picked up her bag, and went downstairs. Young madam, the young master asked me to bring you back to the Gu family. The driver got out of the car and respectfully opened the back door for Xia Shiyu. We arrived at the entrance of the Gu family's old residence. Xia Shiyu noticed that things were different from the last time she came. Last time I came, there was no one to greet me at the door, and I had to wait through multiple layers of identity verification to get in. But this time the car drove in without any hindrance. The car stopped when we arrived at the gate of the mansion. Young madam, the young master and the old master are inside. Please go in. The old man. Xia Shiyu was stunned. Has the old man from the Gu family returned to the Gu family? Hasn't he been staying in the hospital the whole time? Filled with questions, she took a deep breath, straightened her back, and walked in on her high heels. Little Rain is here, over here. Gu Qinyue waved to Xia Shiyu with a gentle smile. Xia Shiyu returned a smile, and then greeted all the members of the Gu family, as well as every member of the Gu family whose name she could recall. The old master of the Gu family sat in a specially made wheelchair. Due to the torment of illness, he was so thin that he could not even support the tang suit he was wearing. Seeing Xia Shiyu's elegant and poised demeanor, a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. The old master of the Gu family coughed lightly, and the butler beside him immediately took out a large red envelope and handed it to Xia Shiyu. Young madam, the old master has undergone tracheal surgery, so it is inconvenient for him to speak. This is a gift from the old master to you. Xia Shiyu quickly stood up, accepted the gift with both hands, and respectfully thanked the old man. Thank you, Grandpa. Grandpa Gu raised his hand with difficulty and waved it, and Xia Shiyu then sat down next to Gu Qinyue. She let out a soft breath. Although this old man had been living in the hospital for many years and was emaciated from the torment of illness, his aura was practically a carbon copy of Gu Jingchu's. Although he was old, his eyes were sharp and shrewd, as if no disguise could be hidden from his eyes. Judging from the old man's expression and the weight of the red envelope, I guess I've already passed the test in his eyes. Thinking of this, Xia Shiyu immediately felt much more at ease. Only, why isn't Gu Jingchu here? Xia Shiyu glanced over and noticed that the seat in the main seat of the Gu family was empty. Sitting next to her was Gu Qinyan, the eldest uncle of the Gu family. However, Gu Qinyan's expression did not seem very good. Even Su Tingwan, who was usually very shrewd and charming, sat obediently next to Gu Qinyan at this moment. When others chatted with her, she only smiled and agreed. At this moment, a man in a black suit and sunglasses walked up to the old man of the Gu family and said something softly. Young master has arrived. Then, everyone's eyes turned to the stairwell. Gu Jingchu went downstairs under the various gazes of the crowd, and then calmly sat down in the main seat, next to old Master Gu. With the head of the family still alive, Gu Jingchu was sitting in the seat of honor, a seat usually reserved for Old Master Gu. The meaning was quite clear. Gu Qinyin's expression was unmistakably ugly, and his eyes were practically spitting fire as he looked at Gu Jingqiu. Xia Shiyu could already sense the tense atmosphere. When she saw Gu Jingqiu sitting in the main seat, she already guessed why Gu Jingqiu had called her back to the old family mansion today. Grandpa Gu still had an oxygen tube inserted under his nose, and a tube attached to his left wrist to monitor his heartbeat and physical condition. Even in such a weakened state, they still wanted to return to the Gu family's old residence and have Gu Jingqiu sit in the main seat, which made the meaning very clear. It seems that the rumors that this old man dotes on Gu Jingqiu very much, or even favors him, are not untrue. Dad, how can you be discharged from the hospital? Those doctors really don't know the importance of things. Uncle Gu suddenly spoke up. Chapter 82, Unfair Division of Inheritance. At this moment, Uncle Gu looked sincere, and his tone was full of concern. Dad, you can't leave the hospital right now. Tingwan and I will take care of the Gu family, so you can rest assured. Su Tingwan quickly spoke up at this moment. Yes, Dad, you can just stay in the hospital and relax. Chenyan and I will take care of everything at home. Qingxian is doing quite well in the group now. Su Tingwan quickly mentioned her son to Grandpa Gu, a smile on her face. In a tone of suspense, he clearly explained all of Gu Qingzhan's achievements in the Gu group. He even gave Gu Jingqiu a very smug look. This means that Gu Jingqiu bankrupted the largest company under the group, causing the Gu group to teeter on the brink of collapse. But as soon as her son returned from abroad and joined the Gu group, he immediately showed signs of turning the tide. No matter how Su Tingwan and Gu Chenyan behaved, the old man of the Gu family didn't even glance at his eldest son. He waved his hand wearily and let out a sigh. Gu Jingqiu quickly moved closer and patted the back of Old Master Gu's hand. The butler walked over with the instrument, and Old Master Gu typed on the instrument with trembling hands. The instrument that quickly extracted Old Master Gu's voice emitted a sound. I know my days are numbered, so I will not be going back to the hospital. I have gathered the whole family here to announce something to everyone. The synthesized voice from the instrument had no emotional fluctuation whatsoever. As soon as he finished speaking, several lawyers specially hired by the Gu group walked in. Holding various recording instruments, they pointed them directly at the family and Old Master Gu. Immediately afterwards, Grandpa Gu played a second message. The Gu family will be left to my grandson Gu Jingqiu to inherit. Other members of the Gu family will only receive dividends from the shares. The lawyer pointed the camera at Old Master Gu and spoke in a business-like tone. Given Mr. Gu's damaged vocal cords, was the sound played by the instrument just now Mr. Gu's true intention? Grandpa Gu nodded. Then the lawyer proceeded to the next step of the process. The expressions of the Gu family members varied. Su Tingwan's face was deathly pale. She glared at Gu Jingqiu with hatred, hating the old man's favoritism on one hand, and on the other hand, hating that even though her son had returned from abroad, he still had no place in the Gu family. On what grounds? Uncle Gu's face was also extremely ugly. If the lawyer hadn't been recording with a camera, he would have even rushed up to question Old Master Gu about whether he was his biological son. Wherever one's own son is still alive, one will pass on the family property to his grandson. Only after the lawyer had finished his work and left did Uncle Gu finally stand up, unable to bear it any longer. Dad, so many of us are still here, and you just handed over almost all of our family's assets to Gu Jingqiu right in front of us. Do you even care about the existence of us? Gu Qingzhan stood beside his father, his face expressionless. Don't be impulsive. Grandpa has his reasons for making any decisions. Besides, Jingqiu is a capable person, and it's only natural that he inherits our Gu group. With a slap, Gu Qingzhan's face was turned to the side by Gu's eldest uncle. I think you're not my biological son, Gu Chenyan's son, but rather Gu Jingqiu's younger brother. Gu Chenyan stared coldly at his son. Gu Jingqiu is capable enough to be driven bankrupt by the Chu family, who has no background whatsoever. Your grandfather gave him the biggest company, which was practically the lifeblood of our Gu family. But Gu Jingqiu ruined the company. If it weren't for our family's resources, we wouldn't have been able to save the group. Capable? What capabilities do you have? You neglected the group, letting it fall to the point where it's worse than a third-rate company, and then you went and started a small company that almost went bankrupt. A series of thuds rang out. It was the sound of Grandpa Gu's cane striking the ground hard. Grandpa Gu was glaring angrily at his eldest uncle. His heart rate and blood pressure, as monitored by the instruments, were both rising, indicating that he was extremely furious. Dad, don't be angry. I agree with your decision. My brother just didn't think things through for a moment. That's why he said that. Gu Qinyue quickly got up and went over to him, patting Old Master Gu on the back. Xia Shiyu only saw herself as a background figure, a wooden person. She's completely numb right now. What was initially thought to be another cutthroat family dinner turned out to be old Master Gu coming out of the hospital to divide the family fortune. Even she, an outsider, felt that the division of the family property was somewhat biased. If calculated proportionally, old Master Gu gave 70% of the Gu family's assets to Gu Jingqiu, Gu Chunyue received 10%, and the remaining 20% was divided among Gu's eldest uncle and other relatives. This is blatant favoritism, completely turning against each other. No wonder Uncle Gu was so angry and wanted to talk back to the old man. However, this Gu Qingzhan is actually on the same side as Gu Jingqiu. Grandpa, it's no wonder the boss is angry, but the way you're dividing it is just too unfair. That's right. We've worked so hard to protect the Gu family for so many years, and we haven't even gotten as much as they have. How can we all feel balanced about this? With Uncle Gu taking the lead, the other members of the Gu family also started talking one after another. They just want to earn more profit for themselves. Although the story is now in a precarious state, the legacy of this century-old family remains. Even if the group were to disappear, its wealth accumulated over a century would still be enough to make people envious. Faced with the barrage of words from the crowd, Gu Jingqiu simply sat calmly in the main seat, sipping tea, a stark contrast to those below who were genuinely blushing with embarrassment. He remained calm and composed, and a hint of a smile flashed in Xia Shiyu's eyes. It seems that Gu Jingqiu is already very confident in her abilities, which is why she is acting this way. So why is she nervous? So, Xia Shiyu also picked up the snacks on the table and watched the argument with a gossipy attitude. Grandpa Gu lowered his eyes and closed them to rest, letting the people below make a ruckus, but he didn't say a word, and he was too lazy to even move a finger to operate the instrument to make a sound. A long time passed, watching them argue so fiercely, but Grandpa Gu and Gu Jingqiu remained silent like spectators, making them seem like actors in a play. Then everyone quieted down again. Gu Qingzhan then stepped forward and walked to the old man's side. Grandpa, you can distribute the Gu family members however you like, but after all, we are all family. A troubled look appeared on his face. Chapter 83. You're just bragging, aren't you? Under old Master Gu's watchful gaze, Gu Qingzhan finally spoke. Grandpa, I think that now that our family has fallen on hard times, the most important thing is for everyone to unite and get involved in politics so that our Gu family can achieve its glory. Look at the expressions on the faces of everyone in the Gu family now. Their eyes are filled with hostility as they look at Gu Jingqiu. The implication is clear. Let old Master Gu redistribute his will. Even if Grandpa didn't divide it this way, I've already bought more than half of the shares in the Gu group. Gu Jingqiu spoke in a cool tone. The scene fell silent. Almost everyone looked on in disbelief. Especially Uncle Gu and Su Tingwan, their eyes widened in surprise. Then, Uncle Gu laughed heartily, his face full of mockery. You? Gu Jingqiu, don't forget, you've already bankrupted a company worth hundreds of billions. You're just the president of a small company in an office building in the city center. You think you can buy half of the shares of our Gu group? You must be dreaming. Su Tingwan covered her mouth and laughed. Jingqiu, even if you want us all to be convinced of your worth, you don't need to make such a big boast. Although the Gu group is now on the decline and has been squeezed out of the four major families. However, the Gu group is not something that just anyone can afford to buy. Gu Qingzhan's expression suddenly changed. He clenched his fists, as if he had thought of something, and stared intently at Gu Jingqiu. Because the Gu group is already on the decline, many projects are about to be stopped due to insufficient funds. As the newly appointed vice president of the Gu group, he humbly went out every day to raise funds. In order to prevent those projects from stopping, he secretly sold off a lot of shares, which allowed the Gu group to recover its funds and prevent those projects from failing. However, he had already investigated and found that the shares sold were bought by small companies. He believed that if the projects succeeded and profits were made, he could buy them back from those small companies. Could it be? Gu Qingzhan's lips trembled, and a dark glint flashed in his eyes. He silently withdrew from the crowd, then walked outside and sent a message to his secretary. 10 minutes later, after seeing the message sent by his secretary, Gu Qingzhan's face turned pale. The shares of those small companies have all been acquired by an overseas company, totaling more than 30% in total. What does owning 30% or more of a listed group mean? Anyone in business knows. Facing Gu's eldest uncle, who still wore a mocking expression, Gu Qingzhan stepped forward, took a deep breath, and clapped his hands with a grin. There's no need for everyone to argue anymore. I just asked my secretary, and she said that over 30% of our Gu family scattered shares have been acquired by a large overseas company. He stared intently at Gu Jingqiu, his eyes radiating admiration. Didn't brother Jingqiu go abroad for training before? I heard he even has a business there. I bet the company that acquired our group's stock must be brother Jingqiu. since he's sitting here so confidently. After hearing this, old Master Gu neither agreed nor disagreed. Gu Jingchu glanced at Gu Qingzhan and nodded under everyone's gaze. It is indeed me. He slowly stood up, his imposing aura so overwhelming that everyone dared not even breathe. So, considering my original shares and what I currently hold, am I qualified to become the head of the Gu family? Uncle Gu was about to fly into a rage and start cursing, but Su Tingwan held his arm down and pressed him down firmly. The other members of the Gu family also had to force a smile. They originally thought that Gu Jingchu had ruined the company and gone bankrupt, and had been kicked out of the scope of heirs. They could start preparing to place their own people in the group, and once old Master Gu passed away, they could get a bigger piece of the pie. Unexpectedly, after such a short time, the group has returned to Gu Jingchu's hands. Jingchu is really something, doing such a big thing and keeping it so tightly hidden from his own family. That's right, the old man has always thought highly of you. Why are you doing this behind everyone's back? Xia Xiu sat in the corner, completely bewildered. Gu Jingchu has now won a complete victory? She couldn't help but swallow hard. Even though she wasn't in the financial industry, she understood what it meant to have the largest shareholding. In other words, Gu Jingchu, without her noticing at all, returned to the throne of the Gu Group president. After what happened today, everyone in the Gu family shut their mouths. Only Gu's eldest uncle and Su Tingwan had faces as black as the bottom of a pot, while Gu Qingzhan seemed genuinely congratulating Gu Jingchu. He kept talking about how he was going to renovate the CEO's office tomorrow. Then he kept asking Gu Jingchu what style he liked now, following behind Gu Jingchu like a little fanboy. Aren't you embarrassed enough already? In the end, it was Gu's eldest uncle who slapped Gu Qingzhan on the back of the head, and Su Tingwan dragged him away before stopping. As Gu Qingzhan was being dragged upstairs, he even grinned and waved to Gu Jingchu. Brother, I'll be waiting for you at the company. People left one after another. Old Master Gu's health couldn't allow him to stay too long, so Gu Qinyue and the old housekeeper pushed him back to a room where a professional doctor would take care of him 24 hours a day. Xia Xiu sat on the sofa, watching Gu Jingchu walk towards her. She blinked. Hi, Mr. Gu. Gu Jingchu sat down next to Xia Xiu and poured her a cup of tea with his slender fingers. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. You don't need to worry about anything. Just live as you please. As he spoke, a hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. Now, I have some savings, so you don't need to be so frugal with your money anymore. He took a card from the inside pocket of his suit and placed it in Xia Xiu's hand. Here's my supplementary card. Buy back double the amount of the bags and clothes you sold before. Xia Xiu was stunned. The supplementary card in her hand was like a hot potato. She couldn't throw it away, but holding it was too hot to handle. So you're saying you're going to support me now? Gu Jingchu, you can think of it that way too. Summer rain. Is she dreaming? From a diligent working woman, she suddenly became a wealthy socialite. With the villainous CEO's supplementary credit card, she lives a carefree life of a rich woman, indulging in all sorts of shopping sprees. Xia Xiu was still somewhat taken aback. Gu Jingchu has the ability to acquire so many shares of the Gu Group. Chapter 80, for he only realized he was going home when he was drunk. That means he never went bankrupt. Domestic companies may go bankrupt, but those overseas may still exist. Otherwise, the scattered shares of the Gu Group would amount to at least 10 or 20 billion yuan. Who could afford to produce that? Xia Xiu pursed her lips, twisting her fingers together, a hint of embarrassment flashing in her eyes. In other words, while she was meticulously calculating and saving money, Gu Jingchu watched like an outsider. Did her words about sharing hardships and living together sound like a joke to Gu Jingchu at that time? It turns out that from the very beginning, she and Gu Jingchu were not on the same level. It was all just wishful thinking on her part, yet she was still smug about it. In that case, Xia Xiu lowered her eyes silently, and she still chose to put the supplementary card back into Gu Jingchu's hand. Gu Jingchu, I can support myself, and I don't think I'm suited to live in this mansion. A slight smile appeared on her lips, revealing neither joy nor anger. Your driver should be available, right? Take me home. Gu Jingchu opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but Xia Xiu had already reached the door. The driver was still completely bewildered when he saw Xia Xiu come out. Take me back. The driver blinked and glanced back, only to see President Gu standing there with an uncertain expression, his aura extremely tense. If I'm busy, I can take a taxi myself. Seeing the driver standing there motionless, Xia Xiu lost her patience. Yes, I'll take the young mistress back right now. The driver was Gu Jingchu's man, and was always Gu Jingchu's personal driver. Therefore, they are quite sensitive to Gu Jingchu's emotional changes. He stood there looking troubled, moving very slowly. It's obvious that President Gu doesn't want his young mistress to leave. What are you doing standing there? Aren't you going to say something and ask me to stay? Logically speaking, today should be a good day for President Gu to officially take over the rights of the Gu family heir from the old man. Why are Mr. Gu and his wife arguing? However, judging from Madam's expression, it seems to be one-sided anger. Mr. Gu will surely appease her in the future. Xia Shiyu was already sitting in the car, while the driver was distracted as he drove. Looking at Xia Shiyu's expressionless face in the rearview mirror, the driver's forehead was covered in sweat. As expected of the young mistress, the oppressive feeling she exudes with her silence and expressionless face is no less than that of President Gu. After dropping the person off downstairs, as soon as the driver opened the driver's side door, he saw that Xia Shiyu had already opened the back door and could only see her back as she went upstairs. He's secretly worried for President Gu. The former President Gu was completely uninterested in women, but now he's finally showing some special interest in his wife. Now the lady is angry again. I wonder if President Gu knows how to coax a woman. When Xia Shiyu got home, she didn't even change her clothes. She just threw herself onto the bed and wrapped the blanket around herself. She seemed a bit down. I was living a good life. How did my partner suddenly disappear? Gu Jingqiu went from being a bankrupt villainous CEO to becoming a powerful corporate CEO again. Their thinking and living standards are on completely different levels. Well, Xia Shiyu was a little reluctant to give up a life partner so abruptly. However, she now clearly understands that Gu Jingqiu is someone she can no longer reach. She felt a little down, and for some reason, a sense of reluctance arose within her. Xia Shiyu was surprised to find that she would feel sad when she had thoughts of breaking up with Gu Jingqiu, etc. She suddenly sat up in bed and gently patted her face. Xia Shiyu, wake up. Although the villainous boss is handsome, intelligent, and rich, but he's very cunning. Judging from the reactions of the Gu family members today, how could Xia Shiyu not see it? For the past 2 months, he has been able to live comfortably with her, creating the illusion of financial hardship, entirely to deceive outsiders. She let out a soft sigh, then walked to the computer and stuffed several sheets of A4 paper into the printer. I'll start opening the document and editing something. She didn't know if Gu Jingqiu would ever come back to this house. If not, she would just send him there via express delivery. After finalizing the agreement, Xia Shiyu sent a message to Gu Jingqiu. But this time, the message was like a stone sinking into the sea. For several days, Gu Jingqiu didn't send any news or reply. Xia Shiyu couldn't quite explain how she felt. Now that Gu Jingqiu has officially become the head of the Gu family, it means he no longer has to pretend to live with her in this cramped 2-bedroom apartment of only a few dozen square meters. Now that he's back on the throne of the domineering CEO, surely he won't fight me for the ownership of this house. Xia Shiyu pursed her lips, looked at the agreement, and after seeing that one of the clauses stipulated that the property would belong to the woman, she looked away again. She sent another message to Gu Jingqiu. After waiting for half an hour, there was still no reply. Xia Shiyu sighed softly, hurriedly stuffed the papers on the table into the small drawer of the coffee table, then picked up her bag and went to work. Today was a busy day. Luan took on an order. She was running around with Xia Shiyu, taking notes and organizing materials at the same time, so busy that she didn't even have lunch. The work didn't come to an end until 8 p.m. Luan took Xia Shiyu to a private restaurant for a nice meal. By the time I finished eating and got home, it was already 9:30. As soon as she opened the door, a strong smell of alcohol hit her, and a hint of surprise flashed in Xia Shiyu's eyes. She quickly reached out and turned on the light switch in the living room. When the light came on, she saw Gu Jingqiu, who reeked of alcohol, lying lazily on the sofa. The suit jacket was carelessly tossed in the corner of the sofa, the shirt buttons were fastened from the neck to the chest, and the tie hung crookedly around the neck. The sound of the door opening did not wake Gu Jingqiu. His hand was placed on his eyes, and he seemed to find the light too bright, so he shifted his body slightly. Summer rain. Okay, so you know to go home when you're drunk, right? The Gu family mansion has so many servants. Why doesn't he go back to the old Gu family mansion and let the servants take care of things? What kind of nonsense is it to ask her to take care of me when I come back to this house? Xia Shiyu silently rolled her eyes, but she couldn't just stand by and watch a drunk person lying slumped on the sofa. With a sigh, she resignedly walked over, first tidying up the things on the sofa and coffee table, and then straightening Gu Jingqiu's body. Chapter 85. Stay by my side. She quickly went to the bathroom, moistened a towel with warm water, and then gently wiped Gu Jingqiu's face and neck. As soon as the towel reached her chest, her cheeks felt slightly hot, so she put the towel aside and turned to the kitchen to make honey water. Wake up, drink some honey water first. It will make your stomach feel better. Gu Jingqiu narrowed his eyes, offering no resistance whatsoever. It seems that even if Xia Shiyu were to feed him a cup of poison, he would obediently drink it. Gu Jingqiu's docile and helpless appearance was something Xia Shiyu couldn't resist. She quickly fed him the honey water, then went to the bedroom to get a thin blanket to cover him. After thinking for a moment, she pulled out a pillow and placed it under Gu Jinchu's neck to make him more comfortable. People who are drunk are most afraid of vomiting in their sleep, so it's better to elevate them a bit. Xiaoxiu stuffed another pillow under his neck. After finishing everything, Xiaoxiu clapped her hands, glanced at the clock on the wall, and saw that it was already past 10 o'clock. She has work to do tomorrow, so she needs to go and rest. Just as I was about to get up and remove my wrist, a warm hand grasped mine. She tried to pull it out, but couldn't. She turned around in surprise, only to look straight into Gu Jinchu's dark eyes. Perhaps because he was drunk, his eyes held no other emotion, only her reflection. She was momentarily dazed, but quickly came to her senses. She reached out and pried Gu Jinchu's hand off her wrist, but the next moment, he grabbed her clothes. Summer rain. What exactly is he trying to do? Please don't leave. After a long while, the faint sound of flies buzzing could be heard from below. Xiaoxiu almost thought she had misheard. She stood there stunned for a long time before looking down at Gu Jingqiu in disbelief. What did he just say? Why should I stay? Gu Jingqiu had already woken up. His cheeks were slightly flushed from the alcohol, and his long eyelashes obscured the expression in his eyes as he lowered them. I'm right here, Xiaoxiu replied dryly, trying to pull her clothes out of Gu Jingqiu's hands, but without success. Why do you want a divorce? Is there something I'm not doing well enough? Or is there something I'm not satisfied with? Gu Jingqiu raised his head and stared intently at Xiaoxiu. She stood there stunned for a while before finally focusing her gaze on the slightly ajar coffee table drawer. It turns out that he rummaged through this drawer when he got home and probably saw the draft agreement he had prepared. She opened her mouth, wanting to explain something, but couldn't say anything. She did indeed have that thought, but seeing Gu Jingqiu's puppy-like expression, she couldn't bring herself to say it. He had always been like a flower on a high mountain, aloof and unapproachable, exuding an air of detachment. At this moment, his face was slightly flushed from drunkenness, and his dark eyes were fixed on her, without uttering a word. But Xiaoxiu felt like he was a puppy about to be abandoned by its owner. She has always been a soft-hearted person, and seeing Gu Jingqiu like this, she could only sigh. This was written before. I brought it with me when I moved, but I didn't know where to put it, so I just stuffed it in. I didn't expect you to see it. In front of Gu Jingqiu, she took out the draft agreement from a small drawer in the coffee table, tore it to shreds, and threw it into the trash can. Okay, I tore it up. She patted Gu Jingqiu's head gently, as if coaxing a child. Xiaoxiu was actually on tenterhooks. After all, she had finished reading the entire novel. The novel portrays Gu Jingqiu as a ruthless, cunning, and decisive person. But now he just stares at her blankly like a puppy, letting him stroke his fur. Even knowing that the man in front of her was extremely dangerous, she still couldn't control herself. With such beauty before us, even a saint would be wasting his time. From an angle where Xiaoxiu couldn't see, Gu Jingqiu slightly curled the corners of his lips. His expression was clear. It didn't look like the eyes of a drunkard at all. Gu Jingqiu, I just need to make this clear to you. The difference between us is just too great. I did like power and money before, but people change. After spending these 2 months together, I don't believe you don't know what kind of person I am. I like a free and easy life, and I don't want to be constrained by others. I can't live a life where I have to deal with people and maintain relationships all the time, and I can't bear the pressure that your identity brings me. Aside from the marriage certificate, our relationship is completely clean. I can stay with you now, but I request a prenuptial agreement. If we both meet someone we like in the future, this agreement will take effect. I hope we can separate peacefully then, and I won't take any of your property. Is that acceptable to you? Xiaoxiu rambled on, but Gu Jingqiu only caught a single sentence. You will meet someone you like in the future. Who will she meet? Has she met him yet? Has she fallen for him? An overwhelming sense of crisis had gripped Gu Jingqiu. He couldn't even pretend to be drunk anymore, and he sat up straight, staring intently at Xiaoxiu. The thought of Xiaoxiu meeting someone she likes in the future, then holding hands and embracing each other. Just imagining that scene makes me feel like I have a vast green grassland above my head. Anger began to rage within me. For a moment, Gu Jingqiu even pondered what women liked most, and what could attract a woman to stay by a man's side forever. But after thinking for a long time, Gu Jingqiu still couldn't come up with a solution. Looking back at his romantic experiences over the past 28 years, it's all a blank, and he has had very little contact with women. Gu Jingqiu. He even remembered the song the driver had forgotten to change in the car when he brought him here earlier that day. What can I use to keep you here? You don't need to do anything, just stay by my side. Xiaoxiu was stunned. What did he mean by that? Seeing her expression, Gu Jingqiu quickly spoke up. What I mean is, if you separate from me now, then the position of Mrs. Gu will be coveted by some people. Sometimes business engagements cannot be avoided, and this will cause me trouble. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxiu gave him an expression that said, I understand. This means that now that Gu Jingqiu has regained control of the Gu family, those with ulterior motives will naturally set their sights on him. After all, since ancient times, marriage has been the best way to gain benefits. Chapter 86 Marriage of Contract. However, for Gu Jingqiu now, finding another marriage partner would indeed help stabilize the Gu group, but it would also be equivalent to having someone by his side who could monitor him at any time. Therefore, I am the best person for Gu Jingqiu to keep by his side. Orphans have no powerful backers and are easy to control. Seeing that Xia Shiyu remained silent, Gu Jingqiu drank another glass of water and slowly said, If you really feel pressured, we can sign a prenuptial agreement. Like you said, if I meet someone I like in the future. Gu Jingqiu said this through gritted teeth. We can also part ways amicably. I'll give you 500,000 a month, just for the title of Mrs. Gu, and we can live the same life as we do now. Is that okay? Considering Xia Shiyu's current indifference to money, Gu Jingqiu changed his original offer of 1 million to 500,000. Xia Shiyu was knocked unconscious. 500,000. That's enough to match her current annual salary. Is Gu Jingqiu really that rich now? She blinked, finding it hard to resist the enormous temptation that was coming her way. It's okay if you don't have to give it to me. Her voice was soft, clearly indicating that she was struggling internally. Seeing her attitude, Gu Jingqiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He stood up from the sofa, and there was no trace of his previous drunkenness. As he reached the doorway, he suddenly turned back to look at Xia Shiyu. Could I borrow your printer? Summer Rain nodded. After a while, Gu Jingqiu came out of the room with 2 copies of the agreement in his hand. He handed the agreement in his hand to Xia Shiyu. After carefully reading it, a look of surprise flashed in Xia Shiyu's eyes. If the two separate in the future, can Xia Shiyu receive 10% of Gu Jingqiu's assets as compensation? Furthermore, the property acquired during the marriage is considered joint property, and she is entitled to half of it. No, what's the difference between this and a proper division of marital property? Aren't they supposed to be a couple by mutual consent? She was completely stunned. No. Does signing this agreement mean she'll be forced to have kidney surgery? Or is it because Gu Jingqiu has some kind of sick, overseas sweetheart who needs an organ transplant or something? Xia Shiyu blinked, already holding the pen in her hand, but hesitated to sign. Every clause in the agreement is valid. This is your compensation. Gu Jingqiu paused, then added, just like going to work. Xia Shiyu nodded, thinking that in the novel's plot, Gu Jingqiu had always been indifferent to women. In fact, to highlight this point, the author even arranged for a stunningly beautiful actress to seduce him by taking off her clothes, only to be coldly thrown out by Gu Jingqiu. She signed both agreements. Seeing her sign, a smile finally appeared in Gu Jingqiu's eyes. He quickly took the agreement away, as if afraid that Xia Shiyu might change her mind at any moment. As soon as he got up, Gu Jingqiu was pulled back onto the sofa by Xia Shiyu. When he met Xia Shiyu's calm and composed eyes, he suddenly felt a pang of guilt. It's late, go and get some rest. Xia Shiyu, are you sober now? Her calm tone and ambiguous smile clearly showed that she had seen through his pretense of being drunk. Gu Jingqiu, I'm still a little dizzy. Xia Shiyu rolled her eyes at him without any politeness. If you're still a little dizzy, keep drinking. After saying that, Xia Shiyu turned and went to the kitchen, where she stirred a large glass of honey water and slammed it in front of Gu Jingqiu. This glass of water is so big, it's making my bladder ache. Gu Jingqiu looked up at Xia Shiyu. His expression held a hint of innocence. I've drunk too much alcohol and can't drink any more water. Xia Shiyu sneered, whatever. After saying that, she packed her things and went back to her bedroom. Perhaps because he smelled of alcohol, Gu Jingqiu slept on the sofa outside tonight and did not go into the room. When Xia Shiyu woke up in the morning, she subconsciously looked to the side, pursed her lips, and got up without saying anything. Pushing open the bedroom door, Gu Jingqiu was no longer home. On the table lay a black card with a platinum rim. There was also a small note under the card. This means that this supplementary card will have a fixed amount of 500,000 yuan every month, and both the card and the money belong to Xia Shiyu. She silently accepted the card, figuring that she already had enough money, and could save the money in the card so that when she left the big boss, she could become a little rich woman. Meanwhile, Xia Shiyu was also secretly wondering if Gu Jingqiu would be defeated by the male lead once again. When she read this book before, she didn't think there was anything wrong with the male protagonist defeating the villain. After all, whether it's a TV series or a novel, the plot always follows this direction. The protagonist goes through many hardships to reach the summit. But now that Xia Shiyu has become Gu Jingqiu's wife, her perspective on the plot has changed. If she were Gu Jingqiu, she might have given up after going bankrupt and never regained her confidence. After all, The author had already arranged for the male protagonist of this book, Chu Chun, to be paired with Gu Jingchu from the moment he stepped into the business world. Immediately afterwards, Chu Chun rose through the ranks as if he had a cheat code. No matter how much Gu Jingchu suppressed him, when he was in dire straits, there were always one or two benefactors who helped him. Although this is a setting created by the author in the novel, Xiaoxiu has already experienced Gu Jingchu's feelings from different perspectives. She was absolutely furious. On what grounds? A proud and unattainable young man, in the author's writing, becomes a stepping stone for the male protagonist to climb the social ladder. She angrily slammed her fist on the table. However, the story has now ended, and Chu Chun has led the Chu family to become the #1 wealthy family in Beijing, squeezing out the original Gu family. If the novel continues in the same vein, Gu Jingchu, the villainous boss, should be completely removed from the story after he goes bankrupt. But now he has single-handedly reclaimed the Gu group and firmly secured his position as president. In other words, under Gu Jingchu's leadership, the Gu group may now have the strength to compete with the Chu group. After that, Xiaoxiu and Gu Jingchu rarely met. Because Grandpa Gu was discharged from the hospital, Gu Jingchu spent more time visiting the old house. Gu Qingyue also called, subtly asking Xiaoxiu if she would move to the old house and live with them, but Xiaoxiu refused outright. She's more comfortable staying quietly in her own little home. After taking over the Gu group again, Gu Jingchu became busier every day, and Xiaoxiu didn't even need to send him messages to ask if he was coming back for dinner. She spends all her time at work and at home, living a life that revolves around both. Chapter 87 Encounter at the Snack Street. Xiaoxiu hasn't seen Gu Jingchu for a week now. Gu Jingchu only occasionally sends her messages to inquire about her well-being, and she replies in a business-like tone. Today she was tidying up the quilts because Gu Jingchu was now basically living in the Gu family's old house, and Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei were not there. She was going to move all the things that Gu Jingchu had shared with her in her bedroom during this period back to Gu Jingchu's room. After tidying everything up, Xiaoxiu raised her hand and glanced at her phone. It was almost 7 p.m. She touched her rumbling stomach and sighed silently. It's better to eat out. Cooking for one person isn't very interesting. With this in mind, Xiaoxiu picked up the keys from the table, went downstairs, and rode her electric scooter all the way to a local snack street, where she stopped. Upon arriving at the food street, Xiaoxiu felt as if she had returned to her hometown, her eyes shining brightly. The jianbing guozi smells so good, let's eat. This stinky tofu looks pretty good, let's eat. Takoyaki looks delicious. Let's eat. The grilled squid smells so good, I'm eating. Xiaoxiu had only explored less than a quarter of the food street when she had already tried several different kinds of snacks. She patted her half-full stomach and a smile appeared on her lips. I always buy half portions and small portions, so I can eat everything and still have room for the full portion. As Xiaoxiu strolled around, her eyes were drawn to a clam noodle stall in front of her. She followed the smell and soon stopped in front of the stall. Give me a small portion. Okay. Xiaoxiu sat on a small stool set up next to her and waited. Watching the boss busy at work, she smiled with her eyes crinkling. It's her turn next. Elder sister. A voice came from behind. Xiaoxiu didn't pay attention. But then the voice grew louder and louder, and she couldn't help but wonder. She frowned and looked back, only to see Huo Wenzhou's handsome face. Sister, it really is you. I saw your back from afar just now, and I thought I was seeing things. Huo Wenzhou walked over with a smile, accompanied by a girl with a ponytail, wearing a t-shirt and trousers. To run into you like this, I think it's really fate. His tone was full of surprise, with a hint of delight. I heard that President Gu has regained control of the Gu group. As Mrs. Gu, why would you be in a place like this? President Gu is really willing to go. Summer rain. If she hadn't been well read, she really wouldn't have noticed the green tea undertone in Huo Wenzhou's voice. She glanced at him briefly, then turned her gaze back to the bowl of clam noodles in the stall owner's hand, which wasn't ready yet. I like these things. What does it have to do with whether Gu Jingchu is willing to part with them or not? You said he's the president of the Gu group now. Surely he can afford to pay for my snacks at the food stall. Huo Wenzhou didn't see Xiaoxiu, and his face showed resentment and a bit of disappointment. Seeing that his words had been rebuffed by Xiaoxiu, he wasn't angry. Instead, he found a way to save face for himself. He pulled the girl next to him aside and said with a smile, I didn't mean that. You girls are naturally interested in snacks, and look, she loves them too. The girl smiled shyly. Yes, sister, I also love the snacks on this street, so I brought Wenzhou with me. They called her so affectionately, and the shyness and adoration on her face couldn't be hidden. The girl looked innocent, and judging from her clothes, she should be a senior in high school. Xiaoxiu pursed her lips, her expression towards Huo Wenzhou showing a hint of dissatisfaction. She had heard of Huo Wenzhou's reputation. Even in the original owner's memories, his reputation as a playboy had already spread. The little girl looked like she was just beginning to experience love. When Huo Wenzhou called her Madame Gu, Xia Xiu clearly saw a hint of joy flash in the girl's eyes. It was the joy of eliminating a rival in love. Xia Xiu replied casually to the girl. This street has pretty good food. Perhaps because Xia Xiu's attitude was somewhat cold, a hint of surprise flashed across the girl's face, and then she looked at Huo Wenzhou awkwardly. Huo Wenzhou seemed indifferent, and he sat down next to Xia Xiu as if they were old friends. Boss, give me a bowl of clam rice noodles that looks exactly like this lady's. He stared intently at Xia Xiu, ignoring the sad expression on the girl's face beside him. What a jerk. Xia Xiu disliked Huo Wenzhou even more for hurting girls' feelings at such a young age. Seeing the girl standing there blankly, she seemed a little uneasy because Huo Wenzhou had sat down on his own. Xia Xiu sighed, and seeing the girl's sad expression, she couldn't help but feel a little soft-hearted. Do you want some? If so, come sit next to me. This small table isn't big, but it's enough for 3 people to sit on a stool. Thank you, sister. Xia Xiu rested his chin on his hand, watching the girl's awkward and shy face, and sighed inwardly. Even without makeup, her face is practically overflowing with collagen. Her skin is incredibly good. Unlike her, who is already 24 and gets dark circles under her eyes even after staying up all night. Wenzhou, the clam rice noodles are ready. I've brought them to you. The girl carefully placed the bowl on the table, her expression almost humble. Do you want spicy food? Huo Wenzhou looked at the clam noodles on the simple little table. He was still smiling, but a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Go ahead and eat. The first bowl is definitely for you. You haven't eaten much this afternoon, so you must be hungry. Just a simple sentence moved the girl deeply. Xia Xiu almost rolled her eyes. She didn't miss the disdain in Huo Wenzhou's eyes at all. She even wanted to kick him into a ditch. This clam rice noodle soup is so delicious. What right does he have to look down on it? What a jerk. After Xia Xiu's clam rice noodles were served, she carefully blew on them to cool them down before picking up her chopsticks and eating. It's so delicious and spicy. It seems I'll have to come to this food street more often in the future. Huo Wenzhou rested his chin on his hand, picking at the noodles with his chopsticks, but he didn't put them in his mouth. Instead, he watched Xia Xiu with great interest. He suddenly found Xia Xiu's eating style to be very cute. Have you seen enough? After finishing the last bite of noodles, Xia Xiu, unable to bear it any longer, slammed her chopsticks on the table. When she stood up, she even deliberately kicked the table. It was originally a folding table. When it was kicked, the table shook, and the bowl of clam and vermicelli soup in front of Huo Wenzhou, which hadn't been touched at all, spilled out and stained Huo Wenzhou's shirt. Chapter 88, Let My Husband Compensate You. The girl next to Huo Wenzhou was stunned. After a while, she reacted, quickly pulled out the paper, and wiped Huo Wenzhou's body haphazardly. However, the fabric of Huo Wenzhou's shirt was of excellent quality, and the oil and soup stains on it could not be wiped off at all. On the contrary, with the rubbing of the tissue, the stains became larger and larger. It seems I have quite a talent for design. Xia Xiu pointed gleefully at the large patch of yellow grime on Huo Wenzhou's waist and abdomen, then winked. I'm, after all, your savior, so you won't mind if I accidentally dirted one of your clothes, will you? Before Huo Wenzhou could speak, Xia Xiu continued. It's because young Master Huo kept staring at me and startled me. So my movement when I got up was a little abrupt. It wasn't intentional. You're not angry, are you? Huo Wenzhou gave a forced smile and uttered 2 words. Won't. But the girl next to Huo Wenzhou frowned, feeling indignant on Huo Wenzhou's behalf. Sister, I clearly saw you doing it on purpose just now. How could you? Shut up. Before the girl could finish her righteous words, Huo Wenzhou interrupted her with an unfriendly expression. When did it become your place to speak about what's between my sister and me? The girl's face paled. She bit her lip and took a step back, her bright eyes filled with hurt, tears welling up in her eyes. Xia Xiu stood there, coldly watching Huo Wenzhou. Huo Wenzhou didn't mind at all, and instead came closer with a grin. Sister, it's just a piece of clothing. Why would I be angry with you? If you like it, I'll order hundreds more to be made, and I'll wear them to splash you with water. A mischievous glint flashed in his eyes, clearly indicating that he had developed a great interest in Xia Xiu. Xia Xiu couldn't help but chuckle. I can't accept that. Huo Wenzhou, I don't like you. Stay away from me from now on. Then, she took out her phone and called Gu Jingqiu. The call was answered quickly. Gu Jingqiu's voice sounded slightly tired, and the sound of typing could be heard from the other end of the phone. Xia Xiu could hear this voice in almost every call. No wonder Lin Yi always complained that Gu Jingqiu was a workaholic. Gu Jingqiu, I ran into Huo Wenzhou from the Huo family at the night market and accidentally dirted his shirt. Please pay for it for me. Xia Shiyu's tone was flat, but Gu Jingchu on the other end of the phone understood instantly. A dark light flashed in a pair of deep, ocean-like eyes. Okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Xia Shiyu grinned and waved her phone at Huo Wenzhou. My husband will pay you back for the shirt. I have something to do, so I'll be going now. Watching Xia Shiyu's departing figure, Huo Wenzhou's expression was somewhat uncertain. After a long while, a smile finally appeared on his devilishly handsome face. My sister is really interesting. The girl next to Huo Wenzhou saw his expression and, although she was scared, she still mustered up the courage to try to hold his hand. But to everyone's surprise, Huo Wenzhou, who had been so gentle to her before, suddenly became a completely different person. He flung the girl's hand away and even disgustedly took out a wet wipe from his pocket to clean the place the girl had touched. The girl was so hurt by this action that she stood there, pale and swaying. Don't come looking for me again. After saying that, Huo Wenzhou threw the wet wipe into the trash can, leaving the girl standing there alone before leaving without looking back. As we approached the intersection of the bustling city center, a discreet luxury car was parked there. Upon seeing Huo Wenzhou approach, the driver quickly got out of the car and respectfully opened the door for him. Young master, let's go home. Huo Wenzhou paused for a moment, then adopted a nonchalant attitude and got into the car. It seems that the guy surnamed Gu cares about her quite a bit. He's been quick about it. Back at the Huo family home, old Master Huo was furious, his brows furrowed in anger, and he kept pounding the ground with his cane. Seeing Huo Wenzhou return home looking so nonchalant, he became even more furious. You brat, you finally know how to come home. Huh, do you get itchy fingers if you don't cause me trouble every day? If the rest of the family saw old Master Huo looking so angry, they would probably kneel down and beg for forgiveness. But Huo Wenzhou remained nonchalant. He grinned, slowly walked to old Master Huo's side, took old Master Huo's arm, and patted old Master Huo's back with his other hand to soothe him. Grandpa, why get so angry over your good-for-nothing grandson? Besides, I didn't do anything serious today. He pursed his lips and looked at old Master Huo with an innocent expression. It has to be said that Huo Wenzhou's handsome face is a major weapon, especially when he deliberately puts on an innocent expression, making it impossible for anyone to get angry. Old Master Huo's anger vanished without a trace, leaving only resentment towards his grandson's incompetence. They're already adults, yet they're still messing around outside, showing no interest in taking over the family business. Despite having such high intelligence, he insists on acting recklessly outside, and at such a young age, he has already earned a bad reputation far and wide. Now look what's happened, we've offended Gu Jingchu. Old Master Huo was truly disappointed in his son. Why mess with that one of all people? Tell me, why did you have to provoke Gu Jingchu's people? Grandpa Huo slammed his cane on the ground twice more. You like to date in school, which makes people come to your door crying. I've taken care of all of that for you. But why did you go and bother a married woman? Upon hearing this, Huo Wenzhou curled his lips and said, It's not about provoking you. Madame Gu is my savior. If she hadn't saved me in the alley, your precious grandson might still be in a wheelchair right now. I approached my savior to thank her. What's wrong with that? Others might be fooled by Huo Wenzhou's sincere expression, but old Master Huo had watched Huo Wenzhou grow up since he was a child, so he wouldn't be so easily deceived. You're talking nonsense. Old Master Huo cursed angrily. You're just after her, because she's pretty and has an interesting personality. That's why you're so eager to get close to her. What lifesaver? Even if that girl hadn't shown up that day, you would have gotten away unscathed. Don't think I don't know what kind of people you've been keeping. They're blocking the alleyway. Even the doctor is ready and waiting there. What could possibly happen to you? Seeing that his secret had been exposed, Huo Wenzhou was not angry. Instead, he shamelessly smiled at old Master Huo. Grandpa, it's just a small matter. Grandpa Huo let out a long sigh and sat down on the sofa. Chapter 89 is not someone you can mess with. Old Master Huo stared intently at Huo Wenzhou. Do you think Gu Jingchu is easy to mess with? He has never been interested in women, but now he is willing to call the Huo family for a woman. This shows how important that woman is to him. Huo Wenzhou looked away, his nonchalant expression vanishing. So what? The Gu family today is not the Gu family it used to be. After all, they are a family with a century-old heritage. Even if they have been severely damaged, they still have the confidence to stand at the top. Old Master Huo said, if you encounter that person, you should avoid him. He was exiled abroad to survive on his own while still in high school, and he built a successful business. Even when he could only make ends meet, he was able to thrive abroad. After returning to China at the age of 18, he single-handedly took control of the entire Gu group. If it weren't for the fact that old Master Gu was afraid that Gu Jingchu was too young and that his sharpness would cause unnecessary trouble, so he gave him the largest company in the group, the Gu group would have been his long ago. Huo Wenzhou sat on the sofa expressionlessly, fiddling with an ordinary keychain in his hand. Then it went bankrupt, didn't it? Seeing that his grandson was still unmoved by reason, old Master Ho was furious. You're just young and naive. Gu Jingchu only went bankrupt domestically, but do you think the businesses he built overseas were a joke? I have received information that Gu Jingchu's previous company went bankrupt entirely because all of its assets had been transferred overseas. He then used the funds transferred overseas to acquire scattered shares of the Gu Group in various small companies. Now he has consolidated them all and has become the person with the largest shareholding. Even if the Gu family wanted to object, they couldn't. This is like buying your own company with your own money right under the enemy's nose. You're not someone a fool like you can pull off. I understand, Grandpa. Huo Wenzhou put the keychain in his pocket and nodded. I'll be careful. That brat doesn't seem to know any better than to be tactful. He's actually holding a grudge. Old Master Huo sighed. Gu Jingchu is ruthless and merciless. You should avoid contact with those who offended him in the past. Although Grandpa Gu is now relying on extraordinary medical techniques to prolong his life, no one in Beijing dares to underestimate this old man whose life could end at any moment. The methods that old Master Gu used to manage the business world are still being told to the younger generation by some elders in their families. Now that you mention it, I'm a little curious. How did someone so capable get defeated by that guy surnamed Chu? Huo Wenzhou seemed quite interested, as if he wanted to get more information from old Master Hua. That one. When Chu Chun was mentioned, a vague emotion flashed in old Master Hua's cloudy eyes, which seemed to be both disdain and a little amazement. That kid is incredibly lucky. In all my years, I've never met anyone with better luck than him. He's never failed. I don't know what kind of spell that kid surnamed Chu has cast on those old fogies. After meeting him a few times, they treat him like their own son, turning a penniless kid into the number one in the business world. After saying this, old Master Hua glanced sideways at Huo Wenzhou. Why can't you be so lucky? Huo Wenzhou smiled. Perhaps I will also become an orphan like that man surnamed Chu. Old Master Hua was speechless with anger and immediately tried to hit someone with his cane. Your parents have already gone abroad and are trying to avoid running into you at home. Don't push your luck. Huo Wenzhou got up and ran. Old Master Hua was old and had a cane in his hand, so he couldn't catch up with him. Huo Wenzhou ran far away in no time. Old Master Hua could only stand there, holding his cane and cursing. That brat, he's an adult now, and he still gives me so much trouble. After saying that, he could only sigh as he watched Huo Wenzhou's departing figure. The Hua family and the Gu family have a relationship. Otherwise, Gu Jingchu wouldn't have been able to settle things with just a phone call and a warning. Go, pack that ruby necklace properly and send it to the Gu family. The butler nodded and quickly went to do it. On the other side, Xia Shiyu received a call from Gu Qinyue. Okay, I'll go back. After hanging up the phone, Xia Shiyu lowered her head and continued organizing the documents. Gu Qinyue invited her to have dinner at the Gu family's old house today. Ever since Grandpa Gu returned to the Gu family home for recuperation, he has taken a liking to Xia Shiyu. Every few days, someone would call her back. Xia Shiyu also quite liked this kind old man. In him, she saw the shadow of her grandfather who had raised her before she transmigrated into the book. I have a driver picking me up after get off work, so I won't go home with you. Xia Shiyu greeted Lu Wan first. Lu Wan nodded, then placed another stack of documents on Xia Shiyu's desk. Take a good look at these documents. You might have to go on a business trip with me to the mine next month. Xia Shiyu was a little confused. What was she going to the mine for? There were only some raw stones there. I'll teach you some other skills. Lu Wan patted Xia Shiyu on the shoulder. In our line of work, just knowing how to appraise antiques and collectibles isn't enough. Jade gambling. Xia Shiyu's eyes widened. She hadn't expected that after transmigrating into the book, she would come into contact with this industry. She lowered her eyes and nodded in acceptance of Lu Wan's kindness. What Lu Wan didn't know was that before transmigrating into the book, Xia Shiyu had traveled all over the country with her grandfather when she was a child, and her ability to gamble on stones was even more impressive than her ability to appraise treasures. However, when the old man was young, he traveled the world and did many things that offended people due to his youthful impetuosity. So a few years before the old man passed away, he insisted that Xia Shiyu get into university to become a teacher and made Xia Shiyu swear that he would never touch those things again. Xia Shiyu understood the old man's good intentions, knowing that he was afraid that if she entered this industry, she would be targeted by the enemies he had offended in the past. After all, anything involving gambling is likely to attract desperate criminals. So Xia Shiyu obediently became a university teacher until she transmigrated into this book. She was considering the possibility of working in this line of work. She and Gu Jingchu are currently in a contractual marriage, which means she is protected by the Gu family. This also means that as long as she doesn't go too far, she can do whatever she wants without restraint. The commission for gambling on rough stones is higher than that for appraising antiques. If we don't open for business for a year, we can live off it for a whole year once we open. Xiaoxiu was eager to try, but she couldn't let Lu Wan see her excitement. Chapter 90. This is snail rice noodles. While someone might be able to pass off their antique appraisal skills as something they learned in school and have a bit of talent, revealing their ability to identify raw stones could lead to them being arrested and investigated. Seeing that Xiaoxiu was still in a daze, Lu Wan waved her hand in front of Xiaoxiu. Don't you want to go? Xiaoxiu snapped out of her daze and quickly nodded. Yes, I'm just thinking about how to get things settled at home. Good. Lu Wan knew that Xiaoxiu was married, and she even felt sorry that such a young girl had married so young. Despite working as her assistant for almost a month, she had never seen what Xiaoxiu's husband looked like. Lu Wan wasn't a gossipy person, so she didn't ask any more questions since Xiaoxiu didn't bring it up. After get off work, Gu's driver had already arrived at the company gate. Xiaoxiu got on the bus and leaned back in her seat, pretending to doze off. Before long, the car drove towards the Gu family's old house. Unlike before, ever since the old man returned to his old house for recuperation, the Gu family has been moved out of the old house by the old man under the pretext of gifting the property. They can only get together on weekends when they visit the old man. This made things much easier for Xiaoxiu. After all, Su Tingwan had been acting strangely both times they met, and her disdainful gaze made her feel very uncomfortable. Madam, would you like to bring in the items you picked up from the courier station? Xiaoxiu paused for a moment, then nodded. When she got off work, the delivery notification showed that the package had arrived at the station. She checked the route, and it was on her way, so she asked the driver to pull over and pick up the package at the delivery station. After Grandpa Gu moved back to the old Gu family house, Gu Qingyue also moved back to the old house, and Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei also settled in the old house. It was clear that having his grandson with him had greatly improved Grandpa Gu's mood. It just so happens that she bought the gift package that she snagged in a Douyin livestream. Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei should love to eat it. Take them all out. The driver responded, then opened the trunk and took out 2 or 3 boxes. Sister-in-law, you're finally back. We've been waiting for you for so long. Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei rushed out and grabbed Xiaoxiu's arms on either side, shaking them vigorously. Xiaoxiu smiled gently and patted the 2 children on the head. I missed you all too. Come on in, I have a big snack gift pack here. When she arrived at the Gu family's old house after get off work, it was already dinner time, and the chefs in the kitchen were busy. The butler pushed Mr. Gu, who was in a wheelchair, over. Compared to when we first met, Grandpa Gu is in much better condition now. Many tubes have been removed from his body, leaving only an oxygen tube under his nose. Grandpa Gu is now able to say a few words briefly and no longer needs the assistance of machines. Moreover, there were 2 doctors following behind him at all times to prevent any sudden dangers. Grandfather. Xiaoxiu quickly stepped forward to greet him. Yes, it's here. Old Master Gu moved his fingers, and the butler behind him immediately took out a beautifully packaged box and handed it to Xiaoxiu. It was sent from the Hua family. Xiaoxiu took the box, opened it, and saw that it was a beautiful and valuable ruby necklace. A hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. Was it sent by the Hua family? Could it be that day? She suddenly realized that Gu Jingchu had actually gone to negotiate with the Gu family. Her phone call in front of Hua Wenzhou was just to warn him. A warm feeling welled up inside me. I see. Xiaoxiu carefully put the gift box away and placed it aside. Standing in front of several boxes, Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei were filled with curiosity, and Gu Baobao couldn't resist reaching out to rummage through them. Gu Qingyue quickly pulled the 2 children over. These are things my cousin-in-law bought. She hasn't opened them yet, so you're not allowed to touch them. Xiaoxiu walked over with a smile. This is a want-want snack gift pack. I always keep it at home so my 2 little ones can come over and have some whenever they want. Let them open it. She tore open the tape inside the box, revealing the snacks inside. Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei cheered, their eyes filled with joy. Living in the Gu family's old house, everything was specially prepared for them, with a balanced diet. Snacks like these were rarely available to them. Gu Beibei opened the other 2 boxes as well, pointing at the contents with a puzzled expression. Cousin-in-law? What's this? Gu Beibei also peeked over to look, and after seeing clearly, the little girl frowned and looked at Gu Jingchu, who had just come downstairs, with a very serious expression. Cousin, I have a very serious question to ask you. Gu Baobao walked over quickly and stopped in front of Gu Jingchu. He put one hand on his hip and pointed at Xiaoxiu with the other. Didn't you give your cousin's wife any money? That's why she was so hungry she had to buy instant noodles. Xiaoxiu stared wide-eyed, not understanding why Gu Baobao would say such a thing. This isn't instant noodles. She clearly bought incredibly delicious Yunnan rice noodles and snail rice noodles. This is one of her biggest hobbies. How did it become instant noodles? Gu Jingchu stood there, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and then raised an eyebrow at Xiaoxiu. Didn't you pay? Xiaoxiu awkwardly scratched the ground with her toes and quickly rushed forward to pick Gu Baobao up. Baby, don't misunderstand. This isn't instant noodles, it's snail rice noodles. You can eat it for dinner or a late-night snack. It's delicious, and your cousin gave me money so I can eat a big meal every day. Gu Baobao was skeptical. After all, when he lived with his cousin and his wife before, his cousin's wife had taken them to the supermarket, and he had personally witnessed her grabbing discounted vegetables and running incredibly fast. Therefore, my cousin's wife must be short of money. Besides, what exactly is snail rice noodles? He had never heard of it before. There's nothing in this world that Gu Baobao hasn't heard of. This must be a lie told by my cousin's wife. She likes my cousin so much, she's definitely speaking up for him. Is it delicious? I want some too. Gu Baobao pointed to the packets of snail rice noodles and said, I've seen how to cook instant noodles on TV. If you cook one packet, I'll know how. Summer rain. This isn't about whether it's cooked on the spot or not. The key point is that this is snail rice noodles. Luosafen, river snail rice noodles. She glanced around and found that none of the people surnamed Gu reacted at all, completely unaware of the power of the aroma wafting from the cooked snail rice noodles. She sighed silently and looked at Gu Baobao with a leisurely gaze. Are you sure? I want to cook a whole packet. Gu Baobao's voice was very certain. I'm sure. Chapter 91 The Snail Rice Noodle Meeting. When Xia Xiu resigned herself to going to the kitchen, tore open the packaging, cooked the rice noodles, and started pouring in the pickled bamboo shoots, she was not surprised to see the shocked expression on the face of the Gu family's chef. Sure enough, even chefs in wealthy families had never seen these before. When the snail rice noodles cooked in a small electric pot were brought to the restaurant, Xia Xiu clearly saw the confident expression on Gu Baobao's face crack in patches. He widened his eyes, covered his nose, and quickly backed away. This sister-in-law. Gu Baobao's voice trembled even more. Did you go scavenging in the garbage dump? Xia Xiu looked both amused and exasperated. She silently backed away a few times as she watched Grandpa Gu's wheelchair. Everyone in the restaurant had different expressions, except for Gu Jingchu, whose expression remained unchanged. However, his eyes were fixed on the bowl of snail rice noodles in front of him, his brows slightly furrowed. He wondered if the food with this smell was safe to eat. This is delicious. Seeing that everyone was questioning his beloved, Xia Xiu simply sat down in front of the small electric cooker and picked up his chopsticks to slurp up noodles. Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei exchanged a glance, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. However, Gu Beibei's reaction was not as strong as Gu Baobao's. She even carefully moved next to Xia Xiu and blinked as she watched Xia Xiu eat snail rice noodles. It looks delicious. Gu Baobao was a little envious, but when she smelled the aroma, she wrinkled her little nose in disgust. But her foodie nature made her resist the taste she disliked. She moved to the small electric cooker and pointed to the snail rice noodles inside. To verify whether my cousin-in-law is eating junk food, I've decided to set an example for myself. I'm going to try a bite too. Xia Xiu turned her head and met Gu Beibei's gaze. Very good. The foodie's cravings were burning. Do you eat spicy food? She silently took a bowl and a pair of chopsticks from the table, put a few bites into the small electric cooker, and handed it to Gu Beibei. I can eat a little bit of spicy food. Xia Xiu nodded and poured in some warm water to dilute the spiciness. Ugh. Gu Beibei picked up a piece of snail rice noodles with her chopsticks, but as soon as she brought it to her mouth, she smelled the aroma of snail rice noodles and couldn't help but turn her head away and gag. Gu Chenyue quickly came over to pat her daughter's back and tried to take the bowl in front of Gu Beibei away. However, the smell made Gu Chenyue feel like it was hitting her head, and she turned her head away and gagged twice. No, I can. Gu Beibei shouted. She had clearly seen her cousin-in-law eating so deliciously, and she could too. Go Gu Beibei. She picked up another mouthful with her chopsticks, and to prevent herself from smelling the aroma, she pinched her nose and quickly stuffed the snail rice noodles into her mouth with her chopsticks. After taking 2 bites, Gu Beibei was completely stunned. Seeing her daughter's expression, Gu Chenyue thought something had happened, so she quickly patted Gu Beibei's back, trying to get Gu Beibei to spit out what was in her mouth. But the next second, Gu Beibei broke free from Gu Chenyue's embrace and ran quickly to Xia Xiu with her short legs, her 2 bright eyes looking at her. Sister-in-law, please give me more. It's so delicious. After tasting it, the nauseating smell that had made her gag vanished instantly. Gu Beibei no longer finds the snail rice noodles smelly at all. On the contrary, they smell delicious. The Gu family members watched as Gu Beibei slurped up the snail rice noodles, praising each bite as she did so, their faces showing expressions of utter disbelief. Is food that smells like this really delicious? Gu Baobao also came over, forced herself to taste it, and then couldn't stop. Xia Xiu had cooked a packet, but she barely ate any of it. Gu Bao Bao and Gu Beibei ate it all. Hee. I no longer doubt whether my cousin didn't give his wife money. Cousin, next time you buy something this delicious, you must invite both of us. At mealtimes, the chefs bring out the dishes, but the smell of cheap snail rice noodles wafts through the mansion, which is worth hundreds of millions. Xia Xiu covered her face, looking at the bowl of snail rice noodles that almost everyone had, and she regretted why she had brought the food here to save trouble. Dad, you can't eat this. Gu Chunyue quickly took away the bowl in front of her and met the old man's sullen gaze. She then moved the old man's nutritious meal over to him. Please have this. It's said that when people get old, their personalities become like those of children. Old Master Gu slammed down his chopsticks and snorted coldly. Eating this stuff is utterly pointless. It makes my mouth feel like a bitter melon. Why don't you give me some of your flavorful stuff? Gu Chunyue didn't dare to say anything, so she could only gently smile and reason with old Master Gu. Dad, it's not that I don't want you to eat it. It's just that your stomach is too sensitive right now, and this kind of food is too spicy for your body to handle. I can't stand it anywhere. When I was young, I traveled all over the country. Back when our country was in a famine, I was trapped in that place and couldn't get out. I've eaten grass roots and tree bark. Now I'm just a little. Old Master Gu turned his face to Xia Xiu. What kind of powder was it again? Loasafan, river snail rice noodles, Xia Xiu whispered, looking at Gu Jingchu with a pleading expression. I really can't let the old man eat this. Grandpa Gu's health has deteriorated to the point that even eating chili peppers causes him stomach upset, let alone snail rice noodles. Grandpa, Gu Jingchu said slowly, putting down his chopsticks. If you want to live a few more years, don't eat anymore. These words made old Master Gu glare and bristle, but Gu Jingchu's next sentence instantly made him beam with joy. Don't you want to hold your great-grandchild anymore? I want to. Old Master Gu chuckled, picked up his chopsticks again, and ate the nutritious meal he had just scolded. Xia Xiu gave Gu Jingchu a strange look. Her face flushed slightly. She ate a few bites, finished her meal, greeted everyone, and left the table. After finishing his meal, Gu Jingchu got up to leave. Want to go to the company headquarters together? Xia Xiu was stunned for a moment when she heard this, and subconsciously shook her head. I'm going home. Come with me. She thought about it for a moment, and then agreed. If Gu Jingchu asked twice, it means there must be another reason why she needs to step in. After getting up to say goodbye, Xia Xiu got into Gu Jingchu's car. For you. In the car, Gu Jingchu took out a gift box and placed it in Xia Xiu's hand. She raised an eyebrow. What is it? Lipstick. She was stunned. Why would Gu Jingchu give her lipstick for no reason? Seeing Xia Xiu's puzzled expression, Gu Jingchu didn't explain. Instead, he reached out and opened the gift box, his slender fingers selecting a bright red one. Chapter 92. The paint got on the outside. Then, Gu Jingchu put the lipstick into Xia Xiu's hand and thoughtfully brought over a small mirror from the car. Xia Xiu looked confused. He picked out the lipstick and put it in her hand, as if he wanted her to apply it for him to see. Gu Jingchu's deep eyes revealed no emotion, only a slight, mocking curve at the corner of his lips. My dear uncle's former secretary is now sitting in my office. He leaned back lazily in his seat and snorted coldly. She recommended this place, ostensibly to take care of you, but actually, Xia Xiu suddenly realized. Gu Jingchu has just taken over the Gu group, and there are probably still many employees left behind by Gu's uncles or other members of the Gu family. Rather than employees, it would be more accurate to say that the majority of them were spies with ulterior motives. She gritted her teeth and instantly understood why Gu Jingchu had gone along with the female secretary's suggestion to buy him a lipstick set. I see. Xia Xiu took the bright red lipstick that Gu Jingchu had chosen and slowly applied it to her lips. Her natural beauty was enhanced by the addition of vibrant color to her otherwise unadorned appearance. Her features were exquisite, her lips like roses, and Gu Jingchu's eyes darkened slightly. A cool sensation lingered on her lips. Xia Xiu froze, too afraid to move. He. What is he doing? She swallowed hard, her eyes looking somewhat lost. Gu Jingchu withdrew his finger, only showing her the pad of his finger. It's been applied outside the lines. Oh, okay. She frantically searched for tissues to wipe herself, her heart pounding wildly. After applying her lipstick, she took out a few hair clips from her bag, let down her ponytail, and casually styled it into a relaxed look. She then found an eyeliner and mascara and did a simple eye makeup. Her originally pure and innocent face instantly became stunningly beautiful. Xia Xiu sighed once again, saying that this face was something to be envied. As the two walked into the company hand in hand, Xia Xiu felt that many people were looking at them. Gu Jingchu reached out and took Xia Xiu's hand. The warmth of his palm made Xia Xiu tremble. She lowered her head, her face slightly flushed. Mr. Gu, you've arrived. As soon as she arrived at the CEO's office, a woman in a bodycon skirt swayed over and paused for a moment when she saw Xia Xiu. Mr. Gu, who is this? Sun Qing stared intently at Gu Jingqiu and Xia Xiu's clasped hands, but her face remained gentle and smiling. In fact, she even cast a shy glance at Gu Jingqiu in front of Xia Xiu. Even with him present, this woman still manages to act all seductive, as if she's ready to seduce Gu Jingqiu at any moment. Not to mention when I'm not around. No wonder Gu Jingqiu brought me to the company today. Xia Xiu blinked, then looked up, just as Gu Jingqiu was also looking at her. Take care of her. Gu Jingqiu said something silently, and Xia Xiu smiled with her eyes crinkling, naturally understanding what he meant. So, her expression immediately changed. She looked at Sun Qing with an extremely arrogant expression, and then took Gu Jingqiu's arm in a possessive manner. Honey, who is she? She glared at Sun Qing with her beautiful eyes. Dressed like this during work hours? Don't you know anything about shame? Sun Qing put on a wronged expression and looked weakly at Gu Jingqiu. Mr. Gu, please explain to your wife that this is a business suit. I didn't mean anything by it. In front of Xia Xiu, Sun Qing adopted the coy, manipulative demeanor that men find most appealing. Gu Jingqiu remained unmoved, even taking a step back to give Xia Xiu ample room to maneuver. Xia Xiu walked straight up to Sun Qing and shoved her shoulder without any politeness. Ah! Sun Qing screamed, shoved against the wall, and looked at Gu Jingqiu with teary eyes from the pain. Mr. Gu, I am your employee. Are you just going to watch Madam falsely accuse me without even knowing the facts? I'm an honest person. I go to work, and now Madam has put such a big label on my head. How can I bear it? Sun Qing burst into tears, her face streaked with tears. No wonder Uncle Gu arranged for Sun Qing to be Gu Jingqiu's secretary. If it were any other man, being looked at so pitifully by such a voluptuous and beautiful woman, with eyes that seemed to regard him as a hero who could save her from dire straits, it would be strange if he didn't get confused. Logically speaking, if Gu Jingqiu didn't like her, he could have fired her or transferred her to another department long ago. But why wasn't that done? He even listened to this woman named Sun Qing's advice and bought her a lipstick set? Xia Xiu lowered her eyes, her mind racing. Then, she gave a cold laugh. What kind of decent person's secretary would inquire about what kind of lipstick the wife likes? Instead of doing your own job, you're asking around about all sorts of trivial things. What? Are you jealous that I've taken Mrs. Gu's position? Sun Qing shook her head innocently, but her eyes were fixed on Xia Xiu's lips. She saw that it was the same lipstick shade that she had recommended to Gu Jingqiu yesterday. She had mentioned that it was her favorite bright red shade, and a hint of smugness flashed in her eyes as she put it on Xia Xiu's lips. Does the fact that President Gu listened to her and bought things for Xia Xiu mean that she has taken a big step forward? The more she thought about it, the more hopeful she became. Sun Qing's expression grew increasingly tender, and her eyes, as she looked at Gu Jingqiu, seemed to be overflowing with tears. I didn't mean it. I just mentioned it casually. I didn't expect Mr. Gu to take it to heart. Madam, I'm sorry. I didn't expect you to overthink such a small matter. If you don't like it, I won't mention it again. TSK, TSK, TSK. This tea smells really good. Xia Xiu pursed her lips. This was ostensibly an apology, a humble act, but her words also revealed the intimacy between her and Gu Jingqiu. If this were a girl who truly liked Gu Jingqiu, she would definitely be furious after hearing this. Xia Xiu sneered inwardly. Since Sun Qing wanted this effect, she could act it out herself. Whether I like it or not is none of my business. I just can't stand a woman like you by my husband's side. She turned her head and looked at Gu Jingqiu angrily. I'm asking you, do you still want this woman by your side as your secretary? Gu Jingqiu remained silent, adopting a completely silent attitude. Say something. Does your silence mean you want to keep this woman by your side? I didn't see that coming. Gu Jingqiu, don't forget, Grandpa only has my name on his granddaughter-in-law. I'll tell Grandpa when I get back. Chapter 93 Acting. After saying this, Xia Xiu looked smug. Gu Jingqiu also climbed down the steps. Your choice is to resign or be transferred to the HR department. After saying that, Gu Jingqiu stepped into the office without looking back. Sun Qing stood there, stunned, a look of disbelief flashing in her eyes. Impossible. She clearly sensed that Gu Jingqiu was wavering towards her just now. How could he suddenly? Soon, Xia Xiu had someone pack up Sun Qing's things and threw them directly at Sun Qing's feet. Take your things and get out of here right now. I'm only keeping you a position in HR because you're a long-time employee. If you keep dreaming about other things, I'll make sure you can't even stay at this company. After coldly remarking, Xia Xiu slammed the door shut. Fortunately, this was the president's private floor at Story Group. Otherwise, Sun Qing's disheveled appearance, with her head and face covered in trash, would probably have spread throughout the company. Even through the door, Sun Qing could no longer conceal the anger in her eyes. Isn't this Secretary Sun? Why is she looking so disheveled at the door? Lin Ye's voice came from behind Sun Qing. Sun Qing quickly composed herself, turned around, and began to cry softly. Assistant Lin, Wah, what happened? Please don't cry. Such a pretty face. If you cry and ruin your makeup, it won't look good. Lin also smiled, uttering words that didn't reflect her true feelings. Sun Qing cried her heart out, tears streaming down her face. Listening to Lin Ye's concerned words, she even leaned closer to him. Wah, Assistant Lin, you don't know, just now when Madam came, she called me a vixen without saying a word, accusing me of seducing President Gu. But we are colleagues in the same office. Whether I seduced President Gu or not, you know. You have. You're so persistent, whether it's your eyes or your body, you seize every opportunity to stick to Gu Jingqiu. Lin kept complaining in his heart. When he saw Sun Qing's body pressed against him, he almost kicked her to the ground on instinct. But thinking about today's plan, he forced himself to hold back and even patted Sun Qing's back in a pretentious manner, suppressing his disgust. I believe you, but Madam's temper is a bit of a headache even for me. She used to bombard me with messages and calls every day. She even came to the company to make a scene when I asked about President Gu's whereabouts. No wonder President Gu was unwilling to bring her along before. I guess the reason she was brought along by President Gu this time is because the old man put pressure on her. Lin remained unfazed, speaking to Sun Qing in ways that contradicted the facts, even exaggerating them. Sure enough, he saw Sun Qing's eyes light up, and even a hint of smugness and pride flashed in them. Seeing the fish slowly taking the bait, Lin continued to apply more force. But what's wrong with you? These things on the floor are from your desk, aren't they? Sun Qing quickly wiped away her tears and said, Madam forced President Gu to transfer me to the personnel department. I don't care if I suffer injustice, but we can't let President Gu be forced into this situation. Pooh. He's being forced into this. He couldn't be happier. Lin also rolled her eyes inwardly. Chu Gu had wanted to fire this woman for a long time, but because she was Gu Qinyan's person and might have some things in her hands, he brought his sister-in-law over and staged this scene. He was hiding to the side and saw everything clearly, just waiting to jump out now. How could Madam do this? Lin Yi shouted indignantly. I'm going to have a good talk with Sister Sun Qing later. You've been with the company for so long. You've worked hard even if you haven't made any great contributions. How could Madam transfer you to the personnel department because of unfounded suspicions? Isn't this making the whole company laugh at you, Sister Sun Qing? Going from a president's secretary to a human resources employee, you can imagine how others will view you. Lin also had a pitying expression, and Sun Qing's face had turned pale. She clenched her fingers into a fist, her molars almost grinding to powder. Sun Qing is very concerned about her image, and Lin Ye's words really hit her where it hurt. Wah, what am I going to do now? I don't want to be laughed at. Assistant Lin, maybe I should just resign. If you quit, what's the point of playing? Is there anything else? We'll try to get it out of this woman. Lin immediately put on a show of tenderness and quickly grabbed Sun Qing's hand. No, please bear with it for a little longer. The old man really likes his granddaughter-in-law, and even President Gu is holding back. We don't know how long the old man's health can hold up. Lin also spat in his heart, and even stomped on it with his foot to spit out the unlucky words he had just said. Just think, how long can Madam be so arrogant then? Lin Yi snorted. I'll just block her then. You have no idea how much she bothered me the other day. Upon hearing this, Sun Qing finally smiled. Can I go back to work in the CEO's office? Of course, that's fine. Just stay in HR and treat it as a vacation. You don't need to do anything, just work and rest. Your salary will still be calculated according to the standards for a president's secretary. After saying that, Lin also winked at Sun Qing. This is a message that President Gu just sent me, asking me to take special care of this. He reached out and patted Sun Qing on the shoulder. Just wait and see. Sun Qing's eyes lit up immediately, and she swallowed hard. She really didn't want to let go of a man as exceptional as Gu Jingqiu. Back then, she only managed to stay in the president's office by using a special method to exchange with Gu Qinyan, that greasy middle-aged man. She would never give up so easily. Assistant Lin, let's add each other on WeChat, so it'll be easier to keep in touch. Looking at the handsome Lin Yi in front of her, Sun Qing tossed her hair and stared at him with a charming and alluring gaze. This man is pretty good too. He could become her backup option and provide her with information about Gu Jingqiu. Lin was almost disgusted by those looks. He suppressed the urge to vomit and silently took 2 steps back. Then he took out his phone and exchanged WeChat contacts with Sun Qing. I'll let you know as soon as anything happens, Sister Sun Qing. Actually, you'd be perfect to be by President Gu's side. After saying that, Lin pushed open the door and went into the office. My goodness, I'm really not cut out for acting. I don't know how you managed to act like that, sister-in-law. The president's office was very soundproof, so Lin spoke freely without worrying that Sun Qing, who was standing at the door, would hear him. At this moment, Xia Xiu was sitting leisurely on the sofa, drinking coffee, with a relaxed expression. Chapter 94. You have to pay for my work injury. Lin sat down opposite Xia Xiu with a bitter expression on his face. He kept complaining. That woman surnamed Sun was just trying to seduce me. Don't think I don't know. There's an old man in the finance department who's also her lover. This woman really doesn't discriminate between meat and vegetables. As she spoke, Lin also rolled her eyes dramatically. Hey Chu, you have to consider this a work injury for me. Sun Qing has caused me a lot of emotional trauma, and you have to compensate me. Gu Jingchu kept his head buried in the meeting documents, not even lifting it up. Bear the burden for a while, get this done, and the bonus will be doubled. Lin's bad mood eased a bit, and he started to grind a cup of coffee for himself, slowly sipping it. But before he could even take a couple of sips, a pile of documents was placed in front of Lin Yi. Get to work. Lin Yi. Okay. Are you treating him like a cow? Lin Yi's eyes darted around as he quickly browsed through the documents, then picked out the easiest ones and tossed them in front of Xia Xiu. Come on, sister-in-law, you make the decision. Just sign Chu Ji's name. Summer Rain. She looked like a kitten pointing at itself, clearly bewildered. No, she's doing this job part-time too? She looked at Gu Jingchu with pleading eyes, but Gu Jingchu only nodded at her. She sighed silently and resignedly began to read the documents. Earning 500,000 a month is not easy. Even though she wasn't in this line of work, she still frowned when she saw the messy data and nonsensical beginnings and endings in the documents. Anyone with eyes can see that Xu Ming's document was perfunctory. The page count is sufficient, but the entire text is basically nonsense, and you can't extract any useful information. Xia Xiu placed several documents directly in front of Gu Jingchu. Your Gu group still has such incompetent people around, she scoffed. Like a primary school student writing an essay. Gu Jingchu glanced at it briefly, a cold smile curving his handsome, thin lips. I haven't even lit my 3 fires as a new official, and these people are already making trouble. Lin Yi also came over to take a look with a curious expression, and he laughed heartily. These old guys are making quite a fuss, not to be trifled with. I only hinted to my subordinates that you'd be operating under the new system from now on, and they're already stirring up trouble. TSK. The person who wrote these documents is obviously stupid. He hasn't realized that you have always been the master of our group, and he's still foolishly pinning his hopes on that illegitimate regent from before. As he spoke, Lin also made a throat-slitting gesture. From now on, we'll have to. Gu Jingchu frowned, his expression indifferent. Some of them are veterans of the group, who have been with the group for many years. Lin Yi, use those who are still usable for now, and wait for our replacements before you make any moves. I know these old guys have amassed a fortune in the company, so we have to make them give back some of it. We have to squeeze every last drop of profit out of them before throwing them away, Lin said with a smile, but his words were anything but merciful. Those old guys, they're all taking the company's salary, and they're all traitors. Xia Xiu sat next to him, looking at a document in her hand. She listened to Gu Jingchu and Lin Yi discussing the future of employees and plans without any regard for her. She wished she could wear headphones. She doesn't want to know any of these groups' internal secrets, does she? Should I go out now? She couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Gu Jingchu glanced at Xia Xiu indifferently. You can sit here for another hour, and then you can leave. As for what you've heard, I believe you won't tell anyone. That sentence put an immense amount of pressure on Xia Xiu. If this gets out, she will be held responsible. I'm not listening. Xia Xiu rolled her eyes and got up to go to the lounge next door. I feel very tired. I'm not cut out for reading documents. I'm going to rest for a while. Lying on the bed in the lounge, Xia Xiu tried to get through the hour. She was about to take a nap when she smelled the fragrance of cedar on her pillow and blanket. This was Gu Jingchu's scent. Her face flushed, and for some reason, she suddenly lost the desire to sleep. Xia Xiu simply sat on the edge of the bed and started playing mobile games. Unbelievable. As the final sound effect rang out, Xia Xiu made a victory sign. This was level 799 of the match 3 puzzle game, and she had been stuck on it for almost half a month. Unexpectedly, she was incredibly lucky today and cleared it out, the last one, and she cleared it in the very last move. She was so happy that she kissed her phone several times. If it weren't for the fact that this was Gu Jingchu's lounge, she would have rolled around on the bed in excitement. Satisfied, I closed my phone and opened the Green Bubble app, only to find a red dot in my contacts. She frowned. This Green Bubble number is her personal number. She has 2 phone numbers, and this Green Bubble number was registered with her personal number. Even her colleagues at the company don't know about it. Did this person add the number by mistake? She looked at the profile picture and WeChat name for a long time, but couldn't remember them. so she simply chose to ignore them. But after a while, the owner of the WeChat account sent another friend request. Xia Xiyu frowned even more deeply. She opened this person's WeChat account, then chose to block their moments before accepting the request. After waiting for the notification that you have added the other person as a friend and can start chatting, Xia Xiyu hesitated for a moment before finally typing 2 words and sending them. Who are you? The other party did not reply. Instead, the message remained in the input field. After waiting for almost 2 minutes for a message, Xia Xiyu's patience ran out. She glanced at the time, locked the screen, put her phone in her bag, and ignored it. Just as she was about to go out, there was a knock on the door. It's almost time. If you need anything, I'll take you home. Actually, there wasn't much to do when I got back. I just took orders on the forum to earn some extra money, and then looked up some information about jade gambling to show Lu Wan. She could wait for Gu Jingqiu to get off work and go home together, but Xia Xiyu always felt a little awkward being in the same space with Gu Jingqiu. Because there was nothing to talk about, the silence made Xia Xiyu restless. Take me home. I still have some work to take care of. Gu Jingqiu nodded, then picked up the coat that was on the sofa. Let's go. Xia Xiyu followed her out. Standing in the elevator, Gu Jingqiu bent his arm towards Xia Xiyu. Chapter 95 Helping to attend the cocktail party. Xia Xiyu was stunned for a moment, then obediently put her arm in. And so, in front of everyone, Xia Xiyu took Gu Jingqiu's arm and left the Gu group. She could even sense that Sun Qing was gritting her teeth and watching Gu Jingqiu escort her home from a window on a certain floor. You really know how to win people's hearts, Xia Xiyu said lazily to Gu Jingqiu from the car. Don't underestimate a woman's jealousy. Would you be jealous? Gu Jingqiu's calm voice rang out. Xia Xiyu was at a loss for words when asked this question. She's jealous? What was there for her to be jealous of? Even now, Gu Jingqiu had brought a girl to her and said she was his sweetheart. Xia Xiyu wasn't even jealous. But why would he ask that? After carefully considering it for a while, Xia Xiyu laughed it off. If you hadn't gone bankrupt, I would definitely have been keeping a close eye on the women around you. But now that we've been through thick and thin together, I believe in you. Gu Jingqiu chuckled softly and said nothing more. It's rush hour now, so traffic is pretty bad. If we get to that stretch of road ahead, we won't be able to get out without at least 40 minutes of traffic. Xia Xiyu opened the map and glanced at the nearest subway station. It only takes a little over 400 meters. You go to that intersection ahead and turn in. I'll just walk across the pedestrian crossing to the subway station. The subway is much faster than if you drive me there. Gu Jingqiu stared at Xia Xiyu for a moment. Xia Xiyu playfully stuck out her tongue. It's not that I think you're driving too slowly, but even if Steve Jobs were driving a luxury car on this road, he would still be stuck in traffic. She would never say that it was because being in the same space and getting stuck in traffic made her feel uncomfortable. Good. After a long while, Gu Jingqiu frowned, looking at the motionless traffic in front of him, and finally replied with a okay. After passing 3 more traffic lights, when it was finally his turn to move, Gu Jingqiu turned the car onto the road closer to the subway station and parked at the intersection with his hazard lights on. Xia Xiyu opened the car door and got out, waving to Gu Jingqiu. The subway station is about 400 meters ahead, so it'll be easy for you to turn around. I'll be going now. As Gu Jingqiu watched Xia Xiyu's departing figure, his grip on the steering wheel tightened involuntarily. A hint of doubt flashed in his deep eyes. Then, without realizing it, I looked at myself in the rearview mirror. Why do I always feel like I can't find Summer Rain attractive? I always feel that whenever she's alone with me, she either talks non-stop or finds an excuse to leave. Is it really that hard to be alone with yourself? For the first time, Gu Jingqiu began to doubt his own personal charm. Just as he reached the subway station, Gu Qingyue called. Gu Qingyue sincerely invited Xia Xiyu to a cocktail party. It seems that Gu Baobao and Gu Beibei played too much in the water while taking a bath yesterday, and the nanny didn't pay attention. Today, when I went to kindergarten, the teacher called to say that both of my little ones had high fevers and had already received treatment to reduce their fevers at the school clinic. She told me to ask my parents to pick them up and take them to the hospital for treatment. Gu Qingyue has always prioritized these 2 children, but at this party, she had to maintain certain relationships in the name of the Gu family. Only members of the Gu family could attend. Because she didn't want Su Tingwan to interfere with the party, Gu Qingyue even used some tricks to get Su Tingwan to attend one of her sister's gatherings. Therefore, Xia Xiyu is the best candidate. After hanging up the phone, Xia Xiyu sighed silently. A cocktail party. It's another place for feigning compliance. She glanced at the ordinary dress she was wearing, which she had bought on Taobao, resigned herself to her fate, walked out of the subway station, and then took a taxi to the address of the makeup photos that Gu Qingyue had sent her. Because Xia Xiyu's face was beautiful enough, the makeup artist simply styled her hair, applied some light makeup, and then altered the haute couture dress that Gu Qingyue had ordered to a size smaller for Xia Xiyu to wear. A driver was already waiting at the door. After Xia Xiyu finished dressing up, she got into the car. Upon arriving at the entrance of a private winery, Gu Chenyue was already waiting there. Xiaoyu, you're finally here. Gu Chenyue's eyes were red. Clearly she was extremely anxious. The nanny just called and said that the two children are in the hospital and are vomiting because of high fever, and their condition is not good. Come in with me, and I'll introduce you to these people. You just need to greet them and go through the motions. I've already secured the order. You just need to wait until the party is over, go through the motions, and give the host face. Gu Chenyue directly pulled up the network of relationships among the people who attended the party on her phone. Names, ages, photos, and even the personalities of these people are all included. Xia Xiyu only had half an hour to memorize it. Fortunately, she has always had a good memory, and she remembered almost all the interpersonal relationships that Gu Chen had mentioned. Then, under Gu Chenyue's guidance, Xia Xiyu entered the circle of wealthy wives in Beijing. Xia Xiyu, dressed elegantly and beautifully, and being a naturally timid person, quickly showcased herself in front of the group of wealthy ladies under Gu Chenyue's guidance. Although some people looked down on Xia Xiyu's background, with Gu Chenyue by her side, and the title of Madame Gu, everyone was still showing goodwill towards Xia Xiyu, at least maintaining a smile on their faces. Half an hour later, seeing that Xia Xiyu was handling things with ease and was able to keep the situation under control, Gu Chenyue finally breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Xia Xiyu with admiration in her eyes. I'm going to the hospital to see the baby and Bebe first. I'll leave things here to you. The party should end in about 2 hours. If you can't handle it, just sit down and talk less. The relationships here are complicated, and no one will easily turn hostile. Summer Raindrops nodded. Where interests intersect, although this party is a gathering of wealthy women, don't these wealthy women represent families and their businesses? After Gu Chenyue left, Xia Xiyu clearly felt that many people's attitudes towards her instantly turned cold. However, Xia Xiyu could understand that most of these people were born into prestigious families, while the original owner was an orphan from a poor and remote area. Moreover, everyone in the wives' circle in Beijing knows that Xia Xiyu was able to marry Gu Jingchu because Gu Jingchu got drunk at a banquet and was helped into a room by Xia Xiyu, who was then a waitress. She then became Mrs. Gu. Chapter 96: The granddaughter-in-law who was valued by the old master. Everyone can easily imagine what happened in between. However, Xia Xiyu really had to come out and speak out for the original owner of the body. After all, nothing really happened back then. Even if the original owner had the intention to seduce him, someone as aloof and unattainable as Gu Jingchu was simply not someone anyone could get close to. That night, Gu Jingchu was sleeping in a suite in Jinda City, with bodyguards guarding the door. The original owner of this body was actually on the sofa outside, being watched from all directions by several bodyguards, sitting in an extremely tense posture for the entire night. It wasn't until the next morning that Gu Jingchu coldly waved for them to leave. Because the original owner had been sitting all night, his body was numb, so when he left the room in the morning, his gait and overall demeanor were exhausted. As for the original owner's expression being seen by others, that's a completely different story. Moreover, not long after that day, the original owner was proposed to and then successfully married Gu Jingchu. Thus, the rumor that the original owner seduced the unattainable beauty Gu Jingchu at the banquet and succeeded without becoming Mrs. Gu has been circulating ever since. Perhaps the original owner had wondered why Gu Jingchu didn't touch her, but made her stay in the room for a whole night before letting her go. And then he married her and brought her home as a decoration. But Xia Xiyu, who has now transmigrated into the book, knows the reason. Rather than being forced into an arranged marriage with ulterior motives, or having a wife who requires constant vigilance, a woman like the original owner, with no background and this kind of personality, is the easiest to control. Moreover, the original owner was extremely beautiful, making her a great shield. Although others were mild-mannered and wouldn't make things difficult for Xia Xiyu out of consideration for her family, there were always some socialites who had only recently entered the upper class and would cast envious glances at her. After all, they are young and beautiful, and their families are quite wealthy, but they have to marry middle-aged men who have been married 2 or 3 times in order to squeeze into this circle. Why is it that Xia Xiyu, an orphan, can marry into the wealthy Gu family and become their granddaughter-in-law? And her husband is still the same one. With Gu Chenyue around, they dared not act recklessly. After all, she was old Master Gu's only beloved daughter. Moreover, she is a woman of great power in her family, and she is a prominent figure among the wives of wealthy men. But as soon as Gu Chenyue left, they couldn't hold back anymore. Several ladies walked over, holding wine glasses in their hands. So this is Mr. Gu's little wife whom he keeps at home. She finally showed herself today, and now that I see her, she is truly stunningly beautiful. That's right, she's so beautiful. No wonder Mr. Gu keeps her at home all the time and doesn't let her come out to meet with us." These words were clearly praising Xia Shiyu's good looks. Xia Shiyu could tell that these women were mocking her, saying that she had only married Gu Jingchu because of her face, but because of her lowly status, she was being kept at home like a caged bird. Xia Shiyu couldn't directly retort. Instead, she picked up her wine glass, smiled at the group, and greeted them. His demeanor was natural and his manners elegant, befitting a member of a wealthy and powerful family. These people originally came to mock and ridicule, but Xia Shiyu's attitude surprised them. The little sparrow, who imagined herself becoming a phoenix on a branch, was not angry or embarrassed in public. Instead, she greeted them with elegance, completely ignoring what they had just said. This feeling is like punching cotton. It's incredibly frustrating. Perhaps finding it pointless, these people casually exchanged a few words with Xia Shiyuxuan before leaving. This party is full of connections, and they don't want to miss this opportunity. If they manage to secure an investment for their husband's company, their position at home will be secure. Seeing that no one was bothering her because of her actions, Xia Shiyu silently breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, in such social situations, the strong woman Gu Chanwei usually takes care of things, so she doesn't need to show up and deal with it. Otherwise, someone with Xia Shiyu's straightforward temper would probably break down after a short while. Talk less, sit more, and eat more. These are Xia Shiyu's 6-word rule for attending banquets. She did as instructed. While others are constantly networking and building relationships, Xia Shiyu greeted people in a calm and polite manner, and after exchanging a few casual pleasantries, her eyes were fixed on the exquisite little pastries. She walked around, stopping occasionally, approaching each person in the network of connections Gu Qingyue had given her, but without being overly ingratiating, which made a very good impression on everyone. Isn't it said that he comes from a small town? I think he's quite good. If she didn't even have this much dignity, how could she have maintained the title of Mrs. Gu for so long? She would probably have been kicked out by old Master Gu long ago. I've heard that the old man of the Gu family really likes this granddaughter-in-law. In fact, because of this liking, she can even boss around that CEO Gu. Everyone was discussing it in hushed tones. But one of the girls' voices was particularly shrill. What's so great about that, everyone? Who doesn't know how this woman got to where she is? She just temporarily bewitched President Gu because of her face. In my opinion, a sparrow that flies to the top will always be a sparrow, and it will never become a phoenix. The sour taste in that sentence really wafts far. Xia Shiyu, who was eating a small cake, looked up, took out a tissue to wipe her mouth, and then gave her a half smile. The girl wanted to say something more, but her smug look met Xia Shiyu's cold eyes. The words she was about to say were like a wad of cotton stuck in her throat, unable to go up or down. His gaze was so sharp that it gave people an immense sense of pressure. How could a gold-digging woman from a poor, remote area have such an air of superiority? Seeing that the girl was too scared to speak, Xia Shiyu looked away and a gentle smile returned to her lips. Say less. What kind of person is the granddaughter-in-law that old Master Gu has taken a liking to? When that President Gu went bankrupt, her unwavering loyalty was enough for her to gain a foothold in the Gu family. We ladies can't afford to offend the Gu family. I heard that some time ago, the young master of the Hua family somehow offended this Madame Gu. President Gu personally called the Hua family, and old Master Hua personally picked out a gift to apologize. Upon hearing someone's revelation, the ladies who had initially wanted to join in the whispering felt a lingering sense of unease. Thankfully, I didn't agree with what that girl said. Otherwise, you won't even know when you've offended someone. Several people quickly brought over their wine glasses and said nice things to Xia Shiyu. Chapter 97 Drunk. This was originally a cocktail party, and Xia Shiyu did not resist the toasts offered by these ladies and socialites. Instead, they welcomed all comers and generously reciprocated. Fortunately, the original owner's body had a decent alcohol tolerance. Otherwise, even though the cup was small, drinking one cup after another would have been unbearable. She took her phone out of her bag and looked at it. The party was supposed to end around 9:30, and it's already past 8 o'clock, so there's still more than an hour left. Perhaps due to the continuous toasts and social interactions, she had drunk a bit too much. She waved her hand to fan herself and dispel the heat from her face, and her head felt a little dizzy. As the party was drawing to a close, the host came over to greet everyone. Seeing that Xia Shiyu was clearly a little tipsy, she gently came over to greet her. Are you a little drunk? Summer Rain responded with a smile. The wine you prepared was so delicious that I couldn't help but drink a little more than I should have, and I am indeed a bit drunk. The host of the party smiled, clearly pleased with what Xia Shiyu had said. The party is about to end. If Mrs. Gu is drunk, please go to the lounge to rest for a while. Xia Shiyu did not refuse, but followed the servant to the guest lounge. A maid brought over some hot soup. After drinking it, Xia Shiyu leaned back on the sofa in the lounge, her head feeling a little dizzy, and closed her eyes to rest. After a while, the door opened and footsteps could be heard. Xiaoxiu immediately became alert. She opened her slightly narrowed eyes and relaxed as soon as she saw the familiar figure. "You've arrived." Because of the alcohol, Xiaoxiu's voice was a little hoarse, but it had a touch more gentleness than usual. Like a small hook, it easily made Gu Jingchu's heart beat rapidly. As soon as Gu Jingchu entered, Xiaoxiu felt that the entire room was filled with his scent. Perhaps it was the heightened senses from being drunk, especially her sense of smell, but she dazedly tugged at Gu Jingchu's sleeve and pressed her nose against it to smell it. It's the flavor I like." Her dazed words made Gu Jingchu's heart skip a beat, and his gaze deepened as he stared at her slightly flushed, intoxicated face. At the entrance of the winery, numerous luxury cars were waiting in an orderly fashion to pick up passengers. The socialites at the gate said their goodbyes to each other and exchanged contact information. "Look, Mrs. Gu is really liked by Mr. Gu. He even came to pick her up personally." Someone with sharp eyes spotted a figure carrying someone walking over in the distance and suddenly said that. The group of women immediately stopped talking, their eyes involuntarily turning towards the pair of figures. Upon seeing this, the host of the party quickly greeted them with a smile. "Mr. Gu, have you come to pick up your wife?" Gu Jingchu nodded slightly, his gaze softening for a moment as he looked at Xiaoxiu nestled in his arms. Perhaps annoyed that the man had stopped, Xiaoxiu opened her eyes groggily and saw many people around her. She suddenly reached out and grabbed Gu Jingchu's hair. After rubbing her fingers together, she reached out with her other hand and grabbed it. She chuckled softly, muttering to herself, "Why don't you have ears?" Those around them were dumbfounded. Gu Jingchu froze, his arm muscles tensed as he supported Xiaoxiu, afraid she would fall if she moved. But Xiaoxiu's drunkenness kicked in, and his actions became increasingly unrestrained. He would tug at his hair one moment and rub his face the next. His actions were utterly unbridled. Gu Jingchu could only sigh helplessly and hug the person tighter. But Xiaoxiu was not satisfied. "The straps are so tight she can barely move." She twisted and turned, messing up Gu Jingchu's clothes on his chest. "Stop fooling around. Let's go home first." Gu Jingchu's voice was somewhat hoarse. "Go home?" Xiaoxiu looked up at him, thinking he was going to take her back to the old family house. She pouted. "I don't want to go. Go back to your own home." Xiaoxiu's stunningly beautiful face flushed crimson, her starry eyes as gentle as a pool of water, shimmering with light. She exuded the fragrance of wine, as if she could intoxicate those around her. The socialites standing around looked at Xiaoxiu with immense envy. People in their circle had seen Gu Jingchu before, but they had never seen Gu Jingchu with such a gentle expression. In the minds of these socialites and wives, Gu Jingchu has always been aloof and distant, like a cold flower on Mount Tian, noble and unapproachable. But now he's willing to hold a woman in his arms and coax her softly, so the rumors must be true. This Mr. Gu truly fell in love with Xiaoxiu at first sight. Mrs. Gu is so lucky. She's so enviable. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Gu Jingchu carried Xiaoxiu into the car. After getting in the car, Gu Jingchu had to use a lot of effort to fasten Xiaoxiu's seatbelt because she was uncooperative. At the party, Xiaoxiu was both toasting and being toasted, and he was also pulled to taste the wine. At first, the wine was fine, but now the effects were getting stronger. She felt dizzy and lightheaded. Suddenly something bound her, and she felt uncomfortable all over. "Why are you tying me up? Are you trying to kidnap me?" She stared. However, the hazy look in his eyes had no power to harm him. Seeing that the people around her were unmoved, she reached out to try to untie herself from the restraints, but her body was limp and powerless, and she couldn't pull herself out no matter what she did. She pouted, her eyes filled with tears, looking extremely aggrieved. "I have no money. Why are you kidnapping me?" Gu Jingchu. Why is she so difficult to deal with when she's drunk? The driver in front silently raised the barrier. He didn't want to watch any longer, nor did he have the guts to. Seeing that Xiaoxiu was still fidgeting, Gu Jingchu narrowed his eyes and stared at Xiaoxiu for a long time. Suddenly, he stretched out his finger, made a gun gesture, and pointed it at Xiaoxiu's forehead. "If you move, I'll kill you right now." Xiaoxiu blinked, seemingly understanding the situation before her. After a while, she nodded as if she understood, then covered her mouth with her hand, demonstrating that she promised not to cause any more trouble. Finally, it's quiet. Having just finished a meeting, Gu Jingchu rushed over and was about to close his eyes for a short nap when he heard rustling sounds beside him. I opened my eyes and turned my head to look. Xiaoxiu pulled out a pair of nail clippers from somewhere and was quietly sharpening the seatbelt. The seatbelt had been worn down to a tiny, almost invisible tear, and Gu Jingchu felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. After watching Xiaoxiu's movements for a while, Gu Jingchu quickly reached out. Then, The nail clippers in Xia Shiyu's hand were successfully transferred to Gu Jingchu's hand. Chapter 98 Don't Cry. With her escape tools confiscated, Xia Shiyu felt increasingly aggrieved. Her eyes were red, and she kept making sobbing sounds. She looked like she was about to burst into tears, which panicked Gu Jingchu. No, I'll give it back to you, please stop crying. But to everyone's surprise, Xia Shiyu burst into tears the moment she heard those words. Gu Jingchu's eyes narrowed. He swore that this was the first time in his life he had been at a loss. Looking at the crying Xia Shiyu, he panicked and didn't know where to put his hands and feet. He reached out to wipe her tears, and she bit Gu Jingchu's hand. Gu Jingchu tried to shake her off twice, but couldn't get rid of her at all. He could only sigh helplessly and let her bite him. Xia Shiyu was biting into it while making loud noises, glaring fiercely at Gu Jingchu. That seemed to mean something like, I'm saying, you kidnapper, let me go right now? I'm not someone to be trifled with. Gu Jingchu smiled, gently pried Xia Shiyu's chin open with 2 fingers, and then pressed it inward. Xia Shiyu relented, looking at him with teary eyes. Gu Jingchu's fingertips twitched slightly, and he cursed inwardly before turning his head away, no longer meeting Xia Shiyu's eyes. Once they got downstairs, Xia Shiyu resisted again and refused to get out of the car. The driver, who was opening the car door, was terrified, his toes practically gripping the ground. And so they watched as the lady lashed out at Mr. Gu, occasionally slapping him and pulling his hair. Xia Shiyu was already drunk, her mind was hazy, and she could only vaguely see people as shadowy figures. She walked unsteadily. If Gu Jingchu hadn't been supporting her, she probably would have collapsed to the ground. Gu Jingchu gritted his teeth. If he ever lets her go to a drinking party again, he's a dog. It took a lot of effort to move the person into the house. After arriving home, Xia Shiyu looked around the familiar surroundings in a daze, completely bewildered. You kidnapper are really kind. You even took me home. Gu Jingchu. He can't shake off the title of kidnapper, can he? This was already the first time Gu Jingchu had sighed, looking at Xia Shiyu who was practically sliding off the sofa. He quickly went to the bathroom to get water, wiped Xia Shiyu's face clean, and then painstakingly coaxed her to drink most of the water before carrying her up like a sandbag. Xia Shiyu's stomach was pressed against something, and she immediately gagged, which startled Gu Jingchu, who quickly put her on the bed. Seeing that Xia Shiyu did not vomit, Gu Jingchu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Only, just as I finished covering Xia Shiyu with the blanket, she kicked it off. Gu Jingchu frowned, covered it up again, and then it was kicked off. It was covered, then kicked open. After going back and forth like this more than 10 times, Gu Jingchu's forehead veins were bulging, and his patience finally ran out. He turned the air conditioner down, grabbed a rope without a word, and then wrapped the blanket and Xia Shiyu up together and tied them up. Looking at Xia Shiyu, who was wrapped up like a caterpillar with only her arms and head showing, Gu Jingchu smiled with satisfaction. The phone in my pocket kept vibrating. Gu Jingchu glanced at his phone, then hung up and sent a message. He quickly retrieved his laptop from his room and opened his office software. The meeting can begin now. But when everyone in front of the screen saw Gu Jingchu's video background, they were all stunned. Why use a room with such an obviously girly style as a backdrop? However, these people all had strong mental fortitude. After a moment of stunned silence, they quickly came to their senses. An hour into the meeting, just as Gu Jingchu finished explaining a key point, a whimpering sound came from behind him. It's so hot. At this moment, Xia Shiyu's forehead was already covered in fine sweat. The people in front of the screen during the meeting didn't dare to even breathe loudly. Then, they stared wide-eyed as their usually domineering Xiao Gu turned around and gently coaxed Xia Shiyu to drink a glass of water. Gu Jingchu stood by the bed, staring intently at Xia Shiyu, who had already fallen asleep. Only after confirming that she wouldn't kick off the covers did he put the rope back in the drawer. Then they went back to the computer to continue the meeting. Everyone pretended not to see what happened, but privately they all started creating group chats and going crazy. They all saw a different side of President Gu today. Will they be silenced? When Xia Shiyu woke up the next day, in addition to having a splitting headache, she also felt that her body was soaking wet, as if she had been pulled out of the water. How can it be so hot? I looked up at the air conditioner, which was already set to 25 degrees Celsius. It should be a very comfortable sleeping environment, so why am I sweating so much? She rubbed her throbbing head, and then remembered that she had drunk a lot of wine at the party yesterday, and that the wine had a strong after effect. She was resting in the lounge. But now she's at home. It seems that Gu Jingchu came to the lounge yesterday to pick her up and take her home. As if she had thought of something, Xia Shiyu's face stiffened. She was drunk yesterday, but she didn't do anything outrageous, did she? She swallowed nervously. When she was drunk, she usually didn't remember anything. I don't think I did anything that would make people laugh. Her throat felt like it was on fire, and when she turned her head, she saw a large glass of warm water on the bedside table. She quickly picked up the glass and gulped down most of it, which relieved the burning sensation in her throat considerably. However, when he opened his mouth, his voice was still a little hoarse. Feeling sticky and uncomfortable all over, Xiaoxiu quickly grabbed some clean clothes from the closet and ran to the bathroom for a hot shower. I immediately felt much better. After changing her clothes, she glanced at the clock on the wall. 9:30 a.m. Thankfully, it's Sunday, so I don't have to go to work. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't be able to do a good job in my current state. There were sticky notes on the refrigerator. Gu Jingqiu had prepared breakfast and was heating it up in the kitchen. She quickly brought it out and hurriedly finished her breakfast. Just as she was wondering whether she should take a nap and get some rest, she heard Gu Jingqiu's voice coming from his room. A hint of doubt flashed in Xiaoxiu's eyes. He didn't go to work? Some blurry fragments suddenly flashed through her mind, and Xiaoxiu pursed her lips guiltily. Did she really not do anything excessive to Gu Jingqiu yesterday? No way, no way. She stood at the door for a while, hesitating. Hearing muffled voices inside, Xiaoxiu turned around, walked to the refrigerator, took out some fruit from the crisper drawer, and cut it into slices. She stood at the door for quite a while. She waited until there was no talking in the room, only the sound of typing on a keyboard, before knocking on the door. Chapter 99 Going to Yunbei City. On the third knock, the door opened, and Gu Jingqiu looked down at Xiaoxiu, a hint of weariness in his eyes. Xiaoxiu looked at the dark circles under Gu Jingqiu's eyes, and felt inexplicably guilty. You were the one who picked me up yesterday, weren't you? Gu Jingqiu nodded. Xiaoxiu glanced at Gu Jingqiu's indifferent expression, then tried to speak again to probe the matter. Well, I think I got drunk yesterday, and when I woke up this morning I had a blackout. I can't remember anything from last night. I don't think I did anything wrong. I think I'm pretty good when I'm drunk. She blinked her big, bright eyes at Gu Jingqiu, eagerly anticipating hearing from him the story of how she got drunk last night, went straight to sleep after arriving home, and then fell asleep immediately. But after waiting for a long time, Gu Jingqiu didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at her with an extremely complicated expression. The look in his eyes made her feel inexplicably guilty towards Gu Jingqiu, and a sense of panic welled up in her heart again. I caused trouble yesterday? Gu Jingqiu rubbed his temples, thinking to himself, this is more than just causing trouble, it's downright torturous. But when he met Xiaoxiu's expectant eyes, he couldn't bear to tell her what had happened last night. Now that they've figured out Xiaoxiu's temperament, telling her would only make her feel guilty. You slept well last night. Xiaoxiu was a little skeptical. Really? Then why do you seem a bit listless? Who's to blame for my lack of energy? Gu Jingqiu sighed inwardly, but still said aloud. There were some things going on at the group, and the meeting last night went on quite late. Xiaoxiu nodded, believing this explanation. She immediately felt relieved, and fell asleep right away, which means she has pretty good drinking manners. However, drinking alcohol is harmful to your health, so please drink less next time. Seeing her somewhat smug expression, Gu Jingqiu quickly said something. Okay, I understand. As if remembering something, Xiaoxiu stared intently at Gu Jingqiu. Just as Gu Jingqiu thought Xiaoxiu was recalling the drunken scene from yesterday and nervously clenched his fists, Xiaoxiu spoke. You know, things are peaceful in the north now. Teacher Lu once said she would take me there to try identifying jade rough stones. I'll go and assist her and learn something along the way. Gu Jingqiu was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized what was happening. He frowned slightly, a look of disapproval on his face. Those countries have been strictly controlling these places in recent years, but there are still plenty of people who would rather die than spend their money. If you're going, go to some legitimate quarries. Don't mess with the local bullies. I'll send someone to take care of things for you. You don't need to worry about anything else. As expected, it's good to have a powerful backer. Xiaoxiu chuckled. She had transmigrated into the book, so she naturally knew that Gu Jingqiu actually had a business in the northern mining region. However, Gu Jingqiu didn't tell her, so she pretended not to know. She excitedly packed her luggage. She was going to work tomorrow, Monday. After sorting out some of the orders and documents she had, she would rest at home for a day before setting off with Lu Wan. Before Xiaoxiu even set off, Gu Jingqiu had already called Yunbei City. The men under her command already knew that the lady would be coming to Yunbei City in a while, so from now on, all the hooligans and swindlers in Yunbei City were given a good beating. Xiaoxiu was unaware of all this. Lying in bed, she was thinking about how to hide her true abilities from Lu Wan when they went to Yunbei City, so that the sharp-eyed Lu Wan wouldn't discover that she was actually an expert. This order was actually Lu Wan's private order. After all, even the appraisal center can't do anything about someone of Lu Wan's level, as she takes on a lot of high-end collectibles for appraisal every day. As for the senior appraisers taking on private jobs, the company turns a blind eye, basically ignoring it unless it goes too far. After boarding the special bus to Yunbei City, Xiaoxiu immediately closed her eyes to rest. When it comes to appraising stones, one must be well rested and in the best possible condition to carefully examine every detail, so as not to cause any loss to the client. After all, a stone appraiser can decide how to cut a rough stone and where to start with just one sentence. Soon, the group arrived at the airport. Yunnan is quite far from Beijing. It takes more than 6 hours to get there by plane. After a good night's sleep on the plane, Xiaoxiu stretched and got off the plane with Lu Wan. Upon arriving at the airport in Yunbei City, several bodyguards dressed in black immediately came to pick us up. Lu Wan is somewhat well known in the stone appraisal circle, but she rarely accepts commissions from this circle unless she is repaying a favor. However, since many people would know that Lu Wan had come to Yunbei City, the client had no choice but to pick her up at the airport in this way to avoid her being intercepted. After exchanging the correct password, Lu Wan felt relieved and got into the car with the person. Even after getting into the car, Xiaoxiu still keenly noticed in the rearview mirror that several cars were following her at a distance. Faced with this situation, Xiaoxiu could only click her tongue in amazement. This is like carrying out some kind of secret mission. It's kind of exciting. The vehicle made several turns before finally stopping at the entrance of a manor filled with flowers. The weather in Yunnan is not as hot as in Beijing. In fact, it is cool in the evenings. Xiaoxiu even needs to wear a shawl to prevent catching a cold. As soon as I got out of the car, before I even reached the gate, the owner of the manor greeted me with a smile. Oh dear, the distinguished guest I've been waiting for has finally arrived. The newcomer wore a long red dress and had large, black, wavy hair that accentuated her swaying figure. Sister Hong. Lu Wan greeted her in a lukewarm manner, her attitude quite indifferent. But Sister Hong seemed to have gotten used to Lu Wan's attitude, and her smile became even more enthusiastic. Quickly, come in and have a cup of fresh flower tea. It's grown on my estate, picked during the best blooming season when the fragrance is at its strongest. Only the most delicate petals from the center of the flower are used. It's good for your skin and leaves a lingering fragrance on your lips and teeth. Lu Wan is a tea lover who enjoys tasting all kinds of tea. Upon hearing this, her expression immediately softened. Oh my, how can this young lady be so beautiful? Sister Hong stared intently at Xiaoxiu, her eyes filled with undisguised amazement. Everyone says that the climate in Yunbei City is good for people and produces beautiful women. I didn't expect that your Beijing city has hidden talents. No wonder it's the capital. Xiaoxiu was too embarrassed to say that she came from a province surrounded by mountains. She simply smiled gently at Sister Hong and said, "Don't mention it." Chapter 100 Targeted. Xiaoxiu stayed quietly behind Lu Wan, watching as a group of people escorted Lu Wan into the house. Hong Jie is a powerful woman in Yunbei City who has built a successful business empire through her exceptional insight and resourcefulness. In terms of interpersonal skills, no one can compare to her. Even the aloof Lu Wan became friends with this Sister Hong. After the excitement subsided, Sister Hong invited the two of them to the study. With the study door closed, blocking out outside noise, a tired look appeared on Sister Hong's face. "Oh Wan, you have to help me this time." Lu Wan frowned. For her friend to show such an expression, it must be something serious and troublesome. What happened? Sister Hong sighed, but her eyes remained fixed on Xiaoxiu. Lu Wan naturally understood what Hong Jie was looking at, and she waved her hand. "This is an assistant I personally chose. He's reliable." Sister Hong was finally relieved and slowly explained the whole story. It turns out that in the past 2 years, a group of people who run a raw stone business have appeared out of nowhere, and their behavior is extremely domineering. In Yunnan, there are quite a few people who want to get rich through forceful means. Basically, as long as you don't provoke Sister Hong, or don't go too far under her nose, Sister Hong will not interfere, and may even be on good terms with them. But this time it's different. The other party's methods are sophisticated, and their target is clear. Now they've set their sights on one of Sister Hong's mines. It seems that the other party and the mine opposite Sister Hong are in cahoots. Any rough stones that come out of Sister Hong's mine are either secretly switched, and after the buyer buys them and cuts them open, they are all waste. Hong Jie would have a specialist test all the raw or coming out of her mine to ensure that the initial identification rate was at least 50% before she would put it on the market to sell. However, due to a series of recent incidents, their mine business has gradually been taken over by the other side. Rumors are circulating that Sister Hong's mines have run out of resources, and what's left are just inferior raw stones used to cheat and swindle people. Even though Sister Hong was tough and tried to stop them several times, she was helpless because the other party seemed to have stronger backing. The annual Jade gambling competition is about to begin, which is the most effective way to save Sister Hong's Hongshan mine. She has been cleaning up those people who were sent by the other side to infiltrate the mine and is keeping a close eye on them at all times. But at this most critical moment, Several of her jade appraisal masters have been poached by the other side by any means necessary. One of the older employees, who had worked under Sister Hong for 10 years, risked revealing to her that he was poached because his family was already in the hands of the other side, forcing him to compromise. He added that the others had also been coerced and lured there, and he hoped Sister Hong wouldn't be too upset, as everyone had their own difficulties. Those who remain under Sister Hong's care are basically people who haven't been trained yet. That's why she traveled a long distance to ask her friend for help. This is why they were escorted by bodyguards as soon as they got off the plane. We were lucky this time. Sister Hong sat in her office chair, rubbing her temples with a headache. I spent a lot of money to get information that they are already prepared. They will intercept you halfway through the competition. If they can't win you over, they will use special methods to make you miss this competition. I didn't expect the journey to be so smooth, Sister Hong sighed, putting her hands together in gratitude for the good fortune she had received. Let's go out for dinner tonight. There's a restaurant around here that serves really good food. I go there often, and I'll take you there to try it tonight. After discussing the procedures with Lu Wan, Sister Hong led the two to the lounge. After I had rested enough, the maid came up and knocked on the door. Lu Wan opened the door, and Xia Xiu was already dressed. The two dressed casually, going out for dinner, so naturally they dressed however they felt comfortable. Throughout the journey, Sister Hong talked to Xia Xiu and Lu Wan, who were sitting in the back seat. She spoke clearly and humorously, and the atmosphere in the car was quite pleasant. Soon, we arrived at the restaurant entrance. But when Sister Hong entered the restaurant and told the waiter the name of the private room she had booked, the waiter looked embarrassed. What's wrong with you? Sister Hong frowned slightly, looking at the waiter who was standing still. A hint of impatience flashed in her eyes, but she still spoke in a good-natured manner. If you are new here and don't know where the private room is, please find another waiter to show you the way. But the waiter still stood there trembling, looking like he was about to cry. Normally, Sister Hong would probably just wave her hand and go by herself, but today, she brought a distinguished guest. Lu Wan and her assistant/future apprentice were still watching from behind. What's wrong with you? Where's your manager? Hong Jie finally lost her temper and slammed her hand on the table, her face full of anger. The manager rushed over now, and when he saw Sister Hong, he smiled obsequiously. Sister Hong, please don't be angry if I didn't take good care of you. After apologizing, the manager looked hesitant, as if he had something difficult to say. Sister Hong, it's not that our waiters don't want to take you. It's just that all the private rooms are full today. Are they all full? Hong Jie's face immediately turned extremely ugly. She had clearly booked the best private room in this restaurant 3 days ago. Why is it that when I arrived today, the private room was already occupied, and all the private rooms in the restaurant were full? This wasn't done intentionally. It's just that her name, Sister Hong, is written backwards. She gave one of her men a look that turned ugly, and the underling immediately understood. Ignoring the waiter's attempts to stop him, he opened the doors of each private room to check. When the underling returned, his face was bruised and purple, and his expression was one of extreme resentment. He had clearly been beaten. Hong Jie's chest heaved with anger. She turned her face to Lu Wan and Xia Xiu and gave them an ugly smile. Let's go somewhere else. Xia Xiu finally understood that what Sister Hong said about targeting her was an understatement. The other party was prepared to spend a lot of money to completely ruin Sister Hong's social connections. Aren't there still seats by the window in this hall? Xia Xiu smiled slightly. The scenery in Jiangbei City is quite nice, Professor Lu. We can sit over there and enjoy the view while we eat. What do you think? Lu Wan also realized that someone was deliberately making things difficult for Sister Hong, giving her a reputation for poor hospitality. In Jiangbei City, a social circle where networking is paramount, the other party clearly had no intention of making things difficult for Sister Hong. With Xia Xiu offering a way out, Sister Hong's expression finally softened a bit, and she apologized to Lu Wan with deep remorse. Oh Wan, I'm so sorry to have let you see these dirty things. Lu Wan didn't care about any of that at all. Chapter 101 Sister, we meet again. She's seen plenty of infighting in the appraisal circle, so she doesn't even care about such low-level suppression tactics. Seeing that Lu Wan had nodded, Sister Hong finally felt relieved. The manager wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly ordered food for the waiter to serve him. You have to understand, those guys occupying the private room. He can't afford to offend this woman in front of him. He can't afford to offend her either. Why do these big shots have to drag ordinary working people into their fight? That was terrifying. Please serve me the dishes for this table in a moment, Sister Hong, and be quick. After sitting down, Sister Hong glanced at the younger brother who had been beaten, then took out a wad of cash from her bag and stuffed it into his hand. Even after what happened today, she still managed to keep the guests for dinner. Seeing that her goal hadn't been achieved, she'll definitely come up with other tricks. Go and call a few more people over. A hint of seriousness flashed in Sister Hong's eyes. The younger brother took the money and nodded very solemnly. The food here is indeed quite delicious. Xia Xiu praised the food as she ate, and glanced at her younger brother who had been testing the food for poison with his chopsticks before it was served. A black line appeared on her forehead. This is far too cautious. No wonder Gu Jingshu gave him these instructions before he set off. It seems she'll just have to stay home during this trip to Jiangbei City. Halfway through the meal, a voice came from the doorway. The one leading the conversation had a very loud voice, as if he wanted to show off something or wanted the people inside to hear him. Upon hearing this voice, Sister Hong's face immediately turned cold, and she found the food on the table tasteless. Your enemy? Lu Wan also put down her chopsticks and raised an eyebrow at Sister Hong. Sister Hong rubbed her forehead. Yes, it's like a persistent ghost, impossible to shake off. The newcomer was burly, with a long scar running from his left eyebrow down to his right cheek, making him look extremely frightening. The manager glanced at Sister Hong's table, then at Scarface who had brought them in. He inwardly cursed his bad luck, but could only force a smile and fawn over them. What wind blew our Scarface here today? Scarface glanced at Sister Hong's table, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally, before raising his voice. Did you reserve all the private rooms I asked you to book yesterday? Hearing the emphasis on time in Scarface's words, the manager's heart jumped, and he didn't even dare to look at Sister Hong's table. Although she knew that Scarface was deliberately provoking her, and that the restaurant was forced to do so, Sister Hong's face still looked grim. Sister Hong, your skin is so good. Xia Xiu also put down her chopsticks. She was already about 70% full. Lu Wan is aloof and not good with words, so Xia Xiu took on the task of livening up the atmosphere. Sister Hong paused for a moment, then smiled broadly. This is because of the feng shui of Jiangbei City. I haven't aged much since I came to Jiangbei City, Sister Hong said confidently, and even gave Xia Xiu a flirtatious wink. Xia Xiu laughed heartily, and the two began to chat back and forth. Faced with Hong Jie's indifference, Scarface's smug expression froze. He gritted his teeth, glanced coldly at Sister Hong, then put on a smile, and turned to look at the door. A luxury car was parked in front of the restaurant, and Scarface's henchmen immediately surrounded it, standing in 2 rows as if they were welcoming some VIP. Scarface smiled, and personally opened the car door to welcome the person out. Sister Hong, who had been observing this area, frowned. Scarface is an extremely domineering and arrogant man. Who could possibly make him bow and scrape before him like this? At least in Jiangbei City, Sister Hong couldn't find a second one. A young man stepped out of the car. He was wearing a baseball jersey and jeans, and his demeanor was casual, but he exuded an undeniable air of nobility. The boy's face, in particular, was so beautiful that it was hard to tell if he was male or female, like a demon. All the female waitresses in the shop blushed when they saw him. Can you stop laughing? It looks awful. The boy's voice rang out, and Scarface's grin froze on his face. A hint of embarrassment flashed in his eyes, but he managed to compose himself and followed behind the boy expressionlessly. What's the background of this guy? Sister Hong was shocked. A few years ago, Scarface came to Jiangbei City alone to make his way in the world. He wasn't in the jade gambling business, but rather as a male model for a KTV. Because of his good looks, Scarface tricked a woman, but after swindling her out of money and sex, he kicked her to the curb. I'm prepared to die with him. Unfortunately, Scarface didn't die, but he was left with burned and damaged skin on his face, and a horrific scar that ran almost from his brow bone across his entire face. From then on, his once handsome face became a face that would make children cry at the sight of it, and from then on, his scarred face became a taboo subject for him. Anyone who mentions it will surely face Scar's furious retaliation. But this young boy dared to slap Scarface in front of so many people, calling him ugly, and Scarface had to smile obsequiously? A hint of seriousness flashed in Sister Hong's eyes. Huo Wenzhou. After seeing the boy's face clearly, Xia Xiu's eyes widened, and she almost blurted out. Even though they were quite a distance apart, when Huo Wenzhou heard Xia Xiu call his name, it was as if he had acquired super hearing. His eyes lit up, he immediately ignored the scar, and with a bright smile on his face, he was in front of Xia Xiu in an instant, like a gust of wind. Sister, what are you doing here? Summer rain. What a small world. Why did I run into this person again? She was really having a headache, but since the person was already standing in front of her, she couldn't ignore them. After giving a curt nod in response, Xia Xiu turned her face away and ignored Huo Wenzhou. Huo Wenzhou, however, was unfazed by Xia Xiu's coldness. He sat down in the empty seat next to Xia Xiu with a grin, propping his chin up and staring at her. Sister, we are truly destined to be together. Huo Wenzhou spoke to Hong Jie and Lu Wan with such sweet words, as if they were coated with honey. These two ladies are so beautiful. One is generous and sexy, and the other is intellectual and beautiful. It seems that beautiful women always hang out together. Seeing that his distinguished guest was about to get along very well with Sister Hong and her group, Scarface's eyes were practically spitting fire. He stared intently at Xia Shiyu, and then, as if struck by a thought, he let out a cold snort. Sister Hong has actually started using these kinds of tactics now. It seems they found out that they would be inviting a distinguished guest to support the annual Jade gambling competition, so they specially arranged for a beautiful woman to come. Let me revise Chapter 102 for you. Scarface scrutinized Xia Shiyu closely, a hint of amazement flashing in his eyes. Scar, who used to be a male model, could tell at a glance that this woman wasn't wearing makeup, not even lipstick, but she was still stunningly beautiful and certainly had the looks to attract men. No wonder this young Master Ho was moved. It seems that Sister Hong has been pushed to the limit, and she's resorting to such tactics. Scarface stepped forward, immediately drawing a wary look from Sister Hong. She stood up, and the moment she saw the scar, she knew that he must have been behind everything that had happened today. Why are you so nervous? Sister Hong, why didn't you accept the invitation I sent you last time? Do you look down on me? Sister Hong frowned. In the past, she could at least feign politeness with Scarface, but now, she couldn't even be bothered to put on a smile. You're right, I do dislike you. Scarface's smile froze, then his eyes turned sinister. This woman, once he conquers Jiangbei City, he'll definitely keep this woman by his side. An old woman should stay home and take care of her husband and children. What's the point of her showing her face in public? She actually dared to reject his advances. Then, Scarface turned his gaze to Xia Shiyu, staring at her extremely beautiful face, and licked his lips. If he had known that Sister Hong would invite such a beautiful woman, he should have sent more people to intercept her at the airport. It's better to use the money on this young upstart from the Hua family to avoid wasting it. This kid seems carefree and capable of handling us all, but he can tell at a glance what Scarface did before, and whether a man is still a virgin. But who was it that stopped him at the airport that day, who managed to defeat all his men and then disappear without a trace? He found nothing. What connections did Sister Hong make? Or was it the influence behind that appraiser surnamed Liu? Scarface gritted his teeth and saw Huo Wenzhou and Huo Wenzhou already chatting happily. A hint of annoyance flashed in his eyes. He knew Hong Jie's social skills and methods well. These days, young men like relationships between older women and younger men. He hoped that this Hua guy wouldn't be seduced by Hong Jie, this social butterfly. Young Master Hua, you promised to have dinner with us today, and it's time now. Why don't we eat first? Huo Wenzhou clicked his tongue, seemingly quite displeased that Scarface was interrupting his viewing of Xia Shiyu. Bring the food here, I'll eat here. After saying that, Huo Wenzhou smiled at Sister Hong and said, Sister Hong, you don't mind if I come along, do you? Sister Hong was stunned for a moment, then a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. She certainly didn't mind. For Scarface to treat this boy so humbly and obsequiously, this young man must be someone of great importance. If she could bring this boy to her side, she could not only vent her anger for the time being, but also severely intimidate Scarface. However, Sister Hong glanced at Xia Shiyu with some hesitation. This girl doesn't seem to like him. Lu Wan could also see that she had already regarded Xia Shiyu as her apprentice. She was a protective person and naturally prioritized the likes and dislikes of her own people. Lu Wan recognized the young man in front of her. He was Huo Wenzhou, the eldest grandson of the Hua family. He was a rebellious and unruly person since childhood, and his reputation among the wealthy second generation is already terrible. With her pretty face, she has ruined the hearts of countless girls. Lu Wan has never liked such frivolous people, but she has no right to interfere with her friend's stance. She got up. Ahong, we've eaten. It's too late now. Let's call the driver to take us home to rest. Judging from her friend's expression, Sister Hong knew that Lu Wan was a little angry. She didn't even bother to befriend Huo Wenzhou, and stood up as well. I'll go back with you. After saying that, Sister Hong glanced at Huo Wenzhou with a satisfied look, and left with Lu Wan and Xia Shiyu. These filthy women are so ungrateful. They don't even give the Hua family any face. Scarface spat, looking at Huo Wenzhou's expressionless face, seemingly cursing the three women who had already left. But he didn't notice that Huo Wenzhou's gaze was becoming increasingly dangerous. Unfortunately, Scarface had become too arrogant in the past 2 years and had long lost the ability to read people's expressions when he was a male model. He didn't notice Huo Wenzhou's expression and continued to spout nonsense. I know that the prettiest one is the one that young Master Hua has his eye on. Don't worry, as long as our cooperation is successful, I will definitely get you whatever young Master Hua wants. Huo Wenzhou originally wanted to teach this incredibly ugly man a lesson, but when he heard Scarface's last few words, his eyes flickered and a cryptic smile crept onto his lips. She's already married. If you dare cause her trouble, her husband won't let you off the hook. Huo Wenzhou spoke the truth with a clear conscience. But Scar heard it in a different way. He immediately gave me a knowing smile. I know he had affairs with many married women, and there were always people who made a fuss about it, but in the end, he always paid them off with a sum of money. Back at the manor, Sister Hong couldn't stop apologizing to Lu Wan and Xia Xiu. Lu Wan didn't care about any of this at all, and Sister Hong knew Lu Wan's temperament, so she was relieved. I'm going upstairs to rest. Yunbei City is a lot of fun. You can ask Ah Hong to find a tour guide to show you around the night view. I'm sleepy. Lu Wan's rest time is very fixed, and Xia Xiu feels that she must have some kind of obsessive-compulsive disorder in some way. I live a very routine life, going back and forth between home and work every day. My schedule is only disrupted by business trips. Otherwise, I get up at 8 o'clock every day, leave at 9 o'clock, and after get off work I go home to eat, read, and sleep. I repeat the same routine every day. Xia Xiu was speechless. If it weren't for the fact that I often went to Lu Wan's house to ask her for advice on things I didn't understand, Lu Wan really wouldn't have any social life at all. Lu Wan went upstairs to rest. Xia Xiu glanced at the time. It was only 7 p.m., which was still early for her. The night view of Yunbei City is really attractive, but after today's events, Xia Xiu is still wary. That man with the scar on his face doesn't look like a good person at all. Besides, it would be too conspicuous for me to go out with my face like that. Perhaps sensing Xia Xiu's thoughts, Sister Hong walked over with a smile and patted Xia Xiu on the shoulder. Don't worry, I'll have people follow you and protect your safety. I have that much influence. After saying that, Sister Hong looked at Xia Xiu with a smile. However, your face is indeed too beautiful. Would you mind if I changed it for you? Xia Xiu was a little confused, but Sister Hong smiled and had someone bring over a set of cosmetics. Chapter 103 The Quarry. Half an hour after Sister Hong applied the ointment, when Xia Xiu opened her eyes again, she found that the person in the mirror had changed. She still looked the same, but her features weren't as delicate anymore. She had gone from a stunning beauty to an ordinary-looking woman. This is the legendary reverse makeup. Xia Xiu touched her face, a hint of surprise flashing across her face. Now I can go out shopping. When I first started out, I was young and impetuous and not as shrewd as I am now. I always offended people. But luckily, I'm good at makeup. After offending someone, I would put on makeup before going out, which actually helped me avoid being chased by a lot of enemies. Speaking of this, Sister Hong looked quite proud. The person I'm drawing for you now won't be recognized unless they're a very close friend. I'll also arrange for bodyguards to accompany you, so you can go shopping without worry. But don't go out too late. In Yunbei City, people who have lost everything gambling on jade often wander around in the early morning. Girls here don't walk alone on the street in the early morning. After giving her instructions, Sister Hong generously arranged for a tour guide and several bodyguards to accompany her, making her feel extremely safe. Xia Xiu happily strolled through the night market, enjoying the scenery of Yunbei City. This place is full of flowers, warm all year round, and mostly surrounded by tourists. The government has now begun to regulate mineral mining, and Yunbei City is gradually transforming into a tourist city. Xia Xiu played until after 10 p.m., and only returned to Sister Hong's manor reluctantly after being reminded by the tour guide. Back in her room, she soaked in the bathtub, scrolling through her tablet with one hand, searching for information about mines and historical news in Yunbei City. After she had learned more about the situation, she got out of the bathtub and laid down on the bed to sleep. The next day, Xia Xiu was woken up by the maid. Lu Wan had already gotten up and was having breakfast with Sister Hong downstairs. Sister Hong thought that Xia Xiu had been out late yesterday, so she told the maid to wake her up a little later. After washing up and getting ready, Xia Xiu quickly went downstairs. Come and have breakfast. Lu Wan greeted him. Xia Xiu nodded and ate obediently. After breakfast, Sister Hong began to explain her plans for the day. Today we're going to the mine to see some freshly dug rough stones, the kind that haven't been cut yet. However, this mine does not belong to Sister Hong. It is state-owned. Every piece of raw stone that is unearthed is auctioned off to various bosses at the highest price. Therefore, it's inevitable that you'll run into Scarface and his gang in such situations. Sister Hong looked worried. If that doesn't work, I'll just send a few more bodyguards to form a circle around it. He dares to do that in broad daylight. Lu Wan's lips curled into a cold smile. Does he really think I'm a pushover, someone he can bully at will? It's important to know that Lu Wan has several influential figures backing her up. Thinking of Lu Wan's identity, Sister Hong breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I understand. Then Sister Hong looked at Xia Xiu and said, Xiu, this is your first time going to a place like this. If someone talks to you, don't answer too quickly. There are too many people setting traps now. Summer Rain nodded. She actually knew. Some people are actually sent by other buyers, pretending to be passers-by. They chat with you openly or secretly, and their conversation skills are extremely high. They can often extract information from others without their knowledge. They can even tell which rough stone the other person wants to buy and how much they are willing to pay by observing their facial expressions after getting the information. She had experienced all of this in her past life and could even outsmart those people. However, these things cannot be shown in front of Lu Wan and Sister Hong. You have to pretend to be a clueless newbie. Sitting in the car, Hong Jie and Lu Wan explained the ins and outs and rules to Xia Xiu the whole way. Xia Xiu nodded and made a mental note of it, looking very obedient. Seeing that Xia Xiu had taken her words to heart, Lu Wan felt relieved. With her leading the way, there shouldn't be any major problems. When we arrived at the jade gambling site, all the raw stones that had been mined had already been delivered to the site. The area was filled with tents, both inside and out, all occupied by people searching for stones, hoping to find a good one and become rich overnight. Sister Hong led the two inside. To enter this jade gambling factory, assets also need to be verified. After all the best rough stones are inside, each one priceless, so it's essential to ensure that buyers have sufficient funds to bid on them. Let's go inside and take a look at the rough stones. You stay here. The rules stipulated that not too many people could go in to see the high-grade raw stones at the very back, so Xia Xiu was left outside. Lu Wan and Sister Hong went into the innermost room, leaving Xia Xiu alone and feeling a bit bored. She looked at the stones displayed at the nearby stalls and felt a little itchy to pick them up, but she couldn't show it, so she could only stand at a distance from the stalls, watching others pick and choose, and observing herself to see if there were any better stones. After looking at several stalls, she felt a little hungry. There happened to be some food stalls nearby, so she took out her phone, scanned the QR code, and bought 2 grilled sausages. She ate them while watching the food. Hello. Xia Xiu had just finished eating her grilled sausage and thrown the stick into the trash when someone patted her on the shoulder. She turned around and saw a kind-looking old man looking at her with goodwill. Girl, you're here to look at the stones. Xia Xiu's forehead twitched, and she glanced at the old man in front of her out of the corner of her eye. He was dressed casually and exuded a friendly and approachable aura. Okay, bad luck going out. Either they're trying to gather information or they're scammers. However, Xia Xiu was bored and didn't want to expose him. She pretended to be bewildered. Huh? I'm just looking around. Who are you? The old man chuckled, then grabbed Xia Xiu and led her to a relatively open and secluded place. Girl, you look young, about the same age as my granddaughter. Are you in school? Yeah, I'm in college. I have a vacation recently, so I came out to have some fun. Xia Xiu lied without batting an eye. Anyway, her casual outfit and pretty face made her look like a genuine college student. The old man's eyes lit up, and then he quickly said, Hey girl, have you seen anything you like? Xia Xiu quickly pointed to one of the stalls at random. I saw one I liked at that stall, but I don't know how much it costs. My aunt didn't give me much money either, so they went in and looked at it themselves. When he heard Xia Xiu call that it, a hint of excitement flashed in the old man's eyes. Let me tell you, that stall is a rip-off, old man. I'm a local, and I often see those stalls cheating tourists. You mustn't fall for it. Xia Xiu looked horrified. Oh, is that so? I almost bought them all. Chapter 10 for You'd Better Think This Through. Hearing Xia Xiu say she hadn't bought any, a hint of joy flashed in the old man's eyes. It's good that you didn't buy it. Let me tell you, if you want to buy it, listen to this old man. I'm a local, I won't rip you off. Xia Xiu sneered inwardly. See, the fox's tail is showing now. Okay, can you take me to see the stalls you know? She asked innocently. The old man was overjoyed. He had thought it would take some effort, but he hadn't expected this young girl to be so easy to fool. He then led Xia Xiu to a rather simple stall. Don't let the small size of this stall fool you. The stones inside were all selected one by my old friend, who called in a master to pick them out. The success rate is as high as 50%, which is much better than other stalls. She nodded as if she understood, looking at the old man with gratitude. Thank you, Grandpa. Otherwise I would have really been fooled. The old man grinned, his eyes darting around. Little girl, I think this is your first time in a place like this. Your aunt and the others are here for the first time, aren't they? Xia Xiu lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes concealing the emotions within them. She muttered. They went to such a fancy room to pick out stones without taking me with them. I won't come with my aunt next time. Seeing that the old man had steered the conversation in that direction, Xia Xiu readily cooperated and revealed the information directly. My aunt was invited here by Sister Hong. You know Sister Hong, right? She's the female boss of Yunbei City. The old man was stunned for a moment, his joy barely concealed, and he quickly nodded. Yes, everyone knows Sister Hong's reputation. I never imagined your aunt knew such a person. That's amazing. Xia Xiu looked quite pleased with herself for being flattered, and she raised her chin high. That's why I feel safe browsing the stalls. If anyone tries to rip me off, I'll bring Sister Hong out and teach them a lesson. Yes, 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 the old man quickly chimed in. I heard that Sister Hong is going to place a big order this time. I wonder how much it will cost. Why don't you give this old man a heads up? We underlings can pick up some bargains, sell them, and scrape together some living expenses. So that's exactly what they came to ask about. Xia Shiyu sneered, then twisted her eyebrows and glared at the old man, looking every bit like a spoiled young lady. Why do you care how much my aunt and Sister Hong are going to spend? I'm telling you, old man, why are you asking me all these questions? My aunt already told me that this matter must be kept secret. If anyone asks, it's because the rivals are trying to find out. She told me I absolutely have to report it. She caught the old man's retreating steps and the panic that flashed in his eyes, which made her even more certain. You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? The old man was clearly panicked, but he remained calm on the surface. In their line of work, you can't let anyone see you when you're gathering information, otherwise you'll get a severe beating at the very least, and even calling the police won't help if you get beaten up. At his age, if he gets caught and beaten up by Sister Hong's people, what will become of him? Isn't that right? Xia Shiyu looked at the old man with a half-smile. How about I ask my aunt and Sister Hong to investigate your background? The old man's body trembled, and then he became somewhat embarrassed and angry. You little brat, you're talking complete nonsense. I was just trying to help you out of kindness, and you're turning around and blaming me. After saying that, he hurriedly pushed Xia Shiyu out. Get out of here. I've treated you like my granddaughter, and you still doubt me? Bah, I guess I misjudged you. Get out of here. Xia Shiyu cooperated by being pushed out, then turned and left. She walked into a small alley, and after confirming that no one was following her, she waved. Her bodyguards, who had been hiding nearby, immediately appeared. Go find someone to follow that old man, see who he contacts, and then report the situation to Sister Hong. A flicker of hesitation crossed the bodyguard's face. After all, Sister Hong's order to him was to protect the woman in front of him. Don't worry about me. I know there are several of you with me. One more or one less won't make a difference. Hurry up and go. Don't let that old man get away. The bodyguard nodded and immediately disappeared into the alley. Xia Shiyu pursed her lips, knowing that after the conflict with the old man, the other party would probably send a few other people to keep an eye on her. She decided to obediently return to the innermost hall. As expected, Xia Shiyu's guess was correct. Just as she was about to arrive at the venue, a woman in a cheongsam walked over. She stared intently at Xia Shiyu, fanning herself with a fan, while her aunts and uncles surrounded her. The bodyguards following Xia Shiyu didn't dare to breathe loudly, and could only keep their eyes fixed on her. But there were too many people around, and these women were only pretending to flirt without taking any real action, so they couldn't just rush up and pull the people away. You're quite clever, girl, playing dumb to fool others. The woman sneered, fanning herself and staring at Xia Shiyu. You might fool that old man, but you can't fool me. Don't pretend to be innocent in front of me. Xia Shiyu had a cold expression on her face, showing no fear whatsoever. So, what can you do to me? You. The woman snapped her fan shut and glared fiercely at Xia Shiyu. Actually, I came here to make a deal with you. I've already found out your identity. You're Lu Wan's little assistant, aren't you? That woman is not easy to get along with. She always has a cold face like the Queen of Hell. Working under her must be very hard. Besides, I've inquired about your salaries. You only make so little money a month. Do you want to make a lot more money with me? Xia Shiyu raised an eyebrow. How big is it? Seeing that Xia Shiyu had relented, the woman immediately spoke in a seductive tone. This is money you've never seen in your entire life. Were you people sent by Scarface? Xia Shiyu asked bluntly. The woman paused for a moment, then her face turned grim. Don't worry about who it is. Just know that if you agree to cooperate with us, you'll get a lot of money when it's over. Xia Shiyu curled her lips into a half-smile. On the way, Sister Hong gave her a crash course on how ruthless Scarface and his gang were, and now she'd witnessed it firsthand. Seeing that Xia Shiyu remained silent, the woman grew anxious. What I didn't ask you to do is actually very simple. You just need to wear an earpiece and say a secret code when Sister Hong wants to choose a stone. Just a few words, and you can earn more money than you can spend in a lifetime. Little sister, you should think it through. Chapter 105. It's really worth it. Xia Shiyu glanced at the woman calmly. You don't need to worry about that. My husband is rich. The woman frowned. Why was she so stubborn? How much money can her husband earn as a lowly assistant? Would someone who makes a lot of money still have his wife work as his assistant? Let me tell you, don't try to reason with me. I'm already trying to reason with you politely, so don't force us to take action. Xia Shiyu remained remarkably calm in the face of the woman in the Cheongsam's threat. Words are not enough. You need to let me think about it first. Besides, I've been away for so long. It's time for me to go back. Otherwise they will become suspicious. The woman hesitated. Judging from Xia Shiyu's expression, it was clear that she had relented, but she hadn't completely agreed yet, and she still didn't dare to let him go. Okay, put on the headset first, then give me your bank account number. If you cooperate with us, we can transfer half the money to you first. Xia Shiyu raised an eyebrow, immediately becoming interested. How many? The woman thought for a moment, then picked up her phone to send a message. After receiving a reply, she confidently raised her chin. 1 million. Based on your performance, I can give you 200,000 yuan first. Xia Shiyu's eyes lit up immediately, and she smiled as she took the headset from the woman's hand. That's great, just wait and see. After saying that, she left a bank card account number, already thinking about how to spend the money once it arrived. Not only do pies fall from the sky, but money does too. She needs to go back and discuss it with Lu Wan and Sister Hong. This extra income is too quick to come by, so why not take it? You'd better not try anything funny. We've already thoroughly investigated your background, the woman threatened. If you dare to mess with us, we'll make sure you never leave Yunbei City. Xia Shiyu nodded, and then quickly walked towards the venue. The woman's men frowned. This girl is quite formidable in front of that old man. Are you sure she'll help us? The woman in the cheongsam waved her fan and snorted coldly, her face full of confidence. They've already investigated this girl's background. She's an appraiser at an appraisal center who got lucky and became a junior assistant to Lu Wan, a big shot. They also checked her various accounts and found that she sold a lot of bags and clothes, so she must be short of money. Otherwise, given how much a woman loves handbags, how could she possibly sell so many at once? This woman was able to buy so many bags before, but her position was very low. It's obvious that she was being kept by some boss, and then the boss's wife found out, so she had to sell bags to make a living. They offered 1 million, which would tempt anyone, let alone a gold digger. Thinking of this, the woman curled up the corners of her mouth, determined to achieve her goal this time. She had already imagined the reward Scarface would give her after she accomplished the task. Back at the venue, Xia Shiyu wrapped the headset tightly in layers before handing it to Sister Hong's technicians for inspection. After discovering that there was no active eavesdropping function, Xia Shiyu still carefully wrapped the item in her clothes to block out any sound that might reach the other side. After briefly explaining the situation, Sister Hong's face turned grim. I knew Scarface would cause trouble. She clenched her fists tightly. It seems that simply making concessions won't work anymore. He wants to completely dominate the industry in Jiangbei City. Then, she looked at Xia Shiyu. Xiaoyu, what do you want to do? Xia Shiyu's eyes sparkled, looking every bit the little money grubber. She quickly pulled Lu Wan and Sister Hong aside and whispered her plan to them. Hongjie was completely dumbfounded. You're incredibly audacious. You dare to take money from Scarface's mouth? What's the difference between that and playing him for a fool? Xia Shiyu shrugged. I can't refuse money that's been handed to me, can I? But, Sister Hong frowned, still looking hesitant. Scarface is extremely vengeful. I'm afraid that if he goes crazy, I won't be able to protect him. Huo Wenzhou is here. Xia Shiyu smiled slightly. Some people can be used when necessary. Isn't Scarface completely obedient to Huo Wenzhou? Coincidentally, I also have something to control Huo Wenzhou. After all, it's common to repay a life-saving debt. Moreover, Huo Wenzhou has ulterior motives towards her, which makes it even more worthwhile to make good use of her. But, Sister Hong was still a little hesitant. She was really worried that Xia Shiyu might do something that would backfire. Lu Wan, however, remained calm and showed no sign of worry. Few people know that Xia Shiyu's husband is Gu Jingchu. She is also a low-key person and doesn't publicize that she is Gu Jingchu's wife. If Gu Jingchu is brought up, Scarface will probably have to kneel before Xia Shiyu, and he won't be able to take revenge on her anymore. Let her go have fun. Since Lu Wan had already spoken, Lipstick's sister naturally couldn't say anything more, but could only repeatedly remind Xia Shiyu to be careful. After explaining everything, Xia Shiyu took out the 2 invisible earplugs from her clothes and put them to her ears. She pressed a button, and a buzzing electronic sound entered her ears, indicating that the invisible earphones had started working. Have they already chosen which stone? A woman's voice came from the other end of the earphone, and Xia Shiyu slightly curled the corners of her lips. I've made my selection, but I can't tell which area it is. Should I make a mark? Want? Okay. Xia Shiyu agreed, then gestured to Sister Hong with her eyes. Hongjie gave an okay sign, then deliberately pulled Lu Wan to a rock, raising her voice on purpose. Awan, I think this stone is pretty good, let's take this one. Lu Wan's expression was indifferent, but she still cooperated to some extent. She carefully described the shape of the stone, and then began to analyze it in a serious manner. The conclusion is that the jade inside this stone is quite good, and it's worth bidding on it. He also mentioned the value that the stone could bring. Upon hearing the sounds from this side of the headset, and learning how valuable the stone was, the woman's voice became shrill. Quickly, mark this stone. Xia Xiu heard the woman's anxious voice, and it was as if he could hear money falling down in a rush. She slowly uttered 2 words. Send the money. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end, followed by the sound of a woman gritting her teeth.